Chapter 1, The Supreme Master System. At the Shen sect, on one of its 7 peaks, the falling sky peak, a soft sigh echoed from a cave in the back mountain. It has been 10 years since I crossed over, yet my cultivation remains at the second level of the profound realm, inferior even to some second-generation disciples. Master, would you regret taking me as your disciple if you knew? Suyang sat cross-legged on a mat, having diligently practiced for over a month, yet his progress remained stagnant. A bittersweet feeling swirled within him, accompanied by a sense of shame. About a decade ago, he had inadvertently crossed into this world and was fortunate enough to be taken as a disciple by the revered Master Xianming, thus embarking on his path of cultivation. This realm was one of fantasy, vibrant and diverse, where myriad races coexisted, and strength reigned supreme. Suyang had assumed the identity of the son of a wealthy merchant from the mundane world. Due to his kind heart and charitable nature, he caught the attention of Master Xianming. The master was the head of the falling sky peak and second only to the sect leader in strength, enjoying a transcendent status among the peaks. However, Master Xianming was inherently lazy, preferring to wander the seas, and had never taken a disciple until he sensed his time was drawing near. He took Suyang under his wing solely to preserve the lineage of the falling sky peak. After bringing Suyang back, Master Xianming taught him for only a few days before he ascended to the heavens. As the sole living disciple of falling sky peak, Suyang found himself in a bewildering position of inheriting the title of Peak Master shortly thereafter. Determined not to squander the fortune bestowed upon him by his master, he resolved to elevate falling sky peak. Unfortunately, his mediocre talent resulted in painfully slow progress, rendering him the subject of ridicule within the Shen sect. Realizing his own limitations, he shifted his hopes onto his disciples. Thus, he embarked on the journey to take on disciples. However, upon hearing of his reputation, potential disciples not only avoided him but fled in haste. 3 years ago, through cunning and deceit, he managed to take on a single disciple, placing all his hopes upon him. Regrettably, this disciple, too, exhibited limited talent, and after 3 years of instruction, the results were far from satisfactory. Guilt weighed heavily on Suyang's heart. Is it truly the case that I, Suyang, have achieved nothing? He lamented, gazing skyward. At that moment, a notification rang out. Beep. The Supreme Master System is beginning to bind. A system. Suyang was instantly filled with elation. The essential golden finger of transmigration had finally arrived after a decade. Overcome with emotion, he nearly shed tears. Binding successful. This system is dedicated to creating the strongest master in history. By bestowing items upon your disciples, you shall receive a random doubled return. Therefore, the host should not be stingy with your disciples. Please accept this system's introductory gift. Beep. The host has received a divine essence pill. Beep. The host has obtained a great sun celestial technique. Instantly, a divine pill and a tome of technique appeared in the system's inventory.To think it's a divine essence pill. This miraculous pill can condense divine bones. Although my disciple possesses rare earth bone talent, it pales in comparison to divine bone. If he consumes the divine essence pill, he could undergo a transformation and progress at an astonishing pace. Suyang promptly rose, eager to find his disciple. However, just then, a warning sounded from the system. Warning, the loyalty of disciple Zhou Lingfeng is only 20. Should it fall below 10, the master-disciple relationship will be automatically severed. Suyang's expression faltered. Zhou Lingfeng had followed him for 3 years, consistently displaying respect, yet his loyalty was alarmingly low. It was no wonder, given that Suyang, as his master, possessed mediocre potential and lacked sufficient resources to aid him. Thus, the two had been looked down upon by other peaks, and it was only natural for Zhou Lingfeng to harbor grievances. However, things had changed now. With the system, not only would Suyang soar, but so too would his disciple. Just wait. I shall lead you to soar above the heavens. With a wave of his hand, a flying sword hovered before him. This Xianming sword was a relic left by his master and represented Suyang's most prized possession. He stepped onto the sword and, with the thought, soared into the sky. In no time, he arrived at the front mountain, falling sky cliff. He found no sign of Zhou Lingfeng but instead encountered Mo Lin, the chief disciple of the sect leader. With a gentle demeanor and an air of scholarly elegance, he was one of the few who did not look down upon Suyang. Greetings, Uncle Master Suyang. Although Mo Lin was older and more skilled than Suyang, the latter held the title of Peak Master, placing him on equal footing with other Peak Masters, belonging to the same generation as the first-generation disciples. Why has you come, nephew Mo? Suyang inquired. Master has summoned you to the main hall, stating there is an announcement to be made. Do you know what it concerns? Mo Lin hesitated. You will find out upon your arrival. Very well, I shall inform Lingfeng, Suyang replied. Disciple Zhou has already gone ahead. He went too. Suyang was somewhat surprised but shrugged it off. Then let us proceed. The two mounted their swords and departed. Mo Lin stole a glance at Suyang, unable to suppress a slight shake of his head. Moments later, they arrived at the main hall, where a group had gathered. At the forefront stood a man with 3 wisps of long beard, clad in dark robes, exuding an otherworldly aura by Xian, the sect leader. Flanking him were the other peak masters, and with Suyang, all 7 peak masters were present. His only disciple, Zhou Lingfeng, was also amongst them, standing tall and handsome with striking features. Suyang always believed that aside from himself, Zhou Lingfeng was the most handsome disciple in the Xiantian sect. Greetings, master. Zhou Lingfeng bowed respectfully. Suyang nodded slightly, then turned to the 6 others, clasping his hands in greeting. Greetings to my 6 senior brothers and sisters, except for Bai Xian, who smiled at him due to his status as sect leader. The others regarded him with little more than disdain. Some even mocked him. I heard that Suyang is in seclusion. You appear quite at ease. Have you finally made some progress? This remark came from Yu Pingchuan, the peak master of Qingyang Peak. The Falling Sky Peak and the Qingyang Peak had long-standing grievances due to Master Xianming having usurped Yu Pingchuan's position years ago, publicly humiliating him in front of others. Yu Pingchuan had harbored resentment ever since, but lacking the strength to confront Master Xianming, he had to endure, and now that Master Xianming had passed, he had seized every opportunity to target Suyang. Had it not been for Suyang's constant forbearance, Yu Pingchuan would have likely found a way to deal with him long ago. My cultivation is not something for brother Yu to be concerned about. I am curious to know why the sect master has summoned us. Is there some significant matter at hand? Suyang inquired, intrigued. It was quite rare for all 7 peak masters to convene without a substantial reason. This gathering was not called by me, but by brother Yu. Bai Xin pointed at Yu Pingchuan. Suyang suspected that Yu Pingchuan had something nefarious in mind. With a slight smirk, Yu Pingchuan addressed the assembly. I have called you here today to bear witness, for I intend to take on a disciple. Take on a disciple. Xiao Xianing, the peak master of Zai Peak, rolled her eyes. I thought it was something significant. It's merely taking on a disciple. What do you need us for? I am quite busy. Typically, when a peak master took on a disciple, it was a commonplace affair that required no witnesses. Xiao sister, do not be hasty. If it were a standard disciple acquisition, I would not require your witness. However, this case is rather special, for the disciple in question already has a master and wishes to transfer to my Qingyang Peak. It would be inappropriate to handle this privately, Yu Pingchuan explained with a smile. You are poaching again? Which peak is it this time? I must state, if it is from mine, I will not agree, Xiao Xianing declared firmly. Rest assured, Xiao sister, I would never covet your disciple. Yu Pingchuan's gaze shifted to Suyang, grinning as he said, I apologize, Suyang. Chapter 2, Sensing his unreliability. Suyang vaguely sensed that this was indeed aimed at him. At that moment, the system once again prompted, Zhou Lingfeng's loyalty has dropped to 9, he has betrayed you, and the master-disciple relationship has been automatically dissolved. Suyang furrowed his brows. Indeed, in order to acquire this disciple, he had made numerous grand promises. He devoted himself entirely to Zhou Lingfeng, allocating all resources of Falling Sky Peak to him. Little did he expect that the moment he declared betrayal, Zhou would abandon him. Brother Yu, Su Shidi treasures his only disciple as if he were a precious gem. Is it not a bit underhanded of you to poach his sole disciple? Xiao Xianing could not help but speak up for Suyang. A wise bird chooses its tree wisely. I can offer him superior resources. Would he rather remain with a wastrel and be buried in obscurity? Despite his words, once Zhou Lingfeng left Suyang, he would be left alone at Falling Sky Peak. Furthermore, should a disciple change allegiance, it would be a source of immense embarrassment. Are you certain you wish to transfer your allegiance? Suyang asked Zhou Lingfeng, his demeanor calm and unruffled. I was blind to have been deceived by your sweet words. With your meager abilities, what right do you have to be my master? Zhou Lingfeng seethed, thinking of the wasted 3 years of his life. Those 3 years were meant to temper your character. I had prepared a surprise for you today, but alas, you squandered your chance. Suyang shook his head, and since Zhou had betrayed him, he would not attempt to retain him. Yu Pingchuan scoffed dismissively, what else can you do besides making empty promises? How embarrassing. As he spoke, he produced a pill and boasted, this is what I call a surprise, unlike you, who can only talk that a cleansing marrow pill. It is indeed a high-grade spiritual elixir, exceedingly rare. Brother Yu, you truly are generous. It is no wonder he is willing to transfer to your tutelage. It appears that choosing Brother Yu as a master is indeed a wise decision, several peak masters remarked, visibly moved. Suyang was aware of the pill's effects. It could cleanse the marrow and refine the bones, making cultivation significantly more effective. However, compared to the divine marrow pill, which could facilitate a complete transformation. The difference was vast. "My good disciple, this is a token of my esteem," Yu Pingchuan said as he handed the cleansing marrow pill to Zhou Lingfeng. Zhou Lingfeng was overjoyed and quickly knelt. "Master, please accept my bow." "Ha ha ha. Rise, my disciple." Yu Pingchuan laughed heartily. The scene was undoubtedly humiliating for Su Yang. Zhou Lingfeng sneered at him. "Do you see the difference? All the resources you provided me pale in comparison to this single cleansing marrow pill. If I were you, I would stay hidden and avoid causing further trouble. My good disciple, such words are uncalled for. Without even a single disciple, how can one hold the position of peak master?" Yu Pingchuan said with a forced smile. "Su Shidi, do not think that your brother has neglected you. There is a young lad at the foot of the mountain who wishes to join our Xiantian sect, and he has been kneeling for 3 days and nights. You could take him on as your disciple. I know that boy, he possesses a decent temperament, but alas, he is of mortal lineage and destined to live a mundane life, far removed from the realm of immortals. Brother Yu, is it appropriate for Su Shidi to take a mortal as a disciple?" Yu Pingchuan chuckled lightly. "Su Shidi is also of yellow bone lineage. Taking a mortal as a disciple is quite fitting. Would you not agree, Su Shidi? There are distinctions among bone types: mortal bone, yellow bone, mysterious bone, earth bone, and heavenly bone. Su Yang possessed yellow bone, which barely allowed for cultivation. As for divine bone, it was a rare existence, typically found among the scions of divine sex, promising boundless potential. With the divine marrow pill in hand, Su Yang could indeed forge a divine scion. Moreover, the system provided him with a notification. Ding! A remnant soul has been detected within the boy, possessing a heavenly soul realm cultivation. The boy's desire to apprentice stems from the remnant soul's intent. There is a heavenly essence herb on Wastewood Peak of the Xiantian sect, which can be refined into a heavenly marrow pill, helping the boy forge heavenly bone. The boy concealed an elderly soul within him. Was this not a reminder that fortunes may shift over time? I shall take this disciple. A smile graced Su Yang's lips. Brother Yu is correct, he is indeed suitable to be my disciple. I shall go and accept him at once. With that, he swiftly exited the grand hall and flew down the mountain, sword in hand. Ah! He truly went. Yu Pingchuan laughed uproariously. Isn't this due to you? You stole his only disciple, forcing him to seek another, Xiao Xianing retorted sharply. To take a mortal as a disciple, Falling Sky Peak will inevitably face a lack of successors. Brother Xian, if you were aware, what would you do? At the foot of the mountain, a young boy knelt on the ground, his face pale and weak. He had been kneeling there for 3 days without receiving any acknowledgement from the Xiantian sect. The boy began to waver, unable to contain himself. Heavenly Elder, I can hardly endure any longer. Must I continue kneeling? Within him resided a remnant soul, an elderly figure with white hair, encouraging him. No sect will accept you due to your mortal lineage.To impress the Xiantian sect, you must rely on sincerity. Once you join, and obtain the heavenly essence herb, I will teach you to refine the heavenly marrow pill, transforming you and allowing you to soar. Then, I shall trample all those who have looked down upon me. The boy recalled his past and clenched his fists, his resolve gradually solidifying. At that moment, a rush of air signaled an arrival. Someone is coming. The boy looked up to see Su Yang descending gracefully before him. Su Yang scrutinized him closely. Indeed, a mortal bone, yet to kneel here for 3 days shows commendable character. Young man, I am the peak master of Falling Sky Peak of the Xiantian sect. Do you wish to apprentice under me? Yi Bufan was overjoyed. He had finally moved the immortal. But the heavenly elder remarked, a second-tier Xian practitioner as a peak master? Though the Xiantian sect may be a second-rate sect, it should not have such a person in charge. Heavenly Elder, is he really that inadequate? Yi Bufan asked, somewhat disheartened. Well, regardless of his shortcomings, your goal here is to obtain the heavenly essence herb. It matters little who your master is. Noticing that the boy did not respond, Su Yang promised, if you apprentice under me, I will help you transform completely. The heavenly elder chuckled, this lad truly knows how to boast. Transformation is not so easily achieved. He is surely trying to coax you into becoming his disciple. Do not expose him, just play along. Upon hearing this, Yi Bufan immediately knelt. Disciple Yi Bufan, greetings, master. Ding! Congratulations, the host has successfully accepted his first disciple, embarking on the path of the Master of Emperors, establishing the Emperor's Teaching Hall. Emperor's Teaching Hall, a teacher imparts knowledge and resolves doubts, greatly benefiting the disciple. This lad has an elderly figure backing him. He surely lacks sincerity in acknowledging me as his master. With this skill, I will soon earn his genuine respect. Thus, Su Yang led Yi Bufan to Falling Sky Peak. Yi Bufan noticed the absence of others and curiously asked, Master, where are the other senior brothers and sisters? Su Yang rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat awkward as he replied, it is just you and me here from now on. You will be the chief disciple of Falling Sky Peak. Just me. Yi Bufan pointed at himself, astonished. Internally, he thought, Heavenly Elder, why do I feel he is not reliable? Chapter 3, The Profound Truths, My Limited Perception with His Meager Skills, Who would choose to take him as a master? Otherwise, why would he accept a mere mortal as his disciple? The elder's words struck home. Yi Bufan felt a tinge of frustration but chose to accept the reality. After all, it was he who had led him into the Shintian sect. Once he underwent a transformation and achieved mastery, he would assist in elevating the Luotian Peak to great heights. Disciple, you possess a mortal physique, making your path to cultivation exceedingly arduous. Now, I shall aid you in your transformation. Su Yang prepared to offer him the divine essence pill. However, Yi Bufan politely declined, No need, master. I will find my own way. Please attend to your matters, I wish to familiarize myself with the surroundings. He intended to retrieve the celestial essence grass from Zai Peak and did not take Su Yang's words to heart. Since I have taken you as my disciple, I must take responsibility for you. Su Yang produced the divine essence pill and handed it to Yi Bufan. Here, take this. Truly unnecessary, master. You should keep it for yourself, Yi Bufan replied without even glancing at it. He sought the celestial essence pill, not this one. He could not consume it carelessly for fear of adverse effects. Yet, the elder suddenly exclaimed, The divine essence pill. It truly is the divine essence pill. The divine essence pill? Yi Bufan was perplexed. What grade is it? Can it be compared with the celestial essence pill? O foolish child! The celestial essence pill cannot be compared to the divine essence pill. This has transcended the realm of spirit pills and is a divine pill, the elder explained. A divine pill? Surely not. He is giving me a divine pill? Yi Bufan was astonished. The divine pill was a legendary concoction he had never even dared to imagine possessing. The divine essence pill could forge divine bones. And he had this opportunity yet chose not to use it. Bufan, you are incredibly fortunate. This master is unusually generous, you must thank him, the elder urged. Yi Bufan came to his senses, intending to accept the divine essence pill, but Su Yang withdrew his hand. Since you do not wish for it, then it shall be. The elder panicked, Quick! Apologize and adjust your attitude. Yi Bufan hurriedly said, Master, I was mistaken earlier, please forgive me. Do you now recognize the value of my pill? I was ignorant and failed to recognize a treasure, please punish me, master. Yi Bufan immediately knelt down. Considering it is your first offense, I shall not punish you this time. However, remember that what I give you is precious. Should you ever question my gifts again, I will not forgive you. Su Yang warned. I will certainly amend my attitude in the future. Very well, I shall trust you for now. Su Yang handed him the pill once more. Now, consume it. Yes, master. Yi Bufan eagerly swallowed the pill. Instantly, a warm current spread throughout his body, and every bone trembled restlessly. Soon, the sound of cracking bones echoed. Ah! Yi Bufan cried out in pain. Endure it, you must endure. This is your transformation, once successful, you will possess divine bones. And no one shall look down upon you, the elder encouraged. Yi Bufan gritted his teeth, enduring the agony. After a considerable time, the cracking sounds subsided. And a golden light erupted from him, accompanied by a hint of a sacred aura. It's done! It's done! And not just any divine bone, but the supreme divine bone. Bufan, you've struck it rich! The elder exclaimed with excitement, as if he himself had attained divine bones. Divine bones are categorized into grades: ordinary, middle grade, upper grade, exquisite, and supreme. The supreme divine bone is truly the pinnacle, a being favored by heaven. Yi Bufan was overjoyed and immediately bowed deeply to Su Yang, thanking him for the pill. This bow was sincere and heartfelt. Do not rush to thank me. I have more for you. Su Yang produced a tome. This is the Great Sun Celestial Technique, take it. The Great Sun Celestial Technique. A heavenly level technique. He possesses a heavenly level technique. The elder exclaimed once more. It is worth noting that although he was a powerful figure in the heavenly soul realm, the technique he practiced was merely earth level. He had long sought a heavenly level technique but had never obtained one. How could such a minor cultivator possess so many treasures and be so generous? Master, forgive my boldness, but your cultivation level seems rather low. Why not use it for yourself? Yi Bufan queried, perplexed. If Master consumed the divine essence pill and practiced this heavenly level technique, his cultivation would surely not be so modest. You are my disciple, naturally, I will reserve the best for you. If I do not bestow it upon you, how can I repay you? Master, you are truly kind to me. Yi Bufan felt deeply touched, realizing how fortunate he was to have such an excellent master. Bufan, though his cultivation is low, he genuinely wishes to nurture you. Do not take his goodwill for granted. If he speaks incorrectly later, I will help you point it out, the elder advised. Upon hearing this, Yi Bufan allowed Su Yang to impart his teachings. The two sat cross-legged, and as Su Yang activated the Imperial Masteress teaching aura, his entire demeanor transformed into one of solemnity and sanctity, exuding an air of profound mystery. What is happening? Why does he seem like a different person? The elder marveled, suddenly unable to see through Su Yang. What is cultivation? The path of cultivation is the exploration of heavenly secrets. Su Yang began to speak. Initially indifferent, Yi Bufan gradually became enraptured by the teachings. Although seemingly simple, he found profound truths in Master S words. Even the elder, a powerful figure, felt the depth of Su Yang's teachings, and problems that had long troubled him suddenly became clear. The profound truths. He can articulate such intricate profound truths. The elder exclaimed in disbelief. How is this possible? Could he truly be a mere second-grade cultivator? No, it cannot be. The elder, resembling a naive country bumpkin, shouted in awe, devoid of the demeanor of a strong individual. Looking at Su Yang now, he appeared the same yet entirely different. An enigma wrapped in mystery. I understand now. He is no mere lowly cultivator, his cultivation is a fade. He is a hidden master. An existence beyond my reach. My perception was limited, so very limited. Chapter 4, Feeding Fish with Heavenly Essence Pills. A true master is indeed a master after a considerable time, Su Yang concluded his discourse. With the closure of the Imperial Master's dojo, he reverted to his original demeanor. Yi Bufan remained immersed in contemplation, seemingly lost in thought. Su Yang chose not to intrude upon this moment, confident that this time, Yi Bufan would be genuinely persuaded. After a while, Yi Bufan regained his composure, his gaze transformed. Through this enlightening lecture, he felt as if he had unlocked the door to a new world, experiencing an epiphany akin to a divine revelation. Kneeling once more before Su Yang, he expressed heartfelt admiration for his master, filled with reverence and respect. Thank you, Master, for imparting your wisdom. I, your disciple, have learned greatly. From this day forth, I shall recognize only you as my master and will never betray you. Ding! Yi Bufan's loyalty has reached 100, activating the cultivation return feature. Disciple-less cultivation is enhanced, with a 100-fold return on cultivation. When both disciples' loyalty reaches 100, the return on cultivation doubles, and so forth. Factors such as the hostess' innate talent and cultivation methods enhance the return on cultivation. What a splendid fortune! Could it be that one need only gather disciples, thus negating the need for personal cultivation? Ding! As the hostess' first disciple has achieved 100 loyalty, a critical hit double return has been rewarded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 infinite pill, 10 divine essence pills, and 100 heavenly essence pills, along with 1,000 cleansing pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 imperial level cultivation method, 10 celestial level methods, and 100 earth level methods. Note, items returned cannot be reclaimed once given away. Su Yang was elated, overwhelmed by the bountiful rewards. Particularly, the infinite pill was an unparalleled treasure. Capable of forging infinite bones, bestowing boundless talent and limitless cultivation, ensuring absolute dominance within the same realm. As for the imperial level cultivation method, it was the pinnacle of techniques, far surpassing the celestial level methods. Naturally, these 2 treasures were to be kept for his own use, while the others would be gifted to his disciples later. Having just received my teachings, it would be prudent for you to find a suitable place to meditate and digest this knowledge. There are many unoccupied rooms here. Feel free to choose. Su Yang gestured towards Yi Bufan's heart center, also indicating himself. The elder Tian was astonished, realizing that Su Yang had long been aware of his presence. Indeed, a true master. He immediately bowed in respect to Su Yang, expressing gratitude for the guidance he had received, stating that he had gained invaluable insights. Su Yang paid no heed, rising to return to his chamber. Elder Tian, did you just address me as master? Yi Bufan asked in surprise. Xiaofan, your master is no ordinary person, do not take him lightly in the future. Elder Tian said solemnly. But you mentioned he was merely at the second level of the profound realm, did you not? I misjudged him. How could a mere second-level practitioner possess such divine pills and celestial-level methods? Moreover, the profound truths he expounded upon were not only intricate but also required an exceptionally high level of cultivation to articulate. He is even more formidable than you. Yi Bufan gasped in astonishment. At that moment, Su Yang sat upon his bed, consuming the infinite pill. Contrary to expectations, there was no explosive sound nor any discomfort. It felt as if nothing had transpired. Su Yang appeared to be an ordinary person, devoid of any detectable cultivation. Yet he sensed a palpable transformation. As if he could comprehend everything. This was the infinite bone, ordinary yet extraordinary, a return to simplicity. After a decade of feeling like a failure, he finally underwent a metamorphosis. Su Yang was filled with myriad emotions. He then retrieved the imperial-level cultivation method, the great transformation of non-being. With his current talent and the insights gained from his earlier teachings, he grasped this top-tier method in merely 3 days. At this juncture, the system prompted, "Congratulations to the host for receiving a cultivation return, elevating cultivation to the great profound realm." Su Yang was taken aback. Realizing he had ascended from the second level of the profound realm to the great profound realm in one fell swoop. This was astonishingly swift. He opened his status panel. Host, Su Yang. Cultivation, first level of the great profound realm. Innate talent, infinite bone. Cultivation method, great transformation of non-being. Special skill, Imperial Master-S Dojo. Cultivation return, 100-fold. Disciple, Yi Bufan, loyalty, 100, cultivation, first level of the profound realm. Cultivation levels are divided into, entry to the profound realm, great profound realm, starry radiance realm, moonlit realm, fiery sun realm, earthly soul realm, and heavenly spirit realm, with each level comprising 10 tiers. In merely 3 days, Yi Bufan had advanced from an ordinary person to the profound realm, equivalent to a decade's arduous practice on Su Yang's part. Such speed was nothing short of miraculous. However, with his supreme divine bone, celestial level methods, and the comprehension of profound truths, coupled with Elder Tian's assistance, this progress was entirely reasonable. Though he had received a 100-fold cultivation return, he would not have reached the great profound realm without the enhancements from the infinite bone and imperial level method. Moreover, within the great profound realm, he was not merely invincible. He was overwhelmingly dominant. As a second-rate sect, the sect leader of Xiantian's sect was at the starry radiance realm, while the peak masters were all at the great profound realm. Thus, Su Yang now stood as the foremost individual beneath the sect leader. Finally, he would not bring shame to his master. Content, Su Yang ventured outside, where he found Yi Bufan tending to fish. Su Yang owned a fish pond and often fed the fish to alleviate the monotony of his cultivation. He had even named them Qingxia, Manyu, Jusin, Shuzhen, Zuxian, all names of iconic stars from his past life. Master, I just finished my cultivation and noticed these fish haven't been fed for days. So I'm helping to take care of them, Yi Bufan explained as he approached. In just 3 days, his demeanor had undergone a significant transformation, exuding an air of burgeoning brilliance. Yi Bufan scrutinized Su Yang, observing how his master seemed increasingly ordinary yet exuded an ethereal aura. As he had surmised, the elder had previously feigned a lesser cultivation. Now, with his true abilities revealed, even Yi Bufan could not see through him. Returning to simplicity and the essence of the path, what realm had this elder truly attained? Elder Tian had been completely won over by Su Yang. He had repeatedly emphasized to Yi Bufan the importance of serving this master well. Initially, Yi Bufan was puzzled. Why would such a powerful master settle for being a mere peak master? Elder Tian explained, "Silly child, how could we possibly comprehend the thoughts of a master? His actions are guided by his own reasons. You have been extraordinarily fortunate to attract his attention. I even wish to become his disciple myself." Su Yang gazed at the fish in the pond. 9 koi, gathered together, their eyes sparkling, fixed intently on him. "Master has arrived. Master, look at me, I am Qingxia. Master, I am Manyu." 3 days prior, upon the activation of the Imperial Master's dojo, these fish had heard his profound truths and awakened their intelligence. Unbeknownst to Su Yang, the changes among them were profound. Suddenly inspired, he took out 9 heavenly essence pills. "Wow! 9 heavenly essence pills!" Elder Tian exclaimed, seemingly astonished. "Disciple, feed each fish 1. Su Yang instructed. "Master, are we really feeding fish with heavenly essence pills?" Yi Bufan was bewildered. This was a coveted elixir he had longed for. And now it was to be used to feed fish? His mind struggled to comprehend this. Such is the way of the elder. Who else would dare to feed 9 heavenly essence pills to fish? Elder Tian marveled in admiration. "Disciple, you are now my student. Do not make such a fuss and bring shame upon me," Su Yang advised. "Yes. I am taught well." Yi Bufan stared blankly as he took the pills, feeling a pang of heartache. These were heavenly essence pills. 9 of them could create 9 paragons of infinite bone. To use them on mere fish seemed utterly absurd. Why is my master's disciple so daft? What are you waiting for? Hurry and give me the heavenly essence pills. I can hardly contain my excitement. Hurry! Hurry! The 9 koi gazed eagerly at Yi Bufan. In their fervent anticipation, Yi Bufan reluctantly tossed 9 heavenly essence pills into the fish pond. 9 carp immediately excitedly devoured the pills. Soon after, they experienced excruciating pain, thrashing about and splashing the water. "Master, they lack intelligence and cannot comprehend how to endure such torment. They may very well burst from the strain." Yi Bufan fixed his gaze on the pond, feeling a pang of regret over the wasted pills. Su Yang also felt a tinge of anxiety, not for the pills, but for the carp's ability to withstand the ordeal. After all, they had been raised for many years, and he had grown fond of them, wishing to grant them a chance at transformation. Fortunately, before long, a purple light flickered on one of the carp. With the emergence of the purple glow, the heavenly bone was formed. Subsequently, the second and third carp followed suit. The pond was illuminated by the radiant purple lights, leaving Yi Bufan astonished with his mouth agape. They all succeeded. Ha ha ha. Truly a masterpiece of the elder, 9 carp endowed with heavenly bones, who would believe it? Tian Lao laughed heartily, feeling as though he had witnessed an incredible miracle. "Indeed, my stars, let me reward you further." Su Yang produced 9 cleansing marrow pills and cast them into the pond to help the carp refine their root bones further. Yi Bufan was left speechless, using 9 superior spirit pills as mere feed. After consuming the cleansing marrow pills, the carp swam excitedly before Su Yang, seemingly eager to showcase themselves. "Master, even with heavenly bones, they remain mere carp without intelligence and cannot cultivate," Yi Bufan reminded. Su Yang decided to inquire, "My esteemed stars, if you understand my words, wag your tails." The 9 carp obediently wagged their tails in response. "They have gained intelligence," Yi Bufan exclaimed in astonishment. "I understand now. They must have absorbed the profound truths previously imparted by the elder, leading to their awakening." Tian Lao enviously remarked, "It is said that cultivation relies on opportunities. And these 9 carp truly possess immense fortune. However, even with their newfound intelligence, cultivating would not be an easy feat. They would require suitable demonic cultivation techniques. Such techniques differ vastly from those of humans, not conveyed in written form but through unique demonic imprints. Furthermore, this was human territory, where demonic cultivation methods were scarce. Although the elder was unfathomably powerful, he was still human. Before Tian Lao could finish his thought, Su Yang presented 9 tomes of cultivation techniques, each adorned with distinct demonic imprints. This demonic cultivation techniques And 9 of them, 9 Earth level, unbelievable. Tian Lao could not help but exclaim. Utterly astounded by Su Yang. In his day, acquiring a single Earth level technique had required immense effort, yet here, they seemed as commonplace as cabbages. My esteemed stars. Since you have awakened your intelligence, I shall now impart to you the demonic cultivation techniques. Whether you can leap through the dragon gate and soar to greatness depends on your own fortunes. Su Yang cast the 9 tomes into the pond. The fish each selected one, and the demonic imprints on the techniques began to radiate, enveloping them. Then, the carp closed their eyes and began to comprehend. Tian Lao. Who exactly is our master? How does he possess demonic cultivation techniques? Yi Bufan could not help but ponder. This, Tian Lao admitted he could not answer. He felt as if his once proud perspective was that of a frog in a well before the elder. At that moment, Su Yang turned back and said, "In just 3 days, you will reach the profound realm, and you have not disappointed me. Now, you can also fly with a sword. Let me gift you a flying sword." He produced the Xianming sword. This was a superior grade mystical artifact, a relic of the Xianming true person. Artifacts come in 4 grades, heaven, earth, Xian, and Huang, with further distinctions of low, middle, upper, and extreme. A superior grade mystical artifact is quite precious. Especially in a second-rate sect like the Shen-Tian sect, where it ranks just below the sect's treasured possessions. "Thank you, Master," Yi Bufan said joyfully as he accepted it. Ding! The host receives a random double return, a chopping heaven sword. A low-grade immortal artifact. A superior-grade mystical artifact returned as an immortal artifact. This random doubling is exhilarating. Flying with an immortal sword, one can only imagine the speed. Su Yang wasted no time. With a flick of his wrist, the chopping heaven sword floated before him. The moment the immortal sword was unsheathed, its celestial aura dispersed, instilling terror in the rare beasts atop the falling sky peak, causing them to tremble and prostrate themselves in fear. Yi Bufan found himself unable to resist the might of the immortal artifact, his legs trembling as he knelt down. Tian Lao, once again taken aback by the spectacle, exclaimed, "My heavens! It is indeed an immortal artifact. In my lifetime, I have never encountered such a thing. I understand now, the elder must be some great immortal being, surely. Ha ha ha. It is said that those who survive great calamities must have future blessings. I never expected to meet such a powerful immortal. How wonderful." Su Yang did not anticipate that the appearance of an immortal artifact would create such a stir. His heart brimmed with joy as he leaped onto the immortal sword. "Disciple, I find myself with time to spare. I shall take a few flights. Focus on your cultivation." With that, he directed his thoughts, and the immortal sword soared away with a thunderous roar, moving at a speed that felt as if it had entered an alternate dimension. The very fabric of space seemed to tear as it passed, with howling winds and booming sounds shaking the mountains and forests. What a thrill! Truly exhilarating. The immortal sword is unparalleled. The Xianming sword feels like a snail in comparison, comparable to the difference between a tractor and a supercar. Such commotion naturally attracted the attention of the Shen-Tian sect, causing everyone to gaze upward in awe. What a terrifying pressure! Is that an immortal sword? Who is that person upon it? The speed was so swift that they could barely see. Could it be an immortal? All were petrified by the pressure of the immortal artifact, their hearts gripped by fear. Even the sect master, Shi Bai Xian, was left pale, unable to fathom how such a remote location could witness the descent of an immortal. If they had provoked the immortal's wrath, the Shen-Tian sect would be doomed. He promptly transmitted orders, "All disciples, heed my command. An immortal has descended, quickly kneel in reverence. Hurry!" Upon hearing this, the disciples dared not hesitate, hastily dropping to their knees, their heads bowing almost to the ground. At that moment, as Su Yang passed by Qingyang Peak, he noticed Yu Pingchuan and his disciples kneeling en masse, momentarily taken aback. Could they think I am an immortal? He paused. Yu Pingchuan's heart leaped into his throat as he tremulously proclaimed, "I, Yu Pingchuan, a disciple of the Shen-Tian sect, pay my respects to the immortal." Su Yang chuckled. This fellow can also experience fear. What would his reaction be if he looked up to see me? However, Su Yang did not wish to reveal his identity. He merely cast a glance before soaring away. Yu Pingchuan, meanwhile, dared not lift his gaze until the noise subsided. Only then did he cautiously raise his head. It has left. He exhaled a long sigh of relief, his forehead already beaded with cold sweat. How terrifying! Thankfully, it was just passing through. Su Yang returned to Falling Sky Peak, bemused. I merely took a flight to test my skills, and now I'm considered an immortal? This won't do. It draws too much attention. Thus, he headed to the treasure pavilion, intending to select an ordinary flying sword for daily use. It would be wise to minimize the use of the immortal sword. Just as he departed, an uninvited guest arrived on a flying crane, Zhou Lingfeng. Chapter 6, The Benefits of Following a Master. Zhou Lingfeng, filled with regret, returned once more to the Luoxing Peak, a place where he had resided for 3 long years. In comparison to Qingyang Peak, this place felt like a shabby dog kennel. How foolish I have been to endure such conditions for 3 years. His eyes brimmed with disdain. And his resentment towards Su Yang deepened. Endowed with the Earth's essence, he may not have been a prodigy, but he possessed commendable potential. Had he aligned himself with a worthy master, he would have already achieved remarkable feats. Yet, he had been deceived by Su Yang, mistakenly taking him as a mentor. Thus wasting 3 years in futile frustration. Overwhelmed by anger, Zhou Lingfeng bellowed, Su Yang, come out. Who are you? Upon hearing the call, Yi Bufan stepped forward. His demeanor hostile. What brings you to Luoxing Peak? Are you the new disciple of Su Yang? Zhou Lingfeng scrutinized Yi Bufan. His ire ignited by the sight of the Xianming sword in his hand. Su Yang had promised to give him the sword once he reached the Tanshan realm. Yet he had bestowed it upon this worthless individual instead, clearly showing favoritism. Su Yang has indeed been generous to you, Zhou Lingfeng taunted. But you are merely a waste with a mundane constitution. No matter how abundant your resources, you will never achieve anything. It is not for you to judge my worth. Yi Bufan retorted defiantly. You are not welcome here, leave at once. Who are you to expel me? Had I not severed ties with Su Yang? It would be you who should vacate this place. So, you are the traitor. How blind you are to forsake such a great master, Yi Bufan replied, incredulous. Great? Zhou Lingfeng scoffed. Everyone knows he is a failure of the Xintian sect. If not for sheer luck, how could he ever become a peak master? Only a fool like you would take him as a mentor. 2 failures certainly deserve each other. Do not insult my master. Yi Bufan's anger flared at Zhou Lingfeng's words as he raised his sword. You dare to challenge me? Fine, if Su Yang wasted 3 years of my time, I shall vent my frustration on you. Zhou Lingfeng unleashed a formidable aura, having already reached the 8th tier of the Tanshan realm. Have you witnessed this? After 3 years with Su Yang, I barely attained the 7th tier. Now, under my new master at Qingyang Peak, with the gift of a cleansing elixir, I have ascended to the 8th tier in merely 3 days. This is the advantage of following the right master, Zhou Lingfeng proclaimed with self-satisfaction. Intending to flaunt his accomplishments before Yi Bufan. Anticipating fear from his adversary, he was taken aback when Yi Bufan merely snorted in disdain. You boast of ascending a minor realm in 3 days? How laughable. Foolish boy, do you comprehend the difficulty of cultivation? A waste like you would not ascend even in 3 years. Then allow me to demonstrate the disparity. Yi Bufan stepped forward, exuding an equally powerful aura directed at Zhou Lingfeng. In an instant, Zhou Lingfeng felt as though he had been struck by a colossal force, staggering back 2 steps before tumbling to the ground. Tanshan realm. How is this possible? His eyes widened in disbelief. Under my master's guidance, I reached the Tanshan realm in just 3 days. Do you still consider me a waste? Yi Bufan looked down upon him with a mocking expression. Impossible. This cannot be. You are merely a mundane. Zhou Lingfeng shook his head, unable to accept the reality before him. The truth stands clear, your master is profound. Yet you are blind to his greatness. This must be a deception, I refuse to believe it. Zhou Lingfeng surged forward, charging at Yi Bufan. Overestimating yourself. Yi Bufan did not even draw his sword, merely extending his palm. Zhou Lingfeng felt an overwhelming force crash upon him, a spurt of blood escaping his lips as he was sent reeling backward. He truly is at the Tanshan realm. Zhou Lingfeng lay on the ground, clutching his chest, his expression one of shock. This should have all belonged to you. I owe you gratitude, you have unwittingly bestowed this opportunity upon me. Yi Bufan reflected, thankful that this fool's betrayal had allowed him to become the disciple of a worthy master. You deceive me. He is a laughingstock, a waste. If he is truly so formidable, why could he not teach me anything after 3 years? Zhou Lingfeng shouted in frustration. Because you disappointed me greatly. From a distance, Su Yang approached with a cold demeanor. Master. Yi Bufan immediately bowed in respect. You did well, you have not brought shame upon your master, Su Yang commented. It is he who is ungrateful, daring to insult my master, Yi Bufan added. Su Yang cast a dispassionate glance at Zhou Lingfeng. You are no longer a disciple of Luoxing Peak. What brings you here? Why do you treat me this way? I followed you for 3 years. Yet you concealed your teachings from me. He has only been your disciple for 3 days, and you bestow upon him the gift of the Tongxian realm, claiming to have provided all resources to me. You are hypocritical. Zhou Lingfeng protested vehemently. If I had not acted thus, how would I have discerned your true nature? So, you have been testing me all along? It is of no consequence now. Zhou Lingfeng paused, contemplating before kneeling. Master, I acknowledge my errors, please forgive me. Su Yang laughed coldly. How did I not perceive your utter lack of shame before? I was ignorant, I failed to understand your intentions. Now I see the truth. Please grant me another chance. Zhou Lingfeng pressed his forehead to the ground, appearing genuinely repentant. Yet, Su Yang remained unmoved, expressing his disdain. You thought me a failure. Kneeling before another as your master. Now that you recognize my prowess, you wish to return to my side. Zhou Lingfeng, you repulse me. Depart. He did not wish to spare him another glance. Are you truly this heartless? Zhou Lingfeng raised his head, questioning. Leave. Su Yang was disinclined to elaborate further. Zhou Lingfeng glared at Su Yang with venomous eyes before mounting his flying crane and departing in fury. Master, do not be angry, you still have me. I shall serve you diligently and never betray you, Yi Bufan consoled. He is unworthy of your ire, I simply wish to avoid his contamination of my vision. Su Yang had long since come to terms with the situation. In the grand hall of the Xiantian sect, several peak masters awaited Su Yang. Suddenly, Zhou Lingfeng stumbled in. A pitiful sight. Yu Pingchuan's expression faltered as he hastily inquired, Who has done this to you? Master, you must seek justice for your disciple. Zhou Lingfeng fell to his knees. I was tasked with summoning Master Su, but he bore a grudge against my betrayal and struck me. He even insulted you, claiming you are shameless for only coveting others' disciples, wishing to kill you. Such insolence! He must be tired of living. Yu Pingchuan seethed with rage, preparing to confront Zhou Lingfeng at Luoxing Peak. Qi Baiyuan intervened, urging him to calm down. Do not act impulsively, let us resolve this with words. He injured Lingfeng and insulted me, what is there to discuss? Xiao Xining retorted. Isn't it you who took his disciple first? That waste does not deserve to be Lingfeng's master. I state this clearly, there is him or me. Qi Baiyuan sighed, why must you escalate this? He was never qualified to remain in the Xiantian sect, allowing him to serve as peak master for 10 years was already generous. Yu Pingchuan pressed, I ask you plainly. Do you choose him or me? At Qi Baiyuan's words, he frowned. Before he could respond, a voice echoed from the entrance, then you may pack your bags and leave. Chapter 7, I am the immortal. You speak of. Su Yang strode into the hall with determination. You arrived just in time, watch how I deal with you. Yu Pingchuan immediately prepared to strike. Qi Baixian intervened, expressing his dissatisfaction, to act against him in my presence, do you not regard me as your master? Master. I respect your position, but you cannot always show favoritism, Yu Pingchuan retorted. He was aware of the debt that the esteemed Xin Ming real person owed Qi Baixian, which explained why Qi Baixian had consistently looked after Su Yang over the years. This was the primary reason Yu Pingchuan had not had the opportunity to confront Su Yang. How can we harm our fellow disciples? That is utterly disgraceful. Qi Baixian admonished. He has injured my disciple, using his might against the weak, and has slandered me behind my back. What do you say to that? Yu Pingchuan countered. Is that what he told you? Su Yang inquired, directing his gaze at Zhou Lingfeng. Zhou Lingfeng, feeling somewhat guilty, quickly stepped forward to accuse. I know you would deny it, you only dare to bully me. Before my master, you wouldn't dare utter a word. You truly embarrass the leader of a peak. Impudent! Su Yang exclaimed, striking Zhou Lingfeng with a resounding slap, sending him crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Scoundrel! Yu Pingchuan yelled in anger. To strike my disciple before my eyes, if I do not incapacitate you today, I shall not be called Yu Pingchuan. Seizing the moment, he unleashed his formidable aura. Intent on battling Su Yang. Tenfold Great Mystical Realm. Brother Yu's cultivation has actually reached the pinnacle of the Great Mystical Realm. Several peak masters were astonished. Zhou Lingfeng reveled in this, thinking, under the master, the strongest should indeed be so formidable. Su Yang, I gave you an opportunity, but you squandered it. Now you are doomed. Bai Xian's expression darkened, wishing to intervene, but Su Yang grasped his arm. Master, you have taken care of me for 10 years. However, my grievances with him must come to an end eventually. Allow me to settle this debt today. Do not act impulsively, with your cultivation. You are certainly no match for him, Bai Xian cautioned. A clay figure has its limits. I have endured for 10 years, yet he continues to press me. If I endure any longer, am I still a man? Bai Xian fell silent. Indeed, over the past decade, Su Yang had borne far too much. Since he had made this decision today, it was clear that he could no longer tolerate it. Rather than live a life of humiliation, it is better to risk everything and be a true man. He must be thinking the same, Bai Xian mused quietly. Very well, I respect your decision. He gazed deeply at Su Yang, unable to bear the thought of witnessing his downfall, and thus chose to withdraw first. Yu Pingchuan sneered, you finally showed some backbone. This is your own doing. It should be said that you are courting death. Utterly shameless, Yu Pingchuan's expression turned cold as he charged at Su Yang. Raising his hand to strike. The force of his palm surged forward like a tidal wave. The peak masters were momentarily taken aback. This strike was unreserved. Clearly intended to take Su Yang's life. Brother Yu, show mercy. Xiao Xianing, considering their shared bond, could not help but plead. Yet Yu Pingchuan paid no heed. A cruel smile creeping onto his lips. Die. His palm descended with fierce intent. The onlookers sighed, believing that Su Yang was finished. However, as the lethal strike approached, Su Yang remained unfazed, casually waving his hand. An inexplicable force suddenly erupted, and with a sharp crack, Yu Pingchuan's arm was shattered, sending him hurtling back to crash against a stone pillar, blood gushing from his mouth, grievously injured. Wu Liang Bone. The crowd was dumbfounded. One strike had defeated Brother Yu of the tenfold Great Mystical Realm. Was this truly Su Yang? Master! Zhou Lingfeng rushed to assist Yu Pingchuan, utterly astonished. How can he be so powerful? You hid your strength well. Yu Pingchuan gritted his teeth, glaring at Su Yang through the pain. Did you just attempt to kill me? Su Yang's gaze was icy, radiating murderous intent. You, what do you intend to do? Don't act recklessly. Yu Pingchuan's expression shifted as he sensed Su Yang's killing aura. You wish to kill me, yet you forbid me from retaliating? Su Yang raised his hand. You cannot kill me. If I die, the entire Xiantian sect will suffer. Yu Pingchuan cried out in desperation. Do you think I would believe you? Are you not aware that an immortal passed by our Xiantian sect just moments ago? To tell you the truth, that immortal chose to linger at my Qingyang Peak. And we even crossed paths. He has high hopes for me and intends to cultivate my potential. If you dare to kill me, the immortal will surely be enraged. His words elicited gasps from the crowd. Brother Yu, is that true? The immortal has taken notice of you? Someone inquired eagerly. If you do not believe me, ask Master Qi. He sensed the immortal's presence at my Qingyang Peak, which is why he gathered everyone here to discuss this matter. I have gained the favor of the immortal. In the future, I will surely soar to great heights and lead our Xiantian sect to rise in strength. Yet now I am injured by Su Yang, and he seeks to kill me. If anything happens to me, the immortal will not spare him. Nor will he spare the Xiantian sect. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, astonished. Zhou Lingfeng immediately pointed at Su Yang and shouted, "Su Yang! No matter how powerful you are, can you rival an immortal? Offending my master is equivalent to offending the immortal. If you wish to live, kneel and apologize to my master." "Su brother, perhaps it would be wise to show some humility." "Su brother, we cannot withstand the wrath of the immortal. For the sake of the Xiantian sect and yourself, do not act recklessly. Indeed, Su brother, think it through." They believed Yu Pingchuan's words, urging Su Yang to relent. Yu Pingchuan felt a surge of pride, acknowledging, "I underestimated you, but with the immortal as my shield, you cannot touch me." Su Yang chuckled softly, "Very well, very well. With an immortal as your backing, Yu Pingchuan, I truly underestimated you. Now that you know fear, you should self-destruct your hands and leave the Xiantian sect. You think too highly of yourself. Today, I shall surely kill you." Su Yang's expression turned cold. "You dare? Are you not afraid of the immortal's wrath?" Yu Pingchuan shouted. "The immortal?" Su Yang sneered, "I am the immortal you speak of." Yu Pingchuan burst into laughter. "Su Yang, while you may have concealed your abilities, your talent for boasting remains unchanged. What kind of existence is an immortal? You dare to claim to be one? Do you take us for fools? Esteemed uncles, Su Yang dares to impersonate an immortal, he will surely incur the immortal's wrath. If you wish to protect the Xiantian sect from his repercussions, I urge you all to join forces and eliminate him," Zhou Lingfeng opportunistically incited. "You beast! You are more deserving of death than Yu Pingchuan." Su Yang glared coldly at Zhou Lingfeng. "You face calamity and still dare to boast. Let us see who dies today." Zhou Lingfeng showed no fear, as he did not believe that Su Yang could impersonate an immortal and still be accepted by the Xiantian sect. "Then open your eyes wide and see for yourself whether I am an impostor." Su Yang raised his hand, revealing the sword of heaven as severance. Chapter 8, The inheritance of the celestial energy dispersed, and a terrifying pressure immediately enveloped the great hall. Zhou Lingfeng, unable to withstand the might of the celestial sword, weakened at the knees and fell to his knees. The celestial sword. It is indeed the celestial sword of the immortal, I recognize it. Junior brother Su. How could the immortal celestial sword be in your possession? The various peak masters exclaimed in astonishment. There are no immortals. I merely took the celestial sword for a ride out of boredom, and you mistakenly took me for an immortal, Su Yang jested as he glanced at Yu Pingchuan. Now, do you still believe that I would cultivate you? That celestial sword does not belong to you, you must have stolen it. Everyone, do not be deceived by him, he has stolen the celestial sword of the immortal. If the immortal descends in wrath, we are all doomed. Kill him, kill him. Yu Pingchuan cried out in desperation. Yes, why are you all still dawdling? Move quickly. Zhou Lingfeng echoed. However, this time, no one believed them anymore, casting cold glances in response. Xiao Xuanning huffed, to steal a celestial sword from an immortal, why don't you try it? The two were instantly silenced. Yu Pingchuan. We need to settle our score now. Su Yang approached with the sword in hand. Yu Pingchuan's expression changed drastically, pleading for mercy. Junior brother Su, do not kill me. We are still fellow disciples. I promise I will never trouble you again. I will return your disciple to you. Such a disciple. Do you think I would still want him? Su Yang thrust the sword into Yu Pingchuan's chest. Yu Pingchuan's eyes widened in shock as he fell to the ground, lifeless. Zhou Lingfeng, terrified, crawled to Su Yang, repeatedly bowing. Master, I was wrong, I will change. I will definitely change. You can change in your next life. The flash of the sword severed his throat, and Zhou Lingfeng too fell in regret. Ding! The host has cleared the first hurdle, gaining the eye of the Imperial Master. The voice of the system suddenly resonated. Su Yang was somewhat taken aback. He had not expected that slaying a traitor would unlock a new skill. He immediately attempted to activate it. A glimmer flashed in his eyes, revealing all the treasures concealed on the Peak Masters. The treasures within the entire Xuantiangong and the heavenly materials and earthly treasures on the 7 peaks could not escape the gaze of Su Yang's eye of the Imperial Master. This included the celestial essence grass atop Peak. Beside the celestial essence grass lay an inconspicuous stone, which piqued Su Yang's interest. It was indeed the Xianling Jade. This jade possesses the ability to calm the mind and prevent one from going astray in their cultivation. More importantly, it can accelerate the speed of cultivation. The larger the piece, the greater the acceleration. Typical Xianling jade is only the size of a peanut, capable of increasing cultivation speed by a mere tenth. Each discovery incites a frenzy of competition. The piece Su Yang discovered, however, was the size of an egg, its value immeasurable. Su Yang immediately wished to claim it, but was halted by Xiao Xuening. Junior brother Su, it was our oversight, we did not realize how formidable you truly are. However, you have killed senior brother Yu. And you must inform the master. I will go summon him now. Fine. Su Yang had no choice but to wait here. Meanwhile, he sent a message to Yi Bufan, instructing him to retrieve the Xianling Jade before it could be taken by someone else. In the ancestral hall, the spirit tablets of the Xuantiangong's ancestors were placed, including that of the Xian Ningzhenren. Ji Baiyuan gazed at the spirit tablet of Xian Ningzhenren, sighing. Junior brother Xian, before your passing, you entrusted me to care for your disciple, and I have protected him for 10 years. However, now I may have to break my promise. It is not that I do not wish to protect him, but it is his own decision, and I respect that. I hope you do not blame me. At that moment, Xiao Xuening rushed in, panic-stricken. Master, junior brother Su. Before she could finish, Ji Baiyuan interrupted, you need not say more. This is junior brother Su's own choice. Saying this, he took out a pill and handed it to Xiao Xuening. Take this to heal him. Let junior brother Yu no longer trouble him. No, master, junior brother Su was not defeated by senior brother Yu. Could it be that junior brother Yu struck with deadly intent? That makes sense, given junior brother Yu's character, how could he let junior brother Su off? Ji Baiyuan looked at the spirit tablet with a bitter smile. Junior brother Xian, you and your disciple are finally reunited, I am ashamed. He waved his hand, his expression sorrowful. Xiao Shimi, you may leave, I wish to be alone for a while. Master, you have misunderstood my meaning, junior brother Su is not dead, rather. Senior brother Yu has died, Xiao Xuening explained. Not dead is good, what did you say? Junior brother Yu is dead? Ji Baiyuan finally reacted, astonished. Yes. Senior brother Yu was killed by junior brother Su. It turns out junior brother Su has been concealing his strength all along, severely injuring senior brother Yu in one move. Junior brother Yu is at the 10th rank of the Xian realm. Junior brother Su injured him in a single move? Ji Baiyuan found it hard to believe. He knew that even he could not injure Yu Pingchuan in one move, that would require at least the 3rd rank of the Starry Radiance realm. He suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Good, good. Junior brother Xian, did you hear? Your disciple has achieved great things. But then, realizing something, his expression changed. Oh no! A calamity is about to befall us. Master, what is it? Xiao Xuening inquired. You do not know, junior brother Yu had the favor of the immortal. Now that he is dead, the immortal will surely take out their anger on our sect. It is all my fault, I should not have left. Quickly! Summon all disciples and instruct them to flee as far as they can. Ji Baiyuan was in a state of utter panic, preparing to disperse the disciples. But Xiao Xuening stopped him. Master, you need not worry, this so-called immortal is actually junior brother Su. It was he who wielded the celestial sword, and we all misunderstood. You cannot be serious. Junior brother Su possesses a celestial sword? Ji Baiyuan exclaimed. Indeed, he used the celestial sword to slay senior brother Yu. This is impossible. Ji Baiyuan dismissed. It is true, why would I deceive you about this? It should not be, Ji Baiyuan pondered. Master, is there something amiss? Xiao Xuening asked, perplexed. The celestial sword embodies celestial might, apart from immortals, no cultivator can wield it. How could junior brother Su accomplish this? Ji Baiyuan thought for a moment, then exclaimed. I understand. Master, what have you realized? Aside from immortals, only those who have received the inheritance of an immortal can wield the celestial sword. You mean junior brother Su has obtained the inheritance of a certain immortal? It must be so, which is why junior brother Su's cultivation has progressed by leaps and bounds. His restraint all these years is likely due to the significance of the immortal's inheritance. If it were to be revealed, it would surely attract envy and bring about peril. Qi Baiyuan hurriedly asked, "Where is junior brother Su?" "He is waiting for you in the Great Hall." "Let us go." Qi Baiyuan immediately set off towards the Great Hall. When the two arrived, they saw several peak masters joyfully bowing and thanking Su Yan repeatedly. They exchanged glances, puzzled by the situation. Chapter 9. To see Su Yang's disciple. Upon meeting the esteemed elder brother of the sect, the group bowed in respect. "What brings you here?" Qi Baixian inquired, puzzled. "Elder brother, Su Shidi is exceedingly generous. He has bestowed upon each of us a heavenly essence pill and a ground-level technique," one of them joyfully exclaimed. Qi Baixian quickly focused his gaze and noticed that each person held a pill and a manual. "Elder brother, sister Shao, you have received them as well," Su Yang said, producing 2 more pills and 2 manuals, which were the divine essence pill and a heavenly level technique. Aside from Yu Pingchuan, who consistently opposed Su Yang, the other peak lords had not troubled him. Particularly, Qi Baixian and Xiao Xianning had been quite supportive of him. Grateful for their support, Su Yang wished to strengthen the Xiantian sect. Qi Baixian, gazing at the divine essence pill and heavenly level technique in his hands, felt an overwhelming excitement. With these, the rise of the Xiantian sect was imminent. Indeed, Su Shidi has inherited the legacy of an immortal. "Elder brother, regarding Yu Pingchuan's death?" Su Yang suddenly inquired. "This is a matter between you two. I have already advised him, but he would not listen, so you need not bear any blame," Qi Baixian replied. "Very well. You should consume the pills first. After your transformation, come find me at Falling Sky Peak," Su Yang stated before turning to leave. "Elder brother, how has Su Shidi suddenly become so formidable and acquired such treasures?" one person asked curiously. "Su Shidi possesses great fortune. He has received the legacy of an immortal." The legacy of an immortal. The peak lords were taken aback. "Listen well, until Su Shidi has fully matured, this matter must remain confidential," Qi Baixian said seriously. They all understood the gravity of the situation and nodded in agreement. Soon after, they eagerly consumed the pills. At Zai Peak, Yi Bufan followed Su Yang's instructions and arrived at a pond. Beside it stood a striking blue herb known as the celestial essence grass. Master had known of the existence of the celestial essence grass all along, Yi Bufan marveled. "I discovered this celestial essence grass by chance many years ago when it was not yet ripe, so I paid it no mind," Tianlao remarked. "Indeed. But Master sent me here for that stone. What is its significance?" Yi Bufan asked, eyeing a stone the size of an egg that seemed quite ordinary. "Since it is an elder's command, simply do as instructed," Tianlao responded, now holding Su Yang in great esteem, believing that whatever he said carried profound wisdom. Yi Bufan shared this sentiment and prepared to take the stone. As for the celestial essence grass, he would have once cherished it. But now it failed to pique his interest. Just as he reached for the stone, a sharp voice called out from behind him. "Wait!" Turning around, he saw a woman in white descending gracefully on a sword. Her beauty was unparalleled, exuding an ethereal aura, resembling a celestial maiden beyond reproach. Tianlao immediately warned. "Be cautious, this girl is from the Haoyue realm." Yi Bufan was taken aback. The sect master of Xiantian sect was only at the Star Radiance realm. What was such a powerful expert doing here? Was she also after the stone? Yi Bufan instantly became alert and asked, "Do you have business with me?" Bai Ningyue hovered above, observing Yi Bufan with a lofty demeanor. "At the first-grade Xian realm, you are quite commendable for your age in a second-tier sect like Xiantian. However, in my eyes, you are merely average. You likely wish to obtain the celestial essence grass to refine heavenly essence pills and improve your foundation. You need not be anxious. I harbor no ill intentions, but I must take the celestial essence grass," she declared. "She seeks the celestial essence grass?" Yi Bufan felt a wave of relief. "However, since you discovered it first, I will not forcibly take it," he replied. Bai Ningyue flipped her hand, revealing a pill. "This is a washing marrow pill. A superior spiritual pill that can assist you in cleansing your veins and refining your foundation. though the celestial essence grass can be used to create heavenly essence pills. The process is intricate, and even if you obtain it, it may prove futile. This washing marrow pill is far more suited for you. Bai Ningyue believed the youth would eagerly accept her offer. After all, the celestial essence grass was merely one of the ingredients for the heavenly essence pill. And the failure rate was exceedingly high, even she had little confidence in it. The finished washing marrow pill was far more practical and, in a sense, even more valuable than the celestial essence grass. Yet Yi Bufan shook his head. I do not require it. Bai Ningyue's brow furrowed slightly. Is my explanation insufficient? You cannot refine the heavenly essence pill. I am Bai Ningyue, the divine maiden of the Medicine King Valley, and a third-grade alchemist. My valley is one of the 5 great sects of the southern region, proficient in alchemy. Even I possess only a 30% success rate. So I strongly advise you to relinquish the celestial essence grass to me. In return, I will grant you another washing marrow pill. She produced another pill. The value of 2 superior spiritual pills far exceeded that of the celestial essence grass. However, Yi Bufan remained unfazed, insisting, I truly do not need it. Bai Ningyue's expression turned slightly frosty. I have offered you 2 washing marrow pills for the celestial essence grass. Do not be greedy. You misunderstand. If you desire the celestial essence grass, I shall give it to you without needing your pills. My master even uses washing marrow pills to feed fish. I have no interest in them. It would be better to do a kind deed. You wish to give me the celestial essence grass for free? Bai Ningyue was taken aback. A mere celestial essence grass is of no use to me. I possess the supreme divine bone. And my master uses heavenly essence pills to feed fish. Why would I need the celestial essence grass? You see clearly, indeed. The celestial essence grass is of no use in your hands. However, I cannot simply take it from you. Take these 2 washing marrow pills as a token. Bai Ningyue insisted. I truly do not need them, Yi Bufan resolutely declined. Are you certain you do not want them? Yes. Bai Ningyue could not help but admire. At such a young age, you remain unmoved by treasures. This character is commendable. My Medicine King Valley needs individuals like you. I wish to take you as my disciple. Become your disciple? Yi Bufan refused. I think not, I already have a master. Your master must be a member of Xiantian sect, a mere second-tier sect. Far inferior to my Medicine King Valley. You will not be wronged by following me. If I can refine the heavenly essence pill, I will assist you in forging a divine bone, elevating you to greatness. In time, even Xiantian sect will treat you with respect. Such generous terms should be understood by any reasonable person. Bai Ningyue was confident she could persuade this youth. To her surprise, Yi Bufan replied earnestly. I have promised my master that I shall never betray him in this life. What a commendable youth, upholding respect for his master and keeping his promises. Bai Ningyue felt not anger but an increasing admiration for Yi Bufan. She asked, Who is your master? My master is the Peak Lord of Falling Sky Peak of Xiantian sect. Yi Bufan introduced, pride evident on his face. To Bai Ningyue, he appeared inexperienced. A mere Peak Lord of Xiantian sect could not compare to her. Since he refused, she decided to persuade his master instead. With that thought, Bai Ningyue waved her hand. And the celestial essence grass flew into her grasp. Since you have such a filial disciple, I wish to meet your master, please lead the way. Chapter 10, The goddess is terrified. Is this an attempt to abduct my master? Yi Bufan discerned Bai Ningyue's intentions but remained unperturbed. Very well, please wait a moment. He replied, retrieving the stone he had collected. What purpose do you have for this stone? Bai Ningyue inquired with curiosity. My master instructed me to obtain it. Yi Bufan explained. So, you did not come here for the celestial essence grass, but rather for this mundane stone? Indeed, Yi Bufan nodded. Bai Ningyue was at a loss for words, bewildered that he would forego the celestial essence grass for a mere rock. What kind of logic did his master possess? It was evident that individuals from lesser sects had not been exposed to much of the world. If this young man continued to follow his master, he would surely become a frog at the bottom of a well. This was unacceptable. She resolved to take him away, and if his master objected, she would not hesitate to employ more assertive means. Come, I will take you to meet my master. However, you would do well to refrain from causing any trouble. Should you offend him, I cannot guarantee your safety, Yi Bufan kindly warned. Bai Ningyue couldn't help but laugh, as a formidable practitioner at the Crescent Moon realm. Even the headmaster of the Xiantian sect would show her utmost respect. It was already commendable that his master did not seek to curry favor with her. Yet he worried that she would offend him? This lad's perspective was rather narrow. Surely, he believed that his master was the most powerful being in existence. Very well. She anticipated showcasing her prowess before his master and was curious to see his reaction when he witnessed her receiving such deference. Before long, the two flew near Falling Sky Peak. Yi Bufan, feeling uneasy, reminded her again, "Do not forget what I told you, do not offend my master." Bai Ningyue's lips curled into a slight smile. "Rest assured, I am quite capable of handling myself. Young man, you will soon realize how humble your proud master will appear before me. How should I present myself? Perhaps I shall announce my identity first. I am confident that upon learning of my status, they will receive me with trepidation." Approaching Falling Sky Peak, Bai Ningyue raised her voice, declaring, "I am Bai Ningyue, the goddess of the Apothecary Valley and the master of Falling Sky Peak. Hurry and come forth to welcome me." She infused her words with a touch of power, sending an invisible wave toward the peak. She awaited their arrival, expecting them to prostrate themselves before her. However, as her voice reached the peak, a beam of golden light suddenly shot forth, piercing the heavens. The sound wave was instantly neutralized by the golden light, which then rebounded in the direction it had come from. Not good. An elder is imparting wisdom. She has disturbed him and will be repelled by the principles of the universe. Tian Lao cried urgently. "Quick, make her kneel and apologize." Yi Bufan was taken aback and quickly urged, "You must kneel and apologize to my master, or you will face dire consequences." Bai Ningyue regarded the approaching golden light with disdain. "It is indeed impressive to neutralize my sound wave, but young man, you overestimate your master." Before she could finish her thought, the golden light was upon her. She finally sensed its extraordinary nature, and her expression shifted. Instinctively, she summoned all her strength. And a faint moon manifested behind her, shining like the full moon in the night sky, her aura reaching its zenith. This was the hallmark of the Crescent Moon realm, indicating her status as a third-tier practitioner, a top-tier expert in the northern wilderness. With a swift motion, she struck out, her palm carrying the weight of the moon, capable of cleaving mountains and rivers. Yet, as her fierce attack collided with the golden light, it was instantaneously rendered formless. It was as if a grain of sand had fallen into the ocean, creating not a single ripple. How can this be? Bai Ningyue's expression morphed into one of disbelief. In the next moment, the golden light enveloped her, causing the moon behind her to tremble violently before dissipating entirely. Bai Ningyue felt an overwhelming sense of disrespect. As if she were being rejected by the very fabric of existence, her lifelong learnings and knowledge abandoning her. Bai Ningyue was struck with profound horror. All her cultivation, her alchemical skills, and her vast knowledge, everything was fading away. "Apologize at once. If you delay further, you will be ruined," Yi Bufan urged once more. Bai Ningyue, now trembling, hastily knelt upon her flying sword, her voice quivering as she stammered, "I was wrong, I apologize." Only then did the golden light gradually recede from her. Bai Ningyue, pale and drenched in cold sweat, trembled uncontrollably. "I told you not to offend my master. Yet you refused to heed my warning. Now you see the consequences," Yi Bufan spoke gravely. "Who exactly is your master?" Bai Ningyue stuttered. "My master is a person of great humility, living in seclusion. I cannot divulge his identity without his permission. Just remember, should you offend him again, no one will be able to save you." Bai Ningyue swallowed hard, nodding in a daze. "I understand." She composed herself and continued onward. Upon reaching Falling Sky Peak, she beheld a man in white casually seated on a mat, emanating an unparalleled aura, both sacred and ordinary, enigmatic yet simple, evoking an indescribable sense of profundity. He was imparting wisdom, each word resonating with supreme truths, akin to a divine nectar enlightening the mind. Before him sat 5 individuals, absorbed in his teachings, some appearing contemplative, others enlightened. Each of them radiated a distinct glow, 3 bearing violet auras and 2 exuding golden light. 3 heavenly bones. 2 divine bones. Bai Ningyue was astounded. It was already remarkable for a sect to produce a single prodigy, yet here were 3, in addition to 2 divine sons. Was she dreaming? As she pondered, a sudden burst of violet light erupted from the pond nearby. 9 violet lights. 9 fish with heavenly bones? Bai Ningyue was bewildered. Rubbing her eyes, convinced that she had not yet recovered from her earlier shock, but no matter how she rubbed her eyes, the sight remained unchanged, 9 koi with heavenly bones. What in the world was happening? Was someone feeding fish with 9 celestial essence pills? Insanity. Who would commit such folly? Just as she was grappling with her astonishment, another beam of golden light shone brighter than the previous 2 combined, imbued with a divine essence. The supreme divine bone. Bai Ningyue's tongue stumbled in disbelief. She had never anticipated that this young man possessed a supreme divine bone. As the goddess of the Apothecary Valley, she only possessed an ordinary divine bone. It was said that among 1,000 divine sons and goddesses, one might not find a single supreme divine bone. If one were to appear, they would undoubtedly become a formidable force, fervently sought after by various factions. Bai Ningyue realized that her once prized talents now paled in comparison. Her previous perceptions shattered in an instant. This obscure sect, Xiantian, had produced 3 heavenly bones, 2 ordinary divine bones, 1 supreme divine bone, and 9 koi with heavenly bones. Even the divine sect could not measure up. The mystery surrounding this young man's master sent shivers down her spine. Bai Ningyue suddenly entertained a bold hypothesis. Chapter 11, My not-so-generous master. Could it be that their innate talents were all forged by him? This is simply outrageous. At that moment, Bai Ningyue suddenly sensed something. The boundary barrier had weakened. She felt a surge of joy, promptly casting aside her distractions, sitting cross-legged, and began to breach the barrier. Before long, the barrier shattered completely. She reached the 4th rank of the Bright Moon Realm. Yet, Bai Ningyue did not pause, continuing her assault on the barrier. Not long after, Su Yang concluded his lecture, closing the Imperial Master's dojo. The crowd regained their senses, kneeling before Su Yang in reverence, bowing their heads in gratitude. Su Yang remarked, "You are my senior brothers and sisters, I cannot accept such honor. Please rise. Junior brother Su. You have not only transformed our innate talents and bestowed upon us techniques, but you have also enlightened us, granting us the opportunity to become supreme powerhouses. Your grace is akin to a rebirth. You are more than deserving," Qi Bai Xian expressed with deep appreciation. Others echoed his sentiments, filled with awe towards Su Yang. They understood from Su Yang's lecture that he had not merely inherited the legacy of an immortal. Even such an inheritance could not have allowed him to expound such profound truths. Qi Bai Xian confidently speculated, "From my experience, Junior brother Su must be the reincarnation of a certain immortal. Only a true immortal could articulate such profound principles, and not just any immortal, but one of significant stature. The fact that he has reincarnated suggests he met with misfortune. Therefore, his identity must remain confidential, it must not be leaked." Consequently, the Peak Masters tacitly refrained from inquiring about Su Yang's circumstances, knowing well enough. "Junior brother Su, we now must return to digest and comprehend the profound truths you have shared, so we shall not disturb you further," Qi Bai Xian said as he and the Peak Masters took their leave. Master Yi Bufan stepped forward to pay his respects. "What is happening with her?" Su Yang glanced at Bai Ningyue. Before Yi Bufan could respond, Bai Ningyue's internal momentum suddenly surged, erupting forth. "I have broken through!" she exclaimed joyfully. Reaching the 5th rank of the Bright Moon Realm, she had unexpectedly ascended 2 small realms at once. The principles expounded were incredibly profound. At that moment, feeling Su Yang's gaze upon her, she hurriedly knelt, saying, Bai Ningyue, thank you for your teachings, esteemed senior. Your immediate breakthrough indicates that you have accumulated enough strength. You merely required an opportunity. This is indeed your chance. However, I heard you introduce yourself as being from the Medicine King Valley. Should I welcome you?" Su Yang inquired calmly. Bai Ningyue trembled slightly, quickly apologizing, "Esteemed senior, please forgive me. It was my folly for not recognizing your grandeur and for offending you. I beg for your mercy." Cold sweat trickled down her forehead as anxiety consumed her, fearing the senior might seek retribution if he chose to pursue the matter. With his capabilities, extinguishing her would be as easy as crushing an ant, and even the Medicine King Valley would be implicated. Su Yang spoke in a tranquil tone. I have heard of the Medicine King Valley. It is one of the 5 great sects in the southern region, holding a prestigious position. You possess a divine bone. So you must be the goddess of the Medicine King Valley, indeed a person of remarkable talent. This little talent of mine pales in comparison before you, esteemed senior. Bai Ningyue thought to herself, now certain that the innate talents of those individuals and the 9 koi fish were all crafted by his hand. No wonder the young man looked down on the heavenly essence grass. The fool was indeed myself. Rise, Su Yang commanded. Bai Ningyue felt as if she had been granted a reprieve, her anxious heart finally settling. Yi Bufan, noticing her fear and the absence of her previous arrogance, could not help but jest. Do you still wish to take me as your disciple? Bai Ningyue's heart skipped a beat, and she hastily knelt again. Esteemed senior. It was not my intention. I merely saw his good nature and felt a desire to nurture talent. So you sought me out to poach my disciple? Su Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. I recognize my mistakes, Bai Ningyue stammered, terrified. You desire my only disciple. And you think merely acknowledging your error suffices? Su Yang's displeasure was evident. Esteemed senior, please spare my life, I shall never dare again. Bai Ningyue lamented, regretting her decision to come. Who said I am taking your life? Am I so unkind? What then does esteemed senior mean? Bai Ningyue asked, puzzled, lifting her head. Hand over all the golden sun pills you possess as compensation. Bai Ningyue was taken aback. How did he know of her golden sun pills? The esteemed senior was indeed unfathomable. She promptly produced a vial, respectfully presenting it. Su Yang opened it to find 10 pills inside. These pills were high-grade spirit medicines specifically used for healing. Each was quite valuable. As expected of the goddess of the Medicine King Valley, she carried such an abundance of spirit pills. Bufan, this is for you. Su Yang casually tossed the vial to Yi Bufan. Thank you, master, Yi Bufan exclaimed joyfully. With this vial of golden sun pills, his life was now more secure. Bai Ningyue was envious. This vial of golden sun pills had taken her a long time to accumulate. Although Bai Ningyue was the goddess of the Medicine King Valley, resources were still limited. How could she compare to Yi Bufan, who had received such a generous reward from his master? How come I do not have such a generous master? Ding! The host receives a random double reward, obtaining 10 divine sun pills. Another divine pill. Su Yang could not help but feel delighted. He looked at Yi Bufan. Upon activating the eye of the Imperial Master, he clearly saw the remnant soul hidden within him. It was but a wisp, flickering like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Su Yang took out a divine sun pill and handed it to Yi Bufan. Bai Ningyue's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this the divine sun pill? Indeed, it is the divine sun pill. The remnant soul of Tianlao also burst forth in excitement, exclaiming that this pill was rumored to be able to condense the soul and reconstruct the body, as long as one was not entirely beyond salvation. It could bring one back from the brink of death. Yi Bufan exclaimed in delight, then Tianlao, you can be reborn. His first thought was not for himself. Throughout their journey, Yi Bufan had long regarded Tianlao as a close elder. However, although Tianlao longed for rebirth, he remained calm, saying, the divine sun pill is so precious, it is a gift from your master for your preservation. How can I take it? Yet Su Yang replied to Yi Bufan. This pill is given to you, you may use it as you wish. Yi Bufan was overjoyed and quickly knelt, bowing in gratitude. Tianlao also knelt before Su Yang, knowing the esteemed senior spoke these words for his sake. This grace was akin to a second life, moving him to tears. Given Tianlao's condition, he might have had no hope of restoration in this life, and that wisp of remnant soul could gradually dissipate into nothingness. Tianlao had long accepted this fate. Yet now, with the divine sun pill, he reignited his hope for life. By the way, master, this is the stone you requested. Yi Bufan took out the Shenling jade and presented it to Su Yang. Master, forgive my ignorance, this is merely an ordinary stone, what purpose does it serve? Bai Ningyue immediately became curious. Surely, what I have taken a liking to is not an ordinary stone. Su Yang wiped away the surface layer of the stone, revealing a crystal-clear piece of Xianling jade before them. Bai Ningyue and Tian Lao gasped in unison. Xianling jade. Such a large piece of Xianling jade is a rarity in the world. If used for cultivation, how much would it enhance one's speed of advancement? Bai Ningyue felt a wave of shame wash over her. How foolish she had been to mock them for lacking worldly experience, thinking they had mistaken a mere stone for treasure. The true fool had been herself. Before the Xianling jade was revealed, it was impossible to detect its extraordinary nature. The esteemed senior once again demonstrated his prowess, not only discerning its hidden value but also finding such a substantial piece, something she had never encountered in her life. This could easily enhance her cultivation speed tenfold. Tian Lao sighed in admiration. Yi Bufan happily said, "Master, with this piece of Xianling jade, your cultivation speed will increase even further. Congratulations on acquiring such a precious treasure." Little did he know, Su Yang chuckled softly, "Foolish disciple. Who said that your master must use it for himself? This is also meant for you." Chapter 12, The Spirit Contract Jade and the 9 Celestial Maidens as Servants. Yi Bufan was taken aback. "Master, are you saying this spirit jade is for me?" His master. Su Yang replied, "I have already told you, you are my disciple now, do not act as if you have never seen the world before." With that, he tossed the spirit jade to Yi Bufan. Yi Bufan caught it delicately, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, master, thank you." Bai Ningyue was consumed with envy. This is yet another gift, following the golden yang pills and divine yang pills. Is this what they call a master from another world? Oh heavens! Could I possibly receive such a blessing as well? Do not be too quick to thank me. As my disciple, your cultivation level is still too low. I want you to go out and experience trials, using up the golden yang pills in the shortest time possible. Do you have any objections? Yi Bufan was momentarily stunned. Master, do you wish for me to undergo life and death trials? Life and death trials are the quickest way to elevate one's cultivation. You have 10 golden yang pills. As long as you still draw breath, you will essentially be safe. Coupled with this spirit jade, your cultivation will surely advance rapidly. I have already paved the way for you, do not disappoint me. Su Yang's intention was not only for Yi Bufan's swift development but also for his own benefit. Yi Bufan tightened his grip on the spirit jade and nodded solemnly, affirming, "I will not fail to live up to your expectations, master. Prepare yourself and embark on your journey of trials quickly." "Yes, master." With that, Yi Bufan turned to leave. Ding! The host has received a random doubled return. Obtaining a spirit contract jade. This jade can establish a master-servant contract with all beings, allowing your servant to attain equal cultivation. Servants who take on disciples can return their cultivation, but only half of what they possess. Su Yang was overjoyed. With this, his own cultivation could ascend even more swiftly. He immediately thought of the 9 koi fish and directed Bai Ningyue, "If you have nothing else to attend to, you may leave." Unexpectedly, Bai Ningyue suddenly knelt again. "Senior, I wish to take you as my master." "Take me as your master?" Su Yang raised an eyebrow. This woman possessed a divine bone, and accepting her as a disciple would indeed be advantageous. However, her cultivation was superior to his, and according to the system's rules, he could not receive cultivation return if the disciple was of higher rank. "Senior, I was previously ignorant and may have offended you. I feel ashamed and know that you might not favor me, but I do not wish to miss this exceptional opportunity. If you could accept me as your disciple, I would willingly accept any punishment." Bai Ningyue's sincerity shone through her hopeful gaze. Yet, Su Yang shook his head. "We do not yet have a fate as master and disciple." Bai Ningyue lifted her head, asking, "When will that fate arrive?" "When the time is right. It will naturally come. Now go." Disheartened, Bai Ningyue rose and departed. Su Yang approached the fish pond, where the 9 koi fish immediately greeted him joyfully, wagging their tails. With a smile, he inquired, "You should be able to transform now, correct?" For demon cultivators, the most challenging aspect was awakening their intelligence. Once they did, They could embark on the cultivation journey and typically take on human form. In an instant, the 9 koi fish leapt from the pond, transforming gracefully before Su Yang. Their exquisite figures mirrored the 9 celestial maidens he had named them after. Qingsha exuded vigor, Man Yu was agile and elegant, and Shuzhen was alluring and enchanting. Each of these 9 women had once captivated countless souls as national goddesses, and with their newfound aura of cultivation, they appeared even more radiant. Especially at this moment. Having just transformed and without clothing, their damp bodies stirred Su Yang's heart. Cough, cough. Su Yang awkwardly cleared his throat. Please put on some clothes. The 9 women stifled their laughter, quickly turning away to conjure garments from their scales, each exuding grace and diverse elegance. Su Yang produced the spirit contract jade, declaring, "Offer your essence blood and pledge yourselves to me as your master." Without hesitation, the 9 women each flicked a drop of blood from their fingertips, which the jade absorbed, establishing a wondrous connection with Su Yang. The spirit contract jade glimmered brilliantly, enveloping the 9 women. Soon, their cultivation levels surged, each attaining the first grade of the major profound realm. "Thank you, Master, for your grace," the 9 women joyfully knelt in gratitude. Su Yang waved his hand, distributing each of them a heavenly essence pill, 10 cleansing essence pills, and 2 earth-grade cultivation manuals, one of which was specifically for demon cultivators. "Your task is to take on disciples and teach them to cultivate. I will reward you according to your merits." "Yes, Master." With that, the 9 women leapt away, swiftly vanishing from sight. Now, he could only await the outcome. Meanwhile, Su Yang did not remain idle. He retreated into a cave on the back mountain to cultivate. After one day, not only had his own cultivation progressed, but he also sensed a return of cultivation energy. Yi Bufan must have embarked on his life and death trials. 2 days later, he felt 3 different streams of cultivation energy returning, surely from the 3 disciples taken by the celestial maidens. However, as they had just begun their cultivation, the returns were modest. Days passed, and on the 6th day, the system prompted, "Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has risen to the first grade of the Bright Moon Realm." Su Yang paused his cultivation and opened the system panel. "Host, Su Yang. Cultivation, first grade of the Bright Moon Realm. Root bone, infinite bone. Cultivation method, great variation of no way. Special skills, Emperor's Teaching Grounds, Emperor's Eye. Cultivation return, 100-fold. Disciple, Yi Bufan, loyalty 100. Cultivation, 10th grade of the Profound Realm. Servants, Qingsha, 1 disciple, cultivation, 5th grade of the Profound Realm. Servants, Man Yu, 1 disciple. Cultivation, 5th grade of the Profound Realm. Servants, Shuzhen, 1 disciple, cultivation, 4th grade of the Profound Realm. Cultivation return, 50-fold. In just 6 days, Yi Bufan had advanced remarkably. However, this was hardly surprising, as he possessed the Supreme Divine Bone, practiced a heavenly grade technique, and had listened to Su Yang's teachings twice. Coupled with the life and death trials and the spirit jade, it would be difficult not to progress swiftly. With his infinite bone and emperor grade technique, he enjoyed a return of over 100-fold. Moreover, he had also been cultivating diligently during these 6 days. As for the Celestial Maiden's disciples, their rapid advancement was likely due to the heavenly essence pills they had consumed, though their cultivation returns were not as substantial as Yi Bufan's. The sheer number of disciples made up for it. As days passed, Su Yang's cultivation soared as if propelled by a rocket. Meanwhile, Bai Ningyue had returned to the Medicine King's Valley for half a month. During this time, she had been in seclusion, solidifying her 2 recent breakthroughs at Falling Sky Peak and digesting a portion of profound truths she had yet to comprehend. One day, she finally finished her comprehension, and her cultivation broke through once more, now at the 6th grade of the Bright Moon Realm. Bai Ningyue opened her eyes, filled with joy. This only deepened her admiration for Su Yang. She was determined to take him as her master. The senior had mentioned that the time was not yet ripe. But when would that moment arrive? While she pondered this, a disciple approached to report, "Senior sister, the Valley Master requests your presence in the Great Hall. There is an important matter to announce." "An important matter?" Bai Ningyue raised an eyebrow. As she exited her room, she encountered someone, and a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. "Senior sister, you have finally emerged." The other person, Chu Qinghe, a fellow disciple of the Medicine King's Valley. remarked with a forced smile, I thought you would hide away forever. Bai Ningyue retorted without courtesy, what have I to hide from? Am I afraid of someone like you? A defeated foe? You! Chu Qinghe's expression darkened with anger. Immediately, a smile replaced the previous expression. Indeed, I inadvertently lost to you before, but times have changed. As she spoke, she produced an object, exclaiming, Behold, recognize what this is. Chapter 13, I truly do not wish to be the heir Xianlingyu. Bai Ningyue's expression momentarily froze. It seems you possess some discernment. Indeed, this is Xianlingyu, and it is considerably larger than the average piece. The Xianlingyu in Chu Qinghe's hand was the size of a grape, and he boasted, just this one. And you won't find another of its caliber throughout the entire southern region. Is this your first encounter with such a gem? Bai Ningyue scoffed, unluckily for you. I have seen pieces several times larger than yours pales in comparison. Nonsense. A piece of this size is already the pinnacle, how could there be anything larger? Bai Ningyue, I know you are envious of me, but there is no need to speak such grandiose claims. This will only lead me to regard you with even greater disdain, a disservice to your identity as a goddess. If you choose not to believe me, so be it. I cannot be bothered to explain further. Step aside, a good dog does not block the way, Bai Ningyue said impolitely. Do you think I am still the same as before? Chu Qinghe's demeanor hardened, and a luminous moon manifested behind him, considerably brighter than the one Bai Ningyue had conjured, exuding a more formidable aura. Do you see this? With the aid of this gem, I have ascended 2 realms in a short span. Now standing at the 4th rank of the Bright Moon realm. He became boastful once more, we both possess divine bones, and our cultivation methods are of the profound grade. Our conditions are nearly indistinguishable. It is merely a contest of cultivation level. Now that mine exceeds yours, do you still believe you are my rival? He initially thought this would intimidate Bai Ningyue and dampen her spirit. However, Bai Ningyue disdainfully huffed, this level of cultivation is hardly worth flaunting before me. What are you pretending for? You are merely at the 3rd rank of the Bright Moon realm. I find your haughty demeanor insufferable. As if you believe no one can compare to you. To be frank, the reason the Valley Master summoned us is to select the next heir. Given that your cultivation is currently inferior to mine, this position is rightfully mine. I advise you not to attend, lest you embarrass yourself. Had it been in the past, Bai Ningyue would have contested fiercely with Chu Qinghe. However, her heart now yearned to become Su Yang's disciple. If she were to become the heir of the Medicine King's Valley, that opportunity would vanish. Thus, she stated, the position of heir is beneath my notice. If you wish for it, take it. With that, she turned and walked toward the grand hall. Chu Qinghe sneered, unable to surpass me, yet still pretending. You'll see soon enough. Bai Ningyue entered the grand hall. All the high-ranking officials and elders had already gathered. At the top sat a formidable man. The Valley Master of the Medicine King's Valley, Lai Tianchang. Yet, his complexion bore a sickly pallor, appearing exceedingly frail. Bai Ningyue understood that the Valley Master had previously failed to break through to the Earth Soul realm, resulting in damage to his soul, causing a separation of the 3 souls and 7 spirits. Were it not for the various elixirs of the Medicine King's Valley providing scant support, he would have long since been lost to the void. His urgency to select an heir indicated he could not last much longer. Greetings, Valley Master. Bai Ningyue offered a respectful bow. Ningyue, I have gathered you here to announce something, Lai Tiancheng spoke in a weak voice. My time is limited. And I have little left. You and Qinghe are the divine maiden and son of the Medicine King's Valley, among the younger generation. You both possess the greatest talent and highest cultivation. Therefore, you two have long been groomed as heirs. Not long ago, Qinghe reached the 4th rank of the Bright Moon realm, surpassing you. Thus, I intend to select him as the heir. Do you have any objections? Of course. She had no objections. Chu Qinghe strode confidently into the hall. Valley Master, I just demonstrated my cultivation to senior sister, she felt inadequate and has chosen to yield. Ningyue? Is this true? Lai Tiancheng inquired. Valley Master, I believe there is no need for you to rush in selecting an heir, Bai Ningyue replied. Bai Ningyue? What do you mean? Chu Qinghe exclaimed immediately. Are you aware of the Valley Master's current condition? If we do not select an heir now, who will govern the Medicine King's Valley in the future? Do you think you can surpass me by stalling? Dream on. Do you truly believe I am inferior to you? Bai Ningyue countered. The facts are evident. Just moments ago, you were intimidated by my cultivation and dared not contest me. Do not deny it. Ha! Bai Ningyue coldly laughed. My lack of contention arises from my disinterest in the position of heir. You continue to pretend. Is it so difficult to acknowledge my superiority? Since you refuse to concede, I shall demonstrate my strength before all present until you relent. In a bid to prove herself, Chu Qinghe unleashed her aura once more. Indeed. She was at the 4th rank of the Bright Moon Realm, while Ningyue was at the 3rd. Qinghe had indeed surpassed her. It seemed Qinghe's claims held water. Ningyue was clearly attempting to buy time. Such self-serving behavior, disregarding the greater good, disqualified her from being an heir. The onlookers expressed their dissatisfaction with Bai Ningyue's actions. Bai Ningyue, did you hear that? Admit your mistake and publicly apologize, and I will consider letting you off the hook, Chu Qinghe proclaimed with delight. If we are to fight, let us not waste words. I shall allow you to strike first, Bai Ningyue retorted dismissively. You overestimate yourself. I will oblige. Chu Qinghe charged at Bai Ningyue, raising her palm to strike. Bai Ningyue mirrored the action. Both employed the same palm technique, relying solely on their cultivation levels. Bang! A resounding thud echoed. Chu Qinghe had expected to vanquish Bai Ningyue, reclaiming her honor. To her astonishment, she stumbled backward several steps, blood surging within her. And she could not suppress a mouthful of blood. 6th rank. She has broken through to the 6th rank. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Even Lai Tiancheng's eyes widened in surprise. How could this be? You were clearly at the 3rd rank. How did you suddenly ascend 3 realms? This is impossible. Chu Qinghe found it hard to accept, with such a substantial piece of Xian Lingyu aiding her. She had barely managed to break through 2 realms. How had Bai Ningyue achieved this? Do you still believe I am inferior to you? Bai Ningyue teased. You. Chu Qinghe was left speechless. Ha ha ha. Ningyue, you have truly astonished me. I hereby declare you the next heir to the Medicine King's Valley, Lai Tiancheng announced publicly, solidifying her position, which left Chu Qinghe's face ashen with rage. How infuriating. He watched as Bai Ningyue was showered with congratulations, his heart filled with resentment. Why does she always overshadow me? Why? At that moment, Lai Tiancheng suddenly displayed a look of agony, growing even weaker. Valley Master. The crowd's expressions shifted. And they gasped in alarm. Lai Tiancheng waved his hand, attempting to steady himself, and said, Ningyue, I am nearing my end. I now entrust the Medicine King's Valley to you. Valley Master, I have stated that I am uninterested in the position of heir, Bai Ningyue replied. Nonsense. If you do not inherit, what will become of the Medicine King's Valley? Do not forget our valley's rule. The strongest among the younger generation assumes the role of Valley Master. Since you are the strongest, you must inherit it. Were it not for my limited time, I would not be so hasty. Lai Tiancheng sighed in resignation. I have no other choice. Silence enveloped the room. As Lai Tiancheng said, Bai Ningyue's current cultivation was insufficient to bear the mantle of Valley Master. However, with the Valley Master nearing his end, this was the only course of action. Valley Master, please listen. I know someone who may be able to heal your wounds, Bai Ningyue stated. What did you say? Someone can heal me? Lai Tiancheng was taken aback. Indeed, hence my insistence that you need not rush to select an heir, Bai Ningyue affirmed. Ningyue? You are not merely comforting me, are you? My soul is wounded. I have lost half of my 3 souls and 7 spirits. Such an injury is nearly impossible to heal. Are you certain someone can accomplish this? Lai Tiancheng questioned. How could I jest about such a matter? It is entirely true, Bai Ningyue replied confidently. Upon receiving Bai Ningyue's assurance, Lai Tiancheng eagerly inquired, then please tell me, who is this esteemed individual? Bai Ningyue responded. He is the master of the falling sky peak of the Xiantian sect. Chapter 14, Surprised by the Xiantian sect? Lai Tiancheng wore a perplexed expression. clearly unfamiliar with this sect. Have you heard of this sect? Never heard of it, came the collective response. Perhaps it's one of those hidden sects, many speculated, believing Xiantian's sect to be quite impressive. However, Chu Qinghe chuckled, stop guessing, I know this sect. It is an obscure second-rate sect. Second-rate sect? Everyone was taken aback. By Ningyue, I thought you were referring to someone formidable, but it turns out to be a mere peak master from a second-rate sect. How could such a person heal the Valley Master's injuries? Seizing the opportunity, Chu Qinghe rebuked sharply, I suspect you do not wish to be the heir. Fabricating lies with ulterior motives. A frog at the bottom of a well, how can you fathom his abilities? You cannot even begin to imagine, Bai Ningyue retorted. Absurd! Chu Qinghe exclaimed, what capabilities could a peak master from a second-rate sect possess? Ask everyone if they believe it. This time, the crowd concurred, it indeed seemed ridiculous. Chu Qinghe continued, Valley Master, your trust in her is misplaced. You entrust the Medicine King Valley to her, yet she not only refuses but concocts such preposterous excuses, showing no regard for your life or the future of our valley. She is utterly unqualified to inherit the position of Valley Master. Qinghe is right. How could such a person take charge of the Medicine King Valley? Bai Ningyue, you have disappointed us greatly. Many began to support Chu Qinghe, voicing their discontent towards Bai Ningyue. Chu Qinghe felt a surge of triumph, initially believing himself to be hopeless, but now it seemed Bai Ningyue had dug her own grave. Now, how will she explain herself? Ningyue, how do you respond? Lai Tiancheng asked, his expression stern. Valley Master, I truly do not wish to inherit the Medicine King Valley. But I did not deceive you, that senior can indeed heal your injuries, Bai Ningyue asserted. You still call him a senior? Bai Ningyue? As the Divine Lady of the Medicine King Valley, how can you refer to a peak master of a second-rate sect as a senior? What does that say about the dignity of our Medicine King Valley? Chu Qinghe scolded. Enough! Bai Ningyue retorted sharply, are you not simply envious of my superiority? Having lost your chance at inheritance? You, with your narrow-mindedness and slanderous tongue, are the one unworthy of inheriting the Medicine King Valley. You slander me. I am only considering the safety of the Valley Master. You claim to care for the Valley Master's safety? Very well, if you are so capable. Then heal the Valley Master's injuries. Chu Qinghe was suddenly at a loss for words. Unable to respond, he fell silent, becoming an eyesore. You! Chu Qinghe's expression darkened with anger. Enough, we are all fellow disciples, quarreling like this is unbecoming. A black-faced elder, Luo Nanchang, the Grand Elder of the Medicine King Valley and also Chu Qinghe's mentor, spoke up. Upon his arrival, Chu Qinghe felt a wave of relief, surely his mentor would support him. Yet, Luo Nanchang looked at Bai Ningyue and said, I believe Ningyue is not one to speak without reason. Since she dares to say this, she must have confidence. Valley Master, we are at a loss regarding your injuries. Rather than wait for death, why not trust Ningyue once? Master, how could you? Chu Qinghe grew anxious, bewildered by his mentor's support for Bai Ningyue. Be silent. Luo Nanchang glared at him. Chu Qinghe reluctantly closed his mouth, feeling frustrated. Valley Master, what are your thoughts? Luo Nanchang inquired again. He was the most respected figure in the Medicine King Valley after Lai Tiancheng, even revered as a senior by him. With Luo Nanchang speaking, Lai Tiancheng naturally felt compelled to show him respect. Thus, he turned to Bai Ningyue, Ningyue, are you certain that the Xiantian sect's peak master can heal my injuries? I am willing to stake my life on it, Bai Ningyue replied earnestly. Very well. I will trust you once. You shall go and invite him here, Lai Tiancheng decided. Valley Master, this might be. What? You promised me. And now you wish to go back on your word? That is not it, Valley Master. The senior is mysterious and unfathomable, I cannot summon him. You must go in person, Bai Ningyue explained. Absurd! What status does the Valley Master hold to demean himself? Bai Ningyue, you have gone too far. Many immediately rebuked her, expressing their dissatisfaction. However, this time Lai Tiancheng acquiesced. Very well, my time is limited, I shall take this opportunity to relieve my mind before my demise. Valley Master. This matter is settled, do not speak further. Lai Tiancheng declared decisively, standing up. Ningyue, time is of the essence, we shall depart now. Yes, Valley Master. Bai Ningyue complied, leading Lai Tiancheng away. The crowd dispersed. Chu Qinghe rushed to Luo Nanqing and asked, Master, why did you do this? Luo Nanqing countered. Do you believe the person Bai Ningyue mentioned can heal the Valley Master? Of course not, Chu Qinghe replied without hesitation. Then why do you wish to stop them? Chu Qinghe's heart stirred, his mentor's implication was. I bestowed upon you the Xinling Jade, believing it would help you become the heir. Yet it was disrupted by Bai Ningyue. If she becomes the Valley Master, there will be no chance for you to rise again. Fortunately, she has no intention of taking charge of the Medicine King Valley, and has concocted such a flimsy excuse to avoid it. Given the Valley Master's injuries, this trip may very well be the end for him. If he dies outside, we can place the blame on Bai Ningyue. Thus, we can eliminate her. And you will have no rivals. A glimmer of wisdom flashed in Luo Nanqing's eyes, as if everything was under his control. Truly, Master is astute. But what if the Valley Master is indeed healed? Wouldn't Bai Ningyue gain his favor even more, making it even harder for me to contend with her? Chu Qinghe expressed his concern. Luo Nanqing nodded slightly. One should not fear the improbable, yet your worries hold merit. In that case, I shall send someone to follow them. If necessary, we shall eradicate the root. Upon hearing this, Chu Qinghe smiled. Master is brilliant, now Bai Ningyue shall not return alive. At this moment, Bai Ningyue and Lai Tiancheng soared toward the Xintian sect. Along the way, Bai Ningyue, recalling Yi Bufan's prior admonition, reminded Lai Tiancheng, Valley Master, when we meet the senior, do not offend him. I was once disrespectful, nearly facing dire consequences. She still remembered the golden light that had almost caused her to be rejected by the heavens. Is he truly as formidable as you say? Lai Tiancheng questioned, harboring doubts. If he were truly so remarkable, why would he remain in a second-rate sect as a peak master? Valley Master, he is the most enigmatic being I have ever encountered. You cannot fathom. He single-handedly forged 3 heavenly bones, 2 ordinary divine bones, and 1 supreme divine bone for the Xintian sect, and even transformed 9 carp into heavenly bones, Bai Ningyue recounted. Still in disbelief. Are you exaggerating? Lai Tiancheng's skepticism grew. After all, even the 5 great divine sects lack such capability. Whether I exaggerate or not, you shall see for yourself when you meet the senior. The two flew for nearly 2 days before finally arriving at the Xintian sect. Bai Ningyue pointed ahead and said, Valley Master, we have arrived, that is Luotian Peak. Lai Tiancheng intended to fly directly over, but Bai Ningyue stopped him. Valley Master, allow me to announce our arrival first. So as not to offend the senior. A master of a divine sect must announce his presence upon arriving at a second-rate sect? Lai Tiancheng found it ludicrous. Yet since they were here seeking aid, he refrained from protesting, merely nodding slightly. Thus, Bai Ningyue respectfully bowed and said, Senior, I am here to disturb you once more. After waiting for a while, there was no response. Bai Ningyue attempted to speak again, saying, Senior, I have brought the Lord of Yaowang Valley to pay a visit. Yet, there was still no response. Could he have stepped out? Bai Ningyue pondered. Let us descend for now, perhaps he will return shortly, Lai Tiancheng suggested. Reluctantly, Bai Ningyue followed him down to Luotian Peak. Lai Tiancheng cast a glance, his gaze landing upon a fish pond. Did you say he has transformed 9 carp into celestial bones? Curiosity piqued, he approached the pond. Bai Ningyue followed closely behind, remarking, Indeed. I have never witnessed such grand endeavors, it is simply astonishing. Arriving at the edge of the pond, Lai Tiancheng looked down. Lord, are you not astonished? Bai Ningyue asked with a smile. I am indeed surprised, I should not have accompanied you, Lai Tiancheng suddenly replied with a stern expression. Chapter 15, The Stars Shine Brightly. Master Gu, what do you mean? Bai Ningyue asked, perplexed. Did you not say there were 9 celestial fish? Where are they? Lai Tiancheng inquired sternly. Bai Ningyue then glanced at the fish pond, only to find it utterly devoid of fish. Where have they gone? She exclaimed in shock. Bai Ning Yue? Did you deliberately lure me here? What is your true intention? Lai Tiancheng pressed, his voice rising in agitation. Master Gu, please believe me, I truly did not deceive you. Perhaps those 9 carp have gone to cultivate, Bai Ning Yue speculated. At this point, you still speak nonsense. Even if a fish possesses celestial bones, how can it cultivate without awakened intelligence? Do you understand that I can no longer move freely? Each moment I am out here costs me my life. You intend for me to die outside? Lai Tiancheng's voice grew increasingly frantic, revealing a pained expression, struggling to stand. Master! Bai Ning Yue rushed to support him. But he forcefully pushed her away, barking, "No need for your feigned concern. I can walk on my own." With that, he drew forth his flying sword. Master! It is unwise to wield your sword now, it could cost you your life, Bai Ning Yue cautioned sincerely. Even if I must die, I shall die in Yaowang Valley. Lai Tiancheng was about to depart when a long laugh echoed from ahead. Master, since you have arrived, there is no need to return. As the words fell, a figure descended on a flying sword. He, why are you here? Lai Tiancheng frowned. I have come specifically to escort the master and Bai Ning Yue to the afterlife. He replied with a smile. You intend to kill me? Lai Tiancheng's expression darkened. Given your current state, do you think I need to lift a finger? Rather, it is Bai Ning Yue who must die today, He sneered. Elder Tang, I bear you no grudge. Why would you seek my demise? Bai Ning Yue asked, her voice steady. Then you must blame yourself for consistently suppressing Chu Qinghe and usurping his position as heir. If you do not perish, how can he ascend as master? He scoffed. Bai Ning Yue let out a cold laugh. He cannot defeat me in a fair fight, so he resorts to underhanded tactics. No wonder Luo Nansheng speaks on my behalf. He aims to eliminate me under the guise of helping his useless disciple. He, you possess audacity. Kneel and apologize at once. And I shall grant you a chance for redemption, Lai Tiancheng admonished. Kneel? Lai Tiancheng, you are on the brink of death and still consider yourself significant? He mocked. Enough! Lai Tiancheng bellowed, but the effort caused him to stagger, clutching his chest in pain. Fortunately, Bai Ning Yue was there to steady him. Look at yourself. You can barely stand yet still put on airs before me. Conserve your energy, perhaps you may live a little longer, He taunted. How outrageous! Lai Tiancheng fumed. Feeling like a tiger fallen to the ground, bullied by dogs. Well, it is time, you shall embark on your journey now. As he spoke, a faint sun-like apparition emerged behind He, radiating brilliance. The realm of fiery sun. Bai Ning Yue's expression turned grave as she immediately positioned herself before Lai Tiancheng, manifesting a moon-like apparition behind her. Master, you must leave first. None of you shall leave today, He declared, diving forward to strike. Bai Ning Yue summoned all her strength, thrusting both palms forward. Yet, with a significant gap in their realms, she was swiftly sent flying. Thud! She fell to the ground, spitting blood. Overestimating yourself. You dare to contend with me? He dismissed her with a scoff. He, cease this at once. Lai Tiancheng roared. Master, are you still posturing? I had intended to grant her a swift end, but since you are so protective, I shall shatter her foundation before your very eyes, reducing this exalted goddess to a mere cripple. You dare! Lai Tiancheng's fury surged. What do I have to fear? Watch closely. He landed before Bai Ning Yue, a sinister smile gracing his lips, and struck her with a palm. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of breaking bones echoed, and Bai Ning Yue let out a piercing scream. Her divine bones had been ruthlessly destroyed. Ning Yue! Lai Tiancheng gasped, desperate to intervene but unable to muster any strength. The thief, if I do not perish, I vow to turn you to dust one day. Bai Ning Yue's eyes were bloodshot, filled with an overwhelming rage and hatred, as if she wished to devour him whole. Your divine bones are shattered, you are now a cripple, bereft of means for vengeance. Moreover, you will die today. He raised his hand. Ready to extinguish Bai Ningyue's life. Despicable. Bai Ningyue felt an overwhelming sense of despair, yet she could do nothing. Ningyue. Lai Tiancheng cried out. Go to hell. As Tang He was about to strike, a cold voice interrupted, Did you seek my permission to kill on my territory? Turning to the source, they beheld Su Yang emerging from his secluded meditation, gliding down from the back mountain on his flying sword. Senior. Bai Ningyue exclaimed joyfully, the senior has returned. You are the master of Luotian Peak from Xintian sect that Bai Ningyue spoke of? Tang He scrutinized Su Yang, finding nothing remarkable about him. Were it not for his flying sword, he might have mistaken him for an ordinary mortal. Additionally, his sword appeared to be a low-grade artifact, lacking any grandeur. Seemingly far from the profound figure Bai Ningyue had described. Lai Tiancheng inwardly shook his head, realizing Bai Ningyue had indeed deceived him. Su Yang cast a glance over the group, noting Bai Ningyue's ruined divine bones, and raised an eyebrow slightly. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Tang He. His expression devoid of emotion. What brings you to my domain? Bai Ningyue claims you are a revered master capable of healing our masteress injuries. It seems she has truly been blinded. Yet, you possess considerable skill to have deceived her so thoroughly, Tang He mocked. And what about you? Su Yang inquired. I have come to eliminate the two of them and, incidentally, to dispose of you as well, lest you continue to spread falsehoods, Tang He replied, his smile menacing. You certainly know how to cause me trouble, Su Yang remarked, turning to Bai Ningyue. I apologize, senior. Ha! This trouble is of your own making. Who told you to deceive her? If you are frightened, kneel and bow to me 3 times, calling me grandfather thrice. Perhaps I might spare you a complete corpse? Tang He chuckled maliciously. Su Yang, emboldened by his recent progress in cultivation, was unperturbed. He intended to act without further delay. Suddenly, a sound like the breaking of air echoed from above. 9 enchanting figures descended on flying swords, creating a stunning spectacle. Su Yang could not help but smile. They had returned. The 9 women landed simultaneously, each exuding grace and poise, their presence akin to that of dazzling stars. Tang He, sensing their aura, felt a chill run down his spine, exclaiming in disbelief, 9 in the realm of fiery sun. In the southern domain, such individuals were regarded as elite masters. Renowned wherever they went, treated with utmost respect. The sight of 9 extraordinary figures at once was truly formidable. Tang He had never encountered them before. And it was evident that the forces backing them were anything but ordinary. Not daring to show any disregard, Tang He quickly clasped his hands in greeting. I am Tang He from Yaowang Valley. May I inquire where these esteemed ladies hail from? Chapter 16, The Innate Dan Bone and the Power of the Imperial Master. He initially believed that upon hearing he represented one of the 5 great sects, the other party would treat him with courtesy. However, to his surprise, the 9 maidens remained aloof, their disdain palpable. What was the significance of the Medicine King Valley? They were not even worthy to serve as foot attendants to their master. Master? Tang He was taken aback. The identity of someone from the Blaze Sun realm was immensely esteemed, universally revered. Yet, they were merely servants. The thought of their master being so formidable that they could command 9 exceptional Blaze Sun realm individuals as servants filled him with trepidation. Such a person was far beyond his capacity to offend. He promptly lowered his stance, offering a respectful bow, asking for forgiveness for his impertinence, and inquiring about the identity of the 9 maidens' master. Su Yang, observing his subservient demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. He truly knew how to flatter and ingratiate himself. Tang He perceived Su Yang's amusement as an affront to his dignity and immediately rebuked, You insolent brat, what are you laughing at? Believe it or not, I can obliterate you right now. How dare you? Do you wish for death? You cur, who gave you the audacity? The 9 maidens chimed in, their voices sharp. Tang He hastily interjected, Ladies, please calm your anger. He is merely a peak master from a second-tier sect, a person of lowly status who has offended me. I merely intend to teach him a lesson. There is no need for such an extreme reaction, is there? Surely you do not harbor feelings for this pretty boy? Presumptuous. He is of lowly status? You are less than an ant. Have your eyes gone blind to dare show disrespect to our master? You must have a death wish. What? He was bewildered. Before he could process the situation, the 9 maidens simultaneously knelt before Su Yang. We pay our respects to our master. By the heavens! He truly is their master? He was startled, disbelief washing over him. Rise, Su Yang commanded. The maiden stood, and Cheng Xia inquired, Master, how shall we deal with this cur? To offend the master, he naturally deserves to be turned to ash. Yes. Eliminate him. They echoed fervently. He felt an overwhelming sense of malice directed at him and could not suppress a gulp. Setting aside the strength of their master, the combined might of these 9 Blaze Sun realm individuals was enough to obliterate him in an instant. Terrified, he did not dare linger and turned to flee. Sisters, do not let him escape. At Cheng Xiao's call, the 9 maidens prepared to pursue. However, Su Yang interjected, Allow me. He extended a finger and casually pointed at He. An inexplicable force surged forth, enveloping He in an instant. With a scream, he was reduced to ash. Having had no chance to resist. Immeasurable bone, crushing within the same realm. Lai Tiancheng, witnessing this spectacle, felt a chill run down his spine. Although He was a first-rank Blaze Sun realm, even at his peak in the 10th rank, he could not have dispatched him so effortlessly. Thus, he was indeed the high figure that Bai Ningyue had spoken of. Master, you are magnificent. You are so handsome, I adore you. The 9 maidens exclaimed excitedly. Akin to starstruck fans, their beautiful eyes brimming with deep admiration. Alright, quiet down. Your noise is giving me a headache, Su Yang remarked with exasperation. He. It's only because our master is too handsome that we cannot help ourselves, they giggled, winking playfully. Su Yang, somewhat irritated, inquired, Why have you all returned so suddenly? We missed our master and thought we might enjoy a bath, they answered. Indeed, the water outside cannot compare to that at home. Master, we are heading to bathe now. The 9 maidens leaped into the fish pond, transforming back into carp, frolicking joyfully in the water. Lai Tiancheng was taken aback. Are they truly the 9 fish with celestial bones that Bai Ningyue spoke of? They have already become demon cultivators. To elevate common fish to the Blaze Sun realm is an astonishing feat of this venerable individual. I have misjudged Ningyue. Su Yang disregarded the maidens, approaching Bai Ningyue. My apologies for the trouble I have caused you, please punish me as you see fit. Bai Ningyue, weakened and pallid from having her divine bone shattered, nonetheless gritted her teeth and knelt before Su Yang, sincerely apologizing. Su Yang replied nonchalantly, You are in this state, what punishment is necessary? Indeed. Having lost my divine bone is punishment enough, Bai Ningyue thought bitterly, managing a wry smile. Earlier, the Venerable One mentioned that our fated connection was not yet ripe. It seems you truly possess foresight. I have become a cripple and am no longer qualified to seek you as my master. Su Yang activated the eye of the Imperial Master to investigate. Bai Ningyue's divine bone had indeed been shattered to dust, yet it could be reconstituted with divine essence pills. However, he noticed something unusual within her root bone and innate Dan bone. Within the shattered divine bone lay another rare root bone, uniquely suited for alchemy, possessing unparalleled talent. While other alchemists required a furnace, she was the best alchemical vessel, possessing innate alchemical fire within, capable of crafting pills effortlessly. Furthermore, her cultivation would enhance with each alchemical endeavor, allowing her to achieve enlightenment through the path of alchemy. Previously, Bai Ningyue's divine bone had concealed her Dan bone. Now that her divine bone was destroyed, her true potential was revealed. It was indeed a case of misfortune turning into fortune. A talent of this caliber must be taken under his wing. Su Yang then asked, Do you genuinely wish to become my disciple? Bai Ningyue nodded fervently. Your techniques are unparalleled. To become your disciple would be a tremendous honor for me. Alas, in my current state, I feel unworthy. As she spoke, her voice grew heavy with emotion, her eyes reddening involuntarily. Lai Tiancheng approached to console her, Ningyue, do not be disheartened. I possess a celestial essence pill. If you consume it, you will be able to reconstruct your celestial bone. Though it cannot compare to your divine bone, it will still make you a prodigy far exceeding many. As he spoke, he produced a celestial essence pill. Sect Master. This is the last remaining celestial essence pill from the Medicine King Valley. However, reconstructing a shattered root bone will yield a result inferior to the original. Consuming it would be a waste. This calamity befell you because of me. I had wronged you, so consider it compensation. Please take it, Lai Tiancheng insisted, offering the pill. Bai Ningyue hesitated no longer. Even an inferior celestial bone was preferable to being a cripple. Yet, Su Yang interjected, you cannot consume it. Bai Ningyue was taken aback. Venerable One, what do you mean? Lai Tiancheng asked, puzzled. You would be harming her. Harming her? I am clearly helping her. Lai Tiancheng was bewildered. Su Yang did not elaborate, turning to Bai Ningyue with a serious expression. I hereby formally accept you as my disciple. Do you consent? Bai Ningyue was astonished. Venerable One. You wish to take me as your disciple? But my root bone is already. Simply answer willing or unwilling. Willing. I am willing. Bai Ningyue hurriedly replied, bowing respectfully. Master, please accept my homage. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the second disciple, unlocking the power of the Imperial Master. Chapter 17, A Moment of Indiscretion, Unlocking the Powers of the Master. All abilities of the disciple will be yours, and you will master them even more. Ding. The host receives a welcoming gift from the Master, the complete ancient alchemical formulas. Ding. The loyalty of disciple Bai Ningyue has reached 100. And the host receives a 200-fold return on cultivation. Achieving 100 loyalty right after becoming a disciple indicates the right choice in accepting this student. Even more astonishing is the newly acquired skill. With it, the master will surpass the disciple in every aspect. Su Yang felt immensely satisfied. Bai Ningyue, on the other hand, was overwhelmed with excitement. She had finally become the disciple of a revered master. Given that her master could forge the supreme divine bone, it was reasonable to believe he could also help her reconstruct her own. No wonder he insisted she consume the heavenly essence pill. At that moment, Su Yang produced a pill. The divine essence pill. Lai Tiancheng exclaimed in astonishment. He indeed possessed an ancient divine pill, validating Ningyue's claim that he had forged the supreme divine bone. Now, it seemed he was about to assist Ningyue in reconstructing her divine bone. Bai Ningyue's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she awaited her master's granting of the divine essence pill. However, to her shock, Su Yang crushed the pill into powder with a firm grip. Both of them were left dumbfounded. He had destroyed the divine essence pill. Master, why? Bai Ningyue asked, utterly confused. Extend your hand, Su Yang instructed. Bai Ningyue, bewildered, hesitated before extending her palm. Su Yang poured the powder into her hand. Now, attempt to refine the divine essence pill. Me? Refine the divine essence pill? Bai Ningyue chuckled ruefully. Master, the divine essence pill is an ancient divine pill, and the formulas have long been lost. Even if I had the formula, with my current abilities, I couldn't possibly refine it. Moreover, without my divine bone, I am entirely incapable of alchemy. Indeed, senior, even if you wish to test Ningyue, this is rather too daunting, Lai Tiancheng remarked. Have you just become a disciple to oppose your master? Su Yang asserted with an air of authority. Disciple would not dare. Bai Ningyue replied hastily. Proceed. Very well. I shall obey, Bai Ningyue conceded reluctantly. Yet, as she gazed at the powder in her palm, she felt utterly at a loss. For no alchemist could possibly recreate a pill solely from its powdered form. Focus your mind, cast aside distractions, and concentrate solely on alchemy, Su Yang advised. Bai Ningyue complied, gradually adopting an expression of intense concentration. Before long, her body began to radiate warmth, as if some force was surging toward her palm. Suddenly, a plume of white flame erupted from her hand. What is happening? Bai Ningyue called out, startled. Do not lose focus, Su Yang commanded. Yes. Bai Ningyue realized her unusual state and began to attempt controlling the flame. The fire danced wildly, sometimes fierce, sometimes tranquil, akin to a wild stallion yearning for freedom. Proving difficult to tame. "Master, this flame is too difficult to control." Bai Ningyue frowned. "It is a part of you, akin to your limbs. Attempt to establish a connection with it, and it will naturally become manageable," Su Yang reminded her. "Understood." Bai Ningyue focused intently on the flame. Gradually, she felt herself merge with it, and under her guidance, it became increasingly docile. She then commenced the refinement of the divine essence pill. As the powder in her palm began to coalesce under the flame's heat, reconstructing the divine pill, Lai Tiancheng exclaimed in astonishment. As the head of the Medicine King's Valley and a fifth-tier alchemist, he had immense skill in alchemy. Yet, witnessing the reconstruction of a crushed pill was unprecedented. Moreover, alchemy typically required a cauldron, and he had never seen anyone refine pills solely with their hands. Additionally, the flames required for alchemy typically manifested in red, yellow, or blue hues within an alchemist's body. Even if other unique colors existed, Lai Tiancheng was familiar with them all. However, he had never encountered white flames before. Furthermore, how could Bai Ningyue, whose divine bone had been rendered useless, possibly summon such flames? White. Lai Tiancheng furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "I remember now, this is the innate alchemical flame. It is said that certain individuals are born for alchemy, possessing extraordinarily unique alchemical bones. Their bodies become the furnace, allowing them to create pills with ease. They are known as destiny alchemists." "Senior, does this mean Ningyue is?" Lai Tiancheng asked excitedly. "Do not disturb her," Su Yang replied, his tone firm. "Of course." Lai Tiancheng stared at Bai Ningyue, trembling with joy. The legendary destiny alchemist was every alchemist's ultimate aspiration. To possess such a talent was akin to being favored by the heavens. Who would have thought that even after having her divine bone destroyed, Ningyue still harbored an alchemical bone? Had it not been for the senior's insight, a grave error could have occurred. Indeed, this senior was unfathomably profound. Lai Tiancheng felt a deep admiration for Su Yang, his eyes brimming with reverence. As time passed, Bai Ningyue had reconstructed nearly half of the divine essence pill. Yet beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, indicating her struggle. Nevertheless, she persevered, determined not to disappoint her master. An hour later, a beam of golden light suddenly illuminated the flames. "It's done!" Lai Tiancheng shouted in exhilaration. As the golden light dissipated, Bai Ningyue withdrew the flames, revealing a brand new divine essence pill in her palm. "Master, I succeeded. I truly succeeded!" she exclaimed, her voice filled with exhilaration. Su Yang smiled gently. "Now, check your cultivation level." For as Bai Ningyue crafted the pill, Su Yang received a return on his cultivation, directly from her. "My cultivation. 7th tier Radiant Moon Realm. I have broken through." Bai Ningyue gasped in shock and delight. "Master, what on earth is happening?" she hurriedly inquired. "As an alchemist, you should have heard of the alchemical bone, correct?" "You possess the innate alchemical bone," Su Yang explained. "I have the innate alchemical bone? But I was clearly a divine bone. How could I suddenly change to an innate alchemical bone?" Bai Ningyue was astounded. "Your innate alchemical bone was hidden beneath the divine bone. Once the divine bone was rendered useless, your innate alchemical bone became apparent. Which can be viewed as a blessing in disguise," Su Yang clarified. "So that is how it is," Bai Ningyue realized, reflecting on Su Yang's earlier reluctance to accept her as a disciple. He had mentioned that their fateful connection had not yet arrived. And only after her divine bone was destroyed did he take her in. He had foreseen all of this. The Master's abilities were indeed extraordinary. With newfound admiration and reverence for Su Yang, Bai Ningyue regarded him not merely as a person but as a being of boundless capabilities. "Now that you have become my disciple, consider this a welcoming gift." Su Yang produced the ancient alchemical compendium, an aged tome that exuded a profound sense of historical gravitas. The ancient alchemical formulas. Lai Tiancheng gasped, nearly losing his composure. The formulas for crafting divine pills had long been lost to history. And he never anticipated that the senior would possess such a treasure. Even more astonishing was that he bestowed such a precious gift as a token of discipleship. "I want a master like that." Master, this is far too precious. Bai Ningyue hesitated, fully aware that the ancient formulas were priceless treasures, leaving her momentarily speechless. Su Yang sighed, "Why are you like that boy, you bouffon, always astonished whenever I give something? Just accept it." At his words, Bai Ningyue couldn't help but recall the scene of her master gifting Yi Bouffon, feeling both amused and exasperated. It was not that they lacked worldly experience, rather, the treasures bestowed upon them were simply too overwhelming to handle. As Bai Ningyue accepted the gift of their meeting, the voice of the system resonated forth. Ding! Chapter 18, Prepare yourself mentally, do not be alarmed, the host receives a random double return, a Danzun order. Aside from the items returned as gifts, the rewards from the system can also be returned. This Danzun order is a treasure of the utmost significance, embodying the essence of the alchemical path, one of the 3,000 great paths. The bearer of this order can command all alchemists to bow in submission, none daring to defy. Those who resist shall face certain doom. At that moment, Lai Tiancheng suddenly erupted in a violent cough, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood before collapsing. "Master!" Bai Ningyue exclaimed, rushing to support him. Lai Tiancheng weakly uttered, "My time is up." In a state of panic, Bai Ningyue implored Su Yang, "Master, please save the Valley Master." Su Yang activated his Imperial Master's eye, revealing that Lai Tiancheng's soul was gravely damaged, with only one of the 3 souls and 7 spirits remaining, slowly dissipating. His cultivation had yet to reach the heavenly soul realm, rendering him incapable of surviving like Elder Tian with a remnant soul. He could only face obliteration, never to be reborn. "Since you devoted yourself to protecting my disciple, I shall grant you a chance at salvation," Su Yang declared, producing a divine sun pill and offering it to him. "Another divine pill?" Lai Tiancheng exclaimed joyfully, hastily accepting and consuming it. As the pill entered his system, its potent essence spread throughout his body, beginning to restore his 3 souls and 7 spirits. Lai Tiancheng immediately sat cross-legged to heal. "He won't recover immediately, you should guard him," Su Yang instructed. "Yes, Master," Bai Ningyue acknowledged, taking her place beside him. Su Yang then proceeded to the main peak, Xiantian Peak, to check on the progress of his senior brother. Upon arrival, he found several peak masters present, each bearing grim expressions. "What has transpired? Where is Master?" Su Yang inquired. "Su Shidi, you arrived just in time. Master is inside tending to Mo Shizi's injuries," Xiao Xuening explained. "Mo Shizi is injured? What happened?" Su Yang asked, just as the door swung open on its own, and Qi Baiyuan's voice called, "Come in, everyone." As they entered the room, Qi Baiyuan appeared weary, while Mo Lin lay on the bed, pale and weak. "Master, is Mo Shizi all right?" Xiao Xuening asked on behalf of the group. "He has awakened and is not in grave danger, he merely needs a couple of days to recuperate," Qi Baiyuan replied. Disciple greets the esteemed uncles. Mo Lin attempted to rise in greeting but was too feeble to muster the strength. "You are injured, do not move unnecessarily. Now, tell us what happened. Who could have harmed you so?" Qi Baiyuan questioned. "During my recent expedition, I inadvertently stumbled upon a heavenly essence pill in a secret realm and intended to bring it back to the sect. However, I was intercepted along the way, injured, and the pill was stolen. Had I not been vigilant, I might not have returned at all," Mo Lin recounted, filled with shame. "It is my fault for being useless. Losing such a precious treasure, please punish me, Master. There is no need for self-reproach, it is the assailant's shamelessness that is to blame. And it has nothing to do with you." "Do you know who they were?" Qi Baiyuan inquired further. "It was Li Sun from the Fire Sect." Mo Lin gritted his teeth in anger. "The Fire Sect?" Upon hearing this, the others furrowed their brows. This sect was a first-rate power with immense influence. Although the peak masters had advanced significantly in cultivation with Su Yang's assistance, particularly Qi Baiyuan and Xiao Xuening, one reaching the 9th rank of the Star Radiance realm and the other breaking through to the Star Radiance realm, they remained considerably weaker compared to the Fire Sect. Mo Lin was acutely aware of the danger posed by the Fire Sect and felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. If he could have secured the Heavenly Essence Pill, it would have heralded a new era for Xiantian sect, elevating its stature. Regret filled him, he felt like a sinner to his sect. Realizing Mo Lin's mindset was clouded by the loss of the heavenly essence pill, Su Yang approached him at the bedside and offered comforting words. It is merely a heavenly essence pill, there is no need for sorrow. Take it lightly. Master, that is a heavenly essence pill, an extraordinarily precious elixir. Consuming it would grant one the heavenly bone, marking one as a prodigy. Our Xiantian sect could flourish, perhaps even ascend to first-rate status. How can I not be disheartened by losing such a valuable treasure? Mo Lin lamented, on the verge of tears. Yet, he suddenly noticed that not only did Su Yang appear unfazed by the loss, but neither did Qi Baiyuan nor the other peak masters exhibit any signs of distress. It seemed the heavenly essence pill held no significance for them. Am I imagining things? Or are they merely feigning indifference for my sake? He pondered. Deeply moved yet increasingly guilt-ridden. I have caused the Xiantian sect to miss a chance for greatness, I am a sinner of the sect. With this thought, regret consumed Mo Lin, and he said despondently, Master, esteemed uncles, I wish to be alone for a while. Qi Baiyuan reproached, look at you. It is just a heavenly essence pill. Must you let it weigh so heavily on your heart? With such a fragile mindset, how can I entrust the Xiantian sect to you in the future? Is this a fragile mindset? I am fortunate not to have coughed up blood on the spot. Mo Lin retorted, exasperated. Even more absurdly, Xiao Shuaning chimed in, advising Qi Baiyuan, Master, you cannot fault Mo Shitzi, after all, he is still young and inexperienced. It is natural for him to place great importance on the heavenly essence pill. The other peak masters nodded in agreement, their nonchalant tones further bewildering Mo Lin. When had they become so indifferent? He had only been away for a short while, how had they transformed so drastically? What had influenced them? At that moment, Qi Baiyuan turned to Su Yang and said, Su Shidi, this blow to Mo Lin has been too great, affecting his mindset. If we do not help him resolve this mental block, he may be ruined. I hope you can help him broaden his horizons and experience the world. Indeed, Su Shidi. Mo Shitzi is the future inheritor of our Xiantian sect's leadership. It would be unfortunate for him to falter now, the peak masters implored, leaving Mo Lin utterly baffled. When did they begin treating Su Yang with such courtesy? Asking for his assistance? Rest assured, I will assist Mo Shitzi in his recovery, Su Yang confidently assured them, instantly alleviating their concerns. Mo Lin, bewildered, blinked in confusion. Their expressions suggested that with Su Yang's intervention, no problem was insurmountable. Insanity. This is pure insanity. Mo Shitzi. Su Yang turned to him, smiling as he said, you must prepare yourself mentally, do not be alarmed. Chapter 19, The Gathering of Talents, proclaiming the glory of my Xiantian sect. Behold what Master Su has uttered. He has lost the heavenly essence pill. Yet does he expect to produce it? Mo Lin remained unfazed, dismissing the matter from his mind. Master Su did not elaborate further, with a casual gesture. A multitude of pills appeared before them. Mo Lin cast a cursory glance and remarked nonchalantly, Master Su, I appreciate your intentions. But no amount of ordinary pills can compare to the heavenly essence pill. I understand your goodwill. He thought to himself that he had anticipated a more impressive display. Take a good look at these, Master Su instructed. What else could they be but ordinary pills? They are likely not even of the spiritual grade, Mo Lin replied. After all, even the lowest tier of spiritual pills, the inferior grade, was exceedingly precious. There were fewer in the entire Xiantian sect than the number before him. Hence, Mo Lin paid little heed and casually remarked, Master Su certainly has a vast collection of pills. You little rascal. Qi Baixin suddenly slapped Mo Lin on the forehead. Master, what was that for? Mo Lin grumbled. Open your eyes and see clearly what these pills are, Qi Baixin admonished. Why are you joining Master Su in this folly? Mo Lin thought. Yet, as he looked more closely, his eyes widened in disbelief. No. It cannot be. Are these all heavenly essence pills? One single heavenly essence pill was already a rarity, how could Master Su possibly possess so many? My vision must be failing me. Mo Lin rubbed his eyes vigorously, but upon looking again, the sight remained unchanged. They were indeed identical to the solitary heavenly essence pill he had previously acquired, and even of superior quality. Are these really all heavenly essence pills? Master Su. I must be dreaming. Mo Lin gulped, stammering in disbelief. Slap yourself and see if it hurts, Master Su chuckled. With a resounding clap, Mo Lin indeed struck himself across the face. It hurts. So this is not a dream, it is real. Mo disciple. Are you still troubled over the loss of a single heavenly essence pill? Master Su inquired. Master Su, how could you possess so many heavenly essence pills? Mo Lin asked. Astonished. That is not for you to concern yourself with. Here, Master Su handed him one. This is for me? Mo Lin asked, taken aback. And this? Master Su produced a tome and handed it over. A ground-level technique. Mo Lin was once again astonished by Master Su's generosity, suddenly realizing that his enigmatic master had become inscrutable. What transpired during this time? Put in your utmost effort. The Shen sect will rely on you to flourish in the future, Master Su encouraged. I shall not disappoint. Mo Lin quickly promised. At that moment, a disciple reported from outside, reporting to the sect leader, the Flame Fire sect has sent an invitation. What do they want with an invitation? Xiao Xianning replied, displeased. Qi Bai Xian took the invitation and glanced at it. Sect leader, what does it say? The Flame Fire sect is hosting a gathering of talents in 3 days and has invited various sects to attend. Qi Bai Xian shared the contents of the invitation with the others. They stole my heavenly essence pill, and now they dare to hold a gathering of talents? Absurd! Mo Lin fumed. The talent of the heavenly bone is indeed rare. It is said that the Flame Fire sect's leader possesses such a gift, which has allowed the sect to rise to prominence in a short time. Now that Li Sen has acquired a heavenly essence pill, the Flame Fire sect boasts 2 prodigies, a true cause for celebration. After Qi Bai Xian spoke, he felt a strange sensation and his gaze shifted to the dozens of heavenly essence pills laid out on the table. Sect leader. While having 2 prodigies may seem impressive to others, within our Shen sect, Xiao Xianning scoffed with disdain. The others turned to look at the table laden with heavenly essence pills, unable to suppress their laughter. 2 prodigies celebrating? Shouldn't we, the Shen sect, rejoice as well? That gathering of talents is a farce in our eyes, we need not attend, one suggested. Sect Brother Su, what do you think? Qi Bai Xian inquired. I believe it is high time for the Shen sect, after such a long period of silence, to showcase our strength, Master Su replied. What do you mean? Since the Flame Fire sect dares to seize our heavenly essence pills, let their gathering of talents serve as a platform for our Shen sect's renown. A cold glint flashed in Master Su's eyes. Very well, we shall follow Sect Brother Su's lead. In 3 days, we will go to the Flame Fire sect and proclaim the glory of our Shen sect, Qi Bai Xian decisively proclaimed. Returning to the falling sky peak, Su Yan found Lai Tianchang still recuperating. Bai Ningyu approached and bowed, Master, you have returned. Prepare yourself, we shall be departing in 3 days, Su Yang instructed. Where are we going, Master? To the Flame Fire sect. The Flame Fire sect? Bai Ningyu's brow furrowed slightly. Do you know of this sect? Su Yang inquired. Yes. The leader of the Flame Fire sect, Li Tianhai, was once a disciple of the Grand Elder but was expelled for wrongdoing. However, the Grand Elder has always held him in high regard. Without the Grand Elder's support, the Flame Fire sect would not have risen to prominence. It is said that the Grand Elder even gifted a heavenly essence pill to Li Tianhai to aid in his cultivation of the heavenly bone, Bai Ningyu explained. Is this Grand Elder the one who intends to harm you? Su Yang asked. Once the Valley Master has fully recovered, we will seek justice, Bai Ningyu replied coldly. I shall accompany you, Su Yang asserted, for one must repay kindness and seek vengeance when wronged. 3 days later, at the Flame Fire sect, known for its status as a first-rate sect, a grand banquet was underway, drawing many esteemed guests. In the skies, figures soared on swords, announcing their arrival. The Heavenly Blade sect has arrived. The Azure Cloud sect has arrived. The 100 Leaf sect has arrived. Each sect sent representatives to extend their congratulations, creating a lively atmosphere. Within the main hall, Li Tianhai surveyed the continuous stream of guests, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Father, there are indeed many attendees today. Not only from numerous first-rate sects but also from 3 super first-rate sects. His son, Li Sen, the protagonist of this gathering of talents, remarked beside him. To have one prodigy in a first-rate sect is already rare, now that both of us possess heavenly bones. Once you mature, our flame fire sect shall surely ascend to super first-rate status. Those who recognize this will naturally come to pay their respects, Li-Tian-Hai stated, beaming with pride. Is that why you are holding this gathering of talents, to announce our flame fire sect's rise? Li Sen guessed. Only by making the world aware of our flame fire sect's might can we garner more resources. You must strive diligently and not disappoint your father, Li-Tian-Hai urged. Rest assured, father, with my heavenly bone, I have made significant progress in my cultivation these past few days. If all goes well, I shall soon break through to the starry realm, Li Sen assured. Excellent, Li-Tian-Hai nodded in satisfaction before changing the subject. I hear you have also invited the Xiantian sect? Chapter 20 The pride of so many days. Li Sen smiled and said, Indeed, father. This heavenly essence pill was seized from that brat Mo Lin. If word were to spread, it would tarnish the reputation of our flame sect. I plan to summon them for a warning, urging them to keep their mouths shut. You have considered this well, but their coming would only bring humiliation upon themselves. I doubt they would dare to show up, Li-Tian-Hai speculated. I harbor little hope. It matters not if they do not come. After the banquet, I shall personally visit the Xiantian sect with my companions. If they behave themselves, well and good, but if they dare to speak out. A cold glint flickered in Li Sen's eyes. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from outside the hall, announcing, the Xiantian sect has arrived. They actually dared to come. How interesting. A slight smile crept upon Li Sen's lips. Father, I will go greet them. Li-Tian-Hai responded casually. Clearly not taking the Xiantian sect seriously. As the members of the Xiantian sect descended upon their swords, curious glances were cast by all present. Most invited sects had sent only 2 representatives, with the maximum being 3. Yet, the Xiantian sect had sent over a dozen individuals, all of whom wore stern expressions, appearing less like guests of honor and more like disruptors. But the Xiantian sect is merely a second-rate sect. What strength do they possess to challenge the flame sect? Su Yang and his companions paid no heed to the scrutinizing gazes and made their way directly toward the hall. However, upon reaching the entrance, they were intercepted by Li Senator. Stop. This hall is reserved for our esteemed guests of the flame sect. You, a second-rate sect, have no right to enter. Li Sen immediately established a show of authority over the Xiantian sect. It was evident to all that a grudge existed between the 2 parties, and they were now eager for the unfolding drama. Li Sen, you stole my heavenly essence pill and still have the audacity to hold a gathering of talents. Your flame sect is utterly shameless. Mo Lin stepped forward and shouted loudly. Whispers erupted among the crowd, as they realized how Li Sen had acquired the heavenly essence pill. Li Sen, of course, would not admit to it. A glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes as he retorted, our flame sect is a reputable first-rate sect. How could we steal your belongings? It is you who, uninvited, have come to cause trouble, thinking us easy prey. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of flame sect disciples surrounded them. Dare you not acknowledge your misdeeds, Li Sen? Have you the courage to swear before everyone that if you truly stole my heavenly essence pill, your flame sect shall meet a terrible fate? Preposterous. Li Sen bellowed angrily. What are you to command me to swear? And what are you? Do you rely solely on your heavenly bone? Let me tell you. Your flame sect's dual prodigies are a mere joke before my Xiantian sect. At this remark, laughter erupted from the crowd. Mo Lin's audacity to mock their dual prodigies only made him appear foolish. How ignorant and fearless, what kind of disciples does the Xiantian sect produce to bring such disgrace? Everyone was filled with derision, regarding Mo Lin as a fool. Seizing the opportunity, Li Sen mocked, you Xiantian sect possess not even a single heavenly bone. Yet you dare speak so boastfully. Listen to what everyone thinks, who truly is the joke here? Mo Lin scoffed, you are mistaken, it is merely a heavenly bone. My Xiantian sect can produce one at will. Li Sen erupted in laughter, dear friends, listen to his words. The Xiantian sect can produce a heavenly bone at will. Do they believe it to be as common as cabbage, worthless? We treasure it, yet we are but frogs at the bottom of a well. How absurd. If your Xiantian sect truly had so many heavenly bones, would it still be a second-rate sect? Even the 5 great divine sects would not dare make such claims. Do you take us for fools? Then show us your heavenly bones. If you all are indeed heavenly bones, I will eat excrement while standing on my head. I will consume this entire table. What a joke! Mo Lin's provocations ignited the anger of many. Yet he remained unfazed, pointing at the 2 men. You wish to see me eat excrement while standing on my head? Very well. If any one of you possesses a heavenly bone, I shall immediately comply. But if you do not expect to leave here unscathed today. The 2 men vehemently insisted, threatening Mo Lin in return. Mo Lin shouted, "Excellent! Do not blink. I shall demonstrate your ignorance." With that, he straightened his back and focused his gaze, a purple glow radiating from his form. By heavens! He truly possesses a heavenly bone. How is this possible? How can a second-rate sect have a heavenly bone? Gasps of surprise echoed throughout the crowd. He must have consumed a heavenly essence pill. Could he have more than one? Li Xin was equally astonished, bewildered. This cannot be. I clearly searched him thoroughly before, and he only had one. What more do you have to say? Mo Lin coldly glared at the 2 men, rendering them speechless. Now, fulfill your promises, Mo Lin reminded them. Do not go too far. Am I going too far? When you laughed at me and threatened me, did you not think you were going too far? You. The 2 men could not counter. Mo Lin, this is our flame sect. You have no right to act recklessly. Li Sun shouted. What? Are you protecting them? So it seems your flame sect is also a group of deceitful individuals? You. Li Sun stifled his anger. You just claimed that any member of your Xiantian sect is a heavenly bone, yet now only you are. Are you not also speaking absurdities, toying with us? Indeed. You said it yourself, let your Xiantian sect members showcase their heavenly bones. The 2 men immediately sided with Li Sun. Believing that the emergence of a single heavenly bone from the Xiantian sect was already a grand fortune, how could there possibly be more? However, Mo Lin promptly commanded. Junior brothers and sisters, reveal your brilliance. Yes, senior brother. The 9 disciples who had come responded in unison, stepping forward simultaneously. Then, 9 beams of purple light erupted, illuminating the surroundings like the sun and leaving the audience in stunned silence. For a moment, the hall was utterly still. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Xiao Xianing coldly smiled, relishing the moment. Let us see what they have to say now. Su Yang remarked, this is merely the beginning. Today, our Xiantian sect shall surely make its name in the southern region. The Peak Masters brimmed with anticipation. Why has no one spoken? Just moments ago, you were all so boisterous. Mo Lin broke the silence, casting a mocking glance around the room. Everyone appeared as if they were suffering from constipation, their faces flushed. Unable to utter a single word. 10 heavenly bones. Not just in the southern region, but across the entire 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. No sect could boast such a number. How did the Xiantian sect achieve this? Li Xin, why do you not speak? Have you become mute? Mo Lin taunted. Chapter 21. Truly just one sword. Li Xin furrowed his brow tightly, his expression one of great displeasure. There was undoubtedly more than one heavenly essence pill in that secret realm. He had been deceived by Mo Lin. How outrageous! The commotion outside had already alerted the people inside the grand hall. They emerged one after another, and upon seeing the 9 dazzling beams of purple light, they were all astonished. Especially Li Tianhai, who knew that his son had seized the heavenly essence pill from a disciple of the Xiantian sect. Now, with so many manifestations of heavenly bone appearing, it indicated that his son had misjudged the situation. What a tremendous loss! However, he did not show it, instead laughing heartily, congratulating the Xiantian sect on producing so many prodigies, destined to dominate the world in the future. Master Qi, your Xiantian sect is on the rise. Qi Bai Xian wore a stern expression and snorted. My Xiantian sect has always been low-key, generally avoiding disputes with others. Yet you indulge your son in robbing our sect's disciples of their heavenly essence pills and even injure them. Now, shamelessly hosting a banquet to flaunt your dual prodigies from the fire sect. We come to reason with you, and you still refuse to admit it. The disgraceful conduct of your fire sect is truly a shame for our kind. Qian's public rebuke undoubtedly offended the fire sect completely. Li Tianhai's face turned ashen with fury, his lips twitching incessantly, indicating he was at the peak of his rage. Finally, in a fit of rage, he began to applaud, saying, "Well said. It has been a long time since anyone has dared to provoke my fire sect. You have successfully angered me." His smile gradually faded, replaced by a palpable aura of murderous intent. The crowd fell silent. The Xiantian sect was being too impulsive. Even if the fire sect had robbed them of their heavenly essence pills, it was unwise to confront them directly. The world of cultivation has never been a realm of reason, strength reigns supreme. Whoever possesses the might holds the truth. This had been the case for centuries. The Xiantian sect should have quietly developed, waiting for their heavenly bone disciples to grow strong enough to confront the fire sect before seeking revenge. Acting recklessly now would only lead to their own destruction. A second-rate sect remains a second-rate sect, fixated on immediate grievances while lacking the wisdom of patience. It was a pity that 10 heavenly bone disciples would be doomed due to their leaders' misguided choices. Yet, they soon noticed that Qian displayed no fear in the face of Li Tianhai's murderous intent. Instead, a cold smile crept onto his lips. "So, you are at a loss for words and plan to resolve this with force? The dignity of my fire sect shall not be insulted, you have brought this upon yourselves." Li Tianhai replied coldly. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme, and indeed it was true. Thus, further words were futile, let us see the truth revealed in combat. "What gives you the courage to oppose my fire sect?" Li Tianhai scoffed. "Is it these so-called heavenly bone disciples? Do you truly believe they stand a chance? Allow me to meet your fire sect." Qian stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, his fighting spirit soaring. "You?" Li Tianhai laughed derisively. "A second-rate sect leader whose strength barely reaches the stellar realm is not worthy of my personal engagement. Master, allow me to take this one." A stout man emerged from the fire sect. Duan. It was said he had just stepped into the Crescent Moon realm, making him the 5th first-rate expert of the fire sect. With 5 first-rate masters in their ranks, challenging the fire sect was akin to striking a stone with an egg. Utterly foolish. It was estimated that Duan alone could annihilate the Xiantian sect. The onlookers whispered amongst themselves, no one believing the Xiantian sect would return alive today. "Elder Duan, the banquet is about to commence, let us end this swiftly and not delay the auspicious moment," Li Tianhai instructed. "Rest assured, I will finish him with just one strike. As for the others, they are mere trifles, easily dispatched," Duan declared confidently, completely dismissing Qian and the others of the Xiantian sect. He then raised his hand, grasping a long blade that was not only sharp but also emanated a flickering heat. This was the Flowing Flame Blade, a superior grade weapon of the Xian level. With the Crescent Moon realm and a superior grade weapon, he indeed intended to conclude this swiftly. The Xiantian sect was doomed. The crowd shook their heads, further losing faith in the Xiantian sect. The fire sect was indeed a first-rate sect, even a 4th elder possessed a superior grade weapon. Xiao Xianning sighed. "It is merely a weapon. Let us not forget that our junior brother Su possesses a celestial weapon. Moreover, our Xiantian sect has a treasured artifact of the sect, which is of the supreme Xian level. Additionally, our master has also broken through to the Crescent Moon realm, and with a heavenly grade technique. Dispatching Duan would be effortless." A peak master laughed, showing no signs of worry. "You make a valid point, we shall astonish them later." Xiao Xianning chuckled as well. At this moment, Duan pointed his blade at Qian, declaring, "With one strike, I shall end your life." Qian replied, enunciating each word, "I need only one sword, you shall die." "Ha ha ha." Duan laughed heartily, unabashedly confident. "Then let me see what you are capable of." As he spoke, a moonlit shadow appeared behind him, and his aura surged dramatically. He angled his blade downward, flames suddenly erupting from it, exuding an imposing presence. The Fire Blade Technique. This was the fire sect's unique swordsmanship, rumored to be a superior grade technique of the Xian level. The Fire Blade Technique focuses on accumulation of power. A single strike of raging fire is unstoppable, rivaling even the lower grade techniques of the Earth level. The crowd eagerly awaited to see how powerful Duanyahan's fireblade technique would be. As Duanyahan completed his accumulation of power, the flames on the blade soared to several meters high, resembling a soaring fire dragon. With his eyes wide, he charged at Qi Baixian with the blade raised. In contrast, Qi Baixian remained standing, hands clasped behind his back, showing no sign of action. Why has he not made a move yet? I fear he has seen Duanyahan's strength and decided to forego resistance. It is true, as a leader of a second-rate sect, with strength at most at the stellar realm, what could he possibly do against Duanyahan? Just moments ago, he claimed he would end Duanyahan with one sword. Now he is being proven wrong. As the crowd speculated, Duanyahan had already reached Qi Baixian, shouting as he unleashed his blade. The blazing flames roared like a fire dragon, an overwhelmingly fierce assault. He is doomed. Everyone present, aside from the Xiantian sect, believed this to be the case. But at that moment, Qi Baixian's eyes suddenly sharpened, and a similar moonlit shadow appeared behind him. In his hand, he wielded a sword, drawing it with the speed of lightning, arriving before Duanyahan, accompanied by strands of electricity, producing a sound akin to a dragon's roar, as if calling forth celestial authority. The supreme grade weapon, Xiantian sword. The heavenly grade technique, Xian Lei Longyin sword art. In the blink of an eye, Qi Baixian vanished from his position, standing proudly behind Duanyahan, who was still poised to strike. The flames on his blade had extinguished, leaving him frozen in place. What is happening? Before anyone could comprehend, a sharp sound rang out as the flowing flame blade shattered into two, clattering to the ground. Almost immediately, a deep gash appeared on Duanyahan's neck. Blood gushed forth. Thud. Duanyahan collapsed, devoid of life. The entire venue fell into a profound silence. Everyone left in a state of shock. One sword. It truly took only one sword to eliminate Duanyahan. At that moment, a golden light radiated from Qi Baixian, dazzling and majestic, enhancing his imposing presence. Someone was the first to react, exclaiming in astonishment, "Divine bone." The leader of the Xiantian sect is actually a divine bone. This revelation astounded not only Li Tianhai but also moved even those from the super first-rate sections. With 10 heavenly bone disciples, a divine bone leader, and an exquisitely skilled swordsmanship, this sword technique must be at least of the earth level. The Xiantian sect had concealed their true depth remarkably well. The one who spoke up was Elder Lu Zhenming from the super first-rate sect, Qingyun sect. He had initially believed that the Flame sect had produced a pair of prodigies, surely destined to ascend to the ranks of top-tier sects in the future. Thus, he represented the Qingyun sect to foster a friendship. However, the actions of the Flame sect left a negative impression on Lu Zhenming. Simultaneously, he was thoroughly captivated by the Xiantian sect. Should this sect manage to withdraw gracefully today, it would undoubtedly rise powerfully, reshaping the dynamics of the southern region. No. It should be stated that it would secure a prominent position not only in the northern wilderness but also across the vast expanse of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. Yet, if the leader of the Xiantian sect was indeed their greatest trump card, it would likely be challenging for them to retreat unscathed from the Flame sect today. 4. Lu Zhenming could not help but glance at Li Tianhai, quickly calculating in his mind. If they could offer assistance to the Xiantian sect and cultivate a relationship with them. His gaze shifted to a young man beside him, and he quietly inquired. "Young sect master, do you think we should lend a hand to the Xiantian sect?" Chapter 22, The Liuhua sect's exclusion from the southern region. The young man before me was clad in resplendent attire, his appearance striking and dignified. Yet, there was a hint of arrogance etched upon his brow, and at his words, he raised an eyebrow slightly. "Elder Lu. My father has already instructed me before I arrived that we must maintain a cordial relationship with the Liuhua sect and not become their adversaries. Have you forgotten that Li Tianhai was once a disciple of the Grand Elder of the Yaowang Valley?" Lu Zhenming nodded, patiently elucidating. "I am well aware that the Liuhua sect owes its current stature to the backing of the Grand Elder from Yaowang Valley. However, young sect master, you must have perceived the potential of the Xuantiang sect. If we assist them today, we shall earn their gratitude. When the Xuantiang sect rises in the future, it will undoubtedly benefit our Qingyun sect immensely." The young sect master shook his head. "I do not share your perspective. The ascendance of the Xuantiang sect will require considerable time. Even if we lend them our aid today, they may face new crises down the line, which could hinder their true rise. Furthermore, aiding them would antagonize the Liuhua sect and, by extension, the Yaowang Valley. I believe it would be more prudent for us to support the Liuhua sect. Lu Zhenming urged earnestly, young sect master, please trust my judgment. Assisting the Xuantiang sect is the wisest course of action. The young sect master's countenance darkened. Are you questioning my authority? Lu Zhenming, heed my words. For I am the young sect master. You are bound to obey my commands and have no right to sway my decisions. Lu Zhenming furrowed his brow, yearning to voice further arguments, yet he ultimately fell silent. Meanwhile, Qi Baixian had retracted his golden aura, casting a steely gaze at Li Tianhai. Do you still regard my Xuantiang sect as a pushover you can bully at will? Li Tianhai replied gravely, I admit I underestimated you. However, if you believe that this will allow you to challenge the Liuhua sect, you are gravely mistaken. As his words fell, three figures emerged simultaneously, each radiating an aura more potent than Qi Baixian's. They were three cultivators at the Haoyue realm, the weakest among them being of the second rank, while the strongest reached the fifth rank. Qi Baixian had just broken through, although he possessed celestial-level techniques that allowed him to challenge those above his rank. Taking on three adversaries at once was beyond his capacity. Yet, he remained unperturbed, responding with a light chuckle, 3 against 1? The Liuhua sect certainly has no shame. At this juncture, the young sect master stepped forward. You come here to provoke, yet you have the audacity to accuse others of overwhelming numbers? Shouldn't you leverage your advantages rather than pretend to play fair? How laughable. Who are you? Qi Baixian inquired. I am Chen Shua, the young sect master of Qingyun sect. I have come to extend my congratulations to the Liuhua sect, but your interference has left me quite displeased. He assumed that revealing his identity would intimidate his opponents, for the reputation of a superlative sect, aside from the 5 grand sects, held significant sway. The crowd murmured, acknowledging that even the Qingyun sect had intervened on behalf of the Liuhua sect, leaving the Xuantiang sect with no hope. However, Qi Baixian showed little reaction, instead mocking. When did the illustrious Qingyun sect begin to curry favor with the Liuhua sect? Young sect master Chen, you truly diminish your own stature. Scoundrel! Chen Shua erupted in fury, commanding, Elder Lu, silence him. Yet Lu Zhenming countered, young sect master, this matter pertains to the grievances between the two sects. It would be wise for us not to interfere. Do you dare defy my orders? Chen Shua retorted angrily. Young sect master, please remain calm, we should merely observe. Lu Zhenming implored. You! Chen Shua was seething with rage but found himself powerless against Lu Zhenming's authoritative stance and could only retreat, seething with resentment. Li Tianhai smiled at him, young sect master Chen, you need not be angry. I shall order my men to capture him and deliver him to you for your handling. Chen Shua's expression softened. Thank you, sect master. Li Tianhai promptly instructed the 3 elders to spare Qi Baixian's life, leaving him for Chen Shua's disposition. Understood. The 3 complied, preparing to act. However, a voice suddenly rang out from the Xuantiang sect. Master brother, you seem fatigued, allow me to take over. Su Yang stepped forward as he spoke. Then I shall leave it to you, junior brother Su, Qi Baixian said without hesitation, showing no concern for Su Yang's well-being. This individual was to fight in Qi Baixian's stead. Did he possess even greater strength? He certainly appeared handsome, yet showed no signs of cultivation. How could a mere mortal exist within the Xuantiang sect? Was he seeking his own demise? Due to the effects of the Wuliang bone, everyone regarded Su Yang as an ordinary person. Chen Shua seized the opportunity to mock. Has the Xuantiang sect run out of people? Have you resorted to sending out mortals? Su Yang retorted without courtesy, our grievances with the Liuhua sect have nothing to do with you. If you seek death, I would happily oblige. Scoundrel! How dare you speak to me in such a manner, you are the one courting death. Chen Shua declared, preparing to strike. However, he was halted by Lu Zhenming, who cautioned, young sect master, do not act rashly, this individual is not simple. Are you out of your mind? This is hardly complex. I can eliminate him with ease. Do not meddle. Chen Shua replied, disregarding the warning. Seeing he would not heed reason, Lu Zhenming pointed at Chen Shua, and he found himself rooted to the spot. Unable to move. Lu Zhenming, do you intend to rebel? Release me at once. Chen Chuhua bellowed. Yet Lu Zhenming pressed another point on his throat, rendering him mute, leaving him to glare furiously at Lu Zhenming. Ignoring him, Lu Zhenming inclined his head slightly toward Su Yang. I offer my apologies on behalf of the young sect master. The grievances between your two sects shall not involve our Qingyun sect. Seeing Lu Zhenming's sincere demeanor, Su Yang chose not to hold a grudge, kindly advising. By aligning yourself with such individuals, you will inevitably face repercussions. Lu Zhenming frowned but did not reply. Young man, rather than worrying about others, you should focus on your own safety. The three elders of the Liuhua sect glared at him coldly. Su Yang raised his voice. Today, my Zhuantiang sect has come to seek justice. The Liuhua sect has been overbearing, and now they wish to annihilate my Zhuantiang sect. I hereby declare, on behalf of my sect, that we will not rest until the Liuhua sect is eradicated from the southern region. Such audacity. Was he a fool? To declare the Liuhua sect as exclusion, based solely on his word? Ignorant. The crowd regarded Su Yang as a mere jest, scoffing derisively. Yet, Su Yang continued to proclaim. If anyone is dissatisfied, feel free to step forward. My Zhuantiang sect is ready to accept your challenge. His words undoubtedly offended everyone present, and immediate dissent arose. What are you, Zhuantiang sect, to challenge us all? Never have I seen someone so eager for death. I am not satisfied. What can you do about it? I too am dissatisfied, and how will you respond? More and more individuals stepped forward, all brimming with hostility towards Su Yang. Master brother. Is it truly wise for Su Shidi to act this way? Xiao Xianing voiced her concerns. Fear not. I trust that Su Shidi would not undertake such a venture without confidence, came the reassuring reply. At that moment, Chen Chuhua, witnessing the Zhuantiang sect incurring the ire of the crowd, sought to interject, but found himself unable to move or speak, continually signaling Lu Zhenming with his eyes, urging him to release him. Lu Zhenming stated, Young sect master, I am doing this for your own good. We shall not involve ourselves in this turmoil. That scoundrel. Chen Chuhua was nearly beside himself with rage. Is that all? Is there anyone else unwilling to comply? Su Yang, seeing the majority had rallied against him, pressed on fearlessly. You fool, these individuals are sufficient to obliterate your Zhuantiang sect. You wish to declare the Liuhua sect's exclusion? A sharp mind is a valuable asset, yet regrettably, you lack one, Li Xin mocked. Su Yang merely cast him a sidelong glance, responding coolly, then let us begin with you. Chapter 23, Advancing and Retreating with the Fire Sect. As the words were spoken, a finger pointed forth. Laughter erupted among the crowd, incredulous at the notion of killing with a mere gesture. Who did he think he was? Yet, in the next breath, Li Xin was enveloped by an unseen force, resulting in a deafening explosion, scattering flesh and blood in a gruesome display. San! Li Tianhai exclaimed, his voice a mix of shock and fury. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. This individual had concealed his prowess well. Kill him! Slay him! Li Tianhai bellowed, his voice hoarse with desperation. Three elders immediately charged at Su Yang. However, with a mere wave of his hand, they fell without resistance, blood spilling forth as they met their end. A collective gasp echoed through the assembly. 3 first-rate masters, effortlessly dispatched in an instant? Is there anyone else? Su Yang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, casting a frigid gaze across the crowd. Those who had been so vociferous moments ago were now utterly cowed, none daring to respond. As Su Yang's piercing stare swept through the assembly, heads bowed in submission. You! Su Yang pointed at one individual, you were the first to voice your dissent, were you not? The man trembled in fear, hastily waving his hands, no, no. I submit. I submit, truly. Is that so? Thud. The man collapsed to his knees, pleading, I was wrong, I was wrong. Spare me, please. And what of the rest of you? Su Yang surveyed the crowd once more. Thud. 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 Many fell to their knees, begging for mercy. The once boisterous voices were now reduced to pitiful whimpers. The disciples of the Shen Tian sect found great satisfaction in this scene. it was a moment they had scarcely dared to dream of, witnessing the Shen sect exuding such dominance. Towering above all. All of you, rise. Li-Tianhai roared, his frustration palpable. This is a matter between your fire sect and the Shen sect, do not involve us. If you seek death, do not drag us down with you. Am I obstructing your kneeling? The crowd's demeanor shifted dramatically, their allegiance swaying. This was the world of cultivators. Strength dictated authority, and none would jeopardize their lives. You! Li-Tianhai pointed at them, his body trembling with rage. Very well. I see your true colors now. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, you spineless cowards. Do you truly believe the fire sect cannot contend with the Shen sect? It is evident. He effortlessly eliminated your 3 first-rate masters, what do you possess to challenge him? The fire sect was finished today, but do not let their demise ensnare you. Kneel in obedience. Today, I shall demonstrate the true might of the fire sect. Li-Tianhai's eyes blazed, his garments rustling without wind, his aura surging. He clasped his hands, causing the surrounding space to ripple. In the next moment, a phantom sun materialized, illuminating the area and casting him in a formidable light. The realm of the blazing sun. He had indeed reached the realm of the blazing sun. The crowd gasped, they had not anticipated Li-Tianhai's status as a super first-rate master. Lu Zhenming narrowed his eyes. The fire sect had ascended to super first-rate strength, and Li-Tianhai had concealed it well. Coupled with his connection to the Medicine King Valley, even the Qingyun sect would hesitate to provoke him. Had it been any other day, Lu Zhenming would have sought to befriend him. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered regarding the Shen sect. Even if Li-Tianhai was a super first-rate master, it seemed unlikely he would emerge unscathed. It was prudent to observe without getting entangled in this turmoil. Before Lu Zhenming could solidify his resolution, Chen Shua suddenly broke free from his restraints and stepped forward before Lu Zhenming could react. Li sect leader. My Qingyun sect is willing to advance and retreat alongside your esteemed sect. Young sect master, you. Lu Zhenming sought to dissuade him, but Chen Shua interrupted. Lu Zhenming, do you dare to act against me? What punishment shall you face for such insubordination? Young sect master, I am only looking out for your well-being. This situation is perilous, and we cannot afford to provoke it, Lu Zhenming implored. My Qingyun sect is a super first-rate sect, how could we not withstand it? Moreover, with sect leader Li as a super first-rate master, alongside my Qingyun sect's support, a mere Shen sect is insignificant. Your short-sightedness is a grave flaw. Young sect master, please trust me. Enough. Chen Shua interrupted, I do not wish to hear any more excuses. You have offended me, and as the young sect master of Qingyun, I hereby declare your expulsion from the Qingyun sect. Lu Zhenming was taken aback. Chen Shua continued, from this moment forth, my Qingyun sect shall ally with the fire sect. And we shall advance and retreat together. The enemies of the fire sect shall be the enemies of my Qingyun sect. Li sect leader, what say you? Excellent. The fire sect welcomes this alliance. Li-Tianhai agreed without hesitation. Chen Shua's heart soared with joy as he proclaimed, you have all heard. The fire sect is now qualified to be a super first-rate sect. United with my Qingyun sect, we can easily extinguish the Shen sect. Do you still wish to stand with them? The crowd exchanged glances, astonished by Qingyun sect's unexpected support. The alliance of 2 super first-rate sects rendered the Shen sect's fate grim. Should the Shen sect be vanquished, they would undoubtedly seek retribution. Realizing this, one individual stood forth, declaring, I, from Dayu sect, am willing to advance and retreat with the fire sect. With the first declaration, others followed suit. I, from Bei sect, am willing to advance and retreat with the fire sect. I, from Donghai sect, am willing to advance and retreat with the fire sect. I, from Tiandao sect, am willing to advance and retreat with the fire sect. As each sect expressed their allegiance, Chen Shua's smile broadened, brimming with satisfaction. Lu Zhenming, do you see? Under my call, everyone has made the right choice. With our combined strength, can we not handle a single Shen sect? If you kneel and plead for my mercy, perhaps I may allow your return. Lu Zhenming smiled bitterly. I have devoted myself heart and soul to the Qingyun sect, yet you cast me aside so easily. Now you wish me to kneel before you in front of so many? Such humiliation. Qingyun sect, it is better to part ways. Chen Shua's expression darkened. Fine. You said it, do not regret it later. I only regret following a young sect master like you, who is headstrong and unruly. Sooner or later, the Qingyun sect will face disaster because of you. You dare to curse my Qingyun sect? I shall remember this. Today, I shall show you that the Qingyun sect will only grow stronger. Is that so? Lu Zhenming scoffed, stepping towards Su Yang. Then today, I shall aid the Xiantian sect. Who dares to approach must first pass my test. As he spoke, his aura surged, and a phantom sun flickered behind him. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Half step into the realm of the blazing sun. Chapter 24, Grant me a favor for the fire sect. Lu Zhenming, have you grown tired of life, daring to oppose me? Chen Shua exclaimed angrily. This is not the Qingyun sect, and I am no longer a disciple of Qingyun. Do you truly believe you can do anything to me? Lu Zhenming replied disdainfully. You. Chen Shua was momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, a soft chuckle echoed. And an elderly man in a gray robe stepped forward. With a smile, he addressed Lu Zhenming. I initially sought merely to witness a spectacle. But I did not anticipate seeing you in such a pitiful state. If you wish to protect the Xiantian sect, then allow me to be your adversary. Zhao Qingshan. Lu Zhenming's brow furrowed. He was the leader of the Tianhe sect. The Tianhe sect was also a top-tier sect. And it was said that Zhao's strength was second only to that of the Tianhe sect's master. Was he not also at the sunlit realm? Why was he targeting Lu Zhenming? It seemed there had been a long-standing grudge between them, but Lu Zhenming had joined the Qingyun sect, making it inconvenient for Zhao to act against him. Now that Lu Zhenming had severed ties with Qingyun, Zhao no longer had any reservations. As anticipated, Zhao Qingshan's expression grew increasingly cold. Years ago, you killed my disciple. Had you not sought refuge in the Qingyun sect, I would have avenged my disciple long ago. Now, I finally have the opportunity. Today, you shall surely perish. As he spoke, a complete sun-like illusion appeared behind him, even brighter than that of Li Tianhai's second-tier sunlit realm. Lu Zhenming's expression immediately darkened. Yet that was not all. A stunning woman stepped forward gracefully. With Sect Master Li reaching the sunlit realm, the fire sect will inevitably ascend to become a top-tier sect. Since both the Qingyun and Tianhe sects are involved, my Fuyo Pavilion certainly cannot remain on the sidelines. As she spoke, another sun illuminated behind her. By heavens! Another sunlit realm. It was the deputy master of Fuyo Pavilion, Su Qiaoan, at the third-tier sunlit realm. Thus, we now have 3 experts at the sunlit realm on our side. Even with Lu Zhenming's assistance, the Xiantian sect poses little threat. The crowd's confidence surged, and they no longer harbored any fear of Su Yang. Li Tianhai laughed heartily, saying, I shall remember the kindness of the 3 of you. Once we resolve matters with the Xiantian sect, a generous reward shall await. Master Li is too polite. Fuyo Pavilion has always had deep ties with your sect. Su Qiaowen replied with a smile. I care not for anything else, I only seek Lu Zhenming's life, Zhao Qingshan coldly declared. Lu Zhenming? Do you now see the situation clearly? Everyone stands against the fire sect. Do you still believe my decision to be erroneous? Chen Shua seized the opportunity to provoke Lu Zhenming, eager to humiliate him. At this moment, Lu Zhenming also felt a loss of confidence. 3 sunlit realm experts were beyond his capacity to handle. Even the disciples of the Xiantian sect began to feel anxious, especially with so many formidable opponents before them, plunging them into despair. Master, this has escalated beyond control, we cannot withstand this. Xiao Xianing lamented. Qi Baiyuan furrowed his brows tightly, feeling equally frustrated. He had initially hoped to use the fire sect as a stepping stone to elevate the Xiantian sect's reputation. Who would have thought that Li Tianhai was a sunlit realm master? Even more unexpected was the involvement of 3 top-tier sects, far beyond their initial predictions. Su Shidi should be able to handle this, right? A peak master inquired. How can he manage 3 sunlit realm experts? even if Su Shidi were a reincarnated immortal. His strength has yet to be restored, another peak master retorted. A sense of helplessness arose within them. No matter what, we must ensure Su Shidi's safety, Chi Baiyuan declared solemnly. Indeed, as long as Su Shidi remains alive, there is still hope for our Xiantian sect, Xiao Xianing concurred. The other 3 peak masters nodded in agreement. Thus, Chi Baiyuan shouted, "Disciples of the Xiantian sect, heed my command. We vow to protect Master Su with our lives." Yes. The disciples responded, immediately positioning themselves in front of Su Yang, ready to fight to the death. Su Yang was immensely satisfied with their performance in this life and death moment. They did not disappoint him, proving worth for his efforts in forging their heavenly bones. Ha ha ha. You think you can protect him with just yourselves? Chen Chua scoffed. And the others wore expressions of disdain. Su Shidi, wait for the right moment to escape. We will risk our lives to carve a path for you, Chi Baiyuan urged. Su Shidi, the future of Xiantian sect relies on you, Xiao Xianing began to convey his last words. Yet Su Yang remained unfazed, stating, "Do not worry. You will not perish, they will merely serve to highlight the reputation of our Xiantian sect." With that, he stepped forward, casting a calm gaze over Qingyun sect, Shanhua sect, and Fuyo Pavilion. Do you truly wish to stand against the Xiantian sect? Chen Chua sneered, weren't you just brimming with confidence? Have you come to fear? Young man, you thought to leverage the fire sect for fame, but alas, you did not anticipate Master Li's strength at the sunlit realm. My Fuyo Pavilion is naturally willing to lend a hand, but I must say, you are quite handsome. Should you agree to serve as my servant? Perhaps I might spare your life, Su Qiaoen smirked, her gaze greedily fixed on Su Yang. Since you have made your intentions clear, that is splendid. The 3 top-tier sects will only serve to amplify our prestige, Su Yang replied indifferently. You wish to use us for prestige? You speak boldly. But do be careful not to slip on your own tongue, Zhao Qingshan retorted with contempt. Enough chatter, everyone. Together, let us annihilate the Xiantian sect. Li Tianhai could no longer contain his eagerness for vengeance, his words immediately garnered responses from the others. They all rolled up their sleeves, eager to strike. The disciples of the Xiantian sect felt their hearts sink. Only Su Yang remained calm and collected, bellowing, "Everyone, come forth." As his voice fell, the sky erupted with the sound of rushing air. Looking towards the sound, they beheld 9 graceful figures descending on swords, each accompanied by a radiant sun-like illusion, exuding an air of magnificence and authority. 9 sunlit realm experts. Who are they? Where did so many come from? Everyone was left astounded, frozen in place. The 9 stars landed in unison before Su Yang. Did they come at Su Shidi's behest? Xiao Xianing asked in surprise, looking at Chi Baiyuan. Don't look at me. I have no idea, Chi Baiyuan responded with a wry smile. Ha ha. What did I say? Su Shidi will surely manage this, one exclaimed. Su Shidi is incredible. He even managed to summon 9 sunlit realm experts. With them joining us, what do we have to fear? The peak masters beamed with joy, their worries dissipating. Li Tianhai and his companions wore grim expressions, utterly unprepared for the Xiantian sect to summon 9 sunlit realm experts. Fellow cultivators, I am the sect master of the fire sect, and I hold a grudge against the Xiantian sect for the death of my son. I know not how you were persuaded to join them, but I implore you, grant the fire sect a favor and do not intervene in this matter. I shall offer ample rewards, Li Tianhai urged, cupping his hands in respect. The 9 women exchanged glances, and then Xingxia smiled brightly, saying, The Xiantian sect has gone to great lengths to summon us. If you wish for us to refrain from intervening, you must demonstrate sufficient sincerity. Chapter 25, The Valley of the Medicine King comes to congratulate. Li Tianhai pondered for a moment before producing a vial, a hint of reluctance flickering in his eyes. Nevertheless, he smiled as he extended it forward. Within the vial were precisely 9 essence cleansing pills, a gesture to foster goodwill among several individuals. 9 essence cleansing pills, what a grand offering from the sect Master Li, murmured the crowd. It was rumored that sect Master Li had the support of the Valley of the Medicine King, and it appeared the rumors held true. Surely, those 9 pills would captivate their hearts. Envy glimmered in the eyes of the onlookers as Qingxia reached out to accept the vial. Li Tianhai felt a surge of joy. While the cost was considerable, if it pleased them and provided a chance for friendship, it was not in vain. However, in the next instant, Xingxia, before everyone, squeezed the vial with force. Bang! The vial shattered, and the essence cleansing pills were reduced to mere powder. You! Li Tianhai's expression shifted dramatically. Are you truly so brazen as to present such rubbish? Xingxia scoffed. Rubbish? These are 9 top-tier spiritual pills. Li Tianhai retorted, anger rising in him. I sincerely wish to befriend you, and you choose to humiliate me. Humiliate you? Xingxia laughed coldly, a frog at the bottom of a well. You've never seen the world. Our master often uses essence cleansing pills as mere meals. Essence cleansing pills as meals? The crowd was taken aback. Disbelief evident upon their faces. Surely even the Valley of the Medicine King would not indulge in such extravagance. What did she just say? Master? They have a master? The thought of 9 fierce masters was beyond their imagination. May I inquire who your master is? Chen Shuhua quickly interjected, his mind racing. If he could befriend their master, the Qiyun sect would undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. He was not alone in this thought, others shared the same intent, all ears eager for the answer. Yet, Xingxia turned her gaze toward Su Yang and remarked, Master, I initially intended to deceive him for some treasures, but it seems he is quite impoverished. What? He is the master? It cannot be. The crowd was engulfed in uncertainty, preferring to believe they had misheard. However, all 9 women knelt in unison, proclaiming, We pay our respects to our master. This confirmed Su Yang's identity, leaving all present in a state of shock and disbelief. Su Shidi. Chibai Xian was at a loss for words. He had thought Su Yang had summoned a powerful ally, only to find that these formidable women were his servants. I was right, this person is even more formidable than I imagined. Lu Zhenming felt an immense sense of relief, grateful he had not opposed him. Li Tianhai then realized he had been outmaneuvered, fury boiling within him. Everyone, do not panic. Even if they possess 9 fierce masters, what can they do if we unite? Sect Master Li is correct. The combined strength of the Qiyun sect and the Shanhe sect, along with the experts from the Fuyo Pavilion, is not to be underestimated. We have numerous allies, and the Xiantian sect cannot withstand our collective wrath. Chen Shuhua, upon realizing that the 9 fierce masters were Su Yang's servants, understood that forming an alliance was futile. He immediately joined in with Li Tianhai's rhetoric. However, Su Qiaowen declared, Do not include my Fuyo Pavilion. I am willing to ally with the Xiantian sect. Su Qiaowen, you. Chen Shua's expression darkened. Do not glare at me, I am merely being pragmatic. Su Qiaowen replied with a smile directed at Su Yang. I was short-sighted before, but now I represent the Fuyo Pavilion and propose an alliance with the Xiantian sect. To advance and retreat together. Li Tianhai was infuriated. What a duplicitous wretch. He assumed the Xiantian sect would seize the opportunity to ally with the Fuyo Pavilion against him. However, Su Yang merely chuckled coldly, now you seek to curry favor with the Xiantian sect? Regrettably, it is too late. Su Qiaowen adjusted her expression, stating, There is no irreconcilable enmity between us, I can apologize to you. In the cultivation world, strength is paramount. The Xiantian sect possesses power, while my Fuyo Pavilion is a top-tier sect. An alliance would benefit you. Is a top-tier sect truly that impressive? Su Yang scoffed. You think my Xiantian sect would ally with just anyone? The Fuyo Pavilion lacks the qualifications to propose such an alliance. However, if you are willing to become a subordinate sect of the Xiantian sect, to bow before us and heed our lead, I might consider it. Submit to you? Su Qiaowen's brows furrowed slightly. Unwilling? Very well. Su Yang had little hope, merely suggesting it offhandedly. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, a determined glint appeared in Su Qiaowen's eyes as she knelt down, declaring, My Fuyo Pavilion is willing to submit. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. The Fuyo Pavilion had indeed submitted. It made sense, with 9 fierce masters as servants, the Xiantian sect was shrouded in mystery. The crowd felt a wave of trepidation wash over them. Soon, others followed suit, kneeling and proclaiming, My Tiandao sect is also willing to submit. And I, my Bei sect, am willing to submit. And I, my Donghai sect, am also willing to submit. One by one, sects knelt in submission, desperate to preserve their lives. Yet Su Yang scoffed. Do you think my Xiantian sect will accept just anyone? You are unworthy. The crowd fell silent. Li Tianhai spoke sternly, your Xiantian sect may be strong. But do not presume you can act recklessly before my Liehua sect. I have the backing of the Valley of the Medicine King. The Valley's Grand Elder, Luo Nanchang, is my master. Offending me is tantamount to offending the Valley of the Medicine King. Indeed, others chimed in. The Liehua sect is backed by the Valley of the Medicine King. They are one of the 5 great sects of the South region, a pinnacle of power. Even with the Xiantian sect's 9 fierce masters in the Fuyo Pavilion, they cannot afford to offend the valley. Li Tianhai continued. My master has promised to send someone to congratulate me upon learning that our sect has produced a pair of prodigies. They will arrive shortly. You would do well to kneel and apologize, otherwise, when the people from the Valley of the Medicine King arrive, you shall all perish. At this, the disciples of the Xiantian sect felt a chill run down their spines. Ha ha ha. Su Qiaoan, I truly pity your Fuyo Pavilion for choosing to submit to the Xiantian sect. Come now, kneel before Sect Master Li and apologize, perhaps he will forgive you, Chen Shua mocked. Su Qiaowen's expression darkened. Su Yang glanced at her, saying nonchalantly, if you regret it now, it is not too late. In front of so many witnesses. Choosing to submit to the Xiantian sect and then going back to kneel before the Liehua sect in apology, how could the Fuyo Pavilion maintain their dignity or establish themselves in the South region? Su Qiaowen forced a smile, adding, moreover, I have a feeling you will bring me surprises. And what if your feeling is wrong? Women's intuition is often quite accurate. Su Yang smiled slightly, acknowledging the peculiar nature of women. The people from the Valley of the Medicine King are coming, will you remain obstinate? Chen Shuhua taunted. The Valley of the Medicine King? Su Yang retorted dismissively, even their valley master would kneel before me. You think to threaten me with them? How laughable. Wow. This fellow dares to speak so boldly. So arrogant, even provoking the valley master of the Valley of the Medicine King. The more he boasts, the more he seals his fate. Everyone found it hard to believe Su Yang's words. Su Qiaowen could only smile wryly, you truly fear nothing. Do you not believe me? Su Yang asked. Su Qiaowen remained silent, but her expression betrayed her doubts. The Valley Master of the Valley of the Medicine King was one of the most powerful figures in the South region, how could he possibly kneel? Is my intuition truly accurate? Su Qiaowen felt her resolve wavering as she observed Su Yang's audacious demeanor. At that moment, a commotion echoed from the sky. Followed by a resounding voice, the Valley of the Medicine King comes to congratulate. Following the sound, 5 figures soared through the air on swords. Chapter 26, No. You have killed the wrong person. The people from the Medicine King Valley have arrived. That is Su Songhai, the master of the Heavenly Medicine Hall in the Medicine King Valley, a 4th grade alchemist, rumored to have reached the 6th grade Fierce Sun Realm. To his left is He Songnian, the 5th elder of the Medicine King Valley, also at the 4th grade Fierce Sun Realm. To his right, I recognize Zhang Yufeng, the pride of the Medicine King Valley. And the woman, she is the divine maiden of the Medicine King Valley, Bai Ning Yue. In the center, my heavens! It is Lai Tanchang, the Valley Master of the Medicine King Valley, who has personally come. As the identities of the visitors were revealed, the crowd was filled with astonishment and delight. Li Tianhai felt a mix of surprise and suspicion. It was understandable for Su Songhai, He Songnian, and Zhang Yufeng to come to congratulate him due to their connection with the elder, but why would the Valley Master and the Divine Maiden also come? After all, it was the Valley Master who had expelled him from the Medicine King Valley when he had committed his transgressions. Could it be that the Valley Master had learned of his achievement in reaching the Fierce Sun Realm and had come to invite him back? It seemed plausible. After all, the Fierce Sun Realm was highly regarded everywhere, and the Medicine King Valley would undoubtedly seek to recruit him. Moreover, with his dual talents, even the Valley Master would be moved. With such thoughts, Li Tianhai couldn't help but smile triumphantly. What of 9 Fierce Sun Realm cultivators? With the assistance of the Fuyo Pavilion, what could they do? The Valley Master of the Medicine King Valley has personally come, your Xiantian sect is doomed. Su Qiaoan cast a resentful glance at Su Yang. You wanted to show off, and now look, the main players have arrived. My premonition this time seems to have been off. She sighed inwardly, feeling quite dejected. Soon, the five descended on swords, and the crowd immediately greeted them in unison. Paying their respects to Valley Master Lai. Senior brother, the Valley Master of the Medicine King Valley has personally come. What shall we do now? Xiao Xianing asked nervously. The situation was escalating, and Shibai Xian was at a loss for what to do. I believe junior brother Su can handle it, he replied. Though he knew well that the Valley Master was a top figure in the southern region, and even with 9 fierce Sun Realm servants, it would be a challenge. The various peak masters also felt dismayed. They had merely sought to make a name for themselves at the expense of the Fire Sect, without the intention of provoking such a significant power as the Medicine King Valley. Li Tianhai hurriedly approached, respectfully stating, Valley Master, it is an honor to have you here. Lai Tiancheng scrutinized him with indifference. You have reached the fierce Sun Realm? This is all due to the training I received from the Medicine King Valley. Without it, I would not be where I am today. My everything belongs to the Medicine King Valley. Do you wish to return to the Medicine King Valley? My greatest wish is to return to the Medicine King Valley, dedicating my life to its service until my last breath. That can be arranged. Li Tianhai's heart soared at these words. His speculation was indeed correct. Ha ha! Master Li is highly valued by the Valley Master. This is indeed a cause for celebration. Chen Shua was the first to extend his congratulations. Others quickly followed suit, their faces displaying insincere flattery, eager to curry favor. For the status of a disciple from the Medicine King Valley outweighed that of the Fire Sect's leader. Thank you for your kindness, Valley Master, Li Tianhai reciprocated, laughing heartily, filled with exuberance. However, his expression quickly darkened with rage as he knelt before Lai Tiancheng, pleading, Valley Master, please uphold justice for your disciple. What is the matter? My son has achieved the Tiangu, and I specifically hosted a celebration in his honor, but they. Li Tianhai pointed furiously at Su Yang. My son had a slight dispute with the Shen sect, and they came to cause trouble, even killing my son and several elders before my very eyes. This is utterly despicable. I implore the Valley Master to seek justice for my son. What do you wish to do? Lai Tiancheng asked calmly. I demand blood for blood. Especially him, he is the mastermind behind this. I will ensure he pays with his life, leaving no chance for rebirth. Li Tianhai glared at Su Yang, gritting his teeth in indignation. Lai Tiancheng frowned, displaying displeasure. Chen Shua noticed this and seized the opportunity to ingratiate himself. Valley Master. I am a disciple of the Qingyun sect, and my father, Chen Xingshan, is the current leader of the Qingyun sect. I have come to congratulate the Fire sect on their double talent. But I never expected the Xiantian sect to disrupt the event and commit murder publicly. I cannot stand by. I wish to ally with Master Li against our common enemy. However, with the Xiantian sect's 9 fierce Sun Realm supporters and Fuyo Pavilions meddling, we are completely disregarded. This individual even boasted that you, Valley Master, would kneel before him. Such arrogance is infuriating. I beseech the Medicine King Valley to take action. My Qingyun sect is ready to assist. Seeing Chen Shua act so swiftly, others were eager to follow suit, each vying to declare their stance. My Tian Dao sect requests the Medicine King Valley's intervention. My Dayu sect requests the Medicine King Valley's intervention. My Donghai sect requests the Medicine King Valley's intervention. The Xiantian sect had become the target of collective ire. Now facing the most formidable force in the southern region, the Medicine King Valley. Lu Zhenming and Su Qiaoan exchanged grave glances at Su Yang, their expressions serious. This person indeed held an air of mystery, destined to make a name for himself in the southern region. But the issue was that he had offended the Medicine King Valley, leaving him with no opportunity to rise. Their choices this time seemed to be miscalculated. Do you all wish to see the Xiantian sect destroyed? Lai Tiancheng surveyed the crowd. This sect must be eradicated, only then can our anger be quelled. Chen Shua declared first. Others echoed his sentiment, their resentment towards the Xiantian sect palpable, as if they had stolen something dear to them. Unthinkable. Bai Ningyue could no longer contain herself, her eyes filled with a fierce murderous intent. As Su Yang's disciple, These people's intent to annihilate the Xiantian sect included her as well. Chen Shuan noticed Bai Ningyue's typically gentle demeanor had turned fiery with anger. A sign of his successful instigation, filling him with pride. Since you all wish to destroy the Xiantian sect, I shall grant your wish, Lai Tianchen coldly commanded, Su Canghai. He Songyan, take action. Yes, Valley Master. The two immediately complied. I, too, wish to kill. Bai Ningyue unsheathed her sword, unable to suppress her urge to slay. The crowd rejoiced, eager to witness the downfall of the Xiantian sect. Chen Shua even taunted Lu Zhenming, you see? You were wrong, I am right. Await your demise. Lu Zhenming clenched his fists, filled with resentment. But in the next moment, a flash of sword light darted past. Chen Shua suddenly found it difficult to breathe. Gasping for air. A crimson line appeared across his neck, blood erupting forth. Why? Chen Shua stared blankly at Bai Ningyue, confusion etched across his face. You deserve to die. Bai Ningyue's frosty gaze radiated a chilling intent. The crowd was taken aback. Had she truly lost her mind? Someone kindly attempted to intervene. Divine Maiden Bai, you've killed the wrong person, he is the young master of the Qingyun sect, not. But the words were barely out when Su Canghai's sword pierced through the heart of the speaker. You. The individual was equally stunned, collapsing lifelessly. The crowd gasped in shock. What was happening? Were they not here to annihilate the Xiantian sect? Chapter 27, I wish to be a servant Master Su, Lady Bai. They are not from the Xiantian sect, it is them. Li Tianhai hurriedly explained. It is precisely these blind fools that must be dealt with. Bai Ningyue replied coldly, sweeping her sword to claim another life. With that, she unleashed her ferocity, charging forth with her blade, striking down anyone in her path. Su Canghai and He Songyan followed swiftly behind, both of them at the blazing sun level, dispatching their foes with an ease akin to slicing through vegetables. At last, the others grasped the reality. The Yaowang Valley sought to eliminate them. They've gone mad. Run for your lives. In their panic, no one dared to confront the Yaowang Valley. Their instinct was to flee. Yet Su Yang had already commanded the 9 stars to block all avenues of escape, rendering any attempt to flee futile. In mere moments, the ground was strewn with corpses, blood flowing like a river. Damn it! Zhao Qingshan realized he was doomed, his gaze fixated on Lu Zhenming as he charged toward him. Intent on taking him down with him in death. With a fierce determination, he unleashed all his strength, leaving no room for retreat. With his cultivation at the second rank of the Blazing Sun realm, Lu Zhenming could not withstand such a desperate strike, and his expression changed dramatically. However, just then, Su Yang pointed a finger at Zhao Qingshan. The overwhelming power from the same realm surged forth like a thunderclap, crashing into Zhao Qingshan. As his sword was a mere half-meter from Lu Zhenming, it could advance no further, and he instantly perished, leaving no trace behind. A swift kill. Lu Zhenming gazed at Su Yang in astonishment. He had believed Su Yang could only dispatch those at the Bright Moon realm. Yet he was capable of obliterating even those at the Blazing Sun realm with a mere gesture. What terrifying power was this? Surely, even the leader of Yaowang Valley could not achieve such feats. He had underestimated Su Yang. Gratefully, he bowed deeply, expressing his heartfelt thanks. You saved yourself. Su Yang replied nonchalantly. Lu Zhenming felt a shiver of relief. He was fortunate to have distanced himself from the Qingyun sect, or else. He glanced at the lifeless Chen Shua, feeling profoundly fortunate. He then made a decision, clasping his hands together in supplication. I am now without a refuge. May I join your esteemed sect? Su Yang understood his intentions well. With the death of the Qingyun sect's young master, they would certainly seek vengeance. I am Su Yang, the master of the falling sky peak. I can accept you as a servant. A servant? Lu Zhenming was momentarily taken aback. Su Qiaoen, who was nearby, was equally stunned. To assign a half-step Blazing Sun realm expert to the role of a servant? Was that not a grave insult? However, she dared not voice her thoughts, assuming Lu Zhenming would surely refuse. If you are unwilling, then so be it, Su Yang stated without pressure. Clenching his teeth, Lu Zhenming bowed once more. Master, I humbly beseech you to accept my reverence. He has lost his mind, he actually agreed. Su Qiaowen was speechless. Su Yang then turned to her, saying, if you wish to leave the Fuyo Pavilion, you may come to Falling Sky Peak and accompany him. Su Qiaowen twitched her lips, managing a forced smile. I appreciate your kindness, but I do not believe I possess such fortune. I offer you this opportunity only once, miss it, and it shall be lost forever. Thank you very much. Su Qiaowen internally scoffed, thinking, unless I were to lose my senses, how could I abandon my position as vice master to become a servant? At that moment, she watched as Su Yang produced a medicinal pill before her. The Tianshui pill. Su Qiaowen's eyes widened in disbelief. Since you have become my servant, I shall not let you suffer. This pill is for you as a greeting gift, Su Yang said, extending it toward him. Lu Zhenming, incredulous, asked, Master, is this truly for me? Do you refuse it? No, no, no. Lu Zhenming hastily accepted it, overwhelmed with excitement. As a Shen Bone, he had endured countless hardships to attain his current level of cultivation. Yet, limitations in his aptitude had hindered his progress, leaving him stuck at the half-step Blazing Sun realm. Now, with the Tianshui pill, once he became a Tian Bone, he would undoubtedly break through. What level of cultivation technique do you practice? Su Yang inquired. Reporting to the master, I practice the Qingfeng Ju, a mysterious level technique, Lu Zhenming respectfully replied. That is somewhat inadequate. From now on, you shall practice this local level technique instead, Su Yang stated, handing him another tome. Thank you, master. Lu Zhenming was overjoyed. Earlier, he had felt aggrieved, but now he regarded this position as a servant as a great blessing. I am proud to be a servant. May I have another chance? Su Qiaowen's envy flared. I want to lose my senses, I wish to be a servant. I have already stated, the opportunity is only once. Regret now is too late. Su Yang firmly refused. Please, look at me as a woman. As the saying goes, men and women make a pair, and work is less tiring. I can do what he does. I can also do what he cannot. For instance, I can warm your bed, wash your feet, and massage your back. I excel at all. Su Qiaowen gazed at Su Yang with pleading eyes and even attempted to act coy. Just grant me one chance, please, I beg you. Women indeed possess an innate advantage. No, if she comes, I will surely lose my value. Lu Zhenming quickly interjected, Master, though I am male, as long as you do not impose strict gender roles, I can also contribute. Su Yang wore a grim expression. Lu Zhenming, what do you mean by that? Su Qiaowen protested, Master has given you an opportunity. It is your own failure to seize it. As the Vice Master of the Fuyo Pavilion, do you not feel it beneath your dignity to waver in your words? Being a woman, I am naturally changeable, I can transform 18 times in a day, is that not acceptable? You are being unreasonable. Arguing with a woman? No wonder you are single. I am single by choice. Single dog. You fickle one. A Blazing Sun Realm expert and a quasi-Blazing Sun Realm expert quarreled fiercely over the role of a servant, leaving the nearby disciples of the Xiantian sect utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, they silently rejoiced for having joined the Xiantian sect early, for otherwise, they would not even qualify to serve at Falling Sky Peak. Enough, both of you, silence. Su Yang coldly commanded, and only then did the two cease their bickering. At the same time, the massacre neared its conclusion. What had once been a joyous gathering of heroes had transformed into a hell on earth. Li Tianhai was the sole survivor, gazing at the sea of corpses. His face pale with terror, his legs trembling as he fearfully looked at Lai Tiancheng and stammered, Master, why? Are you asking why I did not kill you? Lai Tiancheng stared at him expressionlessly. It is quite clear that the Xiantian sect instigated this chaos, especially you. Who killed my son and slandered you? Why did I not slay you? You did not mention it, and I nearly forgot. Lai Tiancheng turned and walked towards Su Yang. The disciples of the Xiantian sect tensed up immediately. Lu Zhenming and Su Qiaowen also felt their hearts leap to their throats. Kill him. Kill him. Li Tianhai's expression twisted with rage, believing the master intended to strike against the Xiantian sect. However, upon reaching Su Yang, Lai Tiancheng suddenly knelt on one knee, respectfully stating, Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving my life. Chapter 28, The Succession Ceremony by Ningyue has been captured. Astonishingly, the Lord of the Medicine King Valley has indeed knelt down. He even addressed him as senior? Before anyone could process this shocking revelation, Bai Ningyue also approached and knelt on the ground, declaring, "Disciple pays respects to the master. Those who have insulted my sect, aside from deity, have all been vanquished." What? Master? When did the goddess of the Medicine King Valley become his disciple? Everyone stood frozen, their minds momentarily halted, unable to comprehend the situation. The most incredulous among them was deity, who shook his head repeatedly, murmuring, "This is impossible, impossible. It must be a lie, a lie. You all have arrived?" Su Yang inquired. "Master, did you not tell your disciple that you would seek retribution from the Flame Sect?" Bai Ningyue explained. "The Lord hastened to your aid as soon as he recovered from his injuries." "You are quite considerate," Su Yang replied with a slight smile. "It is my duty as a junior," Lai Tiancheng responded respectfully. "And what of the three of them?" Su Yang gestured towards Su Tsunghai and his companions. They quickly knelt down, paying respects to the senior. The three were profoundly shaken. What manner of being was it that even the Lord was compelled to kneel before? Why? Then, was he merely a peak master of the Xintian sect? My disciple and the Lord encountered them on their way here. They came to attend the talent banquet. Claiming to have been ordered by Luo Nansheng to support Li Tianhai, so we accompanied them, Bai Ningyue elucidated. So, they are of Luo Nansheng's faction? Su Yang's gaze turned slightly frosty. No, no. We have turned over a new leaf and pledged our loyalty to the Lord, they hastily explained. Cold sweat beating on their foreheads, fearing Su Yang might annihilate them with a mere flick of his finger. "Master, I have given them the soul-shattering pill. They dare not betray us. This pill, a premier spiritual elixir, once ingested, would shatter one's soul if no antidote was administered within a certain time frame." Upon hearing this, Su Yang withdrew his gaze and turned to Li Tianhai. "Why spare him? We need him to deal with Luo Nansheng, he still has his uses," Lai Tiancheng replied. "What uses?" Su Yang queried. "I have long discovered that Li Tianhai is Luo Nansheng's illegitimate son." Illegitimate son? This revelation took Su Yang by surprise. No wonder Luo Nansheng treated a disciple expelled from the Medicine King Valley so well, even bestowing upon him the heavenly essence pill. "I am the son of the Grand Elder?" Li Tianhai exclaimed, utterly astonished, as he had been oblivious to this fact. "Master, according to the intelligence from the three of them, it has been confirmed that the Lord has perished, and they claim that I am responsible for his death. Now, the Medicine King Valley is under Luo Nansheng's control, supporting Chuqinghe to ascend as the next lord, with the succession ceremony set to occur in 3 days." Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Su Yang's eyes. "Then let this succession ceremony become their day of reckoning." "Master, we are willing to accompany you," the 9 maidens immediately declared. "Indeed, Su Shidi, we too wish to lend our strength," Shi Bai Xian added. "Brothers, I appreciate your goodwill. However, our ruckus at the Flame Sect will soon spread, and those sects that have suffered losses will undoubtedly come seeking revenge. It would be prudent for you to prepare accordingly," Su Yang advised, allowing the 9 maidens and Lu Zhenming to remain at the Xintian sect to assist. As for Su Qiaoen, she pledged to lead the disciples of the Fuyo Pavilion, standing together with the Xintian sect in mutual support. After arranging these matters, Su Yang set off with Lai Tiancheng and his group towards the Medicine King Valley. Currently, the Medicine King Valley was bustling with activity. As one of the 5 great sects of the southern domain, its status was unparalleled, attracting numerous affiliated sections. Such an important occasion as the Lord's succession ceremony naturally drew a crowd. Additionally, the disciples of the Medicine King Valley who were out training hastily returned. Inside the Grand Hall, the atmosphere was electric, while outside, disciples stood shoulder to shoulder. Gazing across the vast square, one could see a sea of black, numbering in the tens of thousands. Each individual appeared spirited and radiant, some even emanating potent auras, their brilliance unmistakable. Should they all mobilize? They could easily sweep across the southern domain. This exemplified the strength and depth of the divine sect, far beyond that of any first-rate sect. Meanwhile, in a chamber, Chuqinghe stood before a mirror, arms outstretched as a maid adorned him in splendid attire. Observing his finely dressed self in the reflection, a smile graced his lips, radiating confidence and ambition. Today, he would become one of the most powerful figures in the southern domain. He had awaited this day for far too long. Once attired, Luo Nanqing entered, prompting the maid to discreetly withdraw. "Master, is everyone assembled?" Xu Qinghe asked. "Most have arrived, however. Su Tsunghai and his companions have yet to return from the flame sect," Luo Nanqing replied. "What are they doing? Do they not realize that today is my succession ceremony?" Xu Qinghe's face darkened with displeasure. Logically, they should have returned by now. For some reason, he felt an unsettling premonition, as though something was amiss. "Master, the Medicine King Valley is now in our grasp. What could possibly go wrong?" "I believe you have been overworked lately," Xu Qinghe dismissed, unconcerned. "Perhaps. But until Bai Ningyue is eliminated, she remains a potential threat," Luo Nanqing warned. "She has become the scapegoat of the Medicine King Valley. She likely dares not show her face now. Besides, you mentioned that Lai Tiancheng has surely met his demise. With her alone, what chaos can she stir?" Xu Qinghe waved dismissively. "Once I take control of the Medicine King Valley, everything will settle. I will then send someone to that Xiantian sect to deal with her." He smiled slightly, adding, "And while I'm at it, I shall also retrieve Brother Li and his son, reuniting our master and his family." Luo Nanqing nodded in satisfaction. "You are quite thoughtful. However, I have already dispatched Su Tsunghai and the others to fetch them, yet there has been no word from them." At that moment, a disciple outside called out, "Grand Elder, Senior Brother Chu, the auspicious hour has arrived." "Master, do not fret, let us commence the succession ceremony," Luo Nanqing urged. "Very well." Luo Nanqing reluctantly set aside his concerns. The two then exited the chamber and made their way outside to the grand hall. "The new lord has arrived," a disciple announced loudly. Instantly, everyone inside and outside the hall stood erect, their spirits heightened. Under the watchful eyes of thousands of disciples, Xu Qinghe strode forward with pride, his heart racing with excitement. "I am finally to become the Lord." As he ascended the steps and stood before the throne, Luo Nanqing proclaimed loudly, "The former Lord, Lai Tiancheng, has unfortunately passed away. Today, our divine son, Xu Qinghe, shall assume the position of Lord. Now, let the new Lord ascend the great throne. Long live the Lord." The disciples echoed in unison, their voices soaring to the heavens. Xu Qinghe was eager to take his seat, but just then, a sudden sound of breaking air resonated from above. All the disciples looked up in unison. 6 figures descended from the sky, Su Yang and his companions. Lai Tiancheng was conspicuously absent. "Senior sister? What senior sister? She caused the Lord's death and has already been expelled from the Medicine King Valley. How could she return? She must have been captured by Su Tangsua and the others." Amidst the murmurs of the disciples, the 6 landed gracefully. Upon seeing Bai Ningyue, Xu Qinghe's expression brightened with unexpected joy. Chapter 29, You dare to touch my disciple. It turned out that Su Tsunghai had gone to capture Bai Ningyue. No wonder he had returned late. "Master Su, Elder He, you have done splendidly," praised Xu Qinghe with a smile. "You are mistaken, I was not captured. I am here on behalf of the Xiantian sect to visit the Medicine King Valley," Bai Ningyue replied coldly. The crowd was taken aback. Bai Ningyue had joined the Xiantian sect? How could such a divine maiden affiliate herself with a second-rate sect? What was she thinking? "Su Tsunghai, what is going on?" Xu Qinghe asked, furrowing his brow. "Just as Ningyue stated, she is now a disciple of the Xiantian sect and has returned with us," Su Tsunghai replied casually. "Are you all fools? Do you not know she is responsible for the death of the Valley Master?" Xu Qinghe expressed his dissatisfaction. "It is you who aim to harm the Valley Master," Bai Ningyue retorted, pointing an accusing finger at Xu Qinghe. "Luo Nanqing conspired to frame me so that you could ascend as the heir, and even sent Tang-He to kill me. Had it not been for my master's rescue, I would have already fallen victim to your treachery." At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in uproar. "Nonsense!" Xu Qinghe immediately denied the claims. The Grand Elder would never stoop to such treachery. It is Bai Ningyue who is twisting the truth to save herself. "Master Su, Elder He, you have all been deceived. As the newly appointed Valley Master, I command you to seize Bai Ningyue. However, the two remained unmoved. Did you not hear? Why are you not taking action? Chu Qinghe shouted. They have seen through your true nature and will no longer assist your tyranny, Bai Ningyue scoffed. You! Chu Qinghe was furious. Su Canhai, He Songnian, do you truly wish to betray me? Luo Nansheng asked sternly. Grand Elder, it is still not too late to back down. Su Canhai advised. Traitors! Luo Nansheng would not heed the counsel, his gaze turning icy as he declared loudly, Su Canhai, He Songnian and Zhang Yufeng have been swayed by Bai Ningyue's manipulation and have betrayed the Medicine King Valley. Where are the disciples of the Earth Medicine Hall? The Mystic Medicine Hall, and the Yellow Medicine Hall? Present. 3 disciples promptly responded. Seize them! Luo Nansheng commanded. Understood. The 3 hall masters immediately unleashed their power. All at the mid-level of the fierce Sun Realm. The remaining disciples brandished their weapons. Luo Nansheng, you had better call them off, or I shall kill him. Bai Ningyue pulled Li Tianhai to the forefront, removing his hood. Li Tianhai was now severely injured, his cultivation crippled, and he appeared battered and on the brink of death. Luo Nansheng's heart sank, and he quickly called for a halt. The crowd was puzzled. Who is this person? He is the Grand Elder's disciple, Li Tianhai, who was long expelled from the Medicine King Valley, they murmured. Just a discarded disciple, why does the Grand Elder seem so concerned? Bai Ningyue, release him at once. And I shall spare your life, Luo Nansheng said in a low voice. Master, we cannot let a tiger return to the mountain. Silence. Luo Nansheng interrupted Chu Qinghe. It seems you care for him greatly. I could let him go, but you must acknowledge the wrongs you have committed. Bai Ningyue smirked coldly. You are delusional. Very well, Bai Ningyue suddenly twisted Li Tianhai's arm, causing it to contort grotesquely. He screamed in agony. Bai Ningyue! Luo Nansheng was beside himself with rage, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. If you wish to spare him further suffering, then do as I say, Bai Ningyue warned. How can I trust you? Let us make an oath. Bai Ningyue bit her finger, writing a line of blood characters in the air. By blood as a contract. Should a practitioner break the oath? They will suffer the consequences. Luo Nansheng glanced at the blood characters, confirming their content, then squeezed out a drop of his own blood. Master, please reconsider. Chu Qinghe pleaded desperately. You wish for me to bury my own child? Luo Nansheng shot him a glare and resolutely flicked his blood into the air. The oath is established. Now you may reveal the truth, Bai Ningyue stated. Luo Nansheng wasted no time, confessing, Bai Ningyue is correct. I conspired to frame her to ensure Chu Qinghe could ascend as the heir to the Medicine King Valley. I even sent Tang He to kill her. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. Many disciples wore expressions of anger, astonished that the Grand Elder and Chu Qinghe could be such individuals. Luo Nansheng paid no heed to their reactions, fixing his gaze on Bai Ningyue. Now, release him. Bai Ningyue pushed Li Tianhai towards Luo Nansheng. Tianhai, quickly take this. Luo Nansheng pulled out a golden sun pill for Li Tianhai to consume. However, Li Tianhai's injuries were too severe for him to recover immediately. So Luo Nansheng instructed him to enter the main hall to recuperate. Then, he turned his glare towards Bai Ningyue. Now, your time is up. Bai Ningyue, unafraid, declared. You too deserve punishment. All disciples, obey my command and seize these two. The disciples exchanged glances, yet none dared to act. Bai Ningyue frowned. What are you waiting for? Take them down. Still, no one moved. Luo Nansheng chuckled coldly, you think that forcing me to confess will grant you victory? I have managed the Medicine King Valley for so many years, how could a mere girl like you overthrow me? Bai Ningyue's expression darkened. You are too naive. Bai Ningyue. The Medicine King Valley now belongs to my master. Even if they learn the truth, what can they do? Do not forget. This is a world where strength reigns supreme, the truth matters little if one possesses power. If Lai Tansheng were still alive, perhaps you would have a chance, but alas. He has perished. Thus, today you cannot escape death." Chu Qinghe laughed triumphantly. "You will be sorely disappointed, the Valley Master still lives." Bai Ningyue's words incited an uproar among the disciples. Liao Baichuan, the master of the Earth Medicine Hall, quickly inquired, "Is that true? The Valley Master still lives?" Before Bai Ningyue could respond, Chu Qinghe interjected, "Master Liao, do you truly believe such nonsense? Lai Tiancheng's soul is damaged, he cannot possibly survive. She is deceiving you all. Indeed, with a damaged soul, no medicine can save him, how could he still be alive?" Yet Bai Ningyue proclaimed loudly, "No one can save the Valley Master but my master. He intervened, and the Valley Master has already recovered." Chu Qinghe scoffed, "Bai Ningyue? Do you even believe your own words? Him? Your master? I think you have lost your mind to take such trash as your teacher. Insult my master, and you shall die." Bai Ningyue, filled with fury, drew her sword and charged. Her aura erupted, startling Chu Qinghe. 7th grade Bright Moon Realm. She has broken through again. "Master! Save me!" Chu Qinghe cried out in haste. "You dare to harm my disciple in my presence?" Luo Nanqing's gaze turned icy. Su Yan replied coolly, "You dare to touch my disciple?" Chapter 30, the ancestor of the Medicine King Valley. Bai Ningyue thrust her sword towards Chu Qinghe. Luo Nanqing immediately positioned himself in front of her, reaching out with his bare hands. A terrifying aura emanated from him, and behind him, a sun-like figure materialized, radiating brilliance. Within the blazing sun sat a figure in a meditative posture. The gathering of the sun's essence. This heralded a breakthrough to the Earth Soul realm. Although still at the solar realm, his strength had already surpassed that of the 10th grade solar realm. It was unexpected that the Grand Elder had taken this step. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Medicine King Valley was on the verge of gaining another strong presence in the Earth Soul realm. The disciples were left in astonishment. A cold smile crept onto Chu Qinghe's lips. With his master present, who could possibly harm him? Bai Ningyue, your demise is assured. Just then, Luo Nanqing suddenly sensed a mysterious and unfathomable force sweeping towards him. The sun behind him was instantly dispersed, without any means of resistance, and was sent crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, scattering debris. Cough. Luo Nanqing spat out a mouthful of blood, gravely injured. What? Everyone was left dumbfounded. With Luo Nanqing's attack thwarted, Bai Ningyue's strike continued towards Chu Qinghe. Caught off guard by his master's injury, Chu Qinghe had no time to evade. No. His expression changed drastically as he cried out for mercy. But Bai Ningyue offered him no chance, ruthlessly plunging her sword into his heart. You. Chu Qinghe's eyes widened in disbelief. How could his succession ceremony turn into this? This is the consequence of insulting my master. Bai Ningyue withdrew her sword. Blood gushing forth as Chu Qinghe fell to the ground, unwilling to accept his fate. In his last moments, he strained to gaze at the throne in the hall, the position he had long coveted. Just a step away, just a step away. Then his body went limp, and he drew his last breath. Qinghe! Luo Nanqing cried out in despair. All eyes turned to Su Yang, shock rendering them speechless. The Grand Elder, who had begun to gather essence, had been severely wounded by this individual in a single strike. How foolish were we to mock Bai Ningyue for taking a master like this for guidance, only to realize our own short-sightedness. Is he truly a member of a second-rate sect? Bai Ningyue flicked the blood from her sword, casting a cold gaze over the crowd, demanding, who still underestimates my master? No one responded, all were astounded by Su Yang's prowess. The vast square fell silent. Humph. Satisfied, Bai Ningyue approached Su Yang and respectfully bowed, expressing gratitude for his assistance. With my master here, no one can harm you, do as you wish. Yes, master, Bai Ningyue replied, her heart brimming with joy. The feeling of having her master's support was truly delightful. Do not be arrogant. Luo Nanqing stood up, clutching his chest, his eyes ablaze with fury as he spat. No matter your strength, you are but one person. My Medicine King Valley has tens of thousands of disciples, even if it takes time, we can wear you down. Is that so? Su Yang surveyed the crowd. The Medicine King Valley indeed boasted a multitude of members, including many experts in the solar and crescent realms. Though he was currently at the solar realm, capable of overwhelming opponents of the same level, facing an onslaught from thousands could indeed lead to his demise. However, Su Yang had his trump cards. Even if 100,000 from the Medicine King Valley came, he would not be fazed. Luo Nanshang, you are treacherous, shameless, and autocratic. Unworthy of being the Grand Elder of the Medicine King Valley, how could they heed your commands? Bai Ning Yue reprimanded. You are now a disciple of the Xiantian sect. No longer our Medicine King Valley's goddess. What qualifications does an outsider have to judge me? You. Bai Ning Yue was momentarily speechless. Luo Nanshang raised his voice, declaring, Disciples of the Medicine King Valley, listen. Bai Ning Yue has joined the Xiantian sect and has severed all ties with our valley. Regardless of their reasons. Those who dare to wreak havoc in our Medicine King Valley, injuring me and killing the heir to our valley, shall not go unpunished. As one of the 5 great divine sects of the southern region, we have never endured such humiliation. If we do not detain these two today, what face will our Medicine King Valley have left? Where is our authority? Upon hearing his words, the disciples nodded in agreement. Regardless of what the Grand Elder and the heir had done previously, they were still part of the Medicine King Valley. Even if Bai Ning Yue had been wronged by the Grand Elder, her defection to another sect had severed her ties with them. Now, these two outsiders were wreaking havoc in the Medicine King Valley, positioning themselves against all its members. This was a matter of allegiance. The dignity of the sect could not be trifled with. Liao Baichuan, the head of the Earth Medicine Hall, was the first to voice his support, stating, The Grand Elder is right, we cannot allow any outsiders to act recklessly in our valley. Bai Ning Yue, while we may have had a personal connection, you are no longer one of us. The murder of our sect's heir cannot be overlooked. Indeed, unless you provide an explanation today, you shall not leave. Kill them. Avenge the heir. Kill. 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 The disciples shouted in unison, their voices echoing thunderously. Bai Ning Yue was taken aback, observing their righteous indignation and murderous intent, feeling utterly helpless. She quickly turned to Su Yang for assistance. Master, what should we do? Su Yang remained composed, calmly stating, if they truly wish to engage, I will have no choice but to eliminate them all. He understood the stance of the Medicine King Valley. Had he been in their position, he would have acted similarly. But to attempt to kill him would only lead to their own demise. Bai Ning Yue grew anxious. Her intent was solely to seek revenge on Luo Nanshang, not to allow her master to annihilate the Medicine King Valley. She urgently called out, Everyone, please calm down. The Valley Master is on his way. Do not provoke my master, or you will lose your lives. The Valley Master is already dead, you cannot deceive us, someone retorted. Do you truly believe your master is invincible? Are we afraid of him with so many of us? The emotions of the disciples had been stirred, and they were unwilling to heed Bai Ning Yue's pleas. Seizing the moment, Luo Nanshang commanded, Disciples, heed my orders, kill the two of them. Kill. The chorus of over 10,000 disciples resounded, their momentum soaring to the heavens, far beyond what a single solar realm could contend with. At that moment, a sudden cold shout rang out, Stop! Following the voice, 2 figures descended rapidly. The Valley Master? I must be dreaming, the Valley Master is truly alive. Who is that beside the Valley Master? It is the Ancestor. What? The Ancestor? He has come as well. The disciples gazed in astonishment at the elderly man with white hair and a kindly demeanor. The reason the divine sect was revered and held dominion over the southern region was not solely due to its son and daughter, but primarily because of the presence of a powerful figure in the Earth Soul realm. The ancestor of the Medicine King Valley, Bai Shixian, was such a figure. Also the master of Lai Tanchang and Luo Nanshang. Fortunately, they arrived just in time. Bai Ning Yue finally breathed a sigh of relief. How is this possible? How can he still be alive, and he brought my master along? Luo Nanshang was utterly astonished. Soon, the two landed. Lai Tanchang glanced at Su Yang, silently relieved. They had arrived just in time. Had they been a moment later, the Medicine King Valley would have been lost. The disciples knelt in reverence, calling out, Greetings to the Ancestor. Greetings to the Valley Master. Rise, Bai Shixian gestured with his hand. The disciples stood up. Bai Shixian leveled a fierce gaze at Luo Nansheng, declaring, "Wretched disciple, do you know your crimes?" Chapter 31, He is not mad, he is about to unleash his power, I am not mistaken. Luo Nansheng furrowed his brow and resolutely denied the accusation. Disciple, at this point, you still show no signs of repentance. Tiancheng has revealed everything to me. It was you who incited him to strive for the earthly spirit realm, causing damage to his soul. Bai Ningyue took him to seek healing. Yet you dispatched assassins to eliminate them both. Subsequently, you intended to pin Tiancheng's death on Bai Ningyue, supporting your disciple to ascend as the heir. All while manipulating the Medicine King Valley from the shadows. Have I erred in any detail? Bai Shixian questioned sternly. Yes. I orchestrated it all, and what of it? The position of Valley Master rightfully belongs to me. He has always been inferior, I merely lost due to my momentary carelessness that fateful day during the contest. You hastily bestowed the position upon him. Had you not been so reckless and biased, denying me another chance, would I have resorted to these actions? Luo Nansheng retorted passionately. You are prideful and have squandered your opportunity, yet you blame others. Thankfully, I did not pass it to you, a person like you is utterly unworthy. Bai Shixian countered. Unworthy? Luo Nansheng suddenly erupted into laughter, appearing almost deranged. Master, he seems to have lost his mind, Bai Ningyue whispered. No, he is about to unveil something significant. Su Yang had long activated his imperial teacher's eye, perceiving Luo Nansheng's hidden secrets clearly. Something significant? What could that be? Does your Medicine King Valley conceal a Dan Ding? Master, you even know this? Bai Ningyue exclaimed in astonishment. This matter was nearly unknown to outsiders, known only to a select few in the Medicine King Valley. Your methods truly defy imagination, Su Yan remarked. Currently, that Dan Ding is hidden within him. What? Bai Ningyue gasped in shock. At that moment, Luo Nansheng bellowed. I shall show you right now whether I am worthy. With that, he spread his arms wide, and a black Dan Ding soared forth from within him, ancient and eerie, exuding a strange aura. Bai Shixian was taken aback, shouting in anger, Disciple! You dare unleash this demonic Ding? Have you gone mad? That was your doing. Luo Nansheng retorted defiantly. Fool! Bai Shixian stepped forward, the ground beneath him seemingly shifting, as he instantly appeared before Luo Nansheng. This was the earthly spirit realm, where one channels the earth's power for their own use. Bai Shixian raised his hand and struck at Luo Nansheng, aiming to rectify the situation. However, the Dan Ding suddenly emitted a black light, surging into Luo Nansheng's body, surrounding his eyes with dark energy, transforming him into a different being, radiating an unsettling aura. Bang! Bai Shixian's palm struck Luo Nansheng. The force was immense, shaking the ground as if an earthquake had occurred. Cracks rapidly spread, prompting the disciples to hastily flee on their swords. The entire square was jolted downward by half a meter, transforming into a hollowed pit, utterly devastated. This was the earthly spirit realm, truly terrifying. The disciples, soaring above on their swords, gazed at the spectacle below in astonishment. Such a formidable strike would surely challenge the Grand Elder. Yet, to their shock, Luo Nansheng appeared unscathed, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Master! You are too weak. Bai Shixian's eyes widened, and he struck again with even greater force. Luo Nansheng, however, casually met the blow. Boom! The two palms collided, sending tremors through the space. Bai Shixian coughed up blood, hurtling backward like an arrow released from a bow. Ancestor! Master! The crowd gasped. Lai Tiancheng hurriedly flew over to catch Bai Shixian, administering a golden sun pill. This wretched disciple has absorbed the power of the Dan Ding, he has fallen into madness, likely attaining the 5th rank of the earthly spirit realm, or even higher. Bai Shixian is merely at the 1st rank and is no match for him. Struggling to utter a phrase, Bai Shixian insisted, I will hold him off, you take the disciples and escape as far as you can. At the earthly spirit realm, sheer numbers alone will not guarantee victory. But Master! Lai Tiancheng hesitated, knowing the grave danger his master faced. Stop dawdling. Do you wish for the Medicine King Valley to perish at the hands of this wretched disciple? Quickly! Bai Shixian urged anxiously. But Lai Tancheng replied, Master, do not fret. Perhaps someone can contend with Luo Nansheng. Who? Bai Shixian demanded. Him. Lai Tancheng pointed towards Su Yang, who was intently activating his imperial teacher's eye. Fixated on the Dan Ding. This ancient artifact harbored a terrifying demonic power. Should it be fully absorbed, one could ascend to the pinnacle of the celestial soul realm. However, one's mind would be affected, and if their will was not resolute, they could easily succumb to madness, becoming bloodthirsty and cruel. Yet, this was not the Dan Ding's greatest secret, it concealed further mysteries. Such a treasure must be secured. Upon discerning the Dan Ding's enigma, Su Yang felt a surge of desire. However, to unlock the seal, he needed to absorb all the demonic energy contained within. He understood the method to absorb it. But he certainly would not do so himself, lest he become a heartless demon. He would leave that task to Luo Nansheng. And as for how to deal with him afterward, Su Yang had his own strategies. Just as he resolved this, Bai Shixian's gaze fell upon him. Seeing Su Yang standing upon the most inferior flying sword, exuding an unremarkable aura, Bai Shixian frowned and exclaimed, Nonsense! This man is not even as competent as an outer disciple of our Medicine King Valley, how could he possibly confront that wretched disciple? No, Master, he. Lai Tancheng began to explain, but Su Yang had already soared towards Luo Nansheng on his sword. What is he doing? The crowd questioned, bewildered. Master is about to take action, with my master present, you need not worry, Bai Ningyue proclaimed proudly. Master, just watch, this elder's skills are unparalleled. He will surely resolve the issue with Luo Nansheng. Lai Tancheng also assured Bai Shixian. Is that true? Bai Shixian harbored doubts. Yet, knowing his disciples seldom spoke without reason, he chose to observe for the moment. At that instant, Luo Nansheng was absorbing the power of the Dan Ding. As he reached the 7th rank of the earthly spirit realm, he found it increasingly difficult to continue. After several attempts, he was left feeling discontent. Unable to absorb it any further? Su Yang's voice echoed. And if I cannot? With my current strength, annihilating you all would be effortless, Luo Nansheng declared confidently. I know how to fully absorb this power. You know? Luo Nansheng paused, taken aback. How could he possibly know? Bai Shixian was equally astonished. This Dan Ding had been sealed in the Medicine King Valley for many years, and even he was unaware of the method of absorption. I said it. The Elder's techniques are shrouded in mystery. He will surely seize the power of the Dan Ding, Lai Tancheng chuckled. Yet, Su Yang interjected. I can reveal this method to you. Chapter 32, Kneel before me. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Currently, Luo Nansheng had become an insurmountable challenge. If he were to absorb the full power of the Demon Cauldron, not only would the Medicine King Valley face annihilation, but the entire southern region would also be plunged into catastrophe. Bai Shixian shouted urgently, we cannot tell him. However, Su Yang disregarded his warnings and spoke the truth. The Demon Cauldron craved blood, and as long as it was drawn, it would grant its acknowledgement. Of course. How could I not realize this? Luo Nansheng's eyes lit up with a sinister smile. Very well, if I truly absorb all the power of the Demon Cauldron, perhaps I will spare your life. He then slashed his wrist, allowing his blood to drip into the cauldron. The cauldron quivered with excitement, as if it had caught a whiff of a delectable feast. Soon after, the demonic energy within surged towards Luo Nansheng, drawn by the scent of his blood. The onlookers gasped in shock. Bai Ningyue, this is your master's doing. They accused, their voices laced with indignation. He is clearly terrified for his life, choosing to ally himself with Luo Nansheng. How can you still take pride in him? Bah! Many condemned Bai Ningyue, their fury palpable. Do not speak ill of my master. Bai Ningyue protested, though she remained unaware of his motives. She chose to trust him unconditionally. Is this the revered elder you spoke of? He intends to kill us. Bai Shixian lashed out at Lai Tancheng in frustration. Lai Tancheng found himself at a loss for words. What are you still standing there for? While he is still absorbing. We must flee. Bai Shixian urged. Finally coming to his senses, Lai Tiancheng glanced at Su Yang, who remained calm and composed. He weakly suggested, "Master, perhaps the elder has other plans." What plans could he possibly have? Is he waiting for that wayward disciple to absorb all the power of the cauldron before he acts? Bai Shixian retorted. That could be possible. Lai Tiancheng hesitated. Possible, my foot. Bai Shixian exclaimed, his face flushed with anger. What sins have I committed to take on such a wayward disciple? And now you too have disappointed me. If it is truly as you say, I shall take you as my master. Stop dawdling and escape. He commanded. Master, please do not be angry. Perhaps I should go and ask him, Lai Tiancheng suggested cautiously. Ask what? If I say to leave, then leave. If you do not hurry, it will be too late. Master, what about you? If I do not hold him back, how will you escape? Master, I am willing to share the fate of the Medicine King Valley. Lai Tiancheng declared resolutely. Share the fate? You dare defy my orders. And I shall sever our master-disciple bond. Enough talk, flee at once. Lai Tiancheng, unwilling to disobey, expressed his sorrow and resignedly said, Disciple obeys. He then commanded all disciples, everyone, retreat immediately. The disciples swiftly fled on their swords. Ning Yue, are you not coming? Lai Tiancheng asked by Ning Yue. Master is still here. How could I abandon him? Moreover, I trust my master, she replied with unwavering determination. Lai Tiancheng cast one last glance at Su Yang, wishing to stay. But he had to bear responsibility for the thousands of disciples in the Medicine King Valley, and could not defy his master's command, so he left with reluctance. Su Yang offered no further explanations, it sufficed that his disciple believed in him. Soon, only a few remained on the square. Luo Nansheng continued to absorb the power of the demon cauldron, lost in his ecstasy, oblivious to everything else. Once Bai Shixian and the others had departed, Luo Nansheng's aura surged wildly, causing the ground to tremble as the earth's power rapidly coalesced. When the energy peaked, he opened his eyes wide and stepped forward. Shrinking the distance, appearing before Luo Nansheng in the blink of an eye, channeling all his strength into his right palm, and struck down fiercely. The force of that palm was enough to shatter a mountain, yet with the protection of the demon cauldron, Luo Nansheng remained unscathed. Instead, the impact rebounded, sending Bai Shixian flying as he coughed up blood once more. Ancestor! Bai Ning Yue cried out involuntarily. Stop struggling, he is protected by the cauldron. Your strength cannot harm him. Su Yang kindly reminded. Isn't it all because of you? Bai Shixian retorted angrily. Do you not realize that once he absorbs all the power of the cauldron, he will become a merciless demon? No one in the southern region will be able to stop him. He will not have that chance. Do you think you can deal with him? I could kill him at any moment, Bai Shixian scoffed, anger bubbling within him. I have not roamed the outside world for a long time, and upon my return, I encounter such an arrogant brat. The southern region will suffer because of your actions today, you are a sinner of the southern region. Su Yang replied dismissively, you are quite loud. Perhaps you should keep to yourself. You. Bai Shixian was about to retort when the demon cauldron trembled violently. Su Yang's heart leaped with joy. The seal was loosening. Ha ha ha. Luo Nansheng has finally absorbed all the demonic power, he exclaimed, laughing toward the heavens. At this moment, a black mist enveloped him. His eyes ablaze with blood-red fury, and his aura became exceedingly sinister. He slightly spread his arms, his robes billowing, and began to ascend without the need for a sword. This was the height of the soul realm, allowing him to commune with the heavens and stand aloft. Bai Shixian's heart sank. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon him. A demon of the soul realm meant that not only the southern region but the entire northern wilderness and beyond could fall into turmoil. Truly deserving of its ancient reputation. It has so easily created a soul realm demon, Su Yang remarked without a hint of concern. At such a time, you still have the leisure to speak. Bai Shixian scolded furiously. Just then, Luo Nansheng's gaze turned toward them, his blood-red eyes gleaming with a thirst for blood. His head twitched, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Master, do you still think I am unworthy? As he spoke, he casually struck a palm toward a distant mountain. unleashing a terrifying force that easily reduced it to dust. Such terror! This was a display meant to flaunt his newfound power. Wicked disciple, for your selfish desires, you have fallen into the path of darkness. I disown you as my disciple. Bai Shixian reprimanded sternly. Luo Nanqing tilted his head, a mocking smile on his lips. Power is the true path, regardless of righteousness or evil. Now, it would be effortless for me to kill you. However, out of respect for our past as master and disciple, kneel and bow to me, and I shall take you as my servant. Preposterous! Do not indulge in fantasies. Bai Shixian roared. This is not up to you. If I say you will be my servant, then you shall be my servant. But you must wait your turn. Luo Nanqing suddenly shifted his gaze toward Su Yang, grinning widely. This time, I truly owe you my gratitude. Were it not for your guidance, I could never have become this powerful. Now, I offer you a chance to live, kneel and serve me. Su Yang smiled calmly. You ought to kneel before me. Me kneel before you? Ha ha ha. You have yet to see your own position. Kneel. Before Luo Nanqing could finish, Su Yang bellowed, his voice resonating with authority. With a thud, Luo Nanqing fell to the ground, compelled to kneel involuntarily. Chapter 33, The Transformation of Dan Qi into Sword, Supreme Quality. What on earth is happening? Bai Shixian's expression was one of utter astonishment and confusion. How could this be? Luo Nanqing attempted to rise, yet an inexplicable pressure weighed heavily upon him, rendering him immobile. What have you done to me? He glared at Su Yang, demanding an answer. Su Yang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, holding a token, the Dan Zunling. This token embodies the essence of alchemy. Regardless of whether one has turned to darkness or ascended to immortality, any alchemist must bow before him. It is a constraint of the great Tao, a binding force of heaven and earth, allowing life or death at his discretion. It is overwhelmingly tyrannical, devoid of any rationale. The disciples of the Medicine King Valley are all practitioners of the path of alchemy, and with the Dan Zunling in his possession, Su Yang held complete dominion over their fates. At this moment, Su Yang's demeanor began to shift. He appeared as he always had. Yet there was an ethereal quality about him, evoking a profound sense of awe in Bai Shixian. In his presence, Bai Shixian felt as insignificant as an ant. As if he were gazing upon the true essence of alchemy. How could this be possible? Bai Shixian was engulfed in disbelief, grappling with the surreal nature of it all. Yet unable to dismiss the reality before him. When Su Yang's gaze fell upon him, Bai Shixian felt as though his very soul was being shaken. He trembled uncontrollably. His legs buckling beneath him, leading him to instinctively kneel. Bai Ningyue followed suit, kneeling not only out of reverence but also from a mixture of astonishment and delight. This is the master. In the presence of her innate Dan bone, she felt diminutive and humble. Luo Nanqing, do you still believe you have the right to command my allegiance? Su Yan looked down upon him, his voice imbued with overwhelming authority, sacred and inviolable. Luo Nanqing was gripped by terror, his face drained of color. You should not exist here, it is not right. His stammering was laced with fear, the arrogance he once displayed now vanished. Where I choose to appear is not for you to dictate. Your master is correct. For personal gain, you have willingly descended into darkness, seeking to make him your servant while betraying your own lineage. You are unworthy of being human, Su Yang coldly declared. End your own life. No. Senior, spare me. I pledge my loyalty to you, forever and never to betray. Luo Nanqing hastily prostrated himself, panicking. You are unworthy. Su Yang scoffed, his gaze frigid as he commanded, end your life. His voice resonated with divine authority, piercing the very soul. Luo Nanqing realized he could not resist Su Yang's will, as if the heavens demanded his demise. His hand involuntarily rose. No. No. He watched in horror as his own hand struck him, shattering the malevolent energy within and dispersing his very essence until he was reduced to nothingness. Gulp. Bai Shixian instinctively swallowed, cold sweat beating on his forehead. It turned out all that was said in the celestial city was true. This person was indeed unfathomable. He had just spoken disrespectfully to him, how foolish. At that moment, the magic cauldron trembled violently, fissures appearing upon its surface. This cauldron was meant to seal the treasures within. With the dissipating evil energy, the seal was completely broken, rendering the cauldron obsolete. Boom! With a thunderous noise, the cauldron shattered into fragments. Following this, a golden pill floated in the air, emanating a sacred golden light, accompanied by an intense sword intent. Surrounding it were 9 illusory swords, weaving in intricate patterns around the pill. There was indeed a pill hidden within the magic cauldron. Bai Shixian was astounded. "This is a divine pill," Bai Ningyue exclaimed. Recalling the ancient alchemical texts, the transformation of Dan Qi into a sword, that is a sword pill of supreme quality. The Shinsui Dan can forge divine bones. The quality depends entirely on fortune. Besides divine bones, there exist unique root bones, nearly as exceptional. However, these unique root bones are quite singular. For instance, Bai Ningyue's innate Dan bone can only cultivate the path of alchemy. If she were to pursue other paths, it would not fulfill the potential of her Dan bone. To put it plainly, divine bones are versatile, allowing one to cultivate any path, providing a broad spectrum of choices. In contrast, Dan bones are specialized versions, with all skills focused on alchemy. The sword pill before them belongs to the category of supreme quality, capable of forging a supreme sword bone. Consequently, one would be limited to the path of the sword. Such divine pills are rarer than Shinsui Dan and, in certain respects, even more precious. Especially a sword pill of supreme quality and extraordinary rarity. To possess a sword pill of supreme quality, whoever consumes it is destined to become an unparalleled sword cultivator. As an alchemist of the Dan King level, Bai Shixian understood the immense worth of this sword pill. It was, in fact, priceless. According to the records left by the Medicine King Valley, the magic cauldron was an ancient alchemical vessel, sealed for generations due to the malevolent energy within, with no one daring to approach it. Yet, it had concealed a sword pill. Had it been discovered earlier, the Medicine King Valley might have produced a legendary sword cultivator long ago. Now that this elder had unearthed it, Bai Shixian, despite his reluctance, dared not covet the pill, fearing the repercussions for the Medicine King Valley. Thus, before Su Yang could speak, he took the initiative to congratulate him. "Congratulations, esteemed elder, on obtaining the sword pill." This gesture signified his stance. Su Yang displayed a satisfied expression, acknowledging Bai Shixian's acumen. Nevertheless, since this was originally the property of the Medicine King Valley, Su Yang produced a Shinsui Dan and offered it to him. "This pill is for you, as a token of exchange." "Shinsui Dan?" Bai Shixian gasped in surprise. "Esteemed elder, had it not been for your intervention, the Medicine King Valley would have perished at the hands of that wretched disciple. You have rendered a great service to our valley. Consider this sword pill a token of gratitude." "How could I dare to take your divine pill? You have quite the discerning eye, but I have never been one to retract gifts once given." Su Yang casually tossed it to him. "Take it." "Thank you, esteemed elder." Bai Shixian cradled the Shinsui Dan with both hands, overwhelmed with excitement. With the absence of the divine son and daughter in the Medicine King Valley, he felt a sense of urgency. The divine son and daughter were essential representatives of the sect. Now, with the Shinsui Dan, he no longer needed to worry. Having resolved this matter and unexpectedly acquired a sword pill, Su Yang's spirits were high as he departed with Bai Ningyue. As for Li Tianhai within the Great Hall, he was now a broken man. Whether he lived or died was inconsequential. Moreover, the Medicine King Valley would not let him off easily. Bai Shixian intended to summon his disciples, but having sustained injuries, he first tended to his own wounds. At that moment, after Su Yang and Bai Ningyue had flown a distance, they noticed a figure approaching at a breakneck speed, nearly appearing beside them in the blink of an eye. Bai Ningyue sensed the aura emanating from the figure and gasped, "Earth Realm." Chapter 34, The Realm of the Celestial Soul? Your perspective is limited. The arrival of a burly elder exuded a sharp sword intent. Not only did he tread upon a flying sword, but 2 more swords circled around him, presenting an imposing and extraordinary presence. However, his expression bore a hint of urgency, as if he were poised for battle. Upon noticing the 2 individuals, he initially paid them little mind, but suddenly sensed an extraordinary sword intent emanating from Su Yang, causing him to pause in astonishment. This young man appeared unremarkable yet possessed such sword intent. Could it be that he was a natural sword body? He could not help but approach them swiftly. Bai Ningyue immediately grew cautious. The elder's gaze was intense as he fixated on Su Yang, akin to discovering a rare treasure. Su Yang felt uncomfortable under the elder's scrutiny, pondering whether the old man harbored some peculiar inclination towards his youthful appearance. How intriguing! The elder's gaze intensified further. A chill ran down Su Yang's spine, and he felt an overwhelming urge to draw his celestial sword and strike him down. Fortunately, the elder broke the silence, inquiring, "Young fellow, would you like to take me as your master?" Su Yang was momentarily taken aback. Bai Ningyue was equally surprised. This elder wished to accept him as a disciple? Had he lost his mind? Just as she was about to clarify, the elder interjected, "I am Su Jianfeng from the Sword Sect. I see you possess remarkable bone structure and a natural sword body, a rare talent in swordsmanship, which inspires my desire to take you as a disciple. However, I have urgent matters to attend to. Here is a token, it is a sign of my trust. Should I survive and return? You may use this token to seek me at the Sword Sect. If I am unfortunate enough to perish, you may still use this token to become a disciple of my Sword Sect." Without waiting for further discussion, he pressed the token into Su Yang's hands and hastily departed, leaving the two in a state of bewilderment. Su Yang sighed with relief, grateful that the elder was not infatuated with his appearance. "Master, this is the divine sword token of the Sword Sect. He is an ancestor of the sect," Bai Ningyue remarked, her gaze fixed on the token in Su Yang's hand. Astonished, Su Yang had already deduced the elder's identity from his earlier words. The Sword Sect was one of the 5 great sects of the southern region, specializing in the path of the sword. Sword cultivators were renowned for their invincibility within the same realm. Thus the strength of the Sword Sect surpassed that of the Medicine King Valley significantly. His claim of possessing a natural sword body likely stemmed from the sword Dan within him, leading to this misunderstanding. "Master, he actually wishes to take you as a disciple. If he were to learn of your abilities, I wonder if he would be intimidated," Bai Ningyue mused, filled with anticipation, reminiscent of when she sought to recruit Yi Bufan. "It would surely be an amusing affair. I am more concerned about his intention. It appears he is heading towards the Medicine King Valley," Su Yang stated, observing Su Jianfeng's direction of departure. The elder seemed intent on engaging in a fierce confrontation. Moreover, the destination was indeed the Medicine King Valley. Was he intending to cause trouble there? Bai Ningyue's worry deepened. Considering her ties to the Medicine King Valley, she naturally wished to avoid any upheaval. "That is unlikely," Su Yang reassured her, having previously employed the Emperor's eye to scrutinize the elder. He was a 5th-grade Earth Soul cultivator, and as a sword cultivator, the Medicine King Valley would struggle against him. His admission of possibly facing death indicated that his opponent posed a significant threat, likely targeting Luo Nanchang. Given Su Jianfeng's trajectory, he was likely racing towards the escape route of Lai Tiancheng and his companions. If his assumptions were correct, he must have learned about the situation from Lai Tiancheng, prompting his urgent rush. To knowingly face danger speaks well of him. Su Yang couldn't help but admire Su Jianfeng. "Let us proceed." Having discerned the elder's intention, Su Yang resumed his journey. At that moment, Su Jianfeng was hastily approaching the Medicine King Valley, where he beheld the plaza in ruins, intensifying his anxiety. As he drew near, he shouted, "Demon, allow me to confront you." At that instant, Bai Shixian was tending to his injuries when he heard the furious call and immediately looked up. Upon recognizing Su Jianfeng, he was momentarily taken aback. "Brother Su, you're alive. That is splendid." Su Jianfeng landed before Bai Shixian with a thud, urgently inquiring, "Where is that demon? Why have you come?" Bai Shixian countered, "I heard that the Medicine King Valley was holding a succession ceremony today, and since I had some free time, I thought to visit and reminisce with you. However, I encountered your disciples midway and learned from your apprentice that your wayward disciple, Luo Nanchang, had opened the demon cauldron and absorbed the power of evil, becoming a demon himself. Thus, I rushed over at once. By the way, where is that demon? Why is he absent?" Su Jianfeng pressed. "He is no longer here," Bai Shixian replied. "He escaped? That is disastrous. We must locate and eliminate him, otherwise, the southern region will surely descend into chaos. However, I cannot accomplish this alone. We must hasten and summon the other old fellows from the various sects, Su Jianfeng stated gravely, preparing to depart. Bai Shixian grasped his arm, stating, he did not escape. He has been dealt with. Dealt with? Su Jianfeng exclaimed, astonished. Brother Bai, you are not jesting with me, are you? You single-handedly resolved the issue? Did you consume some potent elixir and break through to the realm of the celestial soul? If so, you must share some with me. Bai Shixian retorted. Do you think such elixirs are so easily obtained? It is not a simple task to refine them. Then how did you manage to resolve him? Your apprentice informed me that your wayward disciple had fully absorbed the power of evil and reached at least the realm of the celestial soul. Not only I. But even if all of us old fellows combined our strength, we could not contend with him. Of course, I lack such capability. It was a senior who intervened and resolved the matter, Bai Shixian revealed. A senior? Su Jianfeng inquired urgently. Are there still celestial soul elders in our southern region? How come I was unaware? The realm of the celestial soul? Ha! Brother Su, your vision is limited, Bai Shixian replied cryptically. What do you mean? Are you suggesting he exists beyond the celestial soul? Su Jianfeng was taken aback. Bai Shixian shook his head, you cannot speak of such matters. Such existences are beyond our discourse. Su Jianfeng was taken aback but retained a hint of skepticism, asking, how could such an existence possibly appear in our southern region? Are you certain you are not mistaken? Do you know how my wayward disciple met his end? Bai Shixian countered. How did he die? Was he slain in an instant? Su Jianfeng asked. Slain instantaneously? Ha, if that were the case, it would not adequately convey the terror of the senior. Bai Shixian recalled the earlier scene. His face filled with reverence. The senior spoke, and the mere utterance compelled my wayward disciple to take his own life. Su Jianfeng gasped in astonishment, recognizing that such power transcended mere words. His doubts dissipated, replaced by a profound respect for this senior. Where is the senior now? Where might I find him? Su Jianfeng eagerly inquired, longing to witness this elder's prowess. If he could receive guidance from such a figure, his own cultivation and swordsmanship would surely ascend to new heights. He has already departed, did you not encounter him? Bai Shixian responded. Not at all. It seems I am fated to be without the honor of meeting this elder, Su Jianfeng lamented. However, a thought struck him, and he spoke up. Though I may not have had the fortune to meet the elder, I did encounter an individual with a natural sword body on my way here. That at least makes this journey worthwhile. A natural sword body? Bai Shixian exclaimed, astonished. You were so fortunate? Such a prodigy in sword cultivation crossed your path? Why do you say that? Am I not deserving of such encounters? Su Jianfeng retorted. I have already bestowed the divine sword order upon him. When he arrives at the sword worship pavilion, I shall take him as my disciple. Su Jianfeng pondered for a moment and then added, no. He should not have wandered far. I shall seek him out directly, such a disciple must not be overlooked. As he was about to depart, Bai Shixian called out to him, inquiring, wait, did you just say you encountered him on your way here? Indeed, is there a problem? Chapter 35, You are unsuitable to be my disciple. Are they a man and a woman? Bai Shixian inquired once more. How do you know? Do you know them? Su Jianfeng asked, by the way, they seem to have come from the direction of your Medicine King Valley. Could they be your disciples? One of them used to be. But before Bai Shixian could finish, Su Jianfeng eagerly interrupted, that is no longer the case. It would be a travesty for such a naturally gifted sword body to be wasted in your Medicine King Valley. He must come to my sword sect. No. Su, old brother, you cannot take him as your disciple, he is. Why can't I? Su Jianfeng's displeasure was evident. Refusing to give Bai Shixian a chance to explain, his expression darkening. Are you trying to take him back to your Medicine King Valley? Brother Bai. That would be quite unfair. No, I cannot allow you to steal him away. With that, he hurriedly took flight, fearing that Bai Shixian would snatch him away. Su, old brother, wait. Let me explain. Bai Shixian called after him, chasing him down. He's following me, surely to contest for the boy, Su Jianfeng thought. Quickening his pace, his sword slicing through the air. With his cultivation, he soon distanced himself from Bai Shixian. This Su old fellow is always so impatient. Can't he let me finish speaking? Bai Shixian lamented as Su Jianfeng vanished from sight. At that moment, Su Yang and his companion were en route to the Xiantian sect. As they flew over a mountain peak, a sudden roar echoed from below. Master, look! Bai Ningyue pointed toward a cliff nestled within the mountains. There, several monkeys were cornered at the edge of the precipice, terrified and helpless, emitting desperate cries. Among them, the smallest monkey stood bravely at the front. Gripping a stick and baring its teeth at a large tiger, waving its makeshift weapon in a futile attempt to drive the beast away. The tiger, however, paid no heed to the monkey's threats, roaring mightily as it approached. The other monkeys trembled in fear. Yet the smallest among them summoned its courage and charged at the tiger, only to be swatted away, landing painfully on the ground. The tiger, baring its fangs, advanced menacingly towards it, while the monkeys it had tried to protect seized the opportunity to flee, abandoning their defender. How could they? Bai Ningyue exclaimed indignantly. Master! That little monkey is so pitiable. It is the smallest yet bravely stands to protect its companions, only to be cast aside in the end. It is truly unjust. Indeed. It is quite tragic, Su Yang observed, admiring the little monkey's unyielding spirit in the face of despair, sensing a spark of intelligence within it. He activated his imperial teacher Si to examine it, and was taken aback to discover that this monkey was born of fortuitous destiny. In this world, there exist beings, whether human, animal, or plant, that are innately endowed with luck, referred to as children of fortune. They are favored by the heavens, destined for an extraordinary existence. Even the most humble blade of grass, if touched by fortune, will eventually encounter great opportunities. Intrigued, Su Yang decided to bestow fortune upon this little creature. Your destiny shall be delivered by me. As the tiger lunged towards the small monkey, Su Yang stepped forward, effortlessly casting the tiger aside, causing it to flee in panic. The little monkey blinked in astonishment and actually bowed before Su Yang in gratitude. Master, this monkey possesses remarkable sensitivity. Bai Ningyue exclaimed, filled with joy. Monkeys are inherently more intelligent than ordinary animals, and with the gift of fortune, this one had already awakened a portion of its intelligence. With a bit more opportunity, it could easily attain full consciousness. Little one, today I shall grant you a chance. If you understand, simply sit still, Su Yang instructed, pointing to the ground. The monkey, though unsure, eventually settled down. Master, what do you wish to? Wait, I too wish to listen, Bai Ningyue interjected, rushing to sit beside the little monkey. The two, a person and a monkey, resembled eager students awaiting their teacher's lesson. Su Yang then seated himself before them. Imperial Teacher's Doctrine, commence. Su Yang's aura shifted dramatically as he began to impart wisdom. Initially bewildered, the little monkey's expression gradually transformed, becoming increasingly focused. Time passed without notice. Su Jianfeng, flying at full speed, glanced back with a smug grin. Brother Bai, when it comes to speed, you cannot compare to me. I have secured the naturally gifted sword body. Suddenly, he caught a faint but profound sound emanating from nearby. What is this? Su Jianfeng halted, listening intently, and exclaimed, great profound truths. Which esteemed elder is delivering teachings here? Where? Where? He scanned the surroundings, soon pinpointing the source of the sound, and promptly soared over. To speak of profound truths, the speaker must surely be extraordinary, likely the esteemed elder Bai had mentioned. What a serendipitous encounter! Excitedly, Su Jianfeng approached, but then the voice abruptly ceased. Why has it stopped? Is it over? Su Jianfeng felt disheartened, having just begun to grasp some insights before they vanished, akin to being interrupted mid-visit to the lavatory, an unbearable sensation. He hastened forward, searching fervently, ultimately discovering a man and a woman seated at the cliff's edge, along with a monkey. Su Yang had concluded his teachings, while Bai Ningyue and the little monkey were now quietly processing the knowledge. He remained seated, choosing not to intrude. What are they doing here? I see now. The elder was teaching here just moments ago. Su Jianfeng descended on his sword, urgently asking Su Yang, where has the elder gone? Elder? Su Yang was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, was he not just here teaching you? Where has he gone? Su Jianfeng pressed again. Do I appear so elderly? Su Yang retorted. You? You claim it was you who was teaching? Su Jianfeng stared incredulously. It seems there is no one else here besides me, Su Yang replied. I have no time for jest, tell me where the elder has gone. Su Jianfeng's impatience was palpable, eager for another opportunity to absorb the elder's teachings. Do you not believe me? Su Yang queried. Though you possess a naturally gifted sword body, you could never articulate such profound truths. Do not jest about the elder. You cannot afford the consequences. Su Jianfeng's expression turned serious, harboring a hint of dissatisfaction towards Su Yang. If you choose not to believe, so be it, Su Yang shrugged. Uninterested in further explanation. Su Jianfeng furrowed his brow, dissatisfaction growing. Despite this individual being a rare talent in sword cultivation, he had a propensity to boast and dared to impersonate an esteemed elder. His lack of reverence revealed a flawed character. Which was no wonder Medicine King Valley had dismissed him. Bai Shixian had advised against accepting him as a disciple, not out of a desire to reclaim him, but rather understanding that his character was lacking. Should he become a formidable figure in the future, he might very well become a menace. With this realization, Su Jianfeng dismissed the thought of taking him on as a disciple and replied sternly, "Return the token to me, you are not suitable to be my apprentice." Chapter 36, The Essence Cleansing Pill. One is insufficient, so two will suffice. He prided himself as the foremost sword cultivator in the southern region, with countless individuals seeking to apprentice under him. His interest in this young man was indeed a significant opportunity. Regrettably, the young lad had left him profoundly disappointed. Now, to abandon the prospect of taking him as a disciple, he would surely come to regret this decision. Su Jianfeng had anticipated that the youth would be reluctant to forfeit such a splendid opportunity for mentorship. However, to his astonishment, Su Yang nonchalantly returned the token to him. This object bore no significance in terms of reimbursement for disciples, it was merely a burden to possess. It was better to return it, leaving no debts between them. Su Jianfeng caught the token, his brow furrowing. You are simply returning this token to me? Was it not you who insisted I return it? Do you understand what this token signifies? It is a symbol of my promise. Reclaiming it means I will no longer accept you as my disciple. Oh. Su Yang replied indifferently. Oh. Su Jianfeng was taken aback. Did he truly not harbor any regrets? Su Yang's reaction was utterly unexpected, leaving him quite displeased. Very well. He decided he would not stoop to the youth's level. Su Jianfeng stowed the token away and produced a cleansing pill. Tell me the whereabouts of the elder, and I shall offer you this essence cleansing pill as a reward. This was a high-quality spiritual pill, surely, the young man would be ecstatic. Yet, Su Yang merely cast a fleeting glance at it, his expression devoid of emotion. I shall decline the pill, and as for the elder's whereabouts, I am unaware. Since he did not believe Su Yang, he would humor him. Su Yang was too apathetic to offer further explanations. You do not know? Su Jianfeng frowned. Indeed. Su Yang nodded. Could it be that this lad was upset over not being accepted as a disciple and was deliberately feigning ignorance? It must be so, otherwise he would not remain unmoved even in the presence of an essence cleansing pill, clearly retaliating against Su Jianfeng. Such a narrow-minded individual was fortunate not to have been taken under his wing. Su Jianfeng, unwilling to squander more time with Su Yang, decided to search for the elder before he strayed too far, hoping he might still catch up. Thus, he immediately took to the skies on his sword. Su Yang shook his head. The man was commendable, yet his temperament was too hasty, and his intellect seemed lacking. After searching the vicinity, Su Jianfeng found no trace of the elder and felt a pang of disappointment, letting out a sigh. It seemed he was ultimately fated to be estranged from the elder. At that moment, Bai Shixian hurriedly approached, panting heavily. Brother Su, I finally caught up with you, you must listen to me. Bai Shixian, breathless, sought to disclose Su Yang's identity but was once again interrupted. You needn't say another word, I have changed my mind. You no longer wish to take him as a disciple? That is good, very good, Bai Shixian exhaled in relief. grateful that Su Jianfeng had come to his senses in time to avoid offending the elder. Brother Bai, I must apologize for misunderstanding you earlier, Su Jianfeng suddenly expressed contrition. What did you misunderstand? Bai Shixian inquired. I thought you were attempting to compete with me for the youth, so I dismissed you. Little did I realize you were cautioning me that the lad's character was unworthy of my mentorship, prompting me to reclaim the token. Bai Shixian was taken aback. Wait. Brother Su, did you say this in front of him after meeting him? Indeed. Otherwise, how would I have discerned his nature? Su Jianfeng continued, his irritation mounting. It is infuriating, that lad has struck a stroke of luck, encountering the elder you mentioned. By the time I arrived, the elder had already departed. I asked him for the elder's whereabouts, but he refused to tell me, causing me to miss my chance with the elder. The more he spoke, the more disgruntled Su Jianfeng became, his dissatisfaction with Su Yang growing. Bai Shixian was alarmed. Brother Su, what should I say? You have landed yourself in trouble. Trouble? What trouble have I caused? Have I offended the elder? I did not even see him, so how could I have offended anyone? You are being overly sensitive. Su Jianfeng brushed aside Bai Shixian's concerns and made a resolute decision. No, I must seek out that lad and inquire about the elder's whereabouts. I believe he is deliberately withholding information. If he refuses to divulge it again, I shall see how I deal with him. With that, he took off in a frenzy. Brother Su! Bai Shixian shouted, unable to catch him, feeling utterly helpless. Why was he in such a rush? Could he not wait for him to clarify? He hastily pursued Su Jianfeng once more. At this moment, Bai Ningyue was the first to open her eyes. Although her cultivation had not advanced, her understanding of alchemy had progressed significantly. Soon after, the little monkey also opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling with newfound intelligence. He spun around and suddenly knelt before Su Yang, speaking with human words, "Thank you, esteemed master, for imparting wisdom and aiding me in awakening my intelligence." Master! He has awakened! He has awakened! Bai Ningyue exclaimed in delight. Su Yang smiled gently. You possess great fortune, even without my guidance, you would eventually encounter significant opportunities. Fortune? Master, are you implying that he is a child of fortune? Bai Ningyue gasped in astonishment. Indeed, Su Yang affirmed. It is said that those blessed with fortune are favored by the heavens and will encounter great opportunities. However, they may also attract envy, so until they grow, they will receive heavenly protection, revealing no abnormalities. Master, your insight is remarkable. Bai Ningyue expressed her admiration even more fervently. Esteemed master, you are my fortune. Please bestow upon me a name, the little monkey implored. A name? Su Yang recalled the names he had given to the 9 koi fish. And a mischievous thought crossed his mind. Very well, I shall grant you the surname Sun, and your name shall be Chi Tian. May you soar to great heights and achieve the greatness of the Monkey King. Sun Chi Tian. The little monkey repeated the name softly, his joy evident. Thank you, esteemed master, I now have a name. From now on, I shall be known as Sun Chi Tian. He danced with delight, performing flips in celebration. At that moment, Su Jianfeng returned on his sword, witnessing the little monkey speaking with human words. He was astonished. He has awakened his intelligence. Truly, the esteemed elder is remarkable, merely imparting wisdom has enabled the monkey to gain intelligence. This further solidified Su Jianfeng's determination to find the elder. Hoping to hear his teachings once more, he landed before Su Yang and presented a sword. This sword is named Qingfeng, it is a mid-grade earthly artifact. As you possess a natural sword body, this sword is exceptionally suited for you. If you reveal to me the whereabouts of that esteemed elder, I shall bestow this sword upon you. Su Jianfeng spoke earnestly, his heart aching slightly. An earthly artifact was precious to him, yet for the chance to meet the elder. What was the worth of a single earthly artifact? Bai Ningyue nearly burst into laughter. The elder he sought was right before his eyes. Yet he failed to recognize the mountain before him. Su Yang paid no attention to Su Jianfeng and called out to Sun Chi Tian, "Come here." Su Jianfeng was instantly incensed. How dare he ignore me? This is outrageous. He was about to erupt in anger when he noticed Su Yang producing an essence cleansing pill. Exclaiming, "The essence cleansing pill! How could this fellow possess such a precious item?" Before he could comprehend the situation, Su Yang handed the essence cleansing pill to Sun Chi-Tian. "Now that you have awakened your intelligence, I shall assist you in refining your foundation. Consume this." Su Jianfeng was left speechless. Feeding an essence cleansing pill to a monkey? Had he lost his senses? "Thank you, esteemed master." Sun Chi-Tian gratefully accepted the pill and swallowed it whole. Soon, the sound of cracking bones echoed as he winced in pain. After a while, the cracking subsided, and a radiant golden light enveloped Sun Chi-Tian. Su Jianfeng was envious. After all, he too had merely achieved a heavenly bone. If he could consume that essence cleansing pill, his cultivation would surely advance by leaps and bounds. Yet, it was now being given to a monkey. Such a waste. Ordinary heavenly bone, Su Yang frowned slightly, evidently dissatisfied. What a pity, if only it could be refined into a supreme heavenly bone like my elder brother. Bai Ningyue felt a twinge of regret for Sun Chi-Tian. To possess a heavenly bone, I am already immensely satisfied. Thank you, esteemed master. Sun Chi-Tian knelt once more in gratitude. Do not be hasty in your thanks, let us try once more. Su Yang produced another essence cleansing pill. He had more. Seeing this, Su Jianfeng was taken aback. Unable to contain himself, he spoke up, "The spirit essence pill is so precious, you have already given him one. Do not waste any more." "What? Do you desire it?" Su Yang inquired casually. Chapter 37, Alas, I wish to be a monkey too. Su Jianfeng indeed yearned for it. Yet his pride held him back. Should he simply seize it? However, such an act would be unbecoming of a gentleman and contrary to his principles. Moreover, as the ancestral elder of the Baijian Pavilion and the foremost swordsman in the southern domain, how could he tarnish his own reputation? But it was the divine essence pill. Just as Su Jianfeng wrestled with his indecision, Su Yang unceremoniously thrust the divine essence pill into Sun Chi-Tian's mouth. With a gulp, it was swallowed. And once more, the sound of bones cracking resonated. Su Jianfeng felt utterly disheartened. Another precious pill wasted. Before long, Sun Chi-Tian radiated golden light anew. Even more resplendent than before. Top-grade divine bone, Bai Ningyue exclaimed joyfully. Yet Su Yang remained unsatisfied. How could the destined child of fortune, the future great sage Chi-Tian, settle for mere top-grade divine bone? It was beneath his stature. Thus, he procured another divine essence pill, ready to try again. Not again. Su Jianfeng instinctively shouted. You cannot squander such divine pills. This pill belongs to me, how I choose to use it is none of your concern, Su Yang retorted, displaying a disdain for extravagance. You could give it to me, and I would gladly waste it for you. How dare you say I lack vision? I have traversed the southern domain for years. What spectacles have I not witnessed? Su Jianfeng declared with pride. Have you ever seen a scene such as this? Su Jianfeng found himself rendered speechless. Who would waste a divine essence pill in such a manner? What a travesty! He watched, enviously, as Su Yang once again fed a divine essence pill to the monkey. Feeling a pang of sorrow for his own plight. For the first time in his life, he felt inferior to a mere monkey. Crack! The sound of bones bursting echoed once more. While Sun Chi-Tian's divine bone continued to be refined, Su Yang was already preparing another divine essence pill. Su Jianfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Where did this fellow acquire so many divine essence pills? Was he buying them in bulk? Even the Apothecary Valley, renowned as the sacred ground for alchemy in the southern domain, had only ever possessed a single one, which was treated as a treasured relic. At that time, disciples fought fiercely, shedding blood to attain it. Yet here was Su Yang, producing 3 to feed to a monkey, with one still in hand. Evidently intent on continuing until he was satisfied. Curse it! A mere monkey has it better than me. Su Jianfeng thought, enviously wishing to be a monkey himself. At that moment, Sun Chi-Tian's body shone with golden light once again, this time imbued with a hint of divine aura. Supreme divine bone. It is complete! Bai Ningyue exclaimed excitedly. Su Jianfeng's gaze turned as forlorn as a jilted lover. How fortunate was this creature to possess a supreme divine bone. Great benefactor. Your kindness is unforgettable. Sun Shitian immediately knelt before Su Yang, brimming with gratitude. To forge a supreme divine bone with just 3 pills was indeed fortunate. And Su Yang smiled with satisfaction. Su Jianfeng's lips twitched involuntarily. To create a supreme divine bone for this monkey required 3 precious pills, and it was deemed fortunate. You could at least give me one, Su Jianfeng said, his gaze fixed on the divine essence pill in Su Yang's hand, filled with longing. Suddenly, he found himself thinking that perhaps Su Yang's character flaws were not so significant after all. His evident affection for small creatures suggested a kind-hearted nature. And he was rather handsome, accepting him as a disciple was not out of the question. I do prefer handsome disciples, it brings prestige, Su Jianfeng rationalized to himself, clearing his throat. Ahem. I must say, I admire those who cherish small animals and shall grant you another chance to become my disciple. Upon hearing this, Su Yang raised an eyebrow, fully aware of his intentions. Su Jianfeng, fearing rejection, quickly retrieved a tone. I am quite generous with my disciples. Should you not fancy the Qingfeng sword, I shall bestow upon you a swordsmanship manual. This technique is of the middle tier of the earth grade, perfectly suited for you. Earth grade? Su Yang could not help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Allow me to enlighten you, earth grade techniques are exceedingly rare. Especially this swordsmanship manual in my possession, Su Jianfeng boasted. I owe my status as the foremost swordsman in the southern domain to it. It is no exaggeration to say that you will find no second manual of its caliber in the entire southern domain. Provided you. Su Jianfeng's words were interrupted as Su Yang casually handed a manual to Sun Shitian. This is a technique for beast cultivators, though merely of the heaven grade. I believe it suits you perfectly. Take it and cultivate. Heaven grade. By my mother. Su Jianfeng's voice faltered, leaving him stunned. In the next moment, his face flushed with embarrassment as he silently tucked away his prized earth-grade manual. This individual not only possessed an abundance of divine essence pills but also a heaven-grade manual for beast cultivation. What was most astonishing was that he, without a shred of remorse, chose to bestow such rare treasures upon a monkey. Who exactly was he? Just then, Bai Shixian arrived on the scene. Upon spotting Su Yang, he promptly approached and bowed. Junior pays respects to the elder. Elder? Su Jianfeng suddenly realized the magnitude of his blunder, his heart sinking in dread. Su Yang, observing Bai Shixian's perspiration, inquired curiously, what troubles you? Bai Shixian glanced at Su Jianfeng. It is merely that he ran too swiftly while searching for you. Elder. Did Su Laoj offend you in any way? Bai Shixian asked cautiously. Offend? It is hardly that, he simply lacks clarity of thought, Su Yang replied. Su Jianfeng's heart sank as he hastily knelt. Elder, I am but a blind fool, please forgive my transgressions. Will you still not accept me as your disciple? Su Yang inquired nonchalantly. I dare not, Su Jianfeng stammered. Consider yourself fortunate that you did not act upon your greed, otherwise. Su Yang's gaze turned icy. Had Su Jianfeng attempted to seize the divine essence pills, he would have summoned the pill sovereign's decree and crushed him with the weight of alchemical authority. Though this treasure could only bind alchemists, dispatching a mere earth realm cultivator would be an effortless task. Su Jianfeng shuddered at the thought, relieved that he had maintained his composure. Enough, you may leave now. And be mindful not to act so rashly in the future, Su Yang dismissed him. Elder. Su Jianfeng wished to say more but was interrupted by Bai Shixian. I shall now escort him away. With that, he seized Su Jianfeng's arm and led him away. As they flew a distance, Su Jianfeng shook off Bai Shixian's grip. Why are you pulling me away? I still wish to hear the elder's teachings. Teachings? You have offended the elder. It is fortunate that he has not taken action against you, Bai Shixian retorted, rolling his eyes. You should have informed me sooner that he was the elder. Su Jianfeng chastised. Did you give me the chance to explain? Bai Shixian shot back. Su Jianfeng pondered for a moment, indeed, he had not. A bitter smile crept across his face. What should I do now? How can I earn the elder's forgiveness?
Bai Shixian considered for a moment.
I heard my apprentice mention that the elder is the peak master of the falling heaven peak at the Xiantian sect.
Now that the elder is about to return,
we can reach the Xiantian sect before him and ask them to intercede on our behalf. It might prove beneficial.
Su Jianfeng's eyes lit up. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry.
Not so fast, allow me to finish my words.
Chapter 38, The Defection of the Fuyo Pavilion. Speak quickly. Su Jianfeng urged anxiously. Bai Shixian,
unable to manage his impatience, replied swiftly, the disciples of Yaowang Valley have all departed in order to escape.
We might as well take them along. This not only demonstrates our sincerity but also aids Xiantian sect in gaining momentum.
That is a commendable idea. I shall gather all disciples of the Baijin Pavilion as well.
Su Jianfeng resolved decisively.
By the time you gather them, the elder will have long returned to Xiantian sect.
Surely, I cannot appear alone while Yaowang Valley travels in force. What if the elder perceives my intentions as insincere?
You have a point, Bai Shixian contemplated.
How about this? I will go ahead and stabilize the elder's sentiment. Agreed. I shall return to Baijin Pavilion at once. With that, Su Jianfeng took flight on his sword. At the cliff's edge, Sun Qitian,
having received such great favor from Su Yang, knelt before him and implored, esteemed one, I wish to become your disciple and learn by your side. Bai Ningyue's heart leapt at the prospect of taking a child of destiny as her apprentice, but Su Yang shook his head in refusal.
I cannot accept you. Why?
Sun Qitian inquired hastily, his curiosity piqued, as was Bai Ningyue's.
You are born of fortune, destined for greatness. However, those blessed with such fortune often draw misfortune upon those around them. You must forge your own path, independent and self-reliant. Su Yang, having attained the path of alchemy, was shielded by his own providence, thus unaffected by the consequences of the child of fate.
Yet, those in his company, such as Yi Bufan and Bai Ningyue, as well as the disciples of Xiantian sect, would inevitably be impacted.
Unless Su Yang severed ties with Xiantian sect or accepted only Sun Qitian as a disciple.
Very well. Sun Qitian lamented, visibly disheartened. Su Yang then bestowed upon him a divine sun pill and 10 cleansing marrow pills.
Though your fortune often allows you to escape peril,
the world is rife with formidable beings capable of bringing you to ruin. Exercise caution in your endeavors. If fate permits, we shall meet again. Su Yang's words were imbued with the warmth of a benevolent elder, offering sage advice.
With tears welling in his eyes, Sun Qitian expressed, I shall forever cherish today's teachings.
Though I cannot be your disciple, in my heart, you are my rebirth parents. He bowed respectfully 3 times before leaping away, quickly vanishing into the forest.
Master, must little Tian truly remain alone? Is it not too cruel? Bai Ningyue lamented. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined, one cannot gain without loss.
While fortune bestows great opportunities, it also binds one with shackles.
It is his destiny and his fate. Only when his strength is sufficient can he break free and seize control of his destiny.
The child of fortune is akin to a protagonist in a novel, all those around him are invariably affected. Much like the earlier incident with the monkeys. Their peril was largely instigated by him.
Let us proceed, Su Yang said, gathering his thoughts as he and Bai Ningyue continued their journey.
At this juncture, within the grand hall of Fuyo Pavilion, the high-ranking members were assembled.
Su Qiaowen stood at the center, glaring indignantly at the pavilion master, Shin Fuyo. Did you not promise to support Xiantian sect with all your might? Why have you now reneged and allied with Qingyun sect?
The news of the annihilation of Lihua sect had spread. All but Fuyo Pavilion's representatives attending the Tianjiao feast had perished. Initially, they were unaware of the perpetrator. But as the sole survivor, Su Qiaowen disclosed that it was Xiantian sect. Naturally, they were incredulous. How could a second-rate sect possess such power?
However, it was not long before Xiantian sect confirmed their involvement, revealing their possession of 9 Luoyan realm experts.
The various sects were taken aback,
realizing Xiantian sect had been far more formidable than they had imagined.
As for Yaowang Valley, it was conspicuously omitted from discussions, a deliberate choice by Su Yang,
aimed at provoking these sects into confronting Xiantian sect directly. Upon returning to Fuyo Pavilion, Su Qiaowen recounted the necessity of submitting to Xiantian sect in order to preserve her life.
Naturally, Fuyo Pavilion objected to becoming a subordinate sect.
Their reasoning was straightforward: a prestigious super first-rate sect could not bow to another, regardless of Xiantian sect's 9 Luoyang realm experts. Su Qiaowen, mindful of Su Yang's instructions,
refrained from divulging the entire truth. She only hinted that the 9 Luoyang realm experts were the subordinates of the master of Falling Heaven Peak, along with 10 Tiangu disciples, all cultivated by him. This enigmatic figure undoubtedly possessed the means to obliterate a super first-rate sect. Initially met with skepticism,
it took Su Qiaowen's solemn assurances regarding her own life for the others to relent.
Pavilion Master Shen Fuyo promised that should the several sects attack Xiantian sect,
Fuyo Pavilion would lend its assistance. With that assurance, Su Qiaowen felt a sense of relief.
However, to her astonishment, Shen Fuyo abruptly changed her stance. I have expressed my position clearly, Master Su is unfathomable. Even combined, those several sects are no match for him.
If we oppose him, we shall face utter ruin, Su Qiaowen implored.
Shen Fuyo, a woman of formidable presence with sharp eyes and an unyielding demeanor, remained unmoved by Su Qiaowen's pleas.
My mind is made up. No further discussion is necessary. Pavilion Master. Enough!
Shen Fuyo interjected sharply, cutting off Su Qiaowen.
You repeatedly assert that Su Yang is unfathomable. Then why does he remain a mere peak master in Xiantian sect? Even with 9 Luoyang realm subordinates, what of it?
He faces the wrath of several sects, including 10 first-rate sects, as well as the super first-rate Qingyun sect and Shanhua sect.
With Fuyo Pavilion's considerable strength, including double-digit Luoyang realm experts, we far exceed Xiantian sect's capabilities. I believe you are unduly intimidated by him. Su Qiaowen, confused, countered, but did you not agree to assist Xiantian sect? Why the sudden change of heart?
If we align with them, we might help avert this crisis, yet we risk incurring significant losses ourselves.
Moreover, to assist them as a subordinate sect is unacceptable to me. A glint of shrewdness crossed Shen Fuyo's eyes.
Indeed, the true reason for my change of heart is of utmost importance.
What reason? Su Qiaowen pressed eagerly. We just received word from Qingyun sect that they have made contact with Baijian Pavilion. Baijian Pavilion? Su Qiaowen's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed. Chen Qingshan has enlisted Baijian Pavilion's aid against Xiantian sect. With the divine sect's involvement, do you truly believe Xiantian sect stands a chance? The fact that Chen Qingshan could rally Baijian Pavilion astonished Su Qiaowen.
Logically, they were unaware of Xiantian sect's true capabilities, on the surface.
The combined forces of multiple sects appeared sufficient to challenge Xiantian sect. Why would Chen Qingshan seek out Baijian Pavilion's assistance? Su Qiaowen inquired.
I informed him that the 9 Luoyang realm experts are Su Yang's subordinates, and that Xiantian sect has garnered numerous talented individuals,
likely a result of Su Yang's discoveries in some ancient secret realm.
Since you describe him as enigmatic and unpredictable, it is only prudent to exercise caution.
Upon hearing this, Su Qiaowen was filled with indignation, exclaiming, You have betrayed me. Chapter 39, They have come to kill impudent. Mind your attitude.
Shen Fuyo rebuked sharply. I disclosed this matter to you solely to ensure the safety of the Fuyo Pavilion.
Yet you turned around and informed Chen Qingshan, even going so far as to summon the sword-begging pavilion. Is it true that the sword-begging pavilion is willing to assist merely to acquire treasures from the ancient secret realm? If Su Fengzhu learns that I was the one who leaked this information, how will I justify myself to him? Su Qiaowen was incensed and felt a twinge of guilt towards Su Yang.
Shen Fuyo, unfazed, retorted, he is about to be annihilated alongside the Xiantian sect.
What justification do you require? Even with the sword-begging pavilion's support, they may not stand a chance against him.
An entity capable of compelling the Valley Master of the Medicine King Valley to kneel and address him as senior must at the very least be a formidable force at the Earth Soul Realm. Furthermore, with the backing of the Medicine King Valley, the sword-begging pavilion may not fare well.
What has he fed you to make you so blindly trust him?
Shen Fuyo expressed her discontent.
What if I told you that the Medicine King Valley would aid the Xiantian sect? At this declaration, everyone was taken aback. Immediately, someone inquired. Deputy Pavilion Master, has the Xiantian sect ingratiated itself with the Medicine King Valley?
It is not the Xiantian sect that has ingratiated itself with the Medicine King Valley, rather.
it is the opposite.
The Medicine King Valley is eager to serve Su Fengzhu.
This coalition of dozens of sects against the Shintian sect is precisely orchestrated by Su Fengzhu.
Although Su Qiaowen had promised Su Yang to remain silent, as a member of the Fuyao Pavilion, she could not stand idly by while they marched towards their demise.
The Medicine King Valley will undoubtedly assist the Shintian sect.
Heed my counsel, supporting the Shintian sect will safeguard the Fuyao Pavilion, otherwise, it will lead to our utter ruin.
Utter nonsense.
Shen Fuyao not only disbelieved her but also questioned her fiercely.
I have received word that Li Tianhai is the illegitimate son of Luo Nanchang,
the Grand Elder of the Medicine King Valley. The Shintian sect has destroyed the Liwa sect, and based solely on this, there exists an irreconcilable enmity between the two sections.
Tell me, how could the Medicine King Valley assist them? Unexpectedly, the Pavilion Master is aware of this, Su Qiaowen explained. Li Tianhai is not dead. He has been captured by the Valley Master Lai. Su Fengzhu aims to deal with Luo Nanchang.
And the Valley Master Lai was involved in the destruction of the Liwa sect. He and Su Fengzhu share a bond, and he will certainly not abandon the Shintian sect. She could only say this much, revealing more was beyond her capability.
However, Shen Fuyao remained unconvinced, her anger flaring as she admonished, Su Qiaowen, know your limits.
The Medicine King Valley has already released news that the Valley Master Lai is gravely wounded and beyond recovery.
You fabricate lies to assist the Shintian sect. What is your true intention?
I am not lying, the Valley Master Lai.
Enough.
Shen Fuyao lost her patience, her voice rising. I see now that you have accepted benefits from the Shintian sect, which is why you are so fervently speaking in their favor.
You are leading me to injustice and jeopardizing the Fuyao Pavilion. Su Qiaowen, you have profoundly disappointed me.
It is not true, Pavilion Master, please allow me to explain. No need for explanations, I will no longer believe anything you say. Shen Fuyao stood, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Qiaowen. You have betrayed us. Colluding with the Shintian sect. I shall strip you of your cultivation and expel you from the Fuyao Pavilion.
Su Qiaowen was taken aback, a bitter smile gracing her lips. I have been loyal to the Fuyao Pavilion, how could you treat me this way? She could not help but recall Lu Zhenming. Realizing that her current predicament mirrored his experience in the Liwa sect.
Yet he now had support, while she had missed her opportunity. I can make you a deputy pavilion master, but I can also render you nothing.
This is of your own making.
As the words left her lips, a radiant sun illuminated behind Shen Fuyao, a 5th grade Luyang realm power. She charged at Su Qiaowen, striking her palm down. Su Qiaowen braced herself to receive the blow, spitting blood as she was sent flying, grievously injured. Yet, summoning her last reserves of strength, she used the momentum from her flight to escape the Great Hall swiftly. Chase her,
Shen Fuyao commanded. Instantly, 2 elders from the Luyan realm took off in pursuit. The Grand Elder could not restrain his curiosity. Pavilion Master. Must we truly treat the Deputy Pavilion Master this way? Do you have an objection?
Shen Fuyao shot him a cold glare.
The Deputy Pavilion Master, after all, is also a force in the Luyan realm and has contributed significantly to the Fuyao Pavilion. To abandon her so easily could prove detrimental. What do you understand? Even the sword-begging pavilion has intervened, the Shintian sect is doomed.
She has conspired with the Shintian sect and urged us to align with them.
If this information spreads, the Fuyao Pavilion will undoubtedly suffer repercussions.
Only by severing ties with her can we preserve our sect. The others suddenly comprehended.
The Pavilion Master thinks ahead.
If only the Deputy Pavilion Master possessed a fraction of her foresight, the Grand Elder lamented, shaking his head. Had she half the intellect,
she would not have been ensnared by the Shintian sect's influence. Shen Fuyao snorted derisively. At that moment, Su Qiaowen, disheartened and wounded, fled towards the Shintian sect. Shen Fuyao,
I have been exceedingly benevolent towards you. Now that you have forced me into a corner, do not blame me for turning ruthless.
In the Great Hall of the Shintian sect, several peak masters gathered, including the 9 stars and Lu Zhenming. At this moment,
Lu Zhenming possessed the heavenly bone and had begun cultivating earthgrade techniques, successfully breaking through to the Luyang realm.
Just then, Mo Lin entered to report, Master.
We have just received word that dozens of sects, led by the Qingyun sect and the Shanhe sect, have formed an alliance and are advancing towards us. The assembly remained unfazed, for they had anticipated this. Xiao Shuening let out a cold chuckle. These fools believe they have us cornered, unaware that they are the true prey. Qi Baixian analyzed, we currently have 10 masters in the Luyang realm, and with the Fuyo Pavilion's support, our top combat strength is formidable. However, as Su Shidi mentioned, we only need to delay until he returns from the Medicine King Valley, so there is no need for direct confrontation. By the way, has the Fuyo Pavilion arrived yet? No sooner had he spoken than a disciple rushed in to announce, Pavilion Master, the Deputy Pavilion Master seeks an audience. Qi Baixian smiled, she has finally arrived. Please escort her in. As Su Qiaowen staggered into the room, everyone was momentarily stunned. Deputy Pavilion Master, how are you injured? What has transpired? Qi Baixian inquired urgently. I apologize, I have failed in my duty and could not persuade the Pavilion Master. I was injured by her and expelled from the Fuyo Pavilion. Su Qiaowen recounted the events. Shock rippled through the crowd. Immediately, concern arose. The sword-begging pavilion has intervened, what shall we do? What is there to fear? As long as our master returns, the sword-begging pavilion is of no consequence. Indeed, there is no enemy our master cannot handle. Only the 9 women dismissed the sword-begging pavilion lightly, for in their hearts, Su Yang was an invincible presence. Yet, despite their reassurances, with the sword-begging pavilion involved, they could hardly delay for long. Even if Su Shidi returned, it would likely be a daunting task. It was not that they doubted Su Yang's prowess, but the sword-begging pavilion, as one of the 5 great sects, was renowned for its swordplay, deeply rooted in the southern domain. Especially the elder of the sword-begging pavilion, hailed as the southern domain's premier sword cultivator, seldom faced a rival. Although Su Shidi was a reincarnated immortal with numerous treasures, until his strength was fully restored, facing the sword-begging pavilion would be a tall order. Even with the Medicine King Valley's assistance, survival was not guaranteed. It is all my fault. Had it not been for me, they would not have sought the sword-begging pavilion. Su Qiaowen was consumed with guilt. Before long, a disciple rushed in, breathless, to report. Sect Master, they have come. As soon as the words left his mouth, a thunderous voice erupted, Xiantian sect, come forth and accept your death. Chapter 40. A formidable presence swept through, casting a pall over the faces of the onlookers. Their arrival was swifter than anticipated. Master, what should we do? One individual asked, anxiety lacing his voice. We must venture out and assess the situation, delay if we can, Qi Baixian urged, leading the group hastily from the grand hall. Their eyes drawn skyward. Before them loomed a dark mass in the heavens, teeming with people no fewer than 10,000, like ominous clouds overhead, instilling a profound sense of dread among the disciples of the Xiantian sect. At the forefront were the leaders of the 2 foremost sects, Qingyun sect and Shanhe sect, personally led by their respective masters. Chen Xingshan had already attained the 5th rank of the Liyang realm, while Zhao Jianhe, the master of Shanhe sect, boasted a 4th rank. Behind them stood 9 formidable experts of the Liyang realm. Fuyo Pavilion had yet to arrive, but Su Qiaowen was acutely aware that they would soon make their entrance. Counting Fuyo Pavilion, there were 4 practitioners of the Liyang realm among them. Altogether, they wielded 15 elite experts, while the Xiantian sect could only muster 11. They were at a distinct disadvantage not only in numbers but also in overall strength. Moreover, the gathering of numerous sects included several from the Haoyue and Xingyou realms, their overwhelming presence starkly contrasting with the mere 100 or so disciples of the Xiantian sect. Assistance from Fuyo Pavilion could potentially buy them some time, but presently, Su Qiaowen's brow furrowed in deep concern and guilt. However, there was a small comfort in the absence of the Baijin sect's members, who had not yet arrived. You dare to slay my son and annihilate representatives from countless sects? I vow to raise your Xiantian sect to the ground today. The speaker was the towering figure of Chen Xingshan, master of the Qingyun sect. Consumed by hatred for the Xiantian sect following the loss of his son, he directed his ire towards Lu Zhenming, his eyes ablaze with fury. And you, Lu Zhenming, you dare betray the Qingyun sect and allow my son to meet such a tragic end? I shall drag you before my son's grave and flay you alive. Lu Zhenming retorted coldly, your son brought this upon himself through his own actions, dismissing my counsel. You wretched fool, you seek death. Chen Xingshan seethed. His patience exhausted as he longed to avenge his son. He wasted no time in issuing a decree: the Xiantian sect is arrogant and has committed heinous acts.
Their crimes warrant extermination. All forces, advance. Tian-Dao sect, heed my command, attack. Dayu sect, heed my command, attack. Bei sect, heed my command, attack.
With a cacophony of battle cries, dozens of sects, numbering in the thousands, surged forth towards the Xiantian sect under the leadership of their respective masters. The overwhelming spectacle sent the disciples of the Xiantian sect into a frenzy of fear, their faces ashen.
Sisters, form the formation.
The most composed among them were the 9-star maidens. Under Qingxia's lead, they arranged themselves into a square formation, each crafting a unique hand seal.
Advance. Deploy the formation.
The 9 women chanted in unison, their bodies suddenly radiating a dazzling purple light.
The combined brilliance manifested into a massive celestial canopy, enveloping the Xiantian sect.
The 9 tones of demonic cultivation techniques that Su Yang had previously provided were intricately connected. When their minds aligned, they could merge their powers to unleash 9 distinct techniques. Collectively known as the 9 Laws Incantation. The celestial canopy they conjured was one of these techniques, the 9-word celestial canopy formation.
This was precisely why Su Yang had entrusted the Xiantian sect's defense to the 9 maidens.
At that moment, the throngs of attackers unleashed a barrage of strikes.
Countless blades and swords crashing against the celestial canopy. The resulting explosions echoed thunderously across the sky.
Yet, under the maidens' diligent maintenance, the canopy merely trembled slightly, remaining largely intact.
The 9-word celestial canopy formation.
Chen Xingshan exclaimed, his brow furrowing in surprise. This formation, a powerful defensive array from the demon clan,
typically required the collaboration of 9 formidable demon practitioners of the Liang realm.
Zhao Jianghe, the leader of the Shanhe sect, gazed intently at the 9 maidens, astonished. He hadn't expected them to be practitioners of the demon arts. According to Shinfuyo, these 9 maidens are servants of Su Yang. His ability to subdue 9 powerful demons must be linked to the treasures they obtained from the secret realm, Chen Xingshan speculated.
Indeed. Otherwise, how could a second-rate sect possess 10 disciples of the Tiangu lineage? And now they can deploy the 9-word celestial canopy formation?
It seems we may struggle to breach it, Zhao Jianghe mused, his expression growing grave.
Do not fret, I have persuaded the Baijian sect to intervene.
And they will arrive shortly.
Fuyo Pavilion should also be en route.
Once they arrive, surely we shall breach this formation, Chen Xingshan asserted confidently. Meanwhile, within the Xiantian sect, Xiao Xianing observed the 9 maidens inside in relief, grateful for their protective formation.
Yet the expressions on the maidens' faces were far from serene.
It was evident that maintaining the 9-word celestial canopy formation was no easy task, especially as the relentless onslaught from their adversaries gradually drained their strength. Worry etched across their brows. With the imminent arrival of the Baijian sect, it was clear the formation would soon be overwhelmed. Qi Baixian felt a heavy heart,
desperately hoping for Su Yang's swift return.
Simultaneously, Su Jianfeng hurried back to the Baijian sect, where disciples rushed to greet him.
Welcome back, ancestor. The leader among them,
Gu Qinglu, was as imposing as Su Jianfeng, exuding an aura of sword intent. He inquired, perplexed, Master,
did you not say you were visiting Yaoyang Valley to catch up with Senior Bai? Why have you returned so soon? Enough of the pleasantries.
Gather all disciples immediately.
We must head to the Xiantian sect. Su Jianfeng urged, urgency evident in his tone. Gu Qinglu paused, taken aback. Master, you returned in haste for this sect? Are you aware of its current notoriety?
Su Jianfeng, surprised that news of their reputation had spread to the Baijian sect, nodded. It was unsurprising, given the prowess he had demonstrated in the past.
Since you are aware, let us not waste time.
Assemble the disciples post-haste.
He insisted. Master,
Changye has already taken a group there, your presence is not required, Gu Qinglu replied with a smile.
Changye went? That will not suffice, I must go personally.
Su Jianfeng felt a surge of discontent, believing it inappropriate to send a mere disciple in his stead.
Gu Qinglu chuckled, attempting to placate him. Master, are you perhaps overestimating the Xiantian sect?
Although they have acquired treasures from the secret realm, they hardly warrant your direct involvement.
Rest assured. With 5 elders accompanying Chang'e and the strength of dozens of sects, they are more than capable of flattening the Xiantian sect. What did you say? You intend to raise the Xiantian sect? Su Jianfeng exclaimed, incredulous. Indeed.
The Xiantian sect has grown too arrogant. Not only annihilating the Lihua sect but also slaying disciples from numerous sections. The Qingyun sect has sought our assistance for revenge, promising to offer 70% of the secret realm's treasures in exchange for our help in destroying the Xiantian sect.
Hence, I dispatched Chang'e and his team.
There is no need for you to make a futile trip, simply wait here, Gu Qinglu replied, a smirk of satisfaction gracing his lips,
eager for praise for his adept handling of the situation. However, Su Jianfeng's expression darkened with anger.
Raising his hand, he delivered a resounding slap across Gu Qinglu's face.
Chapter 41, The Might of the Sword Cultivator. Bang! Gu Qinglu was violently struck away, the tremendous force shattering the pillar. He fell to the ground,
spitting blood and losing a tooth, his face contorted in agony as if it might tear apart.
The nearby elders were taken aback. What had provoked the ancestor? Master! Gu Qinglu was utterly bewildered. This was not how the scene should unfold. Wasn't Master supposed to praise him? Unworthy disciple! I will deal with you upon my return. Su Jianfeng barked, pointing an accusatory finger at Gu Qinglu before soaring away on his sword. He even cut his palm, willingly expending his own blood to propel his flying sword with all his might. His speed transformed him into a streak of light, vanishing in the blink of an eye into the horizon, leaving several individuals in a state of confusion. Chief, it has been ages since the ancestor has displayed such fury. Have we inadvertently caused trouble? One elder timidly inquired. Could it be that the ancestor was already aware of the significance of the treasure in the secret realm and wished to monopolize it? Hence our mere 70% share displeased him? Another elder speculated. Gu Qinglu suddenly understood. No wonder Master was so eager to return, even insisting on making the trip himself. Realizing the reason, he straightened his face and glared at the elders, reprimanding them sternly. It is all your poor ideas. You claimed that taking only 70% would suffice, leading me to receive that slap from Master for nothing. When he returns, you shall explain yourselves. If I am punished because of you, I will flay your skins. The elders wore expressions of grievance. At this moment, dozens of sects continued their relentless assault on the celestial barrier, the violet radiance dimmer than at the outset. The 9 women's faces grew increasingly pale, each drenched in fragrant sweat, their efforts becoming ever more arduous. Chen Xingshan struck the barrier with his palm, producing a resounding crash that caused the barrier to tremble violently, sending shivers through the 9 women. They can barely hold on, continue the assault, Chen Xingshan called out. And the group immediately steeled themselves, intensifying their efforts. The booming sounds were unceasing, causing the delicate figures of the 9 women to tremble involuntarily. The disciples of Xiantian sect watched anxiously. Why hasn't He junior brother Su returned? Xiao Xuening, filled with worry, felt her palms sweat as she gripped her weapon tightly. Just then, a group of individuals suddenly flew in from the front. Each exuded a palpable sword intent, especially the 5 in the lead, whose sword energies were exceptionally fierce. Their auras formidable, rivaling even Chen Xingshan's. These 5 were the elders of the Sword Offering Pavilion. Among them was a tall, young man. Though merely at the 6th rank of the Bright Moon Realm, the others treated him with utmost respect, following his lead. He was none other than Gu Chang'e, the young master of the Sword Offering Pavilion. The Sword Offering Pavilion has arrived. The crowd rejoiced, momentarily halting their attacks and bowing in greeting. We pay our respects to young Master Gu. Gu Chang'e wore a calm and confident smile, waving his hand dismissively. There is no need for such formalities, fellow Taoists. Chen Xingshan spoke quickly. Young Master Gu, your arrival is timely. It appears that Xiantian sect possesses some skills. Those 9 women are demon cultivators who have set up the 9-word celestial barrier, which we cannot breach. We require the assistance of the Sword Offering Pavilion. Gu Chang'e glanced at the formation, slightly astonished. Demon cultivators are already scarce in the southern region. Yet Xiantian sect managed to subdue 9 great demons of the fiery sun realm. If I am not mistaken, this is likely due to the treasure of the secret realm. Young Master Gu is astute, it must be so, Chen Xingshan concurred.
I observe that this formation has been nearly exhausted by your efforts. Breaking through should not be difficult.
Gu Changye turned and commanded, Elder Qin, I would trouble you 5 to assist.
Yes, young master, the 5 elders replied in unison.
Young master, do you require our help?
Chen Xingshan asked kindly, for after so many had been hammering away for so long, it seemed unlikely that merely 5 would succeed.
Elder Qin, your words are rather harsh. Do you doubt our capabilities?
Elder Qin replied, a hint of displeasure in his tone. My intention is not to offend, I merely wish to ensure success.
Chen Xingshan quickly clarified.
Do not take offense at my candor, while you are numerous. Your lack of coordination means your attacks are scattered and less effective than our combined efforts. Today, let me demonstrate the might of the sword cultivators of the Sword Offering Pavilion. Elder Qin proclaimed confidently, the other 4 elders equally proud. They ascended to the forefront of the formation, each drawing their sword.
Upon witnessing the arrival of the Sword Offering Pavilion, the Xiantian sect felt a wave of dread.
One peak master expressed concern. It is said that sword cultivators possess extraordinary offensive power, claiming to be invincible at the same realm.
Can this formation withstand them?
Xiao Xuening replied, it should be fine, after all, over 10,000 of us could not breach it, let alone just 5.
At that moment, Elder Qin declared. Let us commence.
The 5 positioned themselves at distinct angles, their combined aura swiftly escalating. Swoosh! 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 5 sword chants resonated simultaneously as each sword flew forth.
Encircling them,
the 5 executed a hand seal, and each sword glowed with gold, green, blue, red, and yellow light respectively.
5 elements sword formation, go!
They intoned in unison as the 5 swords surged toward the celestial barrier. Mid-flight, the swords intertwined, their 5 colors merging as if becoming one.
With a thunderous explosion, the barrier shook violently, fissures appearing as if it were glass. Crack! 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 The fractures swiftly spread until with a final loud bang, it shattered. Puff! Puff! Puff!
The 9 women simultaneously coughed up blood, grievously wounded.
The disciples of Xiantian sect changed dramatically in countenance. It's broken! Such a powerful sword formation.
Truly worthy of the Sword Offering Pavilion, the sword cultivators live up to their reputation.
The crowd exclaimed in awe.
Young Master Gu, I was presumptuous. The might of the sword cultivators of the Sword Offering Pavilion is beyond our reach. Chen Xingshan sincerely apologized after witnessing the 5 elements sword formation. His respect for the Sword Offering Pavilion deepening. Gu Changye smiled lightly, there is no need for concern, Sect Master Chen. Now that the formation is breached,
we need not intervene any further, correct?
Without their protective formation, they pose no threat, and we can easily handle them.
Very well, I shall await your actions.
Do not forget our agreement regarding the 70% of the treasure from the secret realm.
Time is of the essence, let us act.
Gu Changye glanced at the 9 women, noticing their exquisite beauty, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. He specifically instructed, do not kill those 9 demonesses. I desire them for myself. Chen Xingshan chuckled, rest assured, young master.
I shall personally bring them before you.
Then I shall rely on you.
With that,
Chen Xingshan turned to look down upon Xiantian sect, grinning savagely, your demise approaches, kill. Kill. The throngs of over 10,000 were already eager, charging forth. The disciples of Xiantian sect were instantly struck with terror, their hearts filled with despair. Just as they believed their doom was imminent, a booming voice erupted from the distance.
Who dares to harm Xiantian sect shall perish.
As the words echoed in the air, the earth trembled, and countless fragments of stone swiftly coalesced.
In an instant,
a massive stone hand, akin to a mountain, rose from the ground, crashing down before Xiantian sect.
Chapter 42, Who injured them? Thunderous roars echoed as a colossal hand descended,
accompanied by a deafening sound that shattered the air, instilling terror in all who beheld it. At the forefront were the disciples of the Heavenly Blade sect. Their faces pale with fear as they confronted this monstrous force. With a resounding crash, the hand struck mercilessly, leaving behind nothing but a gruesome heap of flesh and bone. The sudden appearance of such a giant hand startled the throng, causing thousands to recoil in terror, creating a chaotic scene.
Soon after, A series of piercing sounds filled the air, drawing everyone's attention.
It was the people from the Medicine King Valley, led by their master, Lai Tanchang, and their ancestral elder, who had just unleashed the attack. The crowd was taken aback by the sheer number of individuals from the Medicine King Valley, who had seemingly mobilized their entire force. "The Medicine King Valley has arrived, we are saved!" exclaimed the disciples of the Xintian sect, filled with relief. "The Medicine King Valley has also come. They must be after the treasures of the secret realm," Elder Qin speculated quietly.
"With the ancestral elder involved, this secret realm treasure must be extraordinary," another elder added.
Gu Changye furrowed his brow, his expression grave. "Given their formidable presence, they likely intend to monopolize the treasures of the secret realm," one elder remarked solemnly. "Though the Medicine King Valley is a revered sect, it pales in comparison to our sword sect.
Moreover, the ancestral elder shares a long-standing friendship with ours."
"They wouldn't dare to claim the treasures for themselves," Gu Changye retorted disdainfully. Moments later, the throng from the Medicine King Valley, led by Bai Shixian and Lai Tanchang, surged forward. Lai Tanchang issued a loud warning: "As long as the Medicine King Valley stands, who dares to lay a hand on the Xintian sect?" The dozens of sects present were instantly intimidated, none daring to speak out. Only Gu Changye, with a smile, greeted, "Master Lai, I trust you are well."
Lai Tanchang frowned.
"Why is your sword sect here?" "We share the same objective as your Medicine King Valley," he replied.
"If our goals align, why do you not intervene on their behalf?" Lai Tanchang questioned.
"The Xintian sect has slain their disciples, it is only natural for them to seek vengeance. I have no reason to obstruct them," Gu Changye stated.
"Absurd!" Bai Shixian retorted angrily, "Did Su Jianfeng summon you here to remain idle? Where is he? Why is he not present?" "Senior Bai, you are mistaken. We were invited here by the Qingyun sect. They promised us 70% of the treasures after eliminating the Xintian sect. However, since you are here,
I am willing to share the spoils 50-50 with the Medicine King Valley," Gu Changye proposed, believing he had made a considerable concession.
To his shock,
Bai Shixian erupted in fury, using a technique to swiftly bring Gu Changye before him, delivering a resounding slap.
The sound echoed, sending Gu Changye flying and knocking out a tooth. "Young master!" Elder Qin gasped, rushing to catch him.
Gu Changye, blood trickling from his mouth, glared at Bai Shixian,
seething with rage. "I am the young master of the sword sect, how dare you strike me before so many witnesses? What do you think this says about the sword sect?" Bai Shixian admonished, "Were it not for Su Jianfeng's sake, that slap would have been fatal."
Gu Changye's face trembled with anger, but he understood the hierarchical reality, he could only swallow his indignation.
Their full mobilization, combined with Bai Shixian's attitude,
indicated that a 50-50 split was no longer feasible. Thus, Gu Changye composed himself, his expression stern.
"Let us consider it a moment of thoughtlessness on my part. I am willing to concede further.
The treasures of the secret realm shall be divided 60-40, with the Medicine King Valley receiving the larger share."
"What say you?"
"Fool! The Xintian sect possesses no treasures of the secret realm," Bai Shixian thought, recalling Lai Tanchang's earlier words. It was all a trap devised by the elders to ensnare the several sections. To his dismay, the sword sect had become entangled in this scheme.
"Su, you must hurry.
If the elders arrive first, you won't just be begging for their forgiveness, the existence of your sect will be in jeopardy," Bai Shixian silently prayed for Su Jianfeng.
Just then, a cold voice cut through the tension. "Do you believe you can claim what belongs to the Xintian sect with your lives intact?" Bai Shixian's heart sank as he recognized the voice. He turned to see Su Yang and Bai Ningyue approaching on their swords, their faces devoid of warmth.
It dawned on him, the elders had returned. Bai Shixian rushed to meet them, hoping to plead for the sword sect's sake. However, Su Yang shot him a frigid glare. His meaning clear: be silent and stand aside.
The disciples of the Xintian sect sighed in relief upon seeing Su Yang.
Yet, as Su Yang noticed the injuries sustained by the 9 maidens, a glint of frost filled his eyes.
He coldly inquired, "Who harmed them?" "You, insignificant wretch. Dare to speak before us?"
The Lord of the Day Feather sect began, intending to chastise Su Yang. But before he could finish his sentence, Su Yang raised his hand, resulting in a gruesome spectacle that left the Lord of the Day Feather sect lifeless. The crowd gasped in shock. The Lord, a formidable master of the Bright Moon realm,
had been slain effortlessly. I shall ask once more, who injured them? Su Yang's icy gaze swept over the thrones without a hint of fear.
You are quite audacious.
It was my sword sect that shattered the 9-word celestial formation, is that not so?
Elder Qin stepped forward, dismissing Su Yang entirely.
The sword sect? Su Yang's anger morphed into a chilling smile. Very well.
If Su Jianfeng himself dares not act so brazenly in my presence, how dare his disciples harm my people? He contemplated striking Elder Qin down but sensed the arrival of someone else. Su Jianfeng was coming, racing towards them with lethal urgency. It was clear he was unaware of the situation. Su Yang reconsidered, deciding to hold back until Su arrived. Elder Qin remained oblivious to the impending doom, barking.
How dare you?
My ancestral elder holds a position of great significance. You are unworthy even to mention his name.
Su Yang scoffed. Your ancestral elder would kneel before me. Impertinent fool. To disrespect the ancestral elder is to seek death. Kill him.
Elder Qin's words ignited the fury of the sword sect.
Gu Chanya, still seething from the slap,
seized the opportunity to retaliate, ordering, tear him to shreds. I shall handle this, Elder Qin volunteered, drawing his sword.
You insolent wretch. For insulting my ancestral elder,
I shall ensure your annihilation, leaving no trace behind. With that, he lunged forward. At that moment, a desperate shout rang out, stop.
Chapter 43. Su Jianfeng was in a state of acute distress, his voice resonating like thunder, deafening to the ears.
Everyone was startled and turned to the source of the sound. A streak of light swiftly crossed the sky, appearing before the crowd in the blink of an eye.
Ancestor!
The disciples of the sword-begging pavilion were astonished upon recognizing the visitor.
Why has the ancestor come? They exclaimed, hastily bowing in deference. Su Jianfeng's complexion was slightly pale,
and he was panting heavily.
Ancestor, what has happened? Gu Chanya inquired with curiosity. Su Jianfeng wished to admonish them,
but the urgency of his journey had drained much of his vitality, and the recent roar had left him breathless. He could only glare at them, struggling for air. Seeing his condition, Gu Chanya felt a surge of confusion.
The ancestor appeared to be quite furious. Was he also drawn by the allure of the hidden treasure?
It seemed likely, especially since even the Medicine King Valley had mobilized their entire force, indicating the treasure's immense value.
The ancestor must have coveted it as well,
which was why he rushed here, fearing that the Medicine King Valley would seize it first. The ancestor was known for his fiery temper, and his current ire was likely directed at Gu Chanya for failing to inform him about the hidden treasure sooner.
However, the ancestor was notoriously elusive, making it challenging to find him. Gu Chanya decided to appease him quickly to avoid incurring his wrath.
Ancestor, upon learning about the hidden treasure of the Xiantian sect,
we hastened to come here.
It was not our intention to withhold this information from you. We had initially agreed that the sword-begging pavilion would claim 70% of the treasure. Yet, the Medicine King Valley, relying on their numbers, intends to monopolize it.
Fortunately, you have arrived, ancestor, and we seek your guidance in this matter.
The disciples of the sword-begging pavilion echoed in unison.
Su Jianfeng was frantic,
cursing the foolishness of his disciples. The more anxious he became, the harder it was to breathe, his brows knitted tightly, his expression growing increasingly grim, as if he were about to devour someone.
Gu Chanya felt a flicker of joy.
His words appeared to have had an effect.
The ancestor's rage would surely provoke a confrontation with the Medicine King Valley.
Seizing the moment, he signaled Elder Qin, who understood and spoke up, Ancestor. The Xiantian sect has grown arrogant, believing they possess the hidden treasure. They previously wreaked havoc at the Flame sect, annihilating it and slaying disciples from dozens of sections. When we sought retribution, they not only refused to apologize but openly provoked the sword-begging pavilion.
Especially him. Elder Qin pointed at Su Yang, who had boasted that even the ancestor would kneel before him. Such arrogance was intolerable.
I was just about to teach him a lesson when you arrived, Ancestor.
Please punish this man severely. This line of reasoning only heightened Su Jianfeng's anxiety.
His heart sank, and he desperately wanted to speak, but his internal turmoil made him tremble. calm down, stay composed," he chanted silently, but maintaining composure was nearly impossible in this moment.
The onlookers interpreted his reaction as anger directed at Su Yang. Is our junior brother Su capable of handling such fury from the ancestor? Xiao Xianing expressed her concern.
"Surely, he must be," Qi Bai Xian replied, albeit uncertainly.
Only Bai Shixian understood that Su Jianfeng was not merely angry, he was terrified. He wanted to defend Su Jianfeng, but the icy demeanor of Su Yang stifled his courage. At this moment, Chen Qingshan was deep in thought. With both ancestors from the sword-begging pavilion and the Medicine King Valley present,
his aspirations for a share of the hidden treasure seemed futile. Thus, he shifted his focus.
With two major sects gathered, especially with the ancestor present, aligning himself with either faction would yield significant benefits for the Qingyun sect.
He was not familiar with the Medicine King Valley, but he had been the one to inform the sword-begging pavilion about the hidden treasure. Given this connection, he chose to ingratiate himself with the sword-begging pavilion. Having made up his mind, Chen Qingshan approached Su Jianfeng and bowed respectfully. "Senior Su, the Xiantian sect has slain my son. And that Su Yang has spoken disrespectfully to you. Such a person cannot be allowed to live. However, your esteemed position makes it beneath you to kill him. Allow me, your junior, to take care of this matter and avenge you."
"How dare you?" Su Jianfeng's chest heaved with rage, feeling as if he might spew blood. He struggled to utter a single word. "You dare to act against my senior? I will annihilate your entire sect."
Su Jianfeng intended to convey this warning, but his agitation rendered him speechless. "Ancestor, please calm your anger, such a person is not worth your wrath," Gu Chanye soothingly suggested.
"What does Senior Su mean?" Chen Qingshan inquired, bewildered. "Is it not clear what the ancestor means?"
"He is indicating that you should proceed," Gu Chanye explained with a smile.
"You insolent fool!"
Su Jianfeng was on the verge of losing his temper.
"Now I understand," Chen Qingshan replied, a slight smile forming on his lips.
"Very well. I shall go and kill him to avenge you."
"You wretched fool!"
Su Jianfeng's face turned crimson at the thought of Chen Qingshan taking action against his junior.
"No! I must stop him."
Summoning his resolve, he spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling somewhat relieved.
"Ancestor!" The disciples of the sword-begging pavilion were taken aback.
Gu Chanye shouted at Chen Qingshan, "Sect Master Chen, this scoundrel has enraged our ancestor to the point of spitting blood, you must eliminate him at once."
"Understood."
Chen Qingshan replied loudly, drawing his sword towards Su Yang with a sinister grin.
"You arrogant brat, you shall pay the price for your hubris."
As he prepared to strike, Su Jianfeng, having regained some composure, swiftly performed a technique to shorten the distance, pulling Chen Qingshan in front of him. Chen Qingshan was momentarily stunned.
"Senior Su." Before he could inquire further, Su Jianfeng's palm struck him with tremendous force. Bang!
The blow, fueled by rage, was so powerful that it caused Chen Qingshan's skull to shatter,
blood splattering everywhere.
The crowd gasped in shock, unable to comprehend the situation. The disciples of the Qingyun sect, witnessing their sect master's demise, were filled with righteous indignation as they glared at Su Jianfeng. One elder, seething with anger, exclaimed, "Senior Su, our sect master was defending you, why did you kill him?"
Unfazed, Su Jianfeng lunged forward and seized the elder by the throat. Crack! He cleanly snapped it.
The disciples of the Qingyun sect turned pale, horrified.
Another elder, enraged, shouted, "What is the meaning of this from the sword-begging pavilion?" In response, Su Jianfeng mercilessly unleashed a sword strike, cleaving the elder in two. Fear gripped the disciples of the Qingyun sect, silencing them. Yet Su Jianfeng was not finished. He formed hand seals, and two swords, swirling around him, shot forth under his command with blinding speed and devastating force. The disciples of the Qingyun sect were utterly defenseless, unable to escape as the swords left trails of afterimages, claiming the lives of over 1,000 disciples in the blink of an eye, without exception. Everyone present was struck with terror. This was the might of the foremost sword cultivator of the southern region. A formidable sect had been obliterated with such ease. But why had he chosen to do this? Chapter 44. As they lingered, they were mine, a concept that eluded the understanding of all, even the disciples of the sword-begging pavilion. It was Gu Chanye who
after a moment's contemplation, stepped forward to clarify the situation. Our venerable ancestor wished to take matters into his own hands, yet Chen Xingshan overstepped his bounds, merely seeking to curry favor with our sect. However, our ancestor abhors sycophants above all and, in a fit of rage, ended his life.
As for Qingyun sect's disrespect towards our ancestor, they deserve their fate.
Upon hearing this, the crowd finally grasped the situation. Given the martial world's esteem for strength,
Su Jianfeng's dominance left no room for dissent.
Gu Changye understood that the ancestor valued reputation above all else. He had not only preserved the ancestor's honor but also bolstered the dignity of the sword-begging pavilion, ensuring that the elder would commend him.
As the ancestor approached,
Gu Changye immediately adopted a humble demeanor, saying that there was no need for praise, as it was his duty as a disciple. Elders Qin and others observed this with approval, nodding in appreciation of the young master's wisdom and maturity, believing that under his leadership,
the sword-begging pavilion would surely achieve new heights.
However, to their astonishment, Su Jianfeng remained silent and suddenly slapped Gu Changye across the face.
"Ancestor, you!" Gu Changye exclaimed in confusion, only to receive another blow.
Su Jianfeng continued this assault, delivering over a dozen slaps until Gu Changye's face resembled that of a pig's head.
The crowd was taken aback. "Ancestor, what has the young master done wrong? Why do you?"
Elder Qin began, but Su Jianfeng, using a technique to close the distance, pulled him in and similarly struck him repeatedly. What was even more unexpected was that after punishing the two, Su Jianfeng began to slap himself fiercely, each strike more brutal than the last, until he spat blood and appeared dazed, finally ceasing his self-inflicted torment. The onlookers were utterly bewildered.
Could it be that Su Jianfeng had lost his sanity?
He had struck his own disciple and now himself, had he truly gone mad?
Ignoring their shock, Su Jianfeng turned to Su Yang, who remained impassive, realizing that his actions were far from sufficient. With a heavy heart, he sighed deeply, recognizing that if he were to safeguard the sword-begging pavilion,
he would have to resort to drastic measures.
"Ancestor, what has come over you?"
Gu Changye, with a bruised visage, was filled with countless questions. Su Jianfeng sternly rebuked.
"Gu Changye, you are the scion of the sword-begging pavilion, the future heir.
Until now, I have held you in high regard and you have never disappointed me. Yet today, your transgressions are unforgivable.
I must cleanse the sect."
He drew his sword, positioning it at Gu Changye's throat.
Gu Changye's complexion paled, and he cried out, "Ancestor! What have I done wrong? Is it because I failed to report the secret realm treasure in advance?"
"I have already explained. I rushed here as soon as I learned of it, without time to inform you, and I couldn't find you."
"Surely this is insufficient to warrant my death. Ancestor, please reconsider.
The young master is our future, we cannot execute him for such a trivial matter."
"Indeed, Ancestor.
Do not act impulsively, grant the young master another chance.
Please, Ancestor, think it over."
Several elders hurriedly interceded on Gu Changye's behalf, while the other disciples bowed in unison,
pleading for the ancestor to reconsider. Su Jianfeng remained unmoved, scanning their faces with a frigid demeanor. Today, not only would he face death,
but they would accompany him to the grave. The disciples gasped in horror.
"Ancestor, why?
You must give us a reason," Elder Qin implored urgently.
"You have offended those you should not have," Su Jianfeng replied. "Who exactly have we offended?"
they asked, bewildered.
"Ancestor, we came here for the sect's sake,
to seize the treasure of the secret realm.
We are innocent, and in fact, we have done well." "Yes, Ancestor, you cannot kill us, we have not offended anyone."
The disciples clamored, feeling utterly wronged.
"Silence!" Su Jianfeng barked coldly.
"You should not have come here, nor should you have offended the Zhuangtiang sect." They were left dumbfounded.
"The ancestor intends to kill us for the sake of the Zhuangtiang sect?" "Ancestor, the Zhuangtiang sect is merely a second-rate sect.
Their strength is drawn from the secret realm treasure.
Even with such a treasure, they are no match for the sword-begging pavilion. Why should you fear them?"
Gu Changye was utterly perplexed, even thinking the ancestor had lost his senses. Su Jianfeng glanced at Su Yang, harboring a flicker of hope for mercy from the elder.
Su Yang's calm inquiry, "Do you intend to oppose me?"
struck fear into Su Jianfeng, who hurriedly knelt, pleading for the elder's forgiveness, insisting he would not dare oppose him.
This scene left the onlookers in shock.
The esteemed ancestor of the sword-begging pavilion, a powerful figure, was kneeling before the leader of a second-rate sect.
It was utterly absurd. Did I see that correctly? Who exactly is he?
The crowd buzzed with incredulity,
casting sidelong glances at Su Yang.
Gu Chanye, bewildered, questioned, "Ancestor, what virtue does he possess that warrants your kneeling?"
"Be silent," Su Jianfeng snapped back.
"You all kneel before him."
"Ancestor, kneel," Su Jianfeng's voice thundered. The disciples exchanged glances, reluctant to comply.
Especially Gu Chanye, as the future heir, found it humiliating to kneel before the leader of a second-rate sect. "Ancestor, the sword-begging pavilion is a revered sect, commanding respect in the southern region. If we kneel today, we will become a laughingstock, and no one will respect us again. Ancestor, I know you are free-spirited and disregard trifles, but you cannot be confused. He lacks the standing to demand our submission. It should be him who kneels."
Su Jianfeng exploded in rage.
"You foolish wretch!" He was about to strike Gu Changye down, but was halted by Su Yang's intervention.
"Stay your hand, they are mine."
Chapter 45, The Might of the Celestial Sword. The power of the great Tao. Su Jianfeng had no choice but to step aside.
Curiosity enveloped the crowd.
What could this Su Yang possibly rely on to confront the members of the sword worship pavilion all by himself? Setting aside other considerations, the 5 elders alone were all top-tier experts at the 5th rank of the Fierce Sun Realm, capable of executing the 5 elements sword formation, an unfathomable force.
Was he not courting death?
"Kid, regardless of the tricks you used to deceive the Patriarch, you caused us to be expelled from the sword worship pavilion. Once we incapacitate you and force you to reveal the truth, the Patriarch will surely reconsider." Elder Qin glared at Su Yang, filled with resentment.
"Enough idle chatter. Seize him at once," Gu Chanye urged impatiently. "Form the sword formation,"
Elder Qin commanded, and the 5 elders immediately arranged themselves in formation. Though they had previously dismissed Su Yang, having witnessed his prowess, they began with the 5 elements sword formation.
The 5 swords glimmered under their control, intertwining as they sliced through the air.
This sword formation had previously demonstrated its might, easily dismantling the 9-word celestial canopy formation.
Now, deployed against Su Yang,
the onlookers were skeptical of his chances. The disciples of the Xiantian sect could scarcely suppress their concern. Gu Changye cautioned, "Do not kill him, just sever his limbs." His expression was ghastly, eagerly anticipating Su Yang's transformation into a grotesque figure. However, Su Yang remained unperturbed, lifting his hand with a flourish. With a sharp, piercing sound,
a sword's chant resonated.
To wield a sword before the sword worship pavilion was akin to displaying one's ignorance. What sword could possibly withstand the 5 elements sword formation? This boy was brimming with arrogance and was destined for calamity. Let him indulge in his folly, he deserved it. The crowd scoffed at Su Yang, believing he was inviting humiliation upon himself. Yet, in the next moment, as the sword found its way into Su Yang's grasp, an overwhelming pressure erupted, leaving everyone astonished. Weaker cultivators found their knees buckling, unable to resist the force, some even tumbling from their flying swords. The swords beneath them trembled involuntarily, as if gripped by fear. "A celestial sword," gasped the crowd. How could he possibly wield a celestial sword? It was inconceivable. Only an immortal could command such a weapon. Bai Laodi had spoken the truth, this elder was indeed a formidable being. Su Jianfeng swallowed hard, recalling how he had previously presented a sword to this elder. What a farce! With the emergence of the celestial sword, all other swords bowed in submission. The 5 elements sword formation trembled uncontrollably, losing its coherence. Su Yang stood proudly, his voice cold and commanding. "I possess a sword named Heavenslaying, with a mere flick. I shall shatter your trivial sword formation." With that, he swung his sword. The celestial energy erupted, transforming into a dazzling beam of light, magnificent and overwhelming. As if it sought to cleave the very heavens apart, imbued with unmatched power.
Boom! With a resounding explosion, the 5 elements sword formation collapsed in an instant. The 5 swords shattered into oblivion. The sword's trajectory remained undiminished, continuing to engulf the 5 elders. Terror gripped their hearts, draining the color from their faces. "Stop!" Elder Qin cried out in despair. But soon, they were consumed by the sword's light, leaving no remnants behind. As the sword's radiance faded, the arena fell into a deathly silence, all eyes fixed upon Su Yang, filled with trepidation. The might of a single sword was truly terrifying. Bai Ningyue gazed at her master with admiration. "Just now, you threatened to sever my limbs?" Su Yang's gaze shifted toward Gu Changye, who trembled in fear, hastily kneeling. "Elder, I was blind to your greatness, please forgive me." The other disciples of the sword worship pavilion also knelt, begging for mercy. Only now did they grasp the reason behind the patriarch's actions. This individual was undeniably profound. "I commanded you to kneel before, yet you defied me. Now, recognizing your error, it is too late." Su Yang swung his sword once more, the brilliance of the blade illuminating the air. "No! Patriarch, save me!" Gu Changye screamed, only to meet his demise beneath the celestial sword. The other disciples faced the same fate, with none escaping. Gasp! The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. This individual wielded a celestial sword, we cannot hope to defeat him. It would be wise to flee. Run! Run! Fear gripped them as they scrambled for their lives. Disciples, intercept them, allow not a single one to escape. Bai Shixian finally seized the opportunity to assert command. Su Jianfeng prepared to act, seeking redemption for his past deeds. Yet, Su Yang raised a hand, indicating that he alone could handle the situation. They were compelled to relent. Su Yang produced the Dan Zunling, casting it into the air. The token hovered, trembling slightly before emitting a beam of light that soared into the heavens. The disciples of the Medicine King Valley instinctively felt a sense of reverence before the Dan Zunling. Even Su Jianfeng felt an inexplicable dread. Raising his eyes to the token and stammering, "Great Tao!" The light coalesced in the sky, resembling a tangible substance, akin to a galaxy spanning the cosmos. It radiated an immense authority, embodying the might of the heavens and the earth. Su Yang commanded, "Strike down." The Tao of alchemy descended with a thunderous roar, encompassing the multitude, leaving them nowhere to escape. They felt as if the very sky were collapsing, fear gripping their hearts as they trembled uncontrollably. Boom! The deafening sounds echoed. The earth quaked violently, mountains swayed. One by one, lives extinguished in despair, obliterated without a trace. Su Yang beckoned, and the Dan Zunling returned to his hand. Peace returned, as if nothing had transpired, yet the disciples of the Xiantian sect and the Medicine King Valley remained deeply shocked by Su Yang's extraordinary display, rendered speechless. Particularly Su Jianfeng, who was engulfed in terror, fearing that the elder might also decide to eliminate him. Su Yang paid them no mind, fixated on the Dan Zunling, noticing its diminished luster. It appeared that utilizing the Tao of alchemy had depleted some of its power. After all, he was not a true grandmaster. And each use of the token consumed a portion of the Tao's energy. This trump card should be reserved for dire circumstances. "Master, you are truly remarkable!" Bai Ningyue exclaimed excitedly, her large eyes sparkling like stars. Such a commotion, merely a rabble. Su Yang smiled, reverting to his approachable demeanor. In the eyes of his disciples, he was invincible. Bai Ningyue giggled. Bai Shixian approached, complimenting, "Elder, your depth of wisdom has enlightened us greatly." "You are quite perceptive," Su Yang acknowledged, recognizing that had the Medicine King Valley not arrived first, the Xiantian sect would have surely suffered. "You are too modest. If it were not for your assistance, my Medicine King Valley would have perished at the hands of that wicked disciple. It is an honor for my Medicine King Valley to serve you." Bai Shixian silently vowed to cling tightly to this formidable ally. He glanced at Su Jianfeng, unable to refrain from saying, "Elder, Su." Chapter 46 Strange. Why is there not a single person around? What? Do you wish to plead for him? Su Yang asked calmly. Please forgive my boldness, but this time, it truly cannot be blamed on Brother Su. It is his disciples who lack discernment and have offended the esteemed elder. Moreover, Brother Su has already expelled them from his sect, distancing himself from their actions, which can be considered a form of atonement.
I earnestly hope that the elder can show mercy and not hold him accountable, Bai Shixian implored.
Upon hearing this, Su Yang's gaze shifted to Su Jianfeng.
He could not help but shiver slightly and lowered his head.
Esteemed elder, it is my failure in discipline. If you wish to impose punishment, I shall accept it.
But I kindly ask that you spare the sword worship pavilion. I would be immensely grateful. Su Yang understood that this matter indeed could not be pinned on him, especially since he had acted promptly to rectify the situation. Thus, he replied, I am not unreasonable.
This incident is certainly not your fault. However, they are, after all,
your disciples. If I choose not to pursue the matter, you must stay at my Xiantian sect and guard the premises for a year.
Is there any objection? Letting the foremost swordsman of the southern region stand guard?
The crowd fell silent.
Yet, Su Jianfeng displayed no sign of dissatisfaction, rather, he was overjoyed.
He cared little for the role of a guardian, as long as he could remain at the Xiantian sect.
There would be ample opportunities to listen to the elder impart wisdom.
This was not punishment, it was a blessing.
Fearing that Su Yang might change his mind, Su Jianfeng hurriedly agreed, I am willing to accept the punishment.
Be it 1 year, 10 years, or even forever.
I would gladly serve as a guardian at the Xiantian sect.
The crowd exchanged glances. The ancestor of the sword worship pavilion truly had the ability to be flexible.
Unexpectedly,
upon hearing this, Bai Shixian suddenly grew anxious and quickly bowed, requesting, Esteemed elder, I too wish to serve as a guardian at the Xiantian sect. The disciples of the Medicine King Valley were momentarily stunned.
Has the ancestor lost his mind? Master, you.
Lai Tiancheng intended to intervene, reminding him that as the ancestor of the Medicine King Valley, he should not be reduced to guarding the Xiantian sect, regardless of how profound the elder may be.
If this were to spread, where would the dignity of the Medicine King Valley lie? Would they not be ridiculed? However, before Lai Tiancheng could voice his concerns, Bai Shixian interrupted, Do not speak. Master, did you not hear me? Bai Shixian reprimanded sharply. Lai Tiancheng, feeling helpless, could only close his mouth in resignation. Bai Shixian looked hopefully at Su Yang, Esteemed elder, please grant me this opportunity.
He had learned from Su Jianfeng that the elder possessed profound teachings.
If he could listen in, it would undoubtedly be of immense benefit.
Previously, he had struggled to find a reason to approach Su Yang. Now, he was determined not to miss this chance.
Will your disciples of the Medicine King Valley agree to your serving as a guardian at my Xiantian sect? Su Yang inquired. They dare not refuse.
Bai Shixian shot a glare at the other disciples, who were too frightened to speak. Lai Tiancheng, with a bitter smile, could only say, Esteemed elder, this is our ancestors' decision, and we will certainly support it wholeheartedly.
Bai Shixian finally withdrew his gaze in satisfaction.
Very well, you shall serve alongside him as a guardian.
Su Yang consented. Thank you, esteemed elder.
The two elders bowed in gratitude simultaneously.
Su Qiaowen watched this unfold, feeling a pang of regret.
Even those at the Earth Realm were eager to guard the Xiantian sect, while she had previously turned down the opportunity to serve as a servant.
Surely, being a servant was better than being a guardian.
She could not help but cast a glance at Lu Jinming, feeling increasingly envious of him.
At that moment, Bai Shixian dismissed Lai Tiancheng, saying, This does not concern you anymore, you may return. Yes, master.
Lai Tiancheng had no choice but to lead the other disciples away. Su Yang approached the 9 major stars, activating his imperial teacher's eye to assess their injuries, which were not serious. With a few days of rest, they would recover.
However, in an effort to make a good impression, Bai Shixian produced a vial and offered it to Su Yang. Esteemed elder, I have here a golden sun pill that can aid in their healing and expedite their recovery. You are considerate. Su Yang did not decline, taking the vial and handing it to the 9 women.
After consuming the golden sun pill, their relatively minor injuries showed marked improvement in no time.
Su Yang was pleased and tossed Bai Shixian a manual as a reward. A manual of earth-level cultivation. A superb one. It is especially suited for Dan cultivation.
Bai Shixian had only been practicing a low-grade earth-level technique, and he was overjoyed.
Thank you for your generosity, esteemed elder. Su Jianfeng could not help but feel envious. Earlier,
He had boasted about practicing a mid-grade Earth-level technique in front of Su Yang.
He quickly considered offering a treasure to honor Su Yang, hoping for a reward in return.
However, the best he had were manuals and swords, nothing else would catch the Elder's eye. Meanwhile, the Elder could casually bestow a monkey-level technique and wield an immortal sword. He was not a Dan cultivator and had no precious spiritual pills. At this moment, he could not help but feel frustrated, regretting not having gathered more treasures earlier.
Now,
he could only envy others.
Turning his attention to Su Qiaowen, Su Yang noticed she too bore injuries and asked, "Pray tell, what transpired with your Fuyo Pavilion?" "It is my inadequacy." Su Qiaowen recounted the events without concealment, her head bowed, feeling anxious.
"I ask for your punishment, I shall accept the consequences." Thus, Fuyo Pavilion not only turned against us but also inadvertently brought about the Sword Worship Pavilion's involvement. Su Yang narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing through them.
Unthinkable. Fuyo Pavilion must be eradicated. Su Jianfeng, filled with indignation, declared that had Fuyo Pavilion not betrayed them and disclosed matters to Qingyun sect,
Chen Xingshan would not have sought out the Sword Worship Pavilion, nor would Gu Chanye and the others have dared to offend the Elder.
The Xiantian sect would not have fallen into crisis. It could be said that Fuyo Pavilion was the catalyst for the entire incident.
Esteemed Elder,
allow me to annihilate this sect. Su Jianfeng's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he volunteered.
No need, they should be arriving shortly, Su Yang replied.
At that moment, Fuyo Pavilion was indeed en route to Xiantian sect.
Shen Fuyao's expression was grim, for not only had they wasted considerable time in pursuit of Su Qiaowen, but ultimately, she had escaped. An elder voiced his concern, "Sect Master, Su Qiaowen is very likely heading to Xiantian sect to warn them." "And if she does warn them?
What of it?
With the Sword Worship Pavilion involved, allied with dozens of sects, can Xiantian sect withstand such pressure?" Shen Fuyao paid little heed to this.
"Sect Master.
I still believe that the Vice Sect Master. Elder, she has already been expelled from Fuyo Pavilion." "Mind your words," Shen Fuyo interrupted the Elder's remarks with displeasure. The Elder had no choice but to rephrase, "I know Su Qiaowen's character well, she has always been loyal to our sect.
Since she is so insistent this time, perhaps we should reconsider?"
"Absurd!" Shen Fuyao retorted sharply.
"How could Xiantian sect be as formidable as she claims? Forget about the Medicine King Valley aiding them. Even if they did, do you think the Medicine King Valley would oppose the Sword Worship Pavilion for their sake? Do not bring this matter up again. Indeed, Elder, you are merely overthinking it."
Another elder wholeheartedly supported Shen Fuyao's decision, adding, "We are already delayed due to Su Qiaowen's actions. By now, everyone must be besieging Xiantian sect. We should hasten our pace, otherwise, by the time we arrive, Xiantian sect may already be annihilated, and we will miss out on the treasures of the secret realm." Shen Fuyao nodded and immediately commanded, "All disciples, heed my orders and accelerate your advance." The disciples promptly urged their flying swords with all their might. When they finally reached Xiantian sect, they found it eerily quiet, with not a single figure in sight.
What is going on? Where is everyone? Logically,
they should have arrived long before us. Look, there are signs of battle around, and the air is thick with the scent of blood. The disciples examined the surroundings and concluded that a fierce battle had indeed taken place, with numerous casualties reported.
But why is there no one here? One elder pondered aloud.
I understand, it is certain that we have arrived too late, and the Xiantian sect has already been annihilated. They have divided the treasures of the secret realm and departed.
Another elder speculated.
The crowd found this reasoning plausible. Some expressed their frustration, saying, "This is all due to Su Qiaowen, had it not been for her,
we would not have been delayed.
Now we are left with no share of the secret realm's treasures." And they may even assume that our Fuyo Pavilion intentionally chose not to attend. If we offend the Baijian Pavilion because of this, it will lead to trouble. Upon hearing this, Shen Fuyo's countenance darkened, and she gritted her teeth, cursing, "Damn Su Qiaowen, she has brought us ruin."
She commanded, "Send out orders.
We must search every corner of the southern region until we find her. I will personally slay her and make her regret her actions." Just as the disciples were about to comply, a chilling voice suddenly resonated, "No need to search, I am here." Chapter 47. I am merely the gatekeeper. As Shin Fuyao recognized the visitor, her expression instantly turned icy.
I was troubled about how to find you.
Yet you have delivered yourself to my doorstep, she remarked.
Su Qiaoan replied nonchalantly, I have been waiting for you all along.
Shin Fuyao sneered, what?
Now that the Xiantian sect has been annihilated, do you regret your decisions and wish to return? I warned you that the Xiantian sect could not withstand the wrath of so many sections.
You refused to listen, nearly leading to our demise. And now we have missed out on the treasures of the secret realm.
You are the sinner of the Fuyao Pavilion. Who says the Xiantian sect has been destroyed?
It is the dozens of sects that have been vanquished, Su Qiao encountered.
Do you expect me to believe that? Are you going to claim that the Yaowang Valley intervened to assist?
Shin Fuyao scoffed.
Indeed, the Yaowang Valley did come, mobilizing their entire force. But the Xiantian sect did not require their assistance. Sect Master Su single-handedly eliminated them all. The members of Fuyao Pavilion erupted in laughter, finding the assertion utterly ludicrous.
Shin Fuyao shook her head in disappointment. I do not wish to listen to your nonsense any longer.
If you are wise, surrender willingly, and I shall grant you a quick end.
Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding our past and annihilating your very essence.
Fuming, Su Qiaoan retorted.
I have only been thinking of the sect's interests, yet you treat me this way. Shin Fuyao, you are far too arrogant, today. The Fuyao Pavilion will crumble due to your poor decisions.
A joke. You think you can destroy my Fuyao Pavilion? Shin Fuyao derided. Am I not aware of your capabilities?
I indeed lack such prowess, but the Xiantian sect possesses it, Su Qiaoan asserted.
Enough!
Shin Fuyao exclaimed, her patience waning.
You keep prattling on about the Xiantian sect as if it still exists. How long will you continue this charade? What eye of yours has seen the Xiantian sect's demise?
Su Yang's voice suddenly rang out as figures emerged one after another.
The members of Fuyao Pavilion were taken aback. How are you still alive?
Shin Fuyao asked incredulously. I have eliminated those dozens of sects. Naturally, I have survived, Su Yang replied calmly.
Impossible. Shin Fuyao dismissed. How could your Xiantian sect possess such power? You cannot deceive me.
Whether I possess such power or not, once I have eradicated your Fuyao Pavilion, you shall know the truth. Su Yang's gaze bore a murderous intent.
Sect Master Su, leave them to me. Su Jianfeng, now serving as the gatekeeper of the Xiantian sect, had assumed this role and thus altered his title. His deep-seated hatred for the Fuyao Pavilion propelled him to volunteer. Very well, Su Yang nodded.
Shin Fuyao did not recognize Su Jianfeng's identity and scrutinized him, inquiring.
Who are you? The Xiantian sect's gatekeeper, he replied. Furious, Shin Fuyao retorted, is it truly reasonable for your Xiantian sect to send a mere gatekeeper to deal with us? Do you take the Fuyao Pavilion lightly? Su Jianfeng declared haughtily, I alone am sufficient to eliminate you. Such arrogance. Who do you think you are? The foremost swordsman of the southern domain? Shin Fuyao mocked.
Once, yes, but now I dare not claim that title, Su Jianfeng recalled Su Yang's extraordinary sword strike.
Realizing he could not compare. Do you take us for fools? The foremost swordsman of the southern domain is a descendant of the Sword Pavilion's ancestors. Would they come to guard the Xiantian sect? An elder reprimanded.
I take pleasure in it, it is none of your concern, Su Jianfeng coldly glared. You of the Fuyao Pavilion had the opportunity to ally with the Xiantian sect and soar to great heights, yet you squandered it and caused me great suffering. Today, you shall perish.
Arrogant. Allow me to deal with you, an elder stepped forward, intending to eliminate Su Jianfeng to establish the Xiantian sect's dominance. You are not worthy of my blade, Su Jianfeng stepped forward, seizing the elder by the throat. With a snap, he claimed the elder's head. The members of Fuyao Pavilion were left astonished.
He can traverse distances in an instant, he is at the Earth Soul Realm.
Shin Fuyao exclaimed. Leader, this cannot be. If he were at the Earth Soul Realm, why would he serve as the gatekeeper of the Xiantian sect? An elder remarked. Indeed.
Shin Fuyao speculated that the opponent must be employing some unknown technique. She ordered, second elder, third elder, you both engage him together.
Understood, they replied. However,
As they prepared to strike, Su Jianfeng appeared before them in the blink of an eye, grasping their throats simultaneously. With 2 more swift snaps, he effortlessly claimed their lives. The members of Fuyao Pavilion were horrified. 2 powerful elders had been dispatched with such ease. Was this truly a gatekeeper? Shen Fuyao's expression grew grave as she inquired once more, "Who exactly are you?" "I have already stated, I am merely the gatekeeper." Su Jianfeng brandished his sword and taunted. "Do not approach one by one, come at me together." "Such insolence! Do you truly believe my Fuyao Pavilion is easy prey? Kill him!" Shen Fuyao commanded again. This time, the Grand Elder led over 1,000 disciples to charge forth. Su Jianfeng scoffed, "You overestimate your capabilities." With that, he met their advance with his sword. The Grand Elder was the first to engage, but in a single encounter, he was swiftly dispatched. His eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed Su Jianfeng moving through the ranks as if they were mere shadows, his figure and blade unstoppable. The screams of his comrades echoing in the air. Su Qiaowen's words rang true, the Fuyao Pavilion was doomed. Unwillingly, she closed her eyes, realizing the overwhelming strength of her adversary. "Everyone, flee! Quickly!" The disciples of Fuyao Pavilion, gripped by terror, scattered in all directions. Su Jianfeng would not allow a single one to escape. He drew another sword. With a deft hand gesture, he sent forth 2 blades, reminiscent of the devastation wrought upon the Qingyun sect. The swords swiftly reaped lives, their victims unable to comprehend their fate. In no time, the Fuyao Pavilion lay in ruins, leaving Shen Fuyao as the sole survivor. At that moment, her composure shattered, revealing profound fear in her eyes. A swordsman! Such a terrifying swordsman, in the southern domain. There was none other like him, save for that one. Impossible, impossible! She muttered. If he truly were a descendant of the Sword Pavilion's ancestors, how could he be reduced to guarding the Xiantian sect? As Shen Fuyao was lost in thought, Su Jianfeng's gaze turned cold. "Because of you. My Sword Pavilion was dragged into this mess. I will not allow you to die easily." As he spoke, 2 swords surged toward Shen Fuyao. Their speed was so tremendous that by the time they returned to Su Jianfeng's side, they had already severed her arms, blood gushing forth. "Ah!" Shen Fuyao let out a piercing scream, writhing in agony. You truly are a descendant of the Sword Pavilion." She finally discerned Su Jianfeng's identity. Disbelief washing over her. "I have said, I am merely a gatekeeper now." Su Jianfeng directed the 2 swords toward her once more. Shen Fuyao, alarmed, turned to Su Qiaowen. Saved Chapter 48, Wendan City. The form of sword bone. She felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Unfortunately, before she could articulate her thoughts, Su Jianfeng had already appeared before her, swiftly breaking her neck. Su Qiaowen sighed, her expression somber. However, she quickly adjusted her mood, preparing to take her leave. She bore injuries, and Shi Bai Xian, unable to bear her plight, suggested to Su Yang, junior brother Su. "Given that she risked her life to inform us and is gravely injured with nowhere to go, let her stay here temporarily to recuperate." Su Qiaowen gazed at Su Yan with hopeful eyes. Understanding the intentions of his master and senior brother, Su Yang realized that Su Qiaowen, being of the Blazing Sun realm, could significantly enhance the strength of the Xiantian sect. Since his master had spoken, Su Yang felt obliged to comply, and he agreed. Su Qiaowen was overjoyed. Thus, Xiantian sect gained 2 guardians of the Earth Soul realm, while Luotian Peak welcomed a servant of the Blazing Sun realm and a determined Su Qiaowen aspiring to serve. During this period, Su Yang had been tirelessly traversing various locales, and now that the troubles had been resolved, he finally had the time to settle down. He opened his system panel to check his status. Host, Su Yang. Cultivation, 3rd grade Blazing Sun realm. Bone quality, infinite bone. Technique, Great Yen Wudao technique. Special skills, Imperial Master-S Dojo, Imperial Master-Si, Imperial Master-S ability. Cultivation return, 200 times. Disciple, Yi Bufan, loyalty 100. Cultivation 5th grade Great Xian realm. Disciple, Bai Ningyuet, loyalty 100, cultivation 7th grade Bright Moon realm. Servant Qingxia, 1 disciple, cultivation 1st grade Tongxian realm. Servant Manyu, 1 disciple, cultivation 1st grade Tongxian realm. Servant Shuzhen, 1 disciple, cultivation 10th grade Ruxian realm. Cultivation return, 50 times.
Yi Bufan's cultivation speed remained rapid, indeed, life and death trials could foster swift growth. However, now that Su Yang had reached the blazing sun realm, even with the 200 times cultivation return, his progress was no longer as swift as before, indicating that he needed to continue accepting disciples. After 2 days of closed-door adjustment, he emerged from his chamber to find Luotian Peak transformed. Once desolate, it now flourished with an abundance of flowers and plants. And a medicinal herb field had been cultivated, filling the air with a delightful fragrance. The fish pond had also been expanded, adorned with lush vegetation, while 9 bright stars swam joyfully within. At that moment, Su Qiaowen was diligently fertilizing the plants, embodying a spirit of hard work. Upon noticing Su Yang's arrival, she hurried over. "Peak Master," Su Yang inquired, "did you do all this?" The medicinal herb field was dug by Ningyue, the fish pond was repaired by Lu Zhenming. "And I planted these flowers and plants to add some vitality to Luotian Peak," Su Qiaowen replied, clearly considering herself part of Luotian Peak. Su Yan refrained from commenting further and asked, "Where are the 2 of them?" Ningyue went to Wendan City to procure alchemical materials, accompanied by Lu Zhenming. "They should be returning soon," she responded. Wendan City was a large cultivation metropolis, home to numerous shops selling elixirs, magical artifacts, and manuals, essentially a treasure trove for cultivators and a hub for transactions and information. It was also a gathering place for talent, where disciples were recruited and experts drawn in to expand sections. Su Yang recalled the sword elixir he had obtained. It was high time he accepted his 3rd disciple. Before long, the 2 returned on their swords, bowing to Su Yang. Noticing their peculiar expressions, he asked, "What's the matter? Did you fail to procure the materials?" "We acquired the herbs, but we also heard some news about our Xiantian sect," Bai Ningyue replied. "What news?" "This time, after our Xiantian sect annihilated several sects, we thought to establish our dominance in the southern domain. Yet, the rumor circulating in Wendan City is that our Xiantian sect has acquired a hidden treasure, drawing the attention of Yaowang Valley and Baijian Pavilion. The annihilation of those sects was due to their conflict with these 2 major sects over the treasure. Ultimately, after a fierce struggle, Yaowang Valley emerged victorious, even slaying the young master of Baijian Pavilion. In the end, Yaowang Valley obtained the hidden treasure. And our Xiantian sect barely managed to survive, Bai Ningyue explained with indignation. "Master, this news is utterly outrageous. Can you believe it?" Su Yang had not anticipated the rumor would spread in such an exaggerated manner. However, it was not surprising, given the complete annihilation of multiple sections. People only knew the outcome and had not witnessed the events unfold, leading to wild speculation and the transformation of rumor into purported fact. "Master, should we not ask Yaowang Valley and Baijian Pavilion to clarify?" Bai Ningyue suggested. "Such news has already spread, clarifying it would have little effect. In this world, there is no internet, everything is passed through word of mouth. Moreover, cultivators traverse vast distances, making it challenging to quell rumors once they take root," Su Yang remarked, dismissing the matter from his mind. He then changed the subject, saying, "I must take a trip." "Where will you go, Master? Do you need your disciples to accompany you?" Bai Ningyue inquired. "I am merely visiting Wendan City, there is no need for you to follow," Su Yang replied, taking to the skies on his sword. Wendan City was constructed magnificently, sprawling across a vast area, exuding an air of grandeur. Above the city, cultivators soared on their swords, creating a scene of bustling prosperity. Su Yan alighted on a street known as 100 Sect Street, which housed the storefronts of over 100 sects. A place for recruiting disciples and attracting experts, a veritable talent marketplace. The street was teeming with people, both cultivators and mortals, all keenly looking around in hopes of joining a desired sect. Xiantian sect also maintained its storefront, yet it was utterly desolate, devoid of visitors. Inside, a lone disciple kept watch, nearly dozing off from boredom. As Su Yang entered, the disciple awakened from his stupor, casting a casual glance. Upon recognizing Su Yang, he instantly perked up and bowed deeply. Disciple Lu Hai pays respects to Uncle Master Su. "Have you not recruited anyone?" Su Yang inquired. "Uncle Master, as you can see, not even a fly has entered," Lu Hai lamented. "The main issue is the rumors circulating in Wendan City.
claiming that our Xiantian sect obtained a hidden treasure from which Yaowang Valley snatched it away, inadvertently offending Baijian Pavilion. They say Baijian Pavilion has declared intentions to seek vengeance against us, which has deterred anyone from joining our sect. I have attempted to explain to them, but none would believe me. Lu Hai was visibly frustrated. Su Yang furrowed his brow. Indeed, the rumors were becoming increasingly absurd. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Su Yang stepped to the entrance to investigate, discovering a throng of people hastening towards the bone testing platform, where cultivators could assess their bone quality. There is a young man who has been identified as possessing sword bone, a natural sword cultivator, rarer than even divine bone. We must hurry to see. Quickly. To the bone testing platform. We must recruit that young man for our sect. Various sects were vying for the young man. And Su Yang overheard that he had already declined all invitations, stating he had a preferred sect to join. Surprised by the appearance of such a rare sword bone, Su Yang considered, should we also go and try our luck? With your skills, Uncle Master, perhaps you could recruit him to our Xiantian sect, Lu Hai proposed. Didn't someone just say he already has a sect in mind? Given that, our chances appear slim, Su Yang replied, feeling no particular interest. After all, with the Supreme Sword Elixir, he could easily forge an unparalleled sword cultivator. At that moment, a young man approached the direction of the bone testing platform, flanked by a crowd eager to discover which sect he would ultimately choose. As a result, the young man arrived before the gates of the Xiantian sect and suddenly came to a halt. Chapter 49, The Fool for the Extraordinary Sword Bone Talent. Why hasn't he left? This seems to be the storefront of the Xiantian sect. Could he be considering joining this sect? Impossible. The Xiantian sect is merely a second-rate sect. He just rejected so many first-rate and superlative sects. How could he possibly be interested in this one? Indeed, I have also heard that the Xiantian sect has offended the Sword Pavilion. Only a fool would choose to join them. The bystanders murmured among themselves, convinced that the young man would not select the Xiantian sect. Yet, to their astonishment, the young man turned to Su Yang and declared, I wish to join the sect. The crowd fell silent in shock. Even Su Yang was taken aback, unable to comprehend why he would choose the Xiantian sect. The young man stood tall, resembling a sharp sword, radiating an extraordinary aura. Particularly striking were his eyes, which bore a maturity beyond his years, as if he had weathered countless tribulations. Su Yang could distinctly sense the young man's pride, an air of disdain for the world that suggested he regarded others with indifference. On the surface, he indeed appeared to be an exceptional talent, destined for greatness if all went well. Su Yang, intrigued, activated his Imperial Master SI for examination. Indeed, the young man possessed a sword-bone physique, and it was of superior quality. Even across the vast expanse of the realms, he was a prodigy of rare talent. However, what astonished Su Yang the most was that this individual was a reincarnation of a sword immortal. No wonder he exuded an air of maturity and unparalleled pride, looking down upon the world. Do you wish to join my sect? Lu Hai asked, his voice filled with excitement. The young man nodded slightly. Hearing this, Lu Hai rejoiced, exclaiming, Great! Su Shirshu, someone is finally willing to join our sect. Lu Hai began the introductions. Young man, this is the master of Falling Sky Peak of our Xiantian sect. Since you possess a sword-bone physique, you can take Su Shirshu as your master and become a disciple of our Xiantian sect. To take him as a master? The young man frowned slightly at the sight of Su Yang's unremarkable demeanor, seemingly hesitant. At that moment, the onlookers began to urge him. Young man, do not. The Xiantian sect is merely a second-rate sect, unworthy of you. I know the master of Falling Sky Peak well. His qualifications are mediocre, inferior even to some second-generation disciples. 3 years ago, he deceived his way into accepting a disciple. If you take him as your master, you will squander your talent and ruin your future. The Xiantian sect has offended the Sword Pavilion and will inevitably face destruction. You're jumping into a pit of fire. Lu Hai could no longer contain his anger, retorting. Enough of your nonsense. Our Su Shirshu has been in hiding, but his power is formidable. Moreover, our Xiantian sect has not offended the Sword Pavilion. In fact, an elder of the Sword Pavilion is currently watching over our sect.
Impudence! How dare you insult an elder of the Sword Pavilion? Are you seeking death?
In pursuit of the young man, they made wild claims, insisting he would regret joining such a sect.
Lu Hai, exasperated, exclaimed, "You all." Yet Su Yang remained unperturbed, calmly observing the young man.
Even if he was a reincarnated sword immortal, Su Yang felt no need for concern. He viewed this as a test of the young man's capabilities to seize his own fate. The young man pondered deeply. Before awakening his memories, he had unknowingly wandered near the Xiantian sect and felt a divine aura. It was only during the examination of his roots that he finally recalled his past life, realizing it was the might of a celestial sword. Now, having been reborn, he remembered his former techniques and possessed a sword bone. All he lacked was a suitable sword. The Xiantian sect concealed a celestial sword, yet cultivators could not wield it. As a former sword immortal, he possessed the means to master it.
Joining the Xiantian sect and obtaining the celestial sword would greatly enhance his cultivation.
However, the thought of taking such an incompetent person as his master was indeed humiliating. He was unworthy. Nonetheless, for the sake of the celestial sword, he could only endure this indignity.
Resolutely, the young man replied, "Very well. I am willing to join Falling Sky Peak and become your disciple." At that moment, a warning echoed in Su Yang's mind. Warning, Du Fingmong's loyalty to the host is -10. When loyalty drops below -20, he may develop murderous intent towards his master. Su Yang was taken aback. This individual's loyalty was negative. It was to be expected, as he was a reincarnated sword immortal. Imbued with unmatched pride, how could he genuinely wish to serve as a disciple? There must be a reason behind this. Having experienced betrayal once, Su Yang was unwilling to face it again. This youth could not be accepted. How could this young man not comprehend the words of wisdom? He would inevitably come to regret his decision. What a stroke of fortune for the Xiantian sect to receive a disciple with a sword bone. The crowd was filled with envy and resentment. Su Shirshu, he has agreed. Lu Hai exclaimed joyfully, urging Du Fingmong to bow and pay his respects. Just then, a voice rang out, "Wait." A group emerged from the crowd, led by a rotund man with a ruddy complexion, sporting a pair of curled mustaches and strutting with arrogance. These were members of the Jintian sect, one of the 5 great sections. This man, Li Batang, an outer elder of the Jintian sect, was responsible for recruiting disciples and had clearly set his sights on the young man. The crowd quickly surmised their intentions. Lu Hai's brow furrowed as he quietly asked, "Su Shirshu, what should we do?" "It's nothing," Su Yang replied, unfazed by the Jintian sect's presence. Li Batang approached the young man, scrutinizing him with satisfaction. A sword-bone physique, quite impressive indeed. He then turned to Su Yang, boasting, "We of the Jintian sect will take this young man." Lu Hai protested. "He has already agreed to join our Xiantian sect." "Merely an agreement, he hasn't officially joined." "Even if he does, who would dare deny a disciple of the Jintian sect? Are you even reasonable?" "Reason? We of the Jintian sect are the epitome of reason. Do you dare to contest that?" Li Batang retorted with a cold smile. Lu Hai was infuriated. However, with Su Yang present, he felt a sense of security. The young man observed quietly, eager to see how his so-called master would respond. Before Su Yang could speak, Li Batang continued. "Let it not be said that we of the Jintian sect do not extend a hand to the Xiantian sect." He gestured, and a disciple soon brought forth an individual, throwing him at Su Yang's feet. The person was disheveled and filthy, sitting on the ground with a foolish grin, appearing quite deranged. "This is Qin Song, our Jintian sect's young master. You of the Xiantian sect wish to recruit disciples? We present our young master to you. In exchange for him, you may have this exceptional sword bone talent. You are fortunate indeed." Li Batang smirked, his expression mocking. The crowd fell silent. Everyone knew that the Jintian sect's young master was a fool, despised by all, with a status lower than even that of a menial worker. To offer him in exchange for a sword bone talent was an obvious insult to the Xiantian sect. "Su Shirshu, they are going too far." Lu Hai seethed, convinced Su Yang would refuse their offer.
Yet, as Su Yang examined Qin Song with his Imperial Master's eye, he was instantly moved. The young man was not a fool, he was merely feigning ignorance. Moreover, he possessed a superior divine bone, which had been forcefully extracted from him. Unlike the destruction of one's roots, the extraction process was agonizing, akin to having one's bones, veins, and blood forcibly removed. Given the numerous scars on his body and his malnourished, frail state, he should not have been able to endure such suffering.
Yet he has endured such torment and emerged resilient. What immense will to survive must he possess? Typically,
individuals with such formidable resolve are either driven by an overwhelming love that compels them to cling to life or sustained by an unending hatred.
Clearly, he belongs to the latter category.
To survive, he feigns madness daily, enduring various humiliations and mockeries. The plight and determination of this individual deeply resonate with Su Yang. Upon introspection, he realizes that, were he in the same situation, he would likely have succumbed to mental collapse, gone mad, or chosen to end his own suffering.
Particularly,
Su Yang perceives, through the eye of the Imperial Master, a jade pendant upon the individual, imbued with the essence of his closest kin.
Along with an intense sorrow and longing he has poured into this talisman. It seems this pendant is a relic of his beloved.
And since he is the young master of the heavenly gold gate with his father still alive, it must belong to his mother. This indicates that he is indeed a devoted son, a son discarded like refuse by his father, yet profoundly filial towards his mother.
Without needing to speculate, Su Yang understands the source of his hatred. Hey! I'm speaking to you, have you gone mute? What are you staring at? Li Batting snapped at Su Yang impatiently.
It does not take much thought. You cannot expect someone to willingly trade a prodigy for a fool. Naturally, he is unwilling and dares not offend the heavenly gold gate. Hence the need to feign deafness.
This is the consensus among the onlookers.
Su Yang, regaining his composure, readily agreed, "All right, I will exchange with you." A triumphant smile spread across Li Bating's face. "You're wise to recognize the situation."
No one was surprised.
Avoiding the ire of the heavenly gold gate was the only viable option. The youth felt disdain in his heart.
Indeed, a fool is a fool. To take such a weakling as a master is an utter disgrace. Master Su, why did you agree? Lu Hai questioned, perplexed. Given Master Su's strength,
he had no need to fear the heavenly gold gate.
I have my own considerations, Su Yang replied without further elaboration, then turned to Qin Sang. Are you willing to be my disciple?
Becoming a disciple, he, Qin Song chuckled foolishly, yet a glimmer of sorrow flickered in his eyes.
To seek revenge.
He must align himself with a power greater than the heavenly gold gate, for without such an alliance, he would have no chance. He had heard recent news about the Shen sect, which had offended the Sword Pavilion. Whether they would face annihilation was uncertain, but growth was nearly impossible. Qin Song had no desire to join the Shen sect, but who would wish to take in a fool in the eyes of the world?
Moreover,
this was his only opportunity to escape the heavenly gold gate.
Reluctantly, he feigned madness. I want to become a disciple, it's fun. Su Yang stated.
Since you have agreed, then you must kowtow 3 times and address me as master.
Kowtow, give your master a kowtow. Qin Song joyfully complied. Bowing 3 times and calling out, Master, you are my master now. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for receiving the 3rd disciple and obtaining the greeting gift.
Sword Emperor's diagram. Note, Qin Song's loyalty to the host is only 50. Please take caution, host. Only half loyalty. Yet Su Yang was unconcerned.
For someone in Qin Song's predicament, a heightened sense of vigilance was only to be expected.
The fact that he could maintain any loyalty under such circumstances was commendable. Ha ha ha.
Li Bating suddenly burst into laughter. You truly took this fool as a disciple, a foolish apprentice and a worthless master, a perfect match.
Laughter erupted from the crowd. A spectacle of humiliation. Li Bating turned to the youth with a grin, you see? Would you still want to take such a pathetic person as your master?
Come to the heavenly gold gate, with your talent, we will provide you with the best resources, treating you as a divine son.
A status far beyond what the Shen sect can offer.
The youth cast a glance at Su Yang, utterly disheartened. Very well, I shall join the heavenly gold gate first. And later, as their divine son, I can compel the Shen sect to yield the immortal sword. Thus, he declared, "Such a fool indeed does not deserve to be my master. I will join the heavenly gold gate."
Ha ha ha. You made a very wise choice. Li Batang laughed heartily.
Witnessing the mockery directed at Su Yang, Qin Song felt a pang of indignation, but more so, a deep sorrow. It seemed his master's situation was akin to his own. How then could he seek revenge? At that moment, Su Yang suddenly addressed him, "Disciple, since you have joined my ranks, I will impart to you your first lesson. Those who wrong me must pay the price." Su Yang's gaze turned icy as he strode towards Li Batang. What was he intending? Qin Song's heart jolted. Surely he did not mean to confront Li Batang? Was he out of his mind? Poor Qin Song, having just taken on a master, was already destined to mourn for him. The crowd awaited Su Yang's folly, while only Lu Hai bore a slight smile, for Master Su was finally poised to act. "Boy, do you intend to challenge me? Have you considered the consequences?" Li Batang sneered as Su Yang approached, his smile growing increasingly cruel. "No." Qin Song desperately wished to call out to Su Yang, yet he dared not. Revealing himself would mean death. Just as anxiety gnawed at him, Su Yang halted before Li Batang and turned to Qin Song, "Disciple, watch closely." Li Batang, now irked, scoffed, "You're seeking death, you fool." With that, he struck out at Su Yang. "Master!" Qin Song cried out in panic, instinctively wanting to warn Su Yang, but he was forced to swallow his words. The crowd presumed Su Yang was doomed, yet his focus remained on Qin Song as he effortlessly seized Li Batang's wrist. "What?" Li Batang exclaimed in astonishment. Su Yang then instructed Qin Song, "Keep your eyes wide open." In the next instant, a sharp crack echoed. Li Batang's wrist was twisted, eliciting a piercing scream. "Elder Li!" The disciples gasped in shock, rushing toward Su Yang, only to find themselves struck down with a mere wave of his hand, all collapsing lifelessly. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Qin Song, momentarily forgetting his pretense of foolishness, stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. "You dare harm a member of the Heavenly Gold Gate? You are as good as dead." Li Batang growled through gritted teeth, enduring the agony. "The Heavenly Gold Gate is but a trivial matter, I have no regard for it. You humiliate my disciple, I assure you, even if the 5 great divine sects united, you would still meet your demise." Su Yang grasped Li Batang by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. As Li Batang flailed, attempting to escape, he soon realized the overwhelming disparity in strength. How can this be? Wasn't he a fool? Before Li Batang could comprehend, Su Yang snapped his neck and discarded him like refuse. The crowd stood frozen in shock. Li Batang, a 5th-rank great profound realm cultivator, had not even been able to fight back. It was evident that Su Yang was at the Starry Radiance realm. Yet, what use was that? Killing a member of the Heavenly Gold Gate would spell his doom, and the Xiantian sect would undoubtedly face repercussions. "We should leave quickly. Associating with him could lead to trouble." The crowd hastily departed. Su Yang approached Qin Song and stated, "This is what I mean by those who wrong me must pay the price. Do you understand?" Chapter 51, The Meeting Gift of the Two Ancestors. Qin Song stared blankly at Su Yang, but soon regained his composure and continued to feign ignorance, clapping his hands and laughing foolishly, exclaiming how amusing it was that they had all fallen asleep. Lu Hai shook his head, deeming him a fool. He could not fathom why Master Su would take such a dimwit as a disciple. The only one left at the scene was a young man, who fixed his gaze on Su Yang as if re-evaluating him. A smile crept onto his lips, laced with a hint of mischief, acknowledging that Su Yang had hidden his true capabilities well enough to be worthy of the title of master. This fellow was indeed audacious. Lu Hai curled his lip. Although he was not fond of the youth, the latter possessed the talent of a sword bone, affording him the right to his arrogance. Surely, Master Su would accept him as well. To everyone's surprise, Su Yang casually replied, "I have already taken on a disciple, you may leave now." The young man's brow furrowed. "You choose this fool over me? Is there a problem?" Su Yang countered, "What of it? I possess a sword bone and am destined for greatness. How can this fool compare? What are you thinking?" The youth, suppressing his fury, retorted, "For daring to speak to me in such a manner, you disqualify yourself from being my master." Su Yang scoffed, "And what of your sword bone?"
To me, it is akin to refuse.
My disciple will surpass you by leaps and bounds.
How outrageous! To claim I am inferior to a fool is an utter disgrace.
The young man's expression darkened. Had his cultivation not yet recovered, he would have torn Su Yang apart. You fail to comprehend my true potential. Allowing you to take me as a disciple would have been a boon. Alas, you have squandered your opportunity.
Remember my name, Du Fengmeng. Should you refuse me today,
I shall make you regret it in the future. With that, the young man coldly departed. Resolute in his vow to exact vengeance on the day he acquired the celestial sword, ensuring that the Xiantian sect would bear the brunt of his wrath. Qin Sang glanced at Su Yang, bewilderment flickering in his eyes.
What manner of master was this? He would rather take on a fool like him than a disciple with a sword bone. Was he also as foolish? Master Su, why do you act thus? Lu Hai could not help but inquire. You will understand in due time.
Now, I must take my disciple back. You need not linger here any longer.
Let us return to the sect, Su Yang stated.
Knowing that Su Yang had killed members of the Xiantian sect,
Lu Hai understood the gravity of the situation and promptly closed the door.
Soon after, Su Yang took to the skies on his sword with Qin Sang in tow, while Lu Hai followed closely behind. The three landed before the gates of the Xiantian sect, and Su Yang declared, "Disciple, henceforth this shall be your sect, your home.
Let us enter."
The word home tugged at Qin Sang's heartstrings. Since the moment his mother passed, he had been without a home.
The concept of home felt distant and unattainable.
He gazed up at the three characters inscribed above the mountain gate, Xiantian sect, his emotions in turmoil. After years of mere survival, he yearned for a place to belong, a sanctuary to shield him.
If fate allowed it. Finding peace within the Xiantian sect would not be unwelcome.
Yet, he harbored a thirst for vengeance, and the sect could not provide what he sought.
Furthermore, this sect had already offended the Baijian Pavilion and now the Xiantian sect. How could it protect him?
Perhaps this was his destiny. His master acted out of a desire for retribution, killing Li Bateng. Although he had not anticipated Su Yang's prowess in the Starshine realm, such strength was insignificant before the Xiantian sect.
So be it, he would live as long as fate allowed.
To have a home before departing this world could be considered a final mercy from the heavens.
Lost in thought, Qin Sang followed closely behind Su Yang as they approached the mountain gate.
Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, as if shifting and contracting in a mysterious manner.
This was the earth shrinking technique, a method of the earth spirit realm. Startled, Qin Sang instinctively looked up.
He beheld two elderly figures engaged in a spar before the mountain gate. With each step they took, the ground quaked and compressed, causing them to vanish from sight,
only to reappear elsewhere in the blink of an eye.
One elder emanated an overwhelming sword intent, while the other was enveloped in a sphere of purple alchemical fire.
A sword cultivator and an alchemist, both at the earth spirit realm. Qin Sang's pupils constricted. These two were the ancestors of the Baijian Pavilion and the Yaowang Valley. Indeed,
the rumors were true. The two great sects had turned against one another over the treasures of the Xiantian sect's secret realm. This spelled disaster. Before the Xiantian sect could seek revenge, the ancestors of the two great sects had come knocking. The Xiantian sect could hardly withstand such a confrontation. He had only just arrived, yet it seemed he was destined to be buried alongside the Xiantian sect.
How lamentable! At this moment, the two elders noticed Su Yang and promptly ceased their sparring, approaching him with reverence. Oh no!
They were coming over.
Qin Sang was struck with terror.
Forgetting to maintain his facade of foolishness, his face betraying his despair.
Should he flee? But how could one escape the earth spirit realm?
Just as he was paralyzed with fear, the two elders halted before Su Yang and respectfully bowed, addressing him as Master Su.
Qin Sang was taken aback. Had he misheard? The two ancestors were bowing to his master?
What astonished him further was Su Yang's stern admonition, "I did not come here to have you dismantle the mountain gate."
The elders, instead of becoming enraged, appeared contrite. Su Jianfeng quickly explained, "Please forgive us, Master Su, we were simply bored and indulged in a bit of sparring."
Bai Shixian hastened to add, "I assure you it won't happen again, it's all Su's fault. I told him not to fight."
"How could you blame me? You agreed to it." Su retorted. "You coerced me."
I did no such thing, it was clearly your own restlessness.
Was it? Absolutely not. You were the one who pushed for it. Unbelievable. You are lacking in loyalty. The two elders began bickering, their faces flushed, leaving Qin Song utterly bewildered. What was happening?
These were the ancestors of the two great sects, the most formidable Earth Spirit Realm experts in the southern region.
Yet they were treating his master with such deference? And here they were, guarding the Xintian sect? Surely this was a jest. Hadn't the Yawang Valley killed the deputy master of the Baijin Pavilion, thereby inciting their ire against the Xintian sect? Who could explain this bizarre situation? Enough. No more arguing.
It shall not happen again, Su Yang commanded, and the two elders fell silent, visibly relieved. Bai Shixian, with a sycophantic smile, inquired, Master Su. You have just returned from the outside world, it must have been arduous.
May I offer a shoulder rub? Su Jianfeng, unwilling to be outdone, chimed in, Master Su.
Allow me to massage your legs.
This was madness. These two elders must be out of their minds.
Qin Song could hardly believe the scene before him.
No need for that.
I have just taken on a disciple and intend to impart some teachings. If you wish to listen, come to Luotian Peak, Su Yan replied. The two elders had awaited this moment with great anticipation, their joy palpable. Su Jianfeng turned to Qin Song, moving swiftly to stand before him, exclaiming,
This must be Master Su's newly accepted disciple. Indeed, an extraordinary talent, a true dragon among men.
Bai Shixian hurriedly approached Qin Song, beaming, Young man, your appearance is remarkable. Here, take this bottle of marrow-cleansing elixir, it will aid in refining your bones.
And this bottle of golden sun pills, should you ever find yourself injured.
One will ensure you bear no scars.
Consider it a meeting gift. Su Jianfeng, feeling competitive, quickly interjected.
Having already been bested in their previous encounter, he was determined not to let Bai come out on top again. He hastily produced a sword and presented it to Qin Song, stating,
This azure blade is a mid-grade earth artifact, consider it my meeting gift.
As Qin Sang beheld the two esteemed ancestors showering him with such attentiveness, he stood there, dumbfounded and at a loss for words.
Chapter 52. Qin Song was bewildered. Was this a dream? Or was Su Yang merely saying, Since they have given it to you, you should take it?
It was only then that Qin Song regained his composure, accepting the medicine bottle and sword, continuing to feign ignorance. So many toys, I like them.
I like them, he. The two elders were momentarily taken aback. Bai Shixian inquired, Su sect master, what is his condition? Su Yang replied. He is the young master of Jintianmen, and everyone says he is a fool. A fool?
The two elders were at a loss for words.
How could the sect master have taken such a fool as a disciple? This must be more complicated than it seems.
Bai Shixian immediately seized Qin Song's wrist to feel his pulse, and his expression quickly changed. He had so many new and old injuries, was chronically malnourished, and possessed a frail constitution. Even his soul was in a state of weakness, nearly extinguished. At this rate, he would surely not survive for more than 3 years.
Moreover,
he lacked foundational bones, which had been forcefully extracted from him, and it was already a miracle that he was alive. The more Bai Shixian spoke,
the more astonished he became. How had he endured this? Wasn't he the young master of Jintianmen? How could his condition be so dire? Bai Laodi, are you sure you haven't misdiagnosed him? Su Jianfeng questioned skeptically.
There can be no mistake, this is the result of long-term bullying and a lack of timely medical treatment. Coupled with the loss of his foundational bones, any ordinary person would have collapsed long ago. Yet he has managed to survive until now, it is nothing short of miraculous.
Bai Shixian looked at Qin Song with sympathy. This child was not merely unfortunate. The young master of Jintianmen had fallen to such a state. What had transpired? Su Jianfeng was utterly perplexed.
Lu Hai respectfully explained, Seniors, although he is the young master of Jintianmen, it is said that he is an illegitimate child, greatly despised by the sect master, who has never acknowledged his identity. Moreover, being a fool, even the menial workers within the sect can bully him at will. Not long ago, he was discarded by Jintianmen in Wendan City and became a beggar. It was only recently that Uncle Su brought him back. Even a tiger does not eat its cubs. Since he was born, they should take responsibility for him.
So what if he is a fool? Is a fool not still a son? Qin Huai is truly heartless. Has Jin Buwan lost his senses to choose such a person as the sect master? Su Jianfeng grumbled in discontent. Jin Buwan was injured years ago, affecting his soul.
He sought my aid for treatment, but I could only alleviate his condition, not cure it. To survive, he has been in seclusion, striving to break through to the heavenly soul realm, seeking a glimmer of hope.
Therefore, he has long ceased to concern himself with Jintianmen, which has grown increasingly arrogant under Qin Huai's governance.
If this continues, Jintianmen will surely meet its downfall at his hands.
After finishing, Bai Shixian cast a glance at Su Yang. Well, we can discuss Jintianmen later, let us first return to Luotian Peak. Lu Hai.
Notify the sect master and senior brothers to come and listen to the teachings. You two should also join us shortly. After assigning his task, Su Yang took Qin Song and soared towards Luotian Peak. From a distance, Qin Song spotted 3 individuals engaged in a sparring session atop Luotian Peak. 2 of them exuded the aura of the Sun Realm, while 1 radiated the essence of the Moon Realm.
2 blazing suns, 1 brilliant moon.
Qin Song was secretly astonished.
Could they be the esteemed elders of his master's sect? But wasn't Xiantian's sect a second-rate sect? How could it possess 2 superlative experts and 1 first-rate master?
While in doubt, the 2 descended on their swords. Bai Ningyue, Lu Zhenming, and Su Qiaoan immediately ceased their activities and approached.
We meet again, sect master. Master. You have returned. Who is this? Bai Ningyue and the others curiously scrutinized Qin Song.
This is my newly accepted disciple, Qin Song. He will henceforth be your junior brother.
Su Yang announced. I finally have a junior brother. How wonderful! Bai Ningyue exclaimed joyfully. Congratulations, sect master, on gaining a disciple. Lu Zhenming and Su Qiaoan quickly offered their congratulations. Su Yang then introduced Qin Song, saying, This is your second senior sister, Bai Ningyue, this is Lu Zhenming.
Our sect is menial worker, and this is, well, a prospective menial worker named Su Qiaoan.
Qin Song was taken aback. 2 individuals of the Sun Realm were merely menial workers at Luotian Peak? And his second senior sister, Bai Ningyue? Wasn't she the divine maiden of Yaowang Valley? How had she become a disciple of his master?
Before Qin Song could fully grasp the situation, a commotion erupted from the fish pond. 9 koi leaped from the water, transforming into 9 enchanting and ethereal beauties, each radiating a blinding sun behind them.
Congratulations, master, on acquiring a disciple.
The 9 women knelt before him,
intentionally showcasing their prowess to demonstrate their master's extraordinary nature.
At this point, Qin Song felt his mind reeling, standing there dazed.
9 formidable demons of the Sun Realm were his master's servants? Was this truly the Xiantian sect he had heard of? What kind of person was his master? Master. Why does the 3rd junior brother seem a bit off?
Bai Ningyue observed Qin Song's dazed expression and felt puzzled. Su Yan looked at Qin Song and smiled slightly.
You need not pretend any longer. Qin Song's heart tightened. Did he see through him?
He quickly resumed his act of folly. I have so many pockets.
I can store many gifts. I want to collect gifts, he. Master, the 3rd junior brother.
Bai Ningyue was momentarily stunned.
Could it be that he is truly a fool?
Su Yang fixed his gaze on Qin Song, speaking slowly. I understand your plight. Your biological father does not acknowledge you, despises you, and you have been neglected since childhood, relying solely on your mother, enduring endless bullying. After your mother's passing, you were deprived of your divine bones, filled with hatred, and survived solely through a powerful will to live. To protect yourself, you had to feign madness.
Have I spoken incorrectly? Qin Song was taken aback. How did he know?
So the 3rd junior brother had suffered so grievously.
Bai Ningyue's heart ached upon hearing this. Su Yang continued. Do you think that by becoming my disciple, you have lost all hope for revenge? Do you believe that if I were to kill those from Jintianmen, Xiantian sect would be doomed? Qin Song did not respond. Su Yang went on.
You just witnessed the 2 venerable ancestors from the Sword Pavilion and Yaowang Valley treating me with utmost respect at Xiantian sect's gates.
Do you still believe in those rumors? Have you ever seen a sect with Sun Realm experts as menial workers? Or 9 great demons as servants?
These revelations indeed shattered Qin Song's previous perceptions of Shintian sect.
Now that you have joined my sect, I will ensure your safety.
I will assist you with your revenge, you need not harbor any concerns.
It is time to shed your pretense. Su Yang concluded, awaiting Qin Song's response. Qin Song lowered his head, silently clenching his fists, struggling internally. After pretending to be mad for so many years and enduring countless humiliations,
he had long sealed off his heart. Now, suddenly, someone claimed they would protect him, help him take revenge, and urged him to drop his facade and reveal his true self.
Qin Song was terrified, fearing that this was all a dream. After a moment,
he abruptly lifted his head, his expression tense, his voice trembling slightly. He asked, "You truly are not deceiving me?"
Chapter 53, The Sword Path Realization of the Sword Emperor. He finally ceased to pretend.
Su Yang smiled with satisfaction, stating that this place would now be his home, and they would be his family. Among family, there exists no deceit, only care. The master was right, dear junior brother. You may share any difficulties with us from now on.
Regardless of your deep-seated grudges, we shall assist you in seeking retribution. From this moment forth, we shall be your unwavering support, and no one shall dare to bully you again.
Bai Ningyue, embracing her role as the elder sister, gently offered guidance. This brought a long-awaited warmth to Qin Song, marking the first time since his mother's passing that someone showed genuine concern for him. Years of humiliation and suppressed grievances finally shattered at that moment, and he could not help but weep bitterly. Junior brother, please don't cry, Bai Ningyue urged anxiously.
Master.
He let him cry. Su Yang understood that he had bottled up his emotions for far too long.
After all, he was merely a 16 or 17-year-old youth who had endured unimaginable suffering.
After a while, as Qin Song's sobs subsided, he knelt before Su Yang, tears of gratitude streaming down his face.
Master, thank you, I am fortunate to be your disciple. Ding.
The loyalty of disciple Qin Song has reached 100.
Host receives a 400-fold cultivation return.
Indeed, the lad had finally lowered his guard and acknowledged Su Yang as his master. At that moment, figures arrived riding swords, gently descending. Su junior brother, I heard you have taken on a new disciple, congratulations. Chibai Xian, accompanied by several peak masters and fellow disciples including Mo Lin,
extended their greetings to Su Yang. Su Yang introduced Qin Song to everyone. Mo Lin took the lead in offering greetings, and the various peak masters presented their tokens of goodwill.
This treatment was unprecedented for Qin Song in the Golden Skygate, and he felt the warmth of camaraderie among his peers for the first time. His once icy heart began to thaw, and he felt an overwhelming gratitude towards Su Yang. If this were a dream, he wished never to awaken.
Thank you all for your kindness, Qin Sang bowed deeply.
Chibai Xian, astonished, remarked, Su junior brother, was it not said that your disciple was? How has he improved? Xiao Xianing speculated, surely, Su junior brother has healed him. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging that with Su Yang's capabilities, curing a fool was certainly within his means.
Su Yang smiled, offering no further explanation.
Turning to Qin Song, he said, since everyone has bestowed you with gifts, I too shall not be an exception. With that, he produced the Supreme Sword Pill. The pill's essence transformed into 9 swords, swirling around it while exuding a rich fragrance. The Sword Pill. The essence transforms into swords. This is a supreme-grade sword pill. They marveled at Su Yang's generosity, feeling envious of such a grand gift.
None could match Su Yang's extraordinary finesse.
Su Jianfeng, as a sword cultivator, felt particularly drawn to the allure of the Supreme Sword Pill. I wish to become a disciple as well, Su Jianfeng lamented. Qin Song, filled with excitement, accepted the sword pill and swallowed it whole. Instantly, a series of bone-cracking sounds erupted from his body, accompanied by the resonant sounds of swords. The agonizing transformation was nothing compared to the overwhelming joy he felt. As the cracking subsided, his demeanor underwent a profound transformation. He radiated an aura of sword intent, standing tall like a sword pointing toward the heavens with fierce sharpness.
I have finally regained my foundation,
Qin Song exclaimed, unleashing a triumphant roar towards the sky. His sword intent erupted spontaneously, creating an invisible aura of sword energy that surrounded him. The crowd instinctively stepped back, wary of being harmed by the unleashed energy. To condense sword energy before even beginning his cultivation, truly, he possessed a supreme sword bone. Once he matured, he would undoubtedly make his name resonate across the world, potentially becoming the foremost sword cultivator, astonishing all. Su Jianfeng marveled at his potential. Ding! Congratulations, host has received a random doubled return, totaling 1,000 heavenly soul pills. These pills are intriguing, infused with the power of a heavenly soul realm expert. Shattering one can summon a heavenly soul realm being to serve the user for an hour. With so many heavenly soul pills, Su Yang mused that he would no longer need to engage directly in battles. After Qin Song finished venting his long-suppressed emotions, he knelt before Su Yang, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. His reverence for Su Yang had grown immensely, thanking the heavens for allowing him to meet his master. Now that he had forged his sword bone, according to Su Yang's past practices, he should soon bestow upon him a technique, Xiao Xianing speculated. What level of technique do you think Su Junior brother will grant? One Peak Master inquired. Certainly a heavenly level technique, another replied. Upon hearing their discussion, Qin Song was taken aback. Heavenly level techniques were exceedingly rare, almost non-existent in the southern domain. Even his reckless father, the master of Golden Skygate, practiced only a low-grade earthly technique. Moreover, with his newly acquired sword bone, he could only cultivate sword techniques, which were already scarce, especially at the heavenly level. Does Master truly possess one? He pondered. In the midst of his thoughts, Su Yang unveiled a scroll. Rather than granting you a technique, take this. A scroll? To cultivate using a scroll? Qin Song was filled with confusion, mirrored by the puzzled expressions of others. How does one cultivate with a scroll? Open it and see, Su Yang instructed. Curiously, Qin Song unfurled the scroll, drawing the attention of the onlookers. It depicted a figure standing tall, sword in hand, exuding an aura of majesty. What is so special about this painting? The crowd was bewildered, perceiving it as an ordinary artwork. However, Su Jianfeng's eyes widened in realization. The painting, it contains the sword path enlightenment of a sword emperor. A sword emperor? The pinnacle of sword mastery in existence. His sword path insights eclipse even heavenly level techniques and celestial secrets. But why could he not discern its significance? Su, old brother, could you be mistaken? I sense nothing of enlightenment, Bai Shixian queried, puzzled. Such profound insights are not easily perceived, only a sword cultivator, particularly one with exceptional talent, can grasp its essence. You are not sword cultivators, hence you cannot sense it. Even I can only perceive a fraction, Su Jianfeng explained. Then turned his gaze to Qin Song. He found Qin Song fixated on the sword emperor's illustration, excitement evident in his eyes. What do you sense? Su Jianfeng pressed. I'm not sure, it feels incredibly profound. Just a glance transported me into a realm of swords, Qin Song replied, unsure. The realm of swords. You can sense the sword emperor's realm of swords. Truly, a supreme sword bone, how enviable, Su Jianfeng thought to himself, unable to voice his envy. If all goes well, this child is destined to become a new sword emperor. Your methods are truly remarkable, senior. At that moment, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding. Chapter 54, Something seems amiss at the Xiantian sect, ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a random double reward, a sword sovereign token. Su Yang felt a surge of joy within. This sword sovereign token, akin to the Dan sovereign token, harbored a path of swordsmanship. With this token in hand, all sword cultivators across the realm would heed my command. Disciple, please stow away the sword emperor diagram. I shall commence my teachings now, so everyone, take your seats. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, everyone eagerly settled into a meditative posture. Qin Song observed the excitement around him, a wave of confusion washing over him. Why were they all so exhilarated? Was there something extraordinary about Master's teachings? In his mind, despite Master's enigmatic nature, such a reaction seemed unwarranted. Especially from the two venerable ancestors of the Sword Sect and the Medicine King Valley, both formidable figures of the earthly soul realm, who were now equally animated.
At that moment, Su Yang activated the Imperial Master's dojo, and an immediate transformation enveloped the atmosphere. It had begun.
Everyone instantly sharpened their focus and pricked up their ears. Initially indifferent, Qin Song found himself captivated by the profound principles being imparted, as if he were receiving enlightenment. He finally grasped the source of the collective excitement and recognized that his master was no ordinary figure. The previously unremarkable aura was merely a facade. This was the true essence of his being. It became clear why the two divine ancestors were willing to guard the Shen sect and why Master had 9 formidable demon servants and 2 errant boys of the Blazing Sun realm. How fortunate I am to have such an esteemed mentor. Mother, do you see? Your child has finally emerged from the shadows.
Meanwhile,
in a pavilion of the Golden Sky Gate, 2 figures sat conversing. One was adorned in a golden brocade robe, exuding an air of nobility, Qin, the gatekeeper of the Golden Sky Gate. Opposite him sat Gu Qinglu, the leader of the Sword Sect. The Golden Sky Gate specialized in weapon forging, and its disciples were all skilled artisans. Hence, many cultivators sought their craftsmanship, including Gu Qinglu, who had come for this very purpose. In truth, Su Jianfeng had sent him to procure a substantial quantity of magical artifacts,
emphasizing the need to establish relations with the Shen sect and ensure that Bai Shixian would not outshine them. Gu Qinglu still found it hard to believe that Su Yang,
the master of the falling sky peak, was a fearsome entity whom even the ancestors revered as senior. Previously, when Gu Chanya had attempted to seize treasures from the Shen sect's secret realm, he had offended them and was consequently expelled from the sect, meeting his demise there. Gu Chanya was Gu Qinglu's adopted son, and his death weighed heavily on him. However, the elder had declared that offending a senior would lead to annihilation if he survived.
Gu Qinglu had to accept this reality.
Now, with the elder stationed at the Shen sect, lacking sufficient treasures, Bai Shixian from the Medicine King Valley seized the opportunity to earn Su Yang's favor, leaving the elder in a state of frustration. Thus, Gu Qinglu was ordered to procure a vast array of magical artifacts to deliver to the Shen sect. Having completed the procurement, Qin Huai inquired with curiosity, "Brother Gu, may I ask why the Sword Sect requires such a multitude of artifacts?" Gu Qinglu casually deflected, "We have many disciples, our artifacts are insufficient." Qin Huai, however, was not convinced. Rumors had circulated that the Sword Sect and the Medicine King Valley had fallen out over the Shen sect's treasures. Gu Qinglu's adopted son had even perished at the hands of the Medicine King Valley. If his deductions were accurate, Gu Qinglu's substantial procurement of artifacts was likely a prelude to vengeance against the Medicine King Valley. It appeared that a spectacle was imminent. "Brother Qin, I have matters to attend to, I must take my leave," Gu Qinglu stated, preparing to head to the Shen sect to deliver the artifacts to the elder. At that moment, a figure hurriedly approached. "Father, there is trouble." The newcomer was tall and imposing, the eldest son of Qin Huai and Qin Song's half-brother, Qin Ao. "What has happened?" Qin Huai inquired. "We just received news that elderly Batang and several disciples have been slain in Wendan City by the master of the falling sky peak from the Shen sect. Moreover, that wretched Qin Song has been taken as his disciple." Qin Ao relayed hastily. Upon hearing this, Gu Qinglu felt a sudden jolt of alarm. The Golden Sky Gate was in grave peril. "How outrageous!" Qin Huai exclaimed in anger. "How dare the mere Shen sect slay members of my Golden Sky Gate? They are courting death. Father, allow me to lead a force to annihilate the sect and eradicate that wretched spawn." Qin Ao's eyes glinted with murderous intent. However, Qin Huai turned to Gu Qinglu, "Brother Gu, I have heard that this Shen sect has also offended your Sword Sect. Will you not seek retribution? Revenge? Do you wish for the Sword Sect to face annihilation?" Gu Qinglu had no intention of divulging the truth to Qin Huai, for it would offend Su Yang. Thus, he smiled and replied, "But they have also offended your Golden Sky Gate, have they not? I believe there is no longer any need for the Sword Sect to intervene." "Is there?" Qin Huai speculated that the Sword Sect was likely preoccupied with dealing with the Medicine King Valley, which explained their lack of action against the Shen sect. He then declared, "Having killed members of my Golden Sky Gate, I shall not let them escape unpunished. Or take Elder Zhang and Elder Qian with you to destroy the Shen sect, and as for that wretched spawn, he need not be spared." "Understood, Father," Qin Ao affirmed. a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. Gu Qinglu, who also intended to visit the Xiantian sect, remarked, "I have no matters to attend to at present.
I shall accompany you." Qin Huai readily accepted, instructing Qin Ao to ensure that Gu Qinglu was not neglected. Soon,
Qin Ao assembled a group and soared towards the Xiantian sect.
On the way, Gu Qinglu inquired, "I heard you mention that the master of the falling sky peak has taken your brother as a disciple?" "Indeed.
It is because of him that the master of the falling sky peak has slain members of my golden sky gate. That wretched spawn was initially meant to be abandoned in Wendan City to fend for himself, yet he chose to ally with the Xiantian sect. I have heard that this master of the falling sky peak possesses mediocre talent, even inferior to the second-generation disciples of the sect."
"It seems true."
"He would even take on fools as disciples," Qin Ao scoffed disdainfully.
Gu Qinglu silently shook his head.
"To be accepted as a disciple by Su Yang was an immense fortune. The foolish brother you speak of is poised to rise.
Had you maintained that relationship, you might have garnered the favor of a senior. Alas, only a dead end awaits you now." Upon arriving near the Xiantian sect, Gu Qinglu discreetly retrieved a jade pendant.
This pendant was fashioned into a jade sword, roughly the size of a pinky finger, known as the communication sword, capable of transmitting messages within a certain range. It was a unique technique of the sword sect. Gu Qinglu flicked his finger, and the communication sword flew toward the Xiantian sect with remarkable speed,
unnoticed by Qin Ao and the others.
Before long, they halted before the mountain gate of the Xiantian sect.
Qin Ao turned to Gu Qinglu and said, "Master Gu,
you need not intervene, merely observe as we handle the Xiantian sect."
Gu Qinglu was more than willing to comply, nodding in agreement. "Strange.
Something feels amiss at the Xiantian sect," Elder Zhang remarked, gazing at the desolate mountain gate.
Chapter 55, A Mentor's Support. Zhang Elder, is there something amiss? Qin Ao inquired.
"We have arrived at their mountain gate, yet there is not a hint of movement.
By all accounts, someone should have come out to receive us," Zhang Elder remarked with suspicion.
"Indeed, the Xiantian sect is eerily quiet, as if not a single disciple is present."
Zhang Elder's observation prompted Qin Ao to share his growing unease.
"I suspect they are aware of having offended my Jintian gate and are deliberately hiding," Elder Qian postulated.
Qin Ao found merit in the assertion, scoffing, "Do they think hiding will serve them? Let us demolish the mountain gate and see if they dare emerge."
"I shall take the lead," Zhang Elder declared, stepping forward and unleashing a powerful palm strike.
Boom!
The grand mountain gate crumbled with a resounding crash, echoing through the air. At that moment, the disciples of the Xiantian sect were engrossed in a lecture by Su Yan on the falling sky peak, fully absorbed in the teachings.
Yet, the sudden noise startled them. "What is happening?"
Xiao Xianning questioned, puzzled. "It seems the commotion is coming from the mountain gate," a disciple replied.
At that instant, Su Jianfeng received a message from Gu Qinglu via a command sword, which revealed the words, "Jintian Gate is attacking." Furrowing his brow, Su Jianfeng relayed this information to Su Yang.
In previous times, the arrival of the divine sect would have instilled panic among the disciples, yet now they showed no fear and began to shout defiantly.
"What audacity the Jintian Gate has to disrupt our Xiantian sect!
They must have believed the rumors and think us easy prey.
Junior brother Su, what course of action do you propose?" Everyone turned their gaze towards Su Yang, the steadfast anchor of the Xiantian sect, awaiting his decision.
Xin Song hurriedly knelt and said, "Master, this incident arose because of me. I am willing to bear full responsibility." Su Yang nodded approvingly. "In the face of adversity, you do not shy away but instead embrace your responsibilities.
You have not disappointed your teacher.
I have promised to protect you, so now, focus on my teachings.
The actions of insignificant individuals are not worth your concern." Xin Song felt deeply moved,
his admiration for his mentor growing. In the southern domain, it seemed only Su Yang had the courage to regard the Jintian Gate as mere trifles.
Su Yang then turned his gaze towards Su Jianfeng and Bai Shixian.
Bai Shixian, feeling a shift in his comprehension, was currently meditating with closed eyes, striving for a breakthrough. Not wishing to disturb him, Su Yang instructed Su Jianfeng, "You two are responsible for the mountain gate, handle it accordingly."
"Understood," Su Jianfeng acknowledged, promptly employing a technique to vanish from sight.
His frustration simmered, for Su Yang's teachings had greatly benefited him, and he was on the verge of a breakthrough. To be interrupted at such a critical moment felt more distressing than a couple being abruptly separated before an intimate rendezvous. After hastily arriving at the mountain gate, he found the area transformed into ruins, further darkening his expression. The disciples of the Jintian Gate were astonished to see him, questioning how the elder of the Sword Worship Pavilion happened to be there. Is it true that the Shintian sect has offended the Sword Worship Pavilion? And he has come personally to exact retribution? Master! Gu Qinglu rushed forward, respectfully presenting a storage ring. In accordance with your instructions, I have procured a vast array of magical artifacts, all contained within this ring. The storage ring, a unique artifact for holding items, was a specialty of the Jintian Gate. Su Jianfeng received it with a cold demeanor, demanding, what transpired? It is as follows. Master, the Peak Master of Falling Sky Peak killed members of the Jintian Gate for his newly accepted disciple. This individual is Qin Ao, the eldest scion of the Jintian Gate, who has come to settle the score with our sect, Gu Qinglu elucidated. Junior Qin Ao. It is an honor to make your acquaintance, Qin Ao greeted with a bow, smiling amiably. I was unaware that Senior Su had arrived ahead of us. The Shintian sect, in its arrogance, deserves its fate. Truly, Senior Su acts swiftly, worthy of being hailed as the foremost swordsman of the southern domain, capable of annihilating a second-rate sect with a mere flick of the wrist. We are in awe. However, before the flattery could settle, Su Jianfeng struck. And with a flash of his sword, Zheng Elder's head was severed from his body. The members of the Jintian Gate gasped in horror. Senior Su! What is the meaning of this? Qin Ao exclaimed in shock. Su Jianfeng offered no explanation, swiftly executing Elder Qian as well. He continued his assault, leaving no survivors among the Jintian Gate disciples, save for Qin Ao, whose visage turned pale with fear, his tongue stumbling over words. Why? Why have you done this? How have we offended you? Su Jianfeng wiped the blood from his sword, coldly remarking, keep an eye on him. He then rushed back, anxious not to miss Su Yang's teachings. Qin Ao attempted to flee, but was obstructed by Gu Qinglu. I cannot allow you to escape. Qin Ao, bewildered, questioned. Gu Pavilion Master, the Jintian Gate has never interfered with your Sword Worship Pavilion. Today, your elder has killed my sect's disciples without cause. And you seek to detain me, what is the reason behind this? You will soon find out, Gu Qinglu replied. Pavilion Master, as I understand it, your Sword Worship Pavilion has already severed ties with the Medicine King Valley, and your adopted son perished at their hands, an enmity that cannot go unanswered. Now you turn against my Jintian Gate as well. Do you not fear a coalition between us and the Medicine King Valley? Qin Ao recognized the Sword Worship Pavilion's strength, yet he doubted they would dare to fully breach relations with the Jintian Gate. Are you threatening me? Gu Qinglu's expression turned displeased. This is not a threat. It is a call to recognize reality. Your elder is deeply engrossed in the sword path, acting solely on whim without considering the broader implications. However, you manage the Sword Worship Pavilion and should understand the stakes. Release me, and I will act as though nothing has transpired. Otherwise, your pavilion will face the wrath of 2 divine sections. Even if your elder is the foremost swordsman of the southern domain, he may not emerge unscathed. Qin Ao felt emboldened, confident that Gu Qinglu would prioritize the greater good. Little did he know, Gu Qinglu's countenance grew cold, and he scoffed, ignorant youth. Do you dare speak to me in such a manner? With that, he suddenly slapped Qin Ao across the face. You! Qin Ao seethed with rage. Another slap followed, knocking out one of Qin Ao's teeth and leaving him bleeding. Stay quiet. Speak again, and I shall remove all your teeth, Gu Qinglu commanded in a chilling tone. From that moment, Qin Ao fell silent, complying obediently. He could not fathom why the Sword Worship Pavilion had taken such drastic measures, daring to confront the ire of 2 divine sections. Meanwhile, Su Jianfeng returned to Falling Sky Peak, where Su Yang continued his lecture. He chose not to speak, sitting cross-legged, absorbing the teachings. Once Su Yang concluded and closed the imperial teacher's venue, everyone began to digest the profound insights. Su Jianfeng's expression brightened as the barriers to his realm finally loosened. He had intended to break through immediately, but Su Yang's gaze fell upon him, inquiring,
"How did the matter unfold?"
Su Jianfeng quickly responded, "The individual who came was the eldest scion of the Jintian Gate. I eliminated the others and spared his life,
reasoning that as Qin Song's brother, he should personally handle this affair.
He is currently being watched by my disciple, awaiting your decision at the mountain gate."
Su Yang turned to Qin Song, "How do you intend to deal with your brother?"
Qin Song's face was etched with frost. His eyes aflame with intense hatred as he gritted his teeth, declaring, "He is unworthy of being my brother, I want him dead."
Su Yang rose, stating, "Let us proceed. I shall lend you my support."
Chapter 56, The Fall of the Young Master into Beggary. He led Qin Song towards the mountain gate. The others were absorbed in contemplating profound truths, so Su Yang did not insist they follow. Upon their arrival at the mountain gate, Su Yang surveyed the ruins with a slight furrow in his brow and said to Qin Song, "With me here, you may act as you wish without any reservations."
"Yes, Master," Qin Song replied dutifully. "Greetings, Sect Master Su." Gu Qinglu bowed respectfully. Qin Ao, bewildered, thought to himself, "Wasn't the Shintian sect annihilated by the ancestor of the sword worship pavilion? How are they still alive? And why does Gu Qinglu show such deference to this master of falling sky peak? Has he lost his mind? Where is the ancestor of the sword worship pavilion? Why is he not present?"
"Make him kneel," Su Yang commanded Gu Qinglu.
Immediately, Qin Ao erupted in indignation. "Who do you think you are to order Gu Pavilion Master to make me kneel?"
No sooner had he spoken than Gu Qinglu pressed his palm firmly on Qin Ao's shoulder.
Thud! The overwhelming force forced Qin Ao to his knees, shattering the ground beneath him.
The sound of cracking bones echoed as pain surged through him, prompting a piercing scream.
"Gu Pavilion Master, why do you heed his words?"
Qin Ao cried out through gritted teeth. Gu Qinglu recalled how his previous ignorance of Su Yang's strength nearly led to the downfall of the sword worship pavilion. With a smirk, he remarked, "You and your golden skygate have been arrogant for years. I have long harbored disdain for you."
"Is there a problem with that?"
"You."
Qin Ao fumed.
"Disciple, it is your turn," Su Yang said.
Qin Song stepped forward, gazing coldly at Qin Ao. "Qin Ao, you have finally fallen into my grasp." Qin Ao, astonished, retorted, "You're no longer foolish?" Qin Song chuckled coldly, "If I had not feigned ignorance, how could I have preserved my life?" "You vile wretch! You dared to deceive us!" Slap! Qin Song struck Qin Ao across the face. "You dare strike me!" Qin Ao seethed, attempting to retaliate, but was immobilized by Gu Qinglu's grip. "I intend not only to strike you but to end your life." Qin Song unsheathed the Qingfeng sword, placing it against Qin Ao's throat. Gu Qinglu looked on with envy. The master had gifted his Qingfeng sword to this youth, while he had previously pleaded for so long without success. His fortune was remarkable to become Su Yang's disciple. "Qin Song, you dare? I am your brother." Qin Ao's expression shifted to panic. "My brother?" Qin Song's fury intensified as he interrogated fiercely, "From childhood, you bullied me, calling me a vile wretch unworthy of the Qin bloodline. When I manifested divine bones, you even incited Qin Huai to forcibly extract them from me, seeking my demise. Were it not for my pretense of madness, you would have long since ended my life. Now you claim to be my brother? Do you deserve such a title?" At that moment, Qin Song's voice crescendoed into a furious roar, his body trembling uncontrollably. Su Yang placed a hand on his shoulder and calmly said, "Since he has taken your divine bones, let him return what is rightfully yours." He then signaled Gu Qinglu with a glance. Gu Qinglu understood and immediately placed a hand on Qin Ao's back. Qin Ao's face paled in terror as he begged, "No. I was wrong. Do not extract my divine bones. I do not want to die." The master and disciple remained unmoved. Gu Qinglu clenched his fingers and plunged them into Qin Ao's body, seizing his divine bones. The agony compelled Qin Ao to scream, his body convulsing violently and his face contorting in anguish. Soon, a gruesome golden divine bone was forcefully extracted. Qin Ao collapsed to the ground, pallid and gasping for breath. Qin Song, aware of Qin Ao's character, knew he would not endure long. He said, "Master, I do not wish for him to die so easily.
That is simple, give him a golden sun pill, Su Yang instructed. Upon hearing this, Qin Song wasted no time, retrieving a golden sun pill from a vial and placing it into Qin Ao's mouth. Qin Ao quickly regained some vitality, glaring fiercely at Qin Song, vile wretch. If you have the courage, kill me. My father will not spare you. Qin Song tightened his grip around his neck and growled, rest assured. I will not let you die so easily. I want you to experience the humiliation of being regarded as a waste, mocked and ridiculed by all. With that, he rendered Qin Ao unconscious. He then turned to Su Yang and requested, Master, I wish to cast him into Wendan City, allowing him to endure the suffering of a disciple. Is that permissible? Su Yang recognized the depth of Qin Song's suffering and the long-held resentment within him. If left unresolved, it would fester, potentially clouding his judgment and leading him down a dark path. Thus, he replied, I have said before, you may act as you wish. Thank you, Master. Qin Song expressed his gratitude with a bow. Su Yang then instructed Gu Qinglu, make a trip to Wendan City, ensuring everyone knows the young master of the Golden Sky Gate has become a beggar. He produced a manual, adding, consider this your reward, do not let me down. Gu Qinglu's eyes lit up with joy, realizing the master was indeed generous. He quickly accepted the manual, thumping his chest to assure, I will handle it splendidly. He then seized Qin Ao and took to the skies on his sword. Master, here, Qin Song reverently presented the bloodied divine bone to Su Yang. It was meant for you, Su Yang replied. Now that the disciple possesses the sword bone bestowed by the master, it has lost its significance to me, and besides, I do not know how to dispose of it. Su Yang accepted it without further protest, saying, very well, in due time, I shall reward you with your second senior sister. As the divine bone was the finest material for crafting divine pills, Qin Song held no objections. A day later, under Gu Qinglu's arrangement, Wendan City gained a new beggar. At this moment, on a bustling street, Qin Ao lay in tatters, disheveled, his legs rendered useless, weak and helpless against the ground. In this wretched state, he appeared even more pitiful than Qin Song had once been. Enraged, he ground his teeth, vile wretch. Once I return to the Golden Sky Gate, I will ensure my father has you torn to pieces. No sooner had he spoken than a few people halted before him. One pointed, exclaiming, isn't that the young master of the Golden Sky Gate? Indeed. How did he become a beggar? The others expressed their confusion. Qin Ao immediately commanded, hurry to the Golden Sky Gate and have my father send someone to fetch me, I will reward you handsomely. The onlookers exchanged glances, smirking with disdain. They then shouted, everyone, come and see. The illustrious young master of the Golden Sky Gate has fallen into beggary. Instantly, a crowd began to gather. Upon realizing it was truly the young master of the Golden Sky Gate, they were astonished. How did the young master of the Golden Sky Gate become a beggar? Not only that, look. His legs are crippled, his divine bones extracted, his cultivation gone, he has become a complete waste. Who did this? Do they not fear the wrath of the Golden Sky Gate? Qin Ao mustered his strength to shout, who will go notify my father? I shall reward him with a profound-grade magical artifact. The crowd was immediately intrigued, yet the earlier few stepped forward to dissuade them, do not go. It will only bring trouble. Chapter 57, Are the disciples of the Shintian sect fools? This statement left everyone perplexed. A few individuals explained. We have received word that he was personally crippled by Master Qin and severed from his father-son ties, condemned to live as a beggar for the rest of his life. If you meddle in this matter, you will surely provoke Master Qin's wrath. Is that true? After all, he is his own son, surely he wouldn't go that far, right? Could it be that you are mistaken? The crowd expressed their doubts. Are you unaware? The second young master has already been expelled. Now driving out the eldest young master is hardly surprising. If it weren't for his father's hand, who would dare treat the eldest son of the Jintian sect in such a manner? That would be courting death. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to feel the logic in their words. The instigators continued, this person, previously relying on his status as the eldest young master of the Jintian sect, was arrogant and tyrannical, bullying both men and women without remorse. Now that he has been expelled and rendered powerless, let us seek justice for the wronged and avenge our grievances. Charge! I have long found him displeasing. He has wronged our sect, and I shall settle this debt.
Damn it!
He stole my partner, I will see him dead. The crowd surged forward in righteous indignation. The instigators quickly cautioned, do not kill him. Leave him with a breath, so that he may suffer in misery that will bring us satisfaction.
Chin-Ao soon let out a wretched cry.
Battered and on the brink of death. Not far away, Su Yang and Qin Song observed the scene.
Gu Qinglu, standing beside them, inquired, Master Su, are you satisfied with this outcome?
Su Yang turned to Qin Song and asked, my disciple, does this bring you solace?
Indeed, I find solace.
But the most despicable one remains Qin Huai. It was he who drove my mother to her death and personally severed my roots, subjecting me to relentless torment.
Qin Song clenched his fists in fury. What do you intend to do?
Su Yang asked. I want him to kneel before my mother's grave and repent.
Offering his life in atonement.
Very well, send someone to notify the Jintian sect to bring Qin-Ao back.
Su Yang instructed Gu Qinglu.
Understood.
Without questioning the rationale, Gu Qinglu promptly set about the arrangements.
Let us return and await Qin Huai's arrival to deal with him, Su Yang declared as he departed with Qin-Ao.
Before long,
the people of the Jintian sect received news and came to retrieve Qin-Ao. Upon seeing his son's pitiful state, Qin Huai erupted in fury, demanding, Ao,
who has done this to you?
Through gritted teeth, Qin-Ao replied, it was that wretched Qin Song, he has been pretending to be a fool. And we were all deceived by him.
How outrageous! Qin Huai seethed. That wretch possesses deep cunning.
Yet, he is but a cripple. Even if he has joined the Xiantian sect, that sect lacks the strength to reduce you to this state. This is all the fault of the sword sect.
Qin-Ao quickly recounted the events.
Qin Huai frowned, realizing that the sword sect's involvement with the Xiantian sect complicated matters.
Father, you are overthinking this. From Gu Qinglu's tone, it seems they simply harbor resentment against our Jintian sect.
Over the years, we have indeed been somewhat ostentatious. As the saying goes, a tall tree catches the wind, the sword sect is merely envious of us. If the Xiantian sect has offended the sword sect,
how could they possibly assist them?
It is merely coincidental.
Moreover,
the sword sect is currently preoccupied with dealing with the Medicine King Valley and has no energy left to antagonize us.
Qin-Ao analyzed with conviction.
You make a fair point, yet Su Jianfeng has a volatile temperament and acts on whims, we must remain vigilant.
Qin Huai deliberated.
I will send someone to the Medicine King Valley to forge an alliance.
Additionally, I will invite our ancestor to come out of seclusion.
That would be splendid. If we can enlist the ancestor's aid alongside the Medicine King Valley, the sword sect will be of no concern, Qin-Ao rejoiced.
At that moment, a woman outside,
having overheard their conversation, felt a surge of alarm and quietly departed.
Rest assured and recover, await your father's good news, Qin Huai said as he exited the room. Qin Song, wait.
I shall make you realize that you can never surpass me, Qin Huai grinned menacingly. As Qin Huai began his arrangements,
the eavesdropping individual hastily made her way to the Xiantian sect.
This woman was Qin Huairo, Qin Huai's sister. Previously, when Su Yang held a discourse,
Su Jianfeng and Bai Shixian were inspired and are now in seclusion.
Thus, the mountain gate of the Xiantian sect is temporarily overseen by Lu Hai, who is also responsible for rebuilding the damaged gate. At that moment, he suddenly noticed someone approaching and looked up in surprise.
Isn't she the divine maiden of the Jintian sect, Qin Huairo? What brings her to the Xiantian sect?
As he pondered, Qin Huairo had already alighted before him. Lu Hai immediately became wary and asked, You are a member of the Jintian sect, what is your purpose here?
Qin Huairo replied, I bear no ill will. There is no need for you to be tense. I have come to see my nephew, Qin Song.
You have already expelled him from the Jintian sect.
What business do you have with him? I have urgent matters to discuss.
What matters?
Call him out, and I shall explain.
Lu Hai flatly refused, stating,
Junior brother Qin is currently in seclusion and cannot be disturbed.
Qin Huairo, displeased, retorted, Are you aware that the Xiantian sect is on the brink of disaster?
Lu Hai countered, Are you referring to your Jintian sect?
Not just the Jintian sect, but also the Medicine King Valley. They are about to join forces.
Only I can save you. Let me see Qin Song.
Believing that her words would instill fear, Qin Huairou anticipated a different reaction. To her astonishment, Lu Hai remained unfazed, saying, "If that is all, you may leave. Do not disturb us while we rebuild the mountain gate."
Even the few disciple laborers remained indifferent, focused solely on their tasks. A small matter?
Qin Huairou was at a loss for words.
Are these people fools? Do they not comprehend the gravity of my words? The alliance of two great sects, do they not realize that even a small sect like the Shentian sect cannot withstand such force, let alone the sword sect? Enough of this.
I will not waste time with him. I shall simply storm in. After all, no one in the Shentian sect can stop me.
With that thought,
as Qin Huairou prepared to force her way in, someone approached slowly. Lu Hai and the laboring disciples quickly greeted the newcomer, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, Master Su, greetings."
Master Su Yang. Su Yang glanced at the mountain gate and inquired, "How is the restoration progressing?" Lu Hai responded, "Master Su.
You mentioned that we should construct a gate more magnificent than the 5 great sects. Naturally, this would require more time.
However,
we are expediting the process and will ensure it is completed before the Jintian sect comes to their demise."
Upon hearing this,
Qin Huairou could no longer contain herself and interjected sternly, "Who gave you the audacity to believe in the Shentian sect?
The sword sect? Do you truly think they will assist you?
They will soon be struggling for their own survival."
And who might he be? Su Yang inquired.
He is the divine maiden of the Jintian sect, Qin Huairou, and the aunt of junior brother Qin, claiming to come to see him. She also mentions that the Jintian sect and Medicine King Valley are about to ally, asserting that she is the only one who can save us.
Lu Hai explained. You are Qin Song's master?
Qin Huairou assessed Su Yang, finding him unimpressive, even more so than she had heard.
Qin Song truly is unfortunate to have found such an unimposing master.
I have heard my disciple speak of you, aside from his mother.
You are the only one in the Jintian sect who genuinely cares for him.
Your visit at this time confirms his words, Su Yang stated courteously. Then you should understand that I will not harm him. What I said earlier was not a deception.
I believe you, Su Yang nodded.
It seems you do not trust me at all, Qin Huairou expressed her discontent. Why do you say that?
Su Yang asked. If you trusted me, you would have shown some reaction. Do you comprehend the terror of two great sects joining forces? Su Yang chuckled lightly. Just how terrifying is it?
Chapter 58, Urge your master to apologize to the two elders. The two great divine sects joined forces, with their disciples numbering in the tens of thousands. Among them were several hundred at the Star Radiance realm, over 100 at the Crescent Moon realm, and dozens at the Solar realm, not to mention their affiliated sections. The most formidable were the Earth Soul realm experts, whose numbers could not be quantified. Qin Huai intended to summon my family's ancestor from seclusion, and at that time.
Qin Huairou's expression was exceedingly grave as she spoke.
However, halfway through, she realized that Su Yang was not listening at all. Instead, he was directing his disciples. Lu Hai, the carvings on that wall seem a bit too soft, lacking in grandeur. Have them revise it.
Also, those pillars are too slender, not imposing enough.
By the way, let's arrange a row of potted plants later. It won't seem so stiff.
Lu Hai nodded earnestly. Understood, Master Su. I will ensure they follow your instructions immediately. Seeing this, Qin Huairou exclaimed in exasperation, Are you even listening to me?
Su Yang then shifted his attention back to her.
My apologies, where were we? How can you disciples of the Shentian sect be so complacent?
Even in the face of calamity, you're thinking about rebuilding the mountain gate.
What on earth are you thinking? My nephew has endured humiliation for so many years, finally escaping from the Jintian sect. And yet he ends up with such an unreliable master like you?
I won't waste any more breath. Bring my nephew out, I intend to take him away.
He is currently my disciple.
Even if you are his aunt, you have no right to take him.
Moreover, he may not choose to leave with you, Su Yang replied. Do you intend for him to accompany you to his demise?
I will take him away. Who among the Shentian sect can stop me?
Qin Huairou's expression turned icy.
And a sun appeared behind her, exuding the might of the solar realm, aiming to intimidate Su Yang into realizing the disparity between their sections. Lu Hai and the other miscellaneous disciples, seeing the impending conflict, immediately abandoned their tasks and rushed to Su Yang's side, clamoring, "How dare you! A mere solar realm dares to act recklessly before Master Su. Our Xiantian sect is not a place for your arrogance. To offend Master Su, are you courting death?" Qin Huairou was almost amused by their naivety. These disciples of the Xiantian sect were utterly unreasonable, looking down on her despite her solar realm status. Qin Song could not remain in such a sect, she must take him away. "Very well. Today I shall let you witness whether I have the right to act with impunity in your Xiantian sect." Qin Huairou's face was cold as she prepared to strike when suddenly an urgent voice called out, "Aunt, don't be rash." Qin Song rushed over, panting heavily. Qin Huairou immediately withdrew her offensive, her expression brightening. "Songer, you truly haven't lost your wits, how wonderful." Qin Song caught his breath and apologized, "I'm sorry, Aunt. I didn't mean to deceive you." Qin Huairou smiled and shook her head. "I understand, it is my fault for not being able to protect you, allowing you to suffer such grievances. Since you are not foolish, I have decided to take you away from the southern domain. Once we escape the Jintian sect's influence, they can do nothing to us." However, Qin Song firmly rejected her. "Aunt, I will not leave." "How can this be? With Qin Ao incapacitated, Qin Huai is furious and has vowed to put you to death. If you do not leave, you will only face a dead end." "Do not worry, Aunt. My master will protect me. I will be fine." "He can protect you?" Qin Huairou scolded sternly. "Do you know what kind of person he is? I have investigated thoroughly. Although he is a peak master, his talent is mediocre, and his cultivation is even inferior to some second-generation disciples. His previous disciples were all deceived. Do not be fooled by him. Aunt, you must not speak ill of my master, he is truly formidable, beyond your imagination," Qin Sang said, visibly displeased. "Silly child. That is all a facade, he is merely putting on an act to make you his disciple," Qin Huairou advised earnestly. "Moreover, your father is not only seeking to confront the Xiantian sect but is also preparing to ally with the Medicine King Valley. The Xiantian sect cannot withstand this. Listen to your aunt, come with me to preserve your life. Aunt, I speak sincerely, my master is indeed powerful. The Jintian sect is no match for him. Furthermore, as for the Medicine King Valley, they will not ally with the Jintian sect because the ancestors of the Medicine King Valley and the Sword Offering Pavilion are both at our Xiantian sect's gate. They are now. Enough." Qin Huairou could no longer endure it, sharply interrupting Qin Sang. She then glared at Su Yang, reprimanding. "Is this how you deceive my nephew?" Qin Sang was startled and quickly knelt before Su Yang, pleading, "I am sorry, master, my aunt does not understand your might. She is merely concerned for her disciple and means no offense, please forgive her." "Songer, you are mistaken." Qin Huairou was even angrier, coldly stating, "He is unworthy of being your master, and I shall unveil his true nature to you right now." With that, she raised her hand to strike Su Yang. "Don't!" Qin Sang shouted in alarm. Su Yang maintained his composure and casually waved his hand. Qin Huairou's attack instantly transformed into nothingness, and she was enveloped by an inexplicable force, causing her to spit blood and fly backward. "Aunt!" Qin Sang exclaimed, rushing to help her up. Qin Huairou was astonished. She was at the 5th rank of the solar realm and had been severely injured by this man with a single strike. Su Yang spoke coldly, "For my disciple's sake, I shall not hold you accountable this time. Should you dare to offend again, it will be your end." "Thank you, master, for your mercy," Qin Sang expressed his gratitude, hurriedly retrieving a medicinal vial and offering a healing pill to Qin Huairou. "Aunt, quickly take this Golden Sun pill." Qin Huairou was taken aback. "Songer, how do you possess such a superior healing elixir? And an entire vial at that? Such high-tier healing pills are difficult for even me to obtain. It was given to me by the ancestor of the Medicine King Valley to curry favor with my master," Qin Sang explained truthfully. Qin Huairou was left bewildered. The ancestor of the Medicine King Valley would seek to please him? Even if he could severely injure her with a single strike. His cultivation was at most a few ranks above hers. The ancestor of the Medicine King Valley was an Earth Soul Realm expert, how could he possibly flatter him? As she pondered, two figures suddenly approached within the Xiantian sect, their steps causing the ground to tremble as they swiftly drew near.
Qin Huairou's pupils contracted. Earth's Soul Realm. It was the ancestors of the Sword Offering Pavilion and the Medicine King Valley. What were they doing in the Xiantian sect? Greetings, Master Su, the two bowed respectfully.
Their faces radiant, they had evidently successfully broken through in their cultivation.
The two elders were bowing to him? Qin Huairou blinked,
wondering if her injuries were causing her to hallucinate. You two have arrived just in time, assist them in rebuilding the mountain gate, Su Yang instructed. Panic surged within Qin Huairou.
Had this man gone mad?
Although she had underestimated him, his strength was indeed surprising, but the ancestors held a prestigious status. They were the top authorities of the southern domain. To command them to perform menial tasks was a grave insult that would surely infuriate them. Especially the ancestor of the Sword Offering Pavilion, whose temperament was notoriously fiery.
If he became enraged, everyone present would suffer. Qin Huairou urgently urged Qin Song.
Quickly have your master apologize to the two elders.
Hurry!
Chapter 59, the two ancestors joyfully laboring calmly, Qin Song reassured, little ant, you need not fret. They would not dare disregard the master's wishes. Qin Huairou furrowed her brow in distress, this foolish boy had been thoroughly brainwashed by Su Yang.
No, she thought. He must not lead us to our doom.
Gritting her teeth against the pain, she attempted to rise and plead for mercy on behalf of the two elders.
Yet, to her astonishment, the elders appeared neither angry nor perturbed. Su Jianfeng even chuckled heartily, we have come specifically for this matter. Bai Shixian added with a smile.
I have conferred with Brother Su, and we shall take full responsibility for the reconstruction of the mountain gate.
Rest assured, you shall be satisfied. With that,
the two elders rolled up their sleeves and began their labor. Su Jianfeng pointed towards several junior disciples, instructing, allow me to handle the carvings on this wall. You lot step aside. Drawing his sword, he swiftly began to carve into the wall. Chunks of stone flew as the sword danced with a fierce intent.
In no time,
a vivid depiction of a sword dance was etched into the stone, alive and grand, imbued with a subtle sword intent. The disciples, upon glancing at it, felt as though the figures were poised to spring into motion. Should anyone dare to assault the mountain gate again, let them see if they can withstand my sword intent.
Su Jianfeng proclaimed proudly as he sheathed his sword.
Meanwhile, Bai Shixian approached two massive stones, summoning purple alchemical flames from his palms to commence their transformation.
In mere moments,
the stones were sculpted into two lifelike stone lions, exuding majesty and strength. Particularly striking were the lion's eyes, which shimmered with a purple glow, sharp and vibrant. With these stone guardians in place, any would-be troublemaker would be reduced to ashes unless their alchemical prowess surpassed his. Bai Shixian, pleased with his creation, caressed the stone lions. The two elders then proceeded to direct the disciples, engaging wholeheartedly in their tasks, exuding joy in their labor.
Qin Huairou stood dumbfounded,
questioning whether these were truly the exalted ancestors of the divine sect.
Little ant, do you believe now? Qin Song inquired with a smile. What on earth is happening?
Qin Huairou snapped back to reality, urgently grasping Qin Song's arm.
Did I not tell you? The two seniors are now guarding the Xiantian sect, and naturally,
they are devoted to their duties.
But how is this possible? Why would they do such a thing?
Qin Huairou struggled to comprehend.
Because of my master. Qin Song stated earnestly.
I assure you, my master's strength is unfathomable, far surpassing the two elders.
Otherwise, why would they willingly guard the Xiantian sect? But the rumors say.
You yourself have said those are merely rumors, falsehoods, Qin Song lamented. Had I not encountered my master, I might have perished in Wendanqing. He not only saved me but also forged the supreme sword bone for me, allowing me to become a sword cultivator.
What did you say? He forged the supreme sword bone for you?
Qin Huairou gasped in astonishment.
Do you find it hard to believe? I initially could not accept it either. The supreme sword pill is incredibly precious, yet my master bestowed it upon me with ease.
If you doubt my words, you may inquire with anyone from the Xiantian sect or ask the two elders, they will bear witness.
Qin Huairou looked at Su Yang in astonishment. Moreover,
the recent downfall of Qin Ao was orchestrated by my master to assist me in avenging my grievances. We are merely waiting for Qin to present himself. With my master here, both the Sword Sect and the Alchemist Valley will align with the Shentian sect, so you need not worry at all. Qin could scarcely believe it. Yet, observing the two elders joyfully toiling away, disbelief was no longer an option. The Shentian sect was indeed cloaked in profound mysteries. Little Ant, Qin Tsung continued, you inadvertently offended my master earlier, though we may not hold it against you, I think it prudent for you to apologize.
Qin nodded. I understand.
Please assist me in approaching him. The two approached Su Yang, whereupon Qin knelt in apology. I beg your forgiveness, Master Su. It was my misunderstanding. Su Yang glanced at her. Very well, your concern for Qin Tsung is commendable, but let this be a lesson.
Thank you, Master Su. For your generosity, Qin rose. At that moment, Bai Shixian interjected, you are the Huiro girl from Jintianmen, are you not?
It has been many years. I see you have now reached the fierce sun realm. Younger generation pays respects to elder Bai. Qin bowed deeply. I remember when you accompanied old Jin to my Alchemist Valley for treatment, I thought quite highly of you. It is unfortunate that old Jin favored males over females, bestowing resources upon Qin and passing the sect leader position to him. Under his management, Jintianmen has become arrogant and overbearing. Now that they have provoked the Shentian sect,
their downfall is imminent, Bai Shixian lamented, shaking his head.
Qin remained silent, a flicker of helplessness flashing in her eyes.
Do you have ties with Jin Buwan? Su Yang inquired.
Indeed, the elders of our 5 divine sects share some connections. Old Jin is devoted to weapon forging, taking the path through his craft.
However, he has become too reckless.
In pursuit of a heavenly grade weapon technique, he ventured into a secret realm and suffered damage to his soul.
To preserve his life?
He has been in seclusion for years, and I am unaware of his current state, Bai Shixian explained.
Master Su, if possible, I implore you to save his life. Bai Shixian beseeched. Save him? Su Yang raised an eyebrow.
When old Jin was present, Jintianmen was not as it is now.
Ultimately, it was Qin who tarnished Jintianmen's reputation.
If you can restore old Jin and have him dispose of Qin Jintianmen will return to its former glory.
Master Su, can you truly heal my ancestor? Qin quickly asked.
Huiro girl, do not doubt Master Su's abilities. My disciple was also injured in his soul and was healed by Master Su, Bai Shixian interjected quickly. Upon hearing this, Qin immediately knelt again. Master Su,
please save my ancestor.
Qin Song followed suit, kneeling as well. Master, while I harbor disdain for Jintianmen, the true culprits are the Qin father-son duo. I wish for them to face their just punishment and for my ancestor to see their true colors, leading them to be abandoned by all, thus alleviating my grievances.
In that case, go fetch your ancestor, Su Yang agreed, considering his student and Bai Shixian's plea.
Thank you, Master Su, I shall fetch my ancestor at once. Qin exclaimed with joy and hurried off.
Little Ant, your wounds? Qin Song called after her.
Having taken your golden sun pill, I am no longer in grave danger. Wait for me to bring back my ancestor, and then I shall right your wrongs, she replied hastily before departing.
Upon returning to Jintianmen,
Qin discovered the disciples rushing towards the main hall. Grabbing a disciple, she inquired and learned that the ancestor had emerged from seclusion. There was no need for conjecture. It was undoubtedly Qin who had summoned the ancestor. She hurried to the main hall, where the senior members of Jintianmen had already gathered. Qin stood beside the throne, upon which sat a majestic elder with a long beard, none other than the ancestor of Jintianmen, Jin Buwan. Chapter 60, The Ancestor of Jintianmen Seeks a Master. Qin stepped forward and bowed, greeting the ancestor with respect and congratulating him on his emergence from seclusion.
Jin Buwan, with a stern countenance, inquired, where have you been?
In response to the ancestor, I bring good news, there is someone capable of healing your injuries.
Upon hearing this, Jin Buwan's expression shifted. Is that true? How could I dare deceive the ancestor? Pray tell, who is this individual? Bai Shixian? Jin Buwan asked, brimming with impatience.
Not Bai Xian, Qin replied, casting a glance at Qin. It is not convenient to discuss here. Qin immediately expressed his discontent.
We are all brothers in the same sect, what is inconvenient about this? Do you harbor some scheme? Qin Huairou retorted, do you think I am like you? Impudent! Qin Huairou, I am your elder brother, is this how you speak to me? Elder brother? Qin Huairou scoffed, have you ever regarded me as your sister? You. Enough!
Mind your manners, Jin Buwan admonished, his displeasure evident, prompting the two to silence their quarrel.
He then addressed Qin Huairou, Huairou, Huai is correct. We are all family here. Speak freely. Reluctantly, Qin Huairou divulged, Ancestor, the person I speak of is Su Yang, the leader of Luotian Peak of Xiantian sect. Xiantian sect? Jin Buwan's demeanor grew cold. Qin Huairou, you are remarkably bold. Do you think I have been in seclusion so long that I am unaware of the happenings outside? Huai has informed me that Xiantian sect is a second-rate sect.
The leader of Luotian Peak has conspired with the rebellious Qin Song to kill our disciples and has even stolen Qin Ao's divine bone. I emerged from my retreat to seek him out, and you dare suggest he can heal my wounds?
What is your true intention?
Fury surged within Qin Huairou as she realized Qin Huai had already swayed the ancestor. She quickly clarified, Ancestor, the situation is not as he claims. He sullied a female disciple, Father Qin Song, yet refused to acknowledge his son, allowing him to be bullied. It is Qin Song who possesses the divine bone, which was forcibly taken by Qin Huai and given to Qin Ao. For years, they have flaunted their arrogance, tarnishing the reputation of Jintianmen.
If I had not been prudent,
I would have already fallen victim to Qin Huai's schemes. Please, Ancestor, see through this.
You slander!
Qin Huai shouted angrily.
Am I slandering? Dare you swear on the heavens?
Qin Huairou countered. Ask everyone present if I have uttered a lie, Qin Huai replied calmly. The words of the sect leader are entirely true.
Qin Huairou is envious and seeks to frame the sect leader.
Ancestor, I have discovered that it is Qin Huairou who has been the mastermind behind Xiantian sect. She is the true culprit, others chimed in, supporting Qin Huai, which left Qin Huairou seething with anger.
What more do you have to say? Jin Buwan barked. Ancestor.
They have all been bribed by Qin Huai, I am innocent.
Qin Huairou cried out.
At this point, you still show no remorse, I am greatly disappointed.
Jin Buwan chastised.
Refusing to believe her. Kneeling, Qin Huairou pleaded desperately, Ancestor, I am truly wronged.
You could visit Xiantian sect, Bai Xian and Su Xian are currently there.
Bai Xian sought out Su Yang to help you, they can testify on my behalf.
Absurd! Qin Huai interjected.
Yaowang Valley and Baijian Pavilion have already turned against each other, how could those two elders possibly be together?
You claim Bai Xian sought help from the leader of Luotian Peak? He is unworthy. You clearly wish to deceive the ancestor into going to Xiantian sect.
Your heart is treacherous. Your heart is treacherous. Your heart is treacherous.
The crowd echoed in unison. Ancestor, please believe me, Qin Huairou implored.
Her face filled with hope as she gazed at Jin Buwan. Yet, Jin Buwan remained unmoved, commanding loudly, seize her. Despair enveloped Qin Huairou as she realized the ancestor still placed his trust in Qin Huai. Despite her remarkable capabilities, her status as a woman rendered her inferior to even a mere compliment from Qin Huai.
At that moment, several elders of the Liyan realm acted in unison, subduing Qin Huairou. Ancestor, do not provoke Xiantian sect, you will regret it. Qin Huairou warned as she was led away.
Jin Buwan remained unconvinced, dismissively snorting.
A second-rate sect can be easily extinguished, why would I regret it? He then turned to Qin Huai, inquiring, have we received a response from Yaowang Valley?
They have agreed to join forces. According to Lai Tanchang, they have arranged with Baijian Pavilion to confront Xiantian sect in a decisive battle, Qin Huai reported. I did not expect them to turn against each other. Baijian Pavilion looks down upon our Jintianmen, I shall see just how much progress Su Jianfeng, the foremost sword cultivator of the southern region, has made in recent years, Jin Buwan remarked, his eyes glinting with coldness.
By the way, ancestor, I almost forgot to mention.
Lai Tanchang was previously injured gravely, but now he has fully recovered. He encountered a master who even Bai Xian regards as a junior, Qin Huai conveyed.
Do you know the identity of this master? Jin Buwan asked eagerly.
He mentioned that this master is quite low-key and would not permit the disclosure of his identity without his consent.
However, Lai Tanchang revealed that Bai Ning Yue,
the goddess of Yao Wang Valley, has taken this master as her teacher.
Reports from disciples indicate that Bai Ning Yue was recently seen in Wendan City. If we find her,
we can locate this master, Xin Huai explained. Upon hearing this, Jin Buwan immediately stood, declaring, I shall go to Wendan City at once.
Ancestor, allow me to accompany you, Xin Huai offered.
No need, if this master prefers to remain low-key, having too many people around would be counterproductive.
What about Xiantian sect? Xin Huai inquired. Wait for my return. If I cannot make it back in time, you should go first.
With Yao Wang Valley restraining by Jian Pavilion,
dealing with Xiantian sect will be a trivial matter, Jin Buwan instructed before promptly setting off for Wendan City. At that moment,
Su Qiaoan was accompanying Bai Ning Yue in a herbal shop within Wendan City, procuring medicinal materials. This shop was a property under Yao Wang Valley. Although Bai Ning Yue was no longer the goddess of Yao Wang Valley, the disciples treated her with even greater respect, allowing her to select any herb for free,
regardless of its rarity.
Lady Bai, all the medicinal materials are here for your review, the shopkeeper respectfully presented a collection of herbs before Bai Ning Yue. Bai Ning Yue began to examine them meticulously. Su Qiaoan marveled at the abundance of rare herbs, only Yao Wang Valley could offer such treasures.
Ning Yue? Is the Peak Master truly asking you to concoct the divine pill? How confident are you? Under normal circumstances, I would have little assurance.
Bai Ning Yue replied while reviewing the materials, however, my master provided me with a divine bone, with it as the primary ingredient, I should have no issues.
Still,
the auxiliary materials for the divine pill are exceedingly rare, the materials I can currently gather will only suffice for the creation of the divine yang pill.
As soon as she finished speaking, someone rushed in, urgently asking, can you concoct the divine yang pill? Chapter 61, The life of mortals is worth less than grass. Who are you? Su Qiaoan inquired.
Her vigilance heightened as she stood protectively in front of Bai Ning Yue upon realizing that the person before them possessed a cultivation level surpassing her own.
Bai Ning Yue, however, exclaimed in surprise, are you the venerable Jin Tianmen Elder, Jin Qian? Jin Tianmen Elder? Su Qiaoan glanced at the newcomer with astonishment.
It was rumored that the elder had been in seclusion for an extended period and had not shown his face in years. How could he possibly be here?
Who would have thought that the girl Ning Yue would still recognize me? Jin Buwan chuckled.
I had the privilege of witnessing your grandeur when you visited Yaowang Valley years ago.
And I certainly have not forgotten, Bai Ning Yue replied with a smile. Time flies, doesn't it?
The young girl of yesteryear has blossomed into a top-tier expert.
How is Bai Lao doing? Jin Buwan expressed with nostalgia.
If it weren't for my injuries, I would not have remained in seclusion for so long.
Looking back, so many years have passed. He is well, but may I ask what brings you here to see me, Jin Qian? Bai Ning Yue inquired. I have heard that you have taken an esteemed master as your teacher? Upon hearing this, Bai Ning Yue understood Jin Buwan's purpose. He must be seeking a remedy for his injuries. She nodded slightly, indeed. Jin Buwan, brimming with anticipation, asked, could you introduce me?
My master is currently at the Yuelai Inn ahead, I shall take you there at once. Bai Ning Yue instructed Su Qiaoan to tidy up the medicinal materials before leading Jin Buwan toward the inn. Jin Buwan cast a glance at Su Qiaoan, astonished. A superlative expert at the Liang realm, she would be revered anywhere, yet here she was, following Bai Ning Yue like a subordinate. Even the divine sex goddesses rarely received such treatment.
May I ask, Ning Yue, who is this? Jin Buwan inquired indirectly.
This is Su Qiaoan, a servant of my master.
Bai Ning Yue replied. Su Qiaoan offered a wry smile, do not flatter me.
I have yet to earn your master's recognition and can only be considered a provisional servant at most.
Bai Ning Yue reassured her, since your master has not dismissed you. It indicates his acknowledgement.
Jin Buwan felt a twinge of apprehension. A prominent figure in the Liang realm, even in Jin Tianmen, one would be treated with utmost respect. Yet, she was merely a servant, and it seemed she had only become a provisional servant because she chose not to leave.
Just how terrifying was this esteemed master?
Jin Buwan could not help but feel anxious. He would have to show proper respect when they met. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the Uli Inn, Su Yang sat by the window, leisurely savoring his tea, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. Since embarking on his cultivation journey, it was his first time enjoying an afternoon tea in such a relaxed manner. After a decade of traversing through life, he had only spent a brief period in the mundane world. The rest of his time was consumed by monotonous training. It had been 10 years since he last returned home. He wondered how his family was faring. Perhaps it was time to pay them a visit when he had a chance. Lost in thought, he was suddenly approached by a man who plopped down across from him. Su Yang glanced up to find a rotund fellow, a 7th-ranked Dashuan cultivator, who was sweating profusely as if he had just run a marathon. Without waiting for permission, he seized the teapot and drank deeply from it until it was empty, wiping his mouth with satisfaction. "I'm parched," he exclaimed, then turned to Su Yang, apologizing. "My apologies, brother. I've traveled for several days and am terribly thirsty. I noticed there were no seats available, and since you appeared to be alone, I took the liberty to sit down and help myself to your tea. But fret not, I shall pay for it. Allow me to offer you a pill as compensation." He produced a pill named De Huan Dan, a low-grade spiritual elixir. "I see you are a mere mortal. From now on, should you fall ill, taking this pill will cure you instantly and enhance your physique. Consider it a stroke of fortune bestowed upon you." The rotund man expected Su Yang to be overwhelmed with gratitude, but to his surprise, the mortal merely smiled and declined, saying, "It's just a pot of tea. There's no need for such extravagance." The man was astonished. "This is a spiritual pill, even those with wealth cannot obtain it. Are you certain you do not want it?" Su Yang gently shook his head. "How intriguing, you pique my interest. Let us be friends. Do not feel pressured. I do not discriminate between cultivators and mortals when making friends, as long as we can converse amiably. You seem quite amusing. Very well, I accept your friendship. I am Su Yang," he introduced himself with a smile. "I am Jin Shiming, the young master of Tianhezon. My sect is a top-tier force in the cultivation world. And I am somewhat of a notable figure. Should you encounter any troubles, mention my name, and you shall be taken care of," the rotund man boasted proudly. "Really? Just how much do you value your life?" Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Just then, a group of individuals approached, brazenly declaring, "You two, clear out. We need this spot." Their demeanor was arrogant as they demanded Su Yang and Jin Shiming to leave. Jin Shiming retorted, "Who are you? How dare you tell us to leave? Do you know who I am?" A tall man slammed a golden token onto the table and arrogantly proclaimed, "Are you now qualified to leave?" Upon seeing the words inscribed on the token, Jin Shiming's expression changed dramatically. "Jin Tianmen." He quickly stood, wearing a forced smile. "My apologies. We will leave immediately." He gestured to Su Yang to follow him quickly. However, the group sneered. "I said to roll, not walk away." Jin Shiming frowned. "You are crossing the line." One of the group members seized Jin Shiming by his collar, threateningly saying, "Do you wish to offend Jin Tianmen and lose your place in the southern region?" Jin Shiming gritted his teeth. "Fine, I will leave. But this brother of mine is merely a mortal. Do not make things difficult for him." Their gaze shifted to Su Yang, and they grinned maliciously. "A mortal dares to sit here? Throw him out." Jin Shiming quickly protested. "This is the third floor, he could be seriously injured. Mortals are worth less than grass. If he dies, so be it," the leader coldly commanded. "Throw him out." Instantly, one of the group members approached Su Yang with a sinister grin. Su Yang's eyes narrowed as he prepared to act, but Jin Shiming unexpectedly pushed the assailant away with a palm strike. Then, grasping Su Yang's hand, he revealed a talisman that glimmered with light. "Escape," he quietly urged, and the talisman enveloped them both. In the blink of an eye, Jin Shiming found himself outside of Wendan City. "Brother Su, this void escape talisman is quite impressive, isn't it?" Jin Shiming turned back to boast, only to find that Su Yang had not followed him. Panic surged within him. "Oh no! I forgot, this talisman cannot transport individuals of higher cultivation than myself. Nor can it take mortals." Jin Shiming began to pace anxiously. "What do I do? What do I do?" Chapter 62, Is this fellow lacking sense? Within the tavern, A few individuals were incensed by the sudden departure of the portly man.
That wretched fatso.
If I catch him, I shall surely skin him alive.
One injured man seethed, gritting his teeth in fury. What as the rush?
His companion remains here. The tall man coldly fixed his gaze upon Su Yang, demanding, "Who is that fat man?" Ignoring him, Su Yang glanced at the empty teapot and called out, "Innkeeper, refill the tea."
How dare you disregard me? Are you tired of living? The tall man, infuriated,
swung his hand towards Su Yang. In a swift motion, Su Yang seized and twisted the man's arm.
Crack!
The sound echoed as he rendered the man's arm useless. The tall man cried out in agony, prompting gasps from the others. "Senior brother, you!
Ah, so you are a cultivator as well. Yet no matter your identity.
If you dare offend the Golden Heaven sect, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise." The tall man, grimacing through the pain, glared fiercely at Su Yang. Before Su Yang could respond, an irate voice pierced through the tension. "Who gave you the audacity to act recklessly outside in the name of the Golden Heaven sect?" It was Jin Buwan and Bai Ningyue, who had just arrived.
And who are you?
The Golden Heaven sect conducts its affairs without your interference.
Begone! The tall man, failing to recognize Jin Buwan, arrogantly barked.
Jin Buwan's fury ignited. He raised his hand and struck.
Slap!
The sharp sound of the slap sent the tall man flying, blood spilling from his mouth.
Since when has the Golden Heaven sect been plagued by your kind of bullies?
Who are you disciples?
Jin Buwan demanded.
Helped up by several junior brothers, the tall man seethed with rage, hissing, "My master is the fourth elder of the Golden Heaven sect.
You have injured me.
And not only shall you die, but your sect and family shall accompany you to the grave."
No one can save you,
Jin Buwan replied coldly.
Even Chen Zhengxi would kneel before me. Is this how your master instructs you? Who do you think you are?
The only person in the southern region who could command my master to kneel is our ancestor. I tell you, our ancestor has emerged from seclusion. If he discovers that his disciples have been bullied, he will not let you off easily. Jin Buwan, suppressing his anger, continued.
Your ancestor forbids his disciples from acting arrogantly outside.
If he learns of your actions, he will certainly not spare you.
The tall man scoffed. Do you think our ancestor trusts you or believes you?
He only acknowledges the truth.
The truth?
The tall man sneered. What we present to him is the truth.
Do you think he is blind? You, an outsider, know nothing. If you have the guts, do not leave. I will summon my master to deal with you.
Jin Buwan retorted, I shall await his arrival. You may call Chen Jingxi.
The tall man and his companions hastily departed. As soon as they left,
kind-hearted patrons in the tavern advised, you should flee quickly.
Once the Golden Heaven sect arrives, you will undoubtedly perish. Jin Buwan asserted, the Golden Heaven sect never bullies others.
This time, it is clearly their fault.
Do not jest. Do you think the Golden Heaven sect of today is the same as before?
Ever since their ancestor went into seclusion, under the tyrannical rule of Qin Huai, they have become arrogant and ruthless.
Countless individuals have suffered at their hands over the years.
A friend of mine was merely caught staring at them, and they gouged out his eyes and crippled his cultivation.
Your friend was fortunate.
At least he was granted his life. I had a dear friend whose partner was coveted by members of the Golden Heaven sect. She refused to yield, and consequently, they were skinned alive and tortured for 3 days before dying. Their sect was also slaughtered, with no one spared.
The Golden Heaven sect is utterly despicable.
But the true culprit is Qin Huai. I hear he is a lecher, and many female disciples have been sullied by him.
Rumors? That is an open secret.
One female disciple bore him a son, yet Qin Huai not only refused to acknowledge him but also had the boy's divine bones extracted.
Such wickedness!
I wonder what their ancestor thinks. Clearly, their divine maiden, Qin Huairou, excels in every regard compared to Qin Huai. Yet, he inexplicably passed the leadership to Qin Huai.
The transformation of the Golden Heaven sect is largely attributable to their ancestor.
I have heard that their ancestor favors males over females.
Even if Qin Huairou is outstanding,
he remains oblivious.
Is that not absurd? Enough!
If such words reach their ancestors' ears, we shall be doomed.
Listening to their discourse, Jin Bulwan's expression darkened.
Overcome with rage, the injuries he had forcefully suppressed erupted, and he spat blood.
Senior Jin. Bai Ningyue gasped, alarmed.
Jin Bulwan swiftly circulated his energy to suppress his injuries once more, regaining some composure, yet his complexion remained pallid, and he appeared significantly aged.
Ningyue? Is all of this true? Jin Bulwan asked weakly, a flicker of hope in his eyes. Bai Ningyue nodded. The actions of the Golden Heaven sect in recent years have been witnessed by all.
Jin Bulwan managed a sorrowful smile. Indeed, I have been blind.
With newfound resolve, he rose, eyes glinting with cold light. I shall slay that fiend. However, though he had subdued his injuries, his body felt exceedingly weak. Coupled with his tumultuous emotions, he suddenly blacked out and fell. Bai Ningyue hurriedly supported him, seeking Su Yang's assistance. Master, Senior Jin. Su Yang activated the Eye of the Emperor to assess the situation.
Jin Bulwan's earlier bout of blood loss had severely worsened his injuries. If he was not treated promptly, he would perish within 6 months. Furthermore, if he exerted himself during this period, his demise would only come swifter. Though the old man was muddled,
his recent demeanor indicated he was worth saving. Moreover, he had promised Qin Sang and Bai Shixian he would help. Take him back first, Su Yang instructed. What about you, Master?
I shall deal with the refuse first. A glint of murderous intent shone in Su Yang's eyes.
Bai Ningyue said no more and departed with Jin Bulwan. Meanwhile,
in a shop selling magical artifacts in Wendan City, Chenjunxi, witnessing his severely injured disciple, was consumed by rage.
Master, no one has ever dared to treat us. The Golden Heaven sect, this way. You must seek justice for your disciple.
The tall man, aggrieved, recounted his plight. Those who offend the Golden Heaven sect cannot be spared. However, the sect master instructed me to keep you all in check and ensure the ancestor does not learn that you encountered trouble. Of course, I would never be so foolish as to let the ancestor find out, the disciple assured.
Good. Stay here to recuperate.
I shall bring them back for you to deal with, Chen Jingxi declared, immediately setting off towards the tavern with his companions.
At the same time, Su Yang did not wait for Chen Jingxi. Instead, Jin Shiming arrived first.
Upon reaching the tavern's entrance, he noticed a crowd gathered, hesitant to enter. And he pulled someone aside to inquire the cause. The individual, having dined on the 3rd floor earlier, recognized Jin Shiming and explained. An old man just helped your friend and injured members of the Golden Heaven sect. They vowed to return for revenge. However, that old man suddenly fainted and was taken away, while your friend remains inside.
Jin Shiming felt a surge of urgency. Is this fellow lacking sense? Does he not know to flee?
Chapter 63. My elixir is quite unique inside the tavern. All other patrons had departed, fearing potential repercussions.
Only Su Yang remained.
Composed and unperturbed, as he lifted his freshly refilled tea, gently blowing away the steam before savoring a sip.
His demeanor was elegant and relaxed. The tavern owner,
mustering his courage, approached him and urged, Dear guest, the people from Jintianmen will arrive shortly, you should leave at once. Su Yang set down his teacup and smiled lightly. Your tea is quite delightful. The owner replied, flustered, If you enjoy it, I shall gift you 10 pounds, and the tea will be on the house, but please, you must leave. When the Jintianmen arrives, you will meet a gruesome fate, and my tavern may suffer as well.
They cannot harm me.
I will ensure your tavern remains unharmed, Su Yang asserted confidently.
You did not hear them mention summoning the 4th elder? He is the Supreme Master of the Liang realm. How can you possibly contend with him?
Furthermore, he has the entire Jintianmen backing him. In the southern region, they are akin to gods, no one dares to provoke them.
The owner insisted, unconvinced and desperate.
Yet, Su Yang leisurely sipped his tea, responding nonchalantly, The heavens of Jintianmen are about to change.
What nonsense are you spouting?
Jintianmen has a powerful Earth Soul Realm expert stationed there, who could possibly shake that? Moreover, their ancestral figure has emerged from seclusion, they are even more formidable now. Heed my advice, you still have time to flee. If, before the owner could finish, a thunderous voice echoed from outside, Chenjunxi.
Demand to know who dares to provoke Jintianmen.
They have arrived.
The owner's face paled in shock. Outside, people looked up at the sky, where Chen Jingxi soared forward. Riding a sword, his figure silhouetted against a blazing sun, exuding an aura of murderous intent. Such was the presence of a Supreme Master, it was terrifying. The sheer aura sent chills down their spines. Indeed, Jintianmen was not to be trifled with. That young man inside is finished. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, all intimidated by Chen Jingxi's presence. Zhen Shiming was in a state of panic, wrestling with his thoughts. Finally, he cursed under his breath, "Damn it! Who said we are friends? If death is to come, so be it." With that, he dashed into the tavern. Su Yang glanced out the window. Chen Jingxi was already upon them. He set down his teacup, smiled calmly, "The tea is finished, it is time for me to depart." Rising from his seat, he prepared to leave. The owner was speechless. Now you fear for your life, but it is too late. As Chen Jingxi was about to storm into the tavern, Su Yang casually pointed a finger. An inexplicable force surged forth, and Chen Jingxi, mid-sentence, declared, "Today, I shall spill blood, let us see who dares," before he could finish. He sensed an overwhelming power enveloping him, causing his expression to change drastically. In the next moment, a resounding thud echoed. His body was obliterated, reduced to nothingness. The onlookers were left in shock. What transpired? Who executed such a feat? A Liang realm master perished just like that? They all wore expressions of bewilderment. The owner stared at Su Yang in astonishment, stammering, "Did you do this?" "Merely dealt with a piece of trash from Jintianmen," Su Yang replied nonchalantly. Preparing to leave. At that moment, Zhen Shiming rushed up to the third floor, exclaiming, "Brother Su, I am here to save you." Su Yang was taken aback. He had not anticipated Zhen Shiming's return, showing such loyalty. Zhen Shiming hurriedly grabbed Su Yang's hand, producing a talisman and calling out, "Divine travel, swift." The talisman glowed, enveloping both of them in light, transforming them into a streak of brilliance, swiftly escaping. The speed matched that of a Liang realm expert flying at full throttle. After an unknown duration, they landed beside a stream. Zhen Shiming was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. "I can't go on, I'm utterly exhausted." He rushed to the stream, submerging his head and gulping down the water. After drinking, he collapsed onto the ground, glancing at the sky to see no one in pursuit. Finally breathing a sigh of relief. "I actually rescued someone from a Liang realm master, how exhilarating." Zhen Shiming was elated, but upon looking at Su Yang, his expression turned somber. "Brother Su, in doing this for you, I have thoroughly antagonized Jintianmen." Su Yang smiled, "Your friendship is invaluable." "You can still smile? Do you comprehend the severity of offending Jintianmen? They..." Zhen Shiming waved his hand dismissively, "Forget it, as a mere mortal, you wouldn't understand. I must return to my sect and inform my father. You should find a place to hide. Here, take this elixir, it may save your life." Su Yang accepted the offer this time, retrieving a pill of his own, stating, "One good turn deserves another, as friends, please accept my token of gratitude." Zhen Shiming examined the white elixir, sensing no spiritual energy, concluding it was not a spiritual pill. However, its appearance was quite appealing. It must be a rare elixir in the mundane world. He accepted it without disdain, viewing it as a symbol of their friendship. Su Yang cautioned, "This elixir is somewhat unusual, it is not for consumption. If you find yourself in danger, simply crush it." "What sort of method is that?" Zhen Shiming had never heard of an elixir not meant to be ingested. Perhaps it was some peculiar item from the mundane world. He shrugged it off and tucked it into his robe, bowing, "Brother Su, it has been a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Should fate allow, I shall treat you to drinks in the future." "Certainly, there will be opportunities," Su Yang replied. "Let's hope so," Zhen Shiming said, his brow furrowed, leaving with a final, "Take care." He then soared away on his sword. Su Yang reflected, "He truly is my first genuine friend since my arrival in this world. Our bond is free from ulterior motives, disregarding each other's status, and he even risked his life to save me. In a world where strength reigns supreme, and even in a former life dominated by materialism, such friendship is rare." Thus, Su Yang refrained from revealing his prowess before Zhen Shiming, hoping their camaraderie would remain untainted. He returned to Luotian Peak, discovering that Jin Buwan had awakened, albeit still weak. Xin Song was by his side, along with Su Jianfeng and Bai Shixian.
Jin Buwan hurriedly approached, kneeling before Su Yang in repentance. Senior, it was my folly, I trusted the wrong person, and I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Su Yang replied calmly, you still possess some conscience, take this.
He offered the Shenyang pill.
Thank you, Senior, for bestowing this elixir upon me. Jin Buwan gratefully accepted it and promptly retreated to heal. Meanwhile, in a dungeon belonging to Jintianmen, Qin Huairou found herself stripped of her powers, slumped on the ground. Qin Huai stood before her, grinning triumphantly. My dear sister, you see, regardless of your efforts, the ancestor ultimately chose to believe in me.
Qin Huairou retorted coldly.
Your triumph will be short-lived, the ancestor will soon realize your true nature.
Qin Huai laughed heartily, you shall be disappointed.
I have learned of a master from Yaowang Valley who can heal the ancestor.
Once the ancestor recovers, he will only value me more. Qin Huairou felt a flicker of interest and inquired, is this master the one who healed the injuries of the leader of Lai?
Chapter 64, all rush to Xiantian sect to watch the commotion. Indeed, you are aware, it is he. The ancestral leader has already gone to seek him. If we can win the favor of that esteemed figure, our Jintian sect will grow even stronger, perhaps even surpassing the other 4 great sections.
As for me,
I shall become a being revered by all in the southern domain, a position you will never attain.
Qin Huai felt an overwhelming surge of excitement at the thought.
Qin Huairou sneered coldly, do not indulge in delusions.
That esteemed figure will never associate with someone like you. I understand your dissatisfaction, but this is the reality. Once I secure that esteemed one's favor, we shall see if you still have anything to say.
At that moment, a disciple hurriedly approached to report, Sect Master.
Yaowang Valley has already set off for Xiantian sect.
Qin Huai's lips curled into a smirk.
Did you hear that, dear sister? The end is nigh for Xiantian sect. I will personally bring that wretch back.
When the time comes, I shall flay him alive before you, sending you both to the underworld as companions.
Ha ha ha. Qin Huai laughed uproariously as he departed.
Qin Huairou watched his retreating figure, a cold smile gracing her lips.
You may very well find this trip to be your last.
Initially, Qin Huai intended to wait for the ancestral leader's return before heading out, but with Yaowang Valley already en route, he had no choice but to lead his disciples in advance.
No sooner had Qin Huai left than a disciple rushed back from Wendan City. It was Brother Yu, who had previously lost an arm to Su Yang.
He did not encounter the sect master but instead met Qin Ao, who sat in a wheelchair.
Qin Ao gazed towards Xiantian sect with a sinister smile.
Wretch, once my father captures you, I shall ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. Yu Qi hurried over and asked, Young master, where is the sect master?
What happened to your hand?
Qin Ao, curious, replied, my father has already gone to Xiantian sect.
How did you end up like this? Yu Qi quickly recounted the events.
Qin Ao gasped, the 4th elder is at the 4th rank of the Liryang realm. Yet the opponent managed to kill him in an instant without revealing themselves.
What cultivation level is that? With lingering fear, Yu Qi replied, I inquired with the tavern owner. The opponent merely flicked a finger, and our master exploded.
What did you say?
A mere flick of a finger killed the 4th elder?
Qin Ao exclaimed, shocked. Such a feat would be beyond even the ancestral leader.
Could it be that esteemed figure?
Quickly, describe his appearance.
Qin Ao urged anxiously. He is handsome and appears as an ordinary person, showing no signs of cultivation, Yu Qi explained. Returning to simplicity, it must be that esteemed figure, Qin Ao concluded firmly. He glared at Yu Qi, cursing, you fools. Why provoke that esteemed figure? Do you wish to bring ruin to Jintian sect?
Yu Qi, terrified, knelt and pleaded for mercy. Young master, we did not mean to, please forgive us.
My forgiveness means nothing.
If your actions lead him to refuse assistance to our ancestral leader,
10 of your heads would not suffice, Qin Ao scolded fiercely. Yu Qi panicked and desperately implored, young master, you must save me.
I do not wish to die. Qin Ao replied, if you wish to survive, your only hope is to find that esteemed figure first and seek his forgiveness. If you can persuade him to assist in healing our ancestral leader, not only will you be exonerated, but you will also earn merit.
Otherwise, prepare for your demise. Yu Qi quickly responded, young master, I have a way to find him. What method?
The young master of Tianhe's sect has a close relationship with that esteemed figure.
He must know his whereabouts. Tianhe's sect's young master? Are you certain?
I saw them sitting together, drinking tea. But it seems he is unaware of that esteemed figure's true strength, believing him to be an ordinary person, Yuchi recollected. It appears that the esteemed figure is quite low-key, wishing to conceal his identity, Qin-Ao mused.
You must visit Tianhe's sect, earn their forgiveness on my behalf, and establish a good rapport with them. Remember, do not reveal the esteemed figure's identity. Young master, I understand what to do. Very well, go. If you succeed, you shall be duly rewarded upon my father's return.
Thank you for your patronage, young master.
Yuchi transformed his worry into joy and promptly set off for Tianhe's sect.
Qin-Ao smiled with satisfaction.
Wretch, do you think that by stealing my divine bone, you have triumphed?
Once I ascend to the esteemed figure's favor and seek his assistance, I shall surely regain my strength. And you, along with your worthless master, shall have no place to rest in death? At Luotian Peak, Su Yang stood by the fish pond, feeding the fish with cleansing pills.
Bai Ningyue approached with Qin Song.
Reporting, Master, Qin Huai is on his way here.
Su Yang casually tossed a cleansing pill into the pond, observing the 9 koi fish eagerly competing for it. Without turning, he inquired, is the mountain gate constructed? It is completed.
With the help of Elder Su and the ancestral leader, it is not only grand in appearance, but even unguarded. It would not be easy for anyone to breach our sect, Bai Ningyue replied, smiling.
Su Yang adjusted his sleeves and turned to Qin Song. I hope that after today, you can resolve the hatred in your heart.
Everything Master has done for his disciples shall be remembered eternally, Qin Sang said, kneeling reverently and bowing his head, profoundly touched. He understood that all of Master's efforts were to aid him in avenging his grievances. At that moment, Qin Huai led the disciples of Jin Tian sect,
brazenly soaring towards Shin Tian sect. This grand procession naturally attracted considerable attention. Upon recognizing Jin Tian sect, many were frightened and hastily distanced themselves. What is Jin Tian sect up to? The sect master himself leads such a large force, it cannot be anything good.
I heard they are going to Shin Tian sect. It seems that young Master Qin was previously crippled there, they are seeking retribution.
Shin Tian sect is quite bold to dare cripple young Master Qin. They are surely doomed this time. Let us follow them and see the spectacle. Many, with a sense of anticipation, trailed behind Jin Tian sect.
Among them was a youth.
None other than the reincarnated sword immortal, Du Fengmeng.
He observed the Jin Tian sect entourage and scoffed, if that lad were to take me as his disciple, I could acquire the immortal sword and help them resist Jin Tian sect. Alas, he is blind to my worth, preferring to accept a fool instead. Little does he know that I am the reincarnation of a sword immortal. For him to have me as a disciple would be his greatest honor. A chance bestowed upon him by fate. Shin Tian sect is destined for annihilation. I cannot allow Jin Tian sect to seize that immortal sword.
Du Fengmeng's eyes glimmered with cold determination.
If necessary, he would resort to his trump card to obtain the immortal sword.
As they pondered, the crowd followed Jin Tian sect until they arrived at the mountain gate of Shin Tian sect, where they were all left dumbfounded.
Chapter 65, The Mountain Gate That Cannot Be Breached. Before them stood the majestic mountain gate of the Shin Tian sect, an architectural marvel that soared several dozen meters high. It was adorned with 5 grand entrances and 5 tiers of pavilions, resembling a palace in its imposing grandeur.
The plaque, several meters long,
bore the gilded characters of Shin Tian sect, shining with an almost luminescent brilliance, capturing the eye with its striking presence.
The walls were embellished with lifelike carvings of sword dancing figures, seemingly animated and exuding an enigmatic aura.
Flanking the entrance were 2 towering stone lions, their fierce expressions and bared fangs evoking an inexplicable sense of trepidation. Most perplexing was the array of potted plants that filled the area before the mountain gate. These were not ordinary plants, they were extraordinarily rare treasures of heaven and earth, with some even identifying the presence of the coveted Tianjin grass. Could this truly be the Shin Tian sect? The opulence of this mountain gate surpassed even the 5 great sects, leaving onlookers astonished. Was the Shin Tian sect mad to adorn their entrance with such riches, unafraid of theft? A second-rate sect daring to construct such an ostentatious gate seemed utterly at odds with their status, inviting mockery.
Onlookers expressed their disbelief at the Xiantian sect's audacity. Master. This Xiantian sect has made their entrance more magnificent than our Jintian sects.
They are clearly challenging our authority, observed a burly man with a long beard. His face twisted in displeasure. He was Zhang Shou, the second elder of the Jintian sect and a trusted aide of Qin Huai. How can they wear such a grand hat when they have such a small head? This sect is nothing but a laughingstock, Qin Huai scoffed disdainfully.
Master.
Let me destroy their mountain gate and teach them a lesson, volunteered Lin Mo, a disciple of the Starry Radiance realm and a direct disciple of Zhang Shou. Just destroy the mountain gate, leave the treasures alone for us, Zhang Shou greedily eyed the line of potted plants.
Understood, Master. Lin Mo complied,
preparing to descend with his sword. Just as he was about to strike, a figure suddenly appeared before the mountain gate, shouting, "Dare you touch the mountain gate of Xiantian sect?"
It was Qin Song.
I wondered who it was, turns out to be you, wretch.
Why stop pretending to be foolish?
Lin Mo smirked.
Lin Mo, you are nothing but a sycophant of Qin Ao.
All the humiliations you have inflicted upon me over the years, I shall return tenfold today. Qin Song glared at Lin Mo, his eyes burning with intense hatred. Lin Mo laughed heartily, you just joined the Xiantian sect and already think you're invincible. Where are the others?
Did they send you out to your doom?
Today, you shall be the one to die.
Qin Song retorted, pointing at Lin Mo with a fierce shout.
Arrogant wretch, I shall shatter your mountain gate first and see how you meet your end.
Lin Mo declared.
His aura surging as starlight shimmered behind him like countless twinkling stars. Dare to destroy my sect's mountain gate, and you shall surely die.
Qin Song shouted defiantly. I will indeed destroy it.
Lin Mo charged forward, raising his hand to strike the wall. Everyone anticipated that this luxurious mountain gate would crumble under the full force of a Starry Radiance realm expert.
However, to their astonishment,
just as Lin Mo's attack neared the wall, the sword-dancing figures came to life. A beam of sword light erupted from the wall, carrying an overwhelming sword intent. In the blink of an eye, Lin Mo was decapitated, his head rolling to the ground with a mocking grin still on his lips.
Mo! Zhang Shou cried out in despair.
The crowd was taken aback, unable to fathom the terrifying sword intent concealed within the wall's carvings. Lin Mo's head landed at Qin Song's feet, and he coldly snorted, now do you understand who is truly ignorant of their own limits? He raised his foot and stomped on the head. Remove your foot. Zhang Shou trembled with rage, shouting at Qin Song. Qin Song met his gaze defiantly, refusing to lift his foot, and instead crushed the skull beneath him. Scoundrel! I will take your life. Zhang Shou roared, ready to strike down Qin Song. But Qin Huai intervened, do not act impulsively, this mountain gate possesses strange powers. Zhang Shou spoke solemnly, Master. I clearly saw that the sword-dancing figures contain the sword intent of a sword cultivator. Based on its power, it must be at the Moonlit Realm. Capable of easily dispatching Lin Mo, allow me to act, I can break it. Qin Huai asked cautiously, are you certain?
Absolutely, Zhang Shou affirmed with a nod.
Then destroy the mountain gate and capture that wretch Qin Song alive, Qin Huai commanded coldly. Zhang Shou immediately rushed forward, snarling, you little wretch. I shall capture you and torment you until you wish for death. He brandished his sword and struck the wall with all his might. Although he was not a sword cultivator, as a 6th grade Liang realm expert, his furious strike was several times more powerful than Lin Mo's attack. Yet Qin Song remained unperturbed. Sneering, fool, go join your disciple in death. As his words fell, the sword-dancing figure shone once more, releasing a beam of swordlight even more powerful than before. It effortlessly deflected Zhang Shou's attack, continuing its momentum. What? Zhang Shou's expression shifted dramatically. Dodge! Qin Huai shouted, sensing the terror of the swordlight. But it was too late. The swordlight struck Zhang Shou, cleaving him in two, his demise even more gruesome than Lin Mo's. The crowd stood in stunned silence. The sword-dancing figures had proven to grow stronger in the face of adversity, easily dispatching a top-tier expert of the 6th grade Liang realm. Who could be the sword cultivator that left such a terrifying sword intent at the mountain gate of Xiantian sect? Master! This sword intent must be the work of the Sword Worship Pavilion, one elder speculated. Curse that Sword Worship Pavilion, they are determined to oppose us.
Qin Huai's expression darkened with fury. Qin Huai, do you not look down upon my Xiantian sect? How is it that you cannot even breach a mountain gate? Is this the extent of your sect's prowess? Qin Song mocked loudly, reveling in his newfound boldness. Beast!
Once I breach your mountain gate, you shall pay dearly. Qin Huai immediately ordered, disciples, heed my command. Use your magical tools to strike until that sword intent is exhausted.
Yes.
The disciples complied, eager to follow orders. The Jintian sect was not lacking in magical tools, with each disciple equipped with several, some even possessing more than 10. Accompanied by over 1,000 disciples, they hurled their magical artifacts at the Xiantian sect's mountain gate like a torrential rain. The sword-dancing figures shimmered with countless beams of sword light,
shattering the incoming artifacts one by one. Yet, a second wave of magical tools quickly followed. The onlookers marveled, recognizing that only the Jintian sect would dare to be so extravagant.
The second wave was also successfully repelled. But the sword intent within the dancing figures showed signs of weakening.
Master, it's working.
One elder exclaimed joyfully.
Continue to strike. Qin Huai ordered once more. The third and fourth waves of attacks followed in rapid succession.
After the fifth wave, the sword dancing figures ceased to respond. The sword intent had finally been exhausted. The disciples of the Jintian sect rejoiced. I shall take down this mountain gate.
Brother Zhao, you cannot claim all the credit. Several disciples, eager to showcase their abilities,
rushed forward. However, as they approached, the two stone lions suddenly sprang to life. Chapter 66, Life as the Guardian of the Xiantian Sect.
Death as the guardian of the Xiantian sect. Suddenly, the stone lion's eyes widened, shimmering with a violet glow.
It then opened its mouth and unleashed a plume of purple flame, sweeping towards the group.
Startled, they felt the overwhelming power of the flames, their faces turned pale. Recognizing it as Dan Fire.
Flee quickly. Yet, they barely had time to escape before being engulfed by the flames.
Ah!
The chilling cries echoed, and soon they were reduced to ashes.
Everyone was taken aback.
The mountain gate of the Xiantian sect not only harbored sword intent but also concealed Dan Fire.
Its power was truly terrifying. Who was responsible for this?
The sect master. This Dan Fire must be the work of the Medicine King Valley, one elder speculated.
Didn't he, the Medicine King Valley, agree to ally with us? Why are they entangled with the Xiantian sect?
Qin Huai questioned, perplexed. The elder was at a loss for words.
Qin Song shouted, who else dares to come and seek death?
The disciples of the Golden Sky Gate fell silent,
each hesitant to show their face. Qin Huai, weren't you coming to capture me? Come on. Are you scared? Qin Song taunted. That little wretch.
Qin Huai gritted his teeth, his facial muscles twitching in anger. At that moment, a figure flew in swiftly. It was Lai Tiancheng from the Medicine King Valley. I heard the Medicine King Valley is here to settle a score with the Sword Offering Pavilion.
Why is it just you? People were puzzled. Ha, Sect Master Qin.
You Golden Sky Gate arrived quite promptly, Lai Tiancheng chuckled.
Lai Valley Master, are you the only one from the Medicine King Valley? Qin Huai inquired.
Yes.
Is there a problem?
Of course, there is a problem.
How can you face the Sword Offering Pavilion alone?
Just as Qin Huai was bewildered, another figure soared in on a sword.
It was Gu Qinglu. Qin Huai was taken aback. He too was alone? Lai Tiancheng, are you prepared to die? Gu Qinglu proclaimed upon arrival. Today, it shall be you who perishes, Lai Tiancheng retorted.
Such arrogance, come and fight. Come if you dare, I'm not afraid of you.
Qin Huai interjected, Lai Valley Master, allow me to assist you. As long as we captured Gu Qinglu, the Sword Offering Pavilion will be too preoccupied to pay attention to the Xiantian sect.
However, Lai Tiancheng declined, my duel with him does not require your intervention.
Qin Huai's displeasure surged. As a 9th-grade Sunfire Realm cultivator, how could he not be needed?
Before he could voice his frustration, Lai Tiancheng and Gu Qinglu charged at each other.
Everyone anticipated a legendary battle between sect leaders, eyes glued in eager expectation. Yet,
They landed before the mountain gate of the Xiantian sect, where Qin Sung suddenly produced a chessboard, gesturing with a smile, "Please, esteemed elders." The two immediately sat cross-legged, commencing their game. Lai Tianshang, with a serious expression, declared, "Last time, we each won. This time, the outcome shall determine our fates. I shall not lose." "You are doomed then, only I shall emerge victorious," Gu Qinglu replied earnestly. Everyone was bewildered. So, their so-called life-and-death duel was merely a game of chess? Qin Huai's facial muscles twitched once more, his expression grim. "Sect Master, it appears we have been played," an elder remarked. "Is that really necessary to point out?" Qin Huai was furious, nearly cursing aloud. "Sect Master, the Xiantian sect seems far from simple. The Sword-Offering Pavilion and the Medicine King Valley clearly stand with them. Should we retreat and rethink our strategy?" Another elder suggested. "Retreat?" Qin Huai seized the elder by the collar, questioning fiercely, "We came here with great fanfare. Several disciples have perished, and there are so many spectators around. Are you suggesting we retreat? Do you want the Golden Sky Gate to become a laughingstock of the southern domain? What should we do then?" the elder asked weakly. Qin Huai released him, pointing at the mountain gate in exasperation. "Break it down. At all costs, smash it to pieces." Countless magical artifacts once again hurtled towards the mountain gate with a thunderous crash. The two stone lions continuously spewed flames, incinerating the artifacts one by one. However, the sheer number of magical artifacts from the Golden Sky Gate was overwhelming, and soon, the lions fell silent. Qin Huai glanced at Lai Tianshang and Gu Qinglu, both engrossed in their chess game, seemingly indifferent to everything else. This was for the best. He glared at Qin Song, grinning malevolently. "Without these supports, let's see how you fare." Qin Song retorted, "Have you forgotten I now have a master?" No sooner had he spoken than Su Yang stepped forward with his hands clasped behind his back. "Greetings, master." Qin Song bowed immediately. "So, this is Qin Song's master? He appears rather weak. The Xiantian sect is merely a second-rate sect. How strong could his master possibly be?" "That is true. The others from the Xiantian sect have yet to show themselves. Perhaps this person is also forced to step out." The crowd viewed Su Yang with skepticism. "Boy! You dare to take in this lowly creature? Today, I shall raise your Xiantian sect to the ground," Qin Huai bellowed. Yet, Su Yang ignored him. Gazing at the mountain gate, muttering to himself, "It seems this mountain gate requires fortification, it has withstood so little attack." From this remark, it appeared he was merely testing the Golden Sky Gate. Xiao Xianing emerged as well, responding, "Su Junior brother, it is merely that the Golden Sky Gate's artifacts are excessive. Had it been another sect, this mountain gate would surely have held firm. Indeed, Su Junior brother, I believe the mountain gate is already quite formidable." "Perhaps your expectations are too high," Ji Bai Xian stated as he and several peak masters along with numerous disciples emerged. They all disregarded the Golden Sky Gate, engrossed in enthusiastic discussions about the opulent mountain gate. The crowd was left in shock. Did no one in the Xiantian sect possess a sense of crisis? The Golden Sky Gate had just dismantled their mountain gate's defenses. Shouldn't they be in a state of panic? Could they not show some respect? After all, they were a divine sect. Unbelievable. Qin Huai was furious, bellowing, "Kill them all." Just as he was about to issue the order, two old men emerged from within the Xiantian sect, startling him into silence. The ancestors of the Sword-Offering Pavilion and the Medicine King Valley. They were both present in the Xiantian sect. Everyone suddenly understood, with the backing of these two elders, it was no wonder the Xiantian sect dared to act so recklessly. How did they manage to curry favor with the two elders? Yet, to everyone's surprise, Bai Shixian chuckled, "Rest assured, even if this mountain gate falters, with the two of us here to guard it, I believe no one in the southern domain would dare to intrude upon the Xiantian sect." Did I hear incorrectly? Two divine sect elders, guarding the Xiantian sect? You heard correctly, which means I did not mishear. Had they truly lost their minds? The crowd was utterly bewildered, hardly believing their ears. What astonished them further was Su Yang instructing the two elders, "The sword intent and Dan fire you infused have been depleted, replenish them now. I require them to be even stronger than before. If you cannot achieve this, I will consider whether to allow you to continue guarding." Has he lost his mind?
How dare he speak to the two elders in such a manner? Did he think guarding the Xiantian sect was such an honor?
The two elders likely acted on a whim, truly believing themselves to be of significance.
Everyone felt Su Yang was being overly arrogant,
certain he would incite the wrath of the two elders.
To their astonishment, the two elders quickly pleaded, "No, no, no, we promise we will not disappoint you. Please do not send us away.
Indeed, I, Su Jianfeng, live as the guardian of the Xiantian sect and shall die as its guardian.
My life is devoted to guarding the Xiantian sect." The entire assembly was left in a state of petrified disbelief.
Chapter 67, The Collective Self-Harm of the Golden Gate Sect. Su Yang spoke with a calm demeanor, suggesting they observe their performance.
Very well, please wait a moment.
At the same time, Su Jianfeng summoned 3 swords, which circled around him. A formidable sword intent erupted from his body, continuously intensifying. As his sword intent soared, streams of sword energy coalesced around him, creating a tempest that howled with ferocity, leaving invisible sword marks etched into the ground.
A palpable sense of dread enveloped the onlookers.
This was the foremost sword cultivator of the southern region. Even the mere concentration of sword energy sent shivers down my spine.
It was terrifying.
I would wager that even a practitioner at the Radiant Sun realm would be torn to shreds if they dared to approach his sword energy.
Was he exerting himself so fiercely merely to remain as a gatekeeper for the Xiantian sect?
The crowd exchanged incredulous glances.
At that moment, Su Jianfeng's sword intent reached its zenith.
With a hand gesture, all the sword energy surged towards the wall. The previously dull sword dance illustration sprang to life,
appearing even more animated, as though gazing at it longer would leave one influenced by the sword intent.
Simultaneously, Bai Shixian summoned all his strength. Purple alchemical flames erupted from his palms, swirling in the air like 2 colossal purple dragons, distorting the space around them due to the extreme heat.
Yet,
Bai Shixian felt it insufficient. His eyes widened as he fervently urged the flames, causing the temperature to rise even further. The nearby disciples of the Xiantian sect began to sweat profusely, their breathing becoming labored.
Satisfied, Bai Shixian directed the soaring flames into 2 stone lions,
transforming their gray surfaces into a majestic purple hue that exuded an imposing presence. The 2 elders ceased their exertions, panting heavily, their gazes fixed nervously on Su Yang,
who smiled and inquired, "Are you satisfied now?"
The crowd was perplexed as to why the 2 elders would show such deference to this individual.
Su Yang replied,
"The effectiveness can only be determined through testing." He then turned his attention to the Golden Gate sect members. "Did you not wish to destroy my mountain gate?
Proceed." They were instantly gripped by fear, shaking their heads vigorously.
If they were to make another move, they would surely be left in ruins.
"Did you not hear the words of sect leader Su?
Why do you linger?
Continue," Su Jianfeng bellowed.
No one from the Golden Gate sect dared to utter a sound.
Su Jianfeng's temper flared. This was crucial for his continued position at the Xiantian sect.
He pointed at an elder at the Radiant Sun realm and commanded, "You. Use all your strength to strike the mountain gate." The elder's face turned pale with fright as he repeatedly waved his hands, exclaiming, "Su Senior, I dare not.
I dare not. Damn it.
If I say strike, then strike.
Do you think I won't cleave you in 2? Su Jianfeng cursed.
The elder looked desperately at Qin Huai for help. At that moment, Qin Huai was equally anxious, fearing he would be chosen next.
Adopting a better you than me mentality, he instructed, "Elder Zhou, if Su Senior commands you to strike, then strike. Do not hesitate, we cannot lose face for the Golden Gate sect.
This is not merely a loss of face, it is a matter of life and death." Elder Zhou lamented, seeking assistance from others. Yet, everyone else was either fixated on their fingernails or gazing at the clouds.
Su Jianfeng, growing impatient, declared, "I will give you 3 breaths of time. If you do not act, I will sever your head."
Elder Zhou was on the verge of tears. It was clear he faced certain death. Even the onlookers began to sympathize with him, some already mourning his impending fate.
1 breath. Su Jianfeng began counting. 2 breaths. 3.
Just as Su Jianfeng was about to call out the final count, Elder Zhou suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. With a firm resolve, he struck himself with a palm.
Poof!
He spat out a mouthful of blood, feigning severe injury.
"Su Senior, I am injured.
I cannot exert my full strength,
thus, the measurement will be inaccurate. He continued to spout blood, fearful that his injury might not seem dire enough. The crowd was taken aback. This was truly a clever approach. Su Jianfeng blinked, momentarily taken aback. You are truly cowardly, a disgraceful being, Su Jianfeng spat, releasing him and pointing at another elder. Why, before he could finish, the elder emulated Elder Zhou. Even more brutally, stabbing himself with a sword. Splatter! Blood sprayed everywhere, a gruesome sight. Su Sr. I am also injured. Seeing this, the others, eager to avoid Su Jianfeng's wrath, began to self-harm in unison. The air was filled with wails and cries, as they bled profusely. Some even smearing blood across their faces for added effect. In the end, even Qin Huai found himself bleeding from the corner of his mouth without realizing when it had happened. Su Jianfeng stood there, utterly bewildered. Is there not a single man among you in the Golden Gate sect? He shouted in exasperation. Who cares about being a man? Preserving our lives is paramount. They collectively murmured, engrossed in examining their fingernails. Sect leader Su, look at this. Su Jianfeng glanced helplessly at Su Yang. Su Yang, equally astonished by their antics, waved his hand dismissively, let it be, we shall measure again next time. The disciples of the Golden Gate sect sighed in relief, their burdens lifted. However, Su Yang's gaze shifted back to Qin Huai as he coldly commanded, bring him here. Yes. The two elders complied, rushing towards Qin Huai. Stop them! Qin Huai exclaimed in alarm, but the disciples of the Golden Gate sect resumed their focus on their fingernails. The two elders seized Qin Huai by the shoulders and brought him before Su Yang. Kneel! With a simultaneous forceful push, Qin Huai collapsed to the ground. The impact shattered his kneecap, causing him to break into a cold sweat as he pleaded, please, do not kill me. Your life holds no significance to me, Su Yang remarked, turning to Qin Song. My disciple, I leave him in your hands. Thank you, master. Qin Song approached Qin Huai with a stern expression. Songer, I am your father, you cannot treat me this way. Qin Huai immediately resorted to emotional manipulation. Unfazed, Qin Song raised his hand and struck him across the face without hesitation. This slap is for my mother. Slap. This slap is for my aunt. Slap. This slap is for the Golden Gate sect. Slap. 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 Qin Song delivered over 10 slaps, leaving Qin Huai bloodied and dazed. These slaps are for all the women you have tarnished, he declared, his eyes narrowing in fury. And the final slap is for myself. Slap. Chapter 68, The Soul Whip. The final strike. This slap was infused with the humiliation that Qin Song had endured over the years and a deep-seated hatred for Qin Huai. Fueled by rage, it sent Qin Huai reeling, blood spurting from his mouth as he hung his head, dazed and disoriented. Qin Song, panting heavily, felt his hand throb painfully. Yet his thirst for vengeance remained unquenched. He seized Qin Huai by the collar, his voice laced with venom. Did you ever imagine that one day you would find yourself at my mercy? Rest assured, I shall not let you die so easily. Struggling to lift his eyelids, Qin Huai pleaded pitifully, I know I was wrong, please spare me. Spare you? Qin Song retorted coldly. Have you ever spared me? Have you ever spared my mother? Back then, she knelt before you, begging for mercy for both of us. But what did you do? You struck her fiercely, shattering one of her eyes. With that, he grasped Qin Huai's head and cruelly gouged out one of his eyes, eliciting a piercing scream that sent shivers through the onlookers. What kind of torment must one endure to harbor such hatred for their own father? Wretched spawn! No matter what, I am still your father. How dare you treat me this way? You will meet a terrible end. Qin Huai hissed, his expression twisted in rage, glaring at Qin Song with his remaining eye. Who will meet a terrible end? A deep voice interjected. Jin Buwan emerged from the Xiantian sect, accompanied by Ning Yue. His complexion was vibrant, his spirit invigorated, indicating that his injuries had evidently healed. It's the ancestor. How could the ancestor be here at the Xiantian sect? The disciples of the Golden Skygate were puzzled, a sense of foreboding creeping over them. With only one eye left and his vision severely impaired, Qin Huai failed to see that Jin Buwan had emerged from within the Xiantian sect.
He strained to turn his head and, upon seeing the ancestor alongside Bai Ningyue, his heart soared with joy. The ancestor has been healed by a powerful figure. Bai Ningyue, as a disciple of this powerful figure, being by the ancestor's side, indicated that he had indeed gained the favor of such an esteemed being.
Ancestor, you have finally arrived. Save me, please. Qin Huai cried out. Jin Buwan fixed an impassive gaze upon Qin Song. Did you strike him? Before Qin Song could respond, Qin Huai hastily lamented, Ancestor.
This wretched spawn has committed an unspeakable act, forcing me to kneel before him in front of so many. Striking me not just in the face but also tarnishing the honor of the Golden Sky Gate.
He dares disregard you. Relying on the support of the Sword Sect and the Medicine King Valley. Ancestor, you must uphold justice for your disciple.
At these words, Jin Buwan's attention shifted to Su Jianfeng and Bai Shixian, who were still holding Qin Huai firmly.
Release him, Jin Buwan commanded. Old man Jin, are you still protecting him?
Su Jianfeng retorted, displeased.
Of course, the ancestor will protect me, Qin Huai interjected. Listen well, my ancestor's injuries have healed. Do you know who healed him? Bai Shixian. You should be aware of this distinguished figure, shouldn't you? Bai Shixian glanced at Su Yang, a knowing smile gracing his lips. I am well aware. Even I must show utmost respect in his presence.
The crowd fell silent, astonished.
Who was this powerful figure that even the ancestor of the Medicine King Valley must revere? It is good that you understand. Our ancestor's injuries were healed by this esteemed individual. There is no need for me to elaborate on the extent of his abilities.
Bai Ningyue has taken him as her master, and now she is by our ancestor's side, which signifies that he has indeed earned the favor of this powerful being. Should you continue to support the Xiantian sect, it would be a sign of disrespect to him.
If you provoke this esteemed figure, can you bear the consequences? Qin Huai barked, who among you will meet a terrible end?
Bai Shixian chuckled softly, indeed, I cannot afford such a consequence.
Then why are you not releasing me? Do you wish to offend this esteemed figure? Qin Huai shouted defiantly.
Su Jianfeng's fury ignited, but Bai Shixian restrained him, signaling with his eyes.
Understanding.
Su Jianfeng smirked mischievously, and together with Bai Shixian, they released Qin Huai. Believing they had cowered in fear, Qin Huai smugly taunted Qin Song, wretched spawn.
Do you think that with the Xiantian sect, the Sword Sect, and the Medicine King Valley backing you, you can contend with me? Your perspective is still too narrow.
Know that beyond the heavens, there are greater heights, and beyond men, there are greater men.
My ancestor has befriended an extraordinary figure, and before him,
the Sword Sect and the Medicine King Valley are nothing.
Now, they dare not intervene, and you, along with your master and the Xiantian sect, will bear the wrath of the Golden Sky Gate.
Qin Huai pointed menacingly at Su Yang and the disciples of the Xiantian sect, a sinister smile curling his lips.
However,
he quickly realized that the disciples of the Xiantian sect remained unfazed, their gazes towards him almost condescending, as if regarding a fool. Fury surged within Qin Huai.
And he turned to Jin Buwan, Ancestor, they cannot be spared. Please annihilate the Xiantian sect. You are correct, they indeed cannot be spared, Jin Buwan declared,
raising his hand to summon a whip.
The Soul Whip.
It is said that this whip is a heavenly great artifact, the prized possession of the Golden Sky Gate,
feared even by those in the Soul Realm.
With the ancestor wielding this whip, it is clear that he is truly enraged.
The Xiantian sect is about to face calamity. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. Qin Huai sneered, wretched spawn, the ancestor is furious, the consequences will be dire.
Not a single one from the Xiantian sect shall survive today, and I will make you wish for death. Having endured numerous slaps from Qin Song in public and losing an eye, he yearned for vengeance 1,000-fold. He wanted Qin Song to witness the disciples of the Xiantian sect meet their gruesome ends beneath the Soul Whip. But at that moment, a shadow of the whip flashed. And with a crack, Qin Huai felt a searing pain as the whip struck his back, leaving a deep, bloody gash. It felt as though he had lost a part of his very soul, and he let out a wretched scream. It was, of course, Jin Buwan who had struck.
The onlookers were taken aback. Why was the ancestor attacking Qin Huai? Had he struck the wrong person? Ancestor, why are you hitting me? Qin Huai asked, bewildered. I am striking you, you wretched beast! Jin Buwan bellowed in fury. Enduring the excruciating pain, Jin Huai protested, Ancestor, is there a misunderstanding? A misunderstanding? Do you wish for me to recount all the heinous acts you have committed over the years? Had I not witnessed them with my own eyes? I would have been unaware of the multitude of atrocities you have perpetrated behind my back. You have sullied the reputation of the Golden Skygate. The more Jin Buwan spoke, the more incensed he became, delivering another vicious strike with the whip. Ah! Jin Huai felt a fragment of his very essence slip away as he collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. Ancestor, I was wrong. Please grant me another chance. And I will surely change. He quickly acknowledged his faults, hoping to see the ancestor lower the whip, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. The ancestor truly could not bear to part with him. However, to his astonishment, Jin Buwan handed the soul whip to Jin Song. The soul whip specifically targets the soul. One strike disperses one soul, and 3 strikes lead to eternal damnation. For this final strike, you shall deliver it. Yes, ancestor, Jin Song replied, coldly glaring at Jin Huai. Chapter 69, Not seeking your consent, merely informing you. Jin Huai was instantly struck with astonishment, shaking his head in a plea, Songer, please, do not. I am your father. Such actions will invoke divine wrath. Jin Song retorted coldly, if heaven were to strike me down for a person like you, then it would be blind. Without hesitation, he raised the soul whip. Do not. Jin Huai's desperate cry echoed, but ultimately, he was struck by Jin Song's whip, his soul dissipating. Never to be reborn. The onlookers exchanged glances, astonished that the formidable Jintianman had come to the Xiantian sect only to witness the demise of Jin Huai. And at the hands of his own son, no less, a fitting retribution. Kneeling on the ground, Jin Song looked up at the sky, his eyes reddened, choking back tears, Mother. Your child has finally avenged you. Jin Buwan approached with a sigh, Child, you have suffered over the years. He personally helped Jin Song to his feet. Jin Sang then knelt before Su Yang, bowing deeply, Thank you, Master, for aiding your disciple in avenging his mother. Su Yang replied, Now that revenge is taken, do not harbor any lingering resentment. Focus on your cultivation henceforth, and do not let your master down. I shall not disappoint your kindness, Master, Jin Song solemnly pledged. At that moment, Jin Buwan also knelt before Su Yang, saying, Master Su, I cannot express my gratitude adequately. Please accept this soul whip as a token of thanks. Everyone was left dumbfounded. First, the ancestors of the Sword Offering Pavilion and the Medicine King Valley showed utmost reverence to Su Yang. And now even the ancestor of Jintianman bowed before him, offering their sect's treasured artifact. What was this man's true worth? Could he possibly be the revered figure everyone spoke of? It seemed implausible, for I had heard of his deeds. He was the least competent peak master of Xiantian sect. Look at him, utterly unremarkable, he hardly resembles a master. Why then do the 3 ancestors treat him with such deference? If I am not mistaken, that revered figure must reside within Xiantian sect and shares a close relationship with Su Yang. The 3 ancestors' courtesy must stem from their connection to that esteemed individual. He is merely riding on their coattails. Upon hearing this, the previous doubts were dispelled. This Su Yang truly has fortuitous luck to befriend such a revered figure. Now, receiving the soul whip, he must be overjoyed. As they whispered among themselves, Su Yang took the soul whip and directly handed it to Jin Song. The crowd was speechless. Was he not foolish? That was a heavenly grade artifact, even though Jin Song was his disciple, such generosity seemed excessive. Master, this. Jin Song was momentarily taken aback. Hesitant to accept. After all, this was a life-saving token of gratitude from the ancestor, how could he presume to take it? It is necessary for me to remind you. In the future, when I gift you something, simply accept it. Moreover, this is merely a heavenly grade artifact, not some rare treasure, Su Yang said with a stern expression. This fellow was so pretentious, dismissing the soul whip as merely a heavenly grade artifact. Did he possess celestial artifacts as well? Such arrogance was unwarranted. To belittle the soul whip in front of the ancestor of Jintianman was to slap his face. The ancestor must be furious. Yet, Jin Buwan smiled at Jin Song. Your master can accept my token of gratitude, I am already quite pleased. A mere heavenly grade artifact is naturally beneath his notice, so you should accept it. Everyone was once again bewildered. Surely, the ancestor of Jintianmen sought to curry favor with that revered figure, thus flattering Su Yang.
This man was indeed fortunate. Once Qin Sang accepted the soul whip, the voice of the system echoed in Su Yang's mind.
Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a random return, the god-slaying whip. Su Yang's heart leaped with joy. It was an exquisite celestial artifact. At that moment, seeing no further entertainment, the crowd began to disperse. However,
one individual remained fixated on Qin Sang Dufengmong. From the moment Qin Sang appeared, a tempest surged within him. For he discerned that Qin Sang possessed the supreme sword bone, the most coveted foundation for a sword cultivator. In his past life, Dufengmong was a sword immortal, yet he only possessed an ordinary sword bone. To advance his sword path, he reincarnated and acquired a body with a superior sword bone, a feat he achieved with great effort and expense. Yet, he never anticipated that the beggar he once scorned would possess such a supreme gift. No wonder the master of Luotian Peak insisted on accepting him as a disciple. Declaring that he was beyond Dufengmong's reach, he must have known beforehand. In contrast, when Dufengmong had just awakened memories of his past life, his mind had not been entirely clear, leading him to overlook this opportunity. The supreme sword bone was more precious than a celestial sword. Initially, Dufengmong planned to wait for the right moment to seize the celestial sword from Xintian sect. Now, having encountered the supreme sword bone, he was filled with excitement. He must acquire it swiftly. For the best opportunity to seize another's foundation is before they commence their cultivation. Now that this beggar had embarked on the path of cultivation, fortunately, his realm was still low. Should he delay further, even if he extracted the foundation, he would be unable to implant it into his own body. With this thought, Dufengmong produced a medicinal pill, the Heaven Soul Pill. Originally prepared as a life-saving trump card before his own growth, it would now have to be used. Clutching the Heaven Soul Pill, Dufengmong soared into the air on his sword. What does this youth intend to do? I recognize him. He is the boy with the sword bone. Previously, he sought to join Xintian sect but was rejected. Does he now wish to become a disciple? Seeing the presence of a revered figure? As the crowd pondered, Dufengmong approached Xintian sect. What does this reincarnated sword immortal seek? Su Yang furrowed his brow slightly. Upon seeing Dufengmong, Su Jianfeng's eyes brightened. Though still young and merely at the profound realm, he emanated an aura of an extraordinary sword cultivator. This was undoubtedly a promising prospect for sword cultivation. Instantly, Su Jianfeng felt a surge of affection for talent and inquired, "Young one, I see your remarkable bone structure. Would you care to become my disciple?" The crowd immediately expressed envy. Being recognized by the ancestor of the sword-offering pavilion was a tremendous honor. This youth would surely be overjoyed. However, Dufengmong snorted disdainfully, "You consider yourself worthy to be my master? You are deluded." "What did you say?" Su Jianfeng's countenance darkened, displeasure brewing within him. "I said, you are not worthy," Dufengmong enunciated deliberately. "How dare you?" Su Jianfeng erupted in fury, ready to teach this impertinent youth a lesson. Yet, he was intercepted by Su Yang. "Do not act impulsively. Master Su, this fellow is ungrateful. Allow me to teach him a proper lesson," Su Jianfeng protested. "He is not as simple as you think," Su Yang replied knowingly. This reincarnated sword cultivator would not be so brazen without backing, and his intentions were likely nefarious. Su Jianfeng was perplexed. Was this youth not merely at the profound realm? How formidable could he truly be? "You are quite perceptive," Dufengmong chuckled lightly. "What brings you here?" Su Yang inquired. "Hand him over to me." Dufengmong pointed at Qin Sang. Su Yang raised an eyebrow, instantly understanding the other's intent. He must have recognized Qin Sang as supreme swordbone. "Do you think I would simply agree to your demand for my disciple?" Su Yang replied coolly. "I am not negotiating, I am informing you," Dufengmong threatened. "Surrender him, and I shall leave you all intact." Chapter 70. It turns out the reincarnated sword immortal is quite penniless. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Is this young man mentally challenged? How dare he speak so arrogantly in front of three venerable ancestors, despite merely being in the profound realm? Does he not know the meaning of death? You ignorant child! I demand that you reformulate your words and repeat them, Su Jianfeng admonished. You are reputed to be the foremost sword cultivator in the southern domain, are you not? I have just witnessed your sword intent, and before me, you are nothing but a jest. Du Fengmong's expression was one of disdain, instantly igniting Su Jianfeng's fury. Unable to contain himself, he bellowed, "You insolent brat, let me see if you can withstand my sword strike." With that, he raised a hand, directing a sword towards the young man. The crowd unanimously believed that the boy was doomed. Yet, Du Fengmong remained unfazed, disdainfully huffing, "You overestimate yourself." He crushed a heavenly soul pill and waved his hand. A terrifying force erupted, coalescing into a humanoid shadow in the blink of an eye. Just as the flying sword approached, the shadow raised a hand and clamped down. The sword was firmly seized. Su Jianfeng was taken aback, quickly altering his gestures in an attempt to liberate the sword. However, the shadow's fingers remained immovable, regardless of how the sword struggled, it could not break free. Then, the shadow casually tossed the sword towards Su Jianfeng. Realizing he had lost control over the weapon, Su Jianfeng's heart sank, and he hurriedly summoned 2 more flying swords to intercept it. The 3 swords soon clashed in midair, but Su Jianfeng's 2 swords were easily deflected. The remaining sword continued its relentless advance towards him. At this moment, his expression changed drastically as he summoned all his strength, bringing his hands together for an empty-handed reception of the blade. Yet, the power of the flying sword surpassed his expectations, forcing him backward. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Given the current situation, it seemed highly likely that Su Jianfeng would be pierced through. Witnessing this, Bai Shixian rushed to Su Jianfeng's side, placing his palms on his back to assist. However, this proved utterly ineffective, as he too was pushed back. Jin Buwan, unable to watch any longer, dashed to Bai Shixuan's rear. The 3 formidable Earth Realm Masters, when united, had no rivals in the southern domain. Yet now, they struggled immensely, with the sword emanating an overwhelming sword intent that sent all 3 flying. The sword itself could not withstand this force, fracturing into countless pieces. The 3 venerable ancestors fell to the ground, each spitting out a mouthful of blood. The crowd collectively gasped, their eyes fixed on the shadow, astonished. What manner of technique did this young man employ? Even the combined strength of the 3 venerable ancestors could not withstand it. At that moment, Lai Tancheng and Gu Qingluo paused their game, rushing to assist the fallen ancestors. Su Jianfeng stared intently at the shadow, speaking gravely. "This is formed from an exceedingly terrifying power, what exactly is it?" "It is the heavenly soul pill," Bai Shixian replied, equally fixated on the shadow. "What is a heavenly soul pill?" Su Jianfeng inquired, evidently unfamiliar with the term. The others present mirrored his confusion. The heavenly soul pill is a highly unique elixir, crafted by infusing the power of a heavenly soul realm expert into the pill for preservation. When needed, one merely crushes the pill to release its power. The crowd was taken aback by this revelation. Did it mean that this shadow was equivalent to a heavenly soul realm expert? No wonder even the 3 venerable ancestors were no match for it. Now, the Xiantian sect was in grave trouble, judging by the young man's demeanor. He seemed intent on not letting the sect off easily. They were all eager to witness how events would unfold. However, Du Fengmong suddenly cast a cold glance their way, warning loudly, "If you wish to live, leave immediately." He did not wish for anyone to discover the existence of the Supreme Swordbone, and after annihilating the Xiantian sect, he intended to claim the Celestial Sword. Both treasures were exceedingly precious, and although Du Fengmong was arrogant, he understood the dangers of possessing such treasures without being adequately prepared. Upon hearing this, the crowd, unwilling to risk their lives for mere spectatorship, hastily made their exits. Only then did Du Fengmong turn his attention back to the Xiantian sect. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, adopting a condescending posture, "Now, do you still wish to resist?" He believed they had been sufficiently intimidated. Yet, to his surprise, not a single disciple of the Xiantian sect showed fear. Bai Ningyue even disdainfully huffed, "Daring to abduct someone from the Xiantian sect, have you consulted my master?" Du Fengmong coldly chuckled, "I almost forgot. Your sect harbors a so-called expert. It is easy to deduce from your words that he must also be of the heavenly soul realm. Bring him forth, I wish to meet him. Your vision is clouded."
My master stands right before you, I Ning Yue pointed at Su Yang. Him? Du Fengmong was momentarily taken aback. This boy is the expert?
He certainly does not seem the part.
I recall your name as Du Fengmong, is it not? Su Yang spoke coolly. You are not worthy to speak my name. Du Fengmong replied arrogantly.
Just a reincarnated sword immortal, yet you truly believe yourself to be significant, Su Yang scoffed.
Du Fengmong's expression shifted. How did you know?
The crowd was astonished. This individual was indeed a reincarnated sword immortal. However, Ji Bai Xian and the others quickly dismissed the notion.
What was a reincarnated sword immortal compared to Su Yang, who was a reincarnation of a celestial being? Far superior. Do not concern yourself with how I know. If you had genuinely sought to be my disciple, I might have granted you a boon. Regrettably, you squandered that opportunity.
And now you dare to run rampant in my Shantian sect. Your life will be forfeit, Su Yang stated calmly.
Arrogant.
Others may refer to you as an expert.
But you truly believe you are remarkable.
At best, you are merely at the heavenly soul realm. It would be effortless for me to slay you, Du Fengmong asserted confidently.
Is that so?
Su Yang's gaze shifted towards the shadow.
Du Fengmong was aware that a heavenly soul pill and a true heavenly soul realm expert were not on equal footing. With a slight smirk, he declared. One heavenly soul pill alone cannot deal with you, but what if I possess more than one?
As he spoke, he flipped his hand, revealing 2 additional heavenly soul pills. With a crack, he crushed them, conjuring 2 more shadows.
Do you still possess confidence now? Du Fengmong asked with a hint of mockery. 3 heavenly soul pills, this is your trump card? A reincarnated sword immortal, how utterly destitute, Su Yang remarked, shaking his head in disdain. Nonsense. Do you think heavenly soul pills are easy to produce? One requires the power of a heavenly soul realm expert as a catalyst. 3 pills require 3 experts. Do you believe heavenly soul realm experts are as common as cabbages?
Du Fengmong attempted to belittle Su Yang's ignorance, but before he could finish, Su Yang suddenly produced 6 heavenly soul pills. Chapter 71, You are cheating with a mere squeeze, 6 illusory figures materialized.
Du Fengmong was rendered speechless. How could he possess so many heavenly soul pills?
While these pills were precious to you, to me, they were as common as cabbage. So you are the reincarnation of a sword immortal, merely a frog at the bottom of a well, Su Yang mocked.
You! Du Fengmong seethed with rage. However, he soon scoffed, I admit I underestimated you, but do you really think I possess only 3?
With that, he produced 7 additional heavenly soul pills. A flicker of regret crossed his eyes, yet he crushed them nonetheless. 10 illusory figures from the heavenly soul realm, this power could dominate not just the southern domain but even the entirety of the northern wilderness.
Now, witness my.
Du Fengmong attempted to regain his dignity before Su Yang, but Su Yang calmly retrieved 14 heavenly soul pills and shattered them simultaneously. 20 illusory figures emerged,
doubling Du Fengmong's count. How is this possible? Where did you acquire so many heavenly soul pills? Du Fengmong exclaimed incredulously, losing his composure. Are 20 too many? Su Yang countered. Not just too many. I had only prepared 10 myself. Du Fengmong furrowed his brows, suddenly realizing he could not see through Su Yang. Have you exhausted your trump cards? Su Yang inquired. Do not be too pleased with yourself. As a reincarnated sword immortal, how could I possess only this level of power? Du Fengmong's eyes gleamed with determination.
He formed hand seals and declared, Heaven and earth, yin and yang, draw the soul to become immortal. As his words fell, the 10 illusory figures were swiftly absorbed.
Upon the first figure entering his body, Du Fengmong's aura surged immensely.
The second, third, and fourth followed suit, his presence climbing higher, his garments billowing without wind. Once all 10 figures had merged within him, an unimaginable aura shot skyward, darkening the heavens.
Du Fengmong transformed, radiating an overwhelming authority, as if he were a being from another realm. Celestial might! Su Jianfeng exclaimed in shock, his face paling.
Du Fengmong had harnessed the power of those 10 illusory figures to elevate himself to the status of an immortal. The terrifying celestial aura instilled fear in everyone present, causing those of lesser cultivation to tremble and kneel involuntarily. Even the three ancestors felt immense pressure. Su Yang activated the Eye of the Emperor to ascertain that Du Fengmong had not genuinely ascended to immortality, rather. He had employed some secret technique to temporarily borrow the strength of 10 heavenly soul figures. However, this power was still significantly inferior to that of a true immortal. At best qualifying as half an immortal. Moreover, such a technique bore severe repercussions, inflicting grave harm on both body and soul. The longer one borrowed this power, the greater the damage. Exceeding one's limits would result in backlash, leading to death. Young man, this is my ultimate trump card, one I did not expect to use. Yet you have forced my hand. Du Fengmong hovered in the air, looking down upon others with disdain, sneering, "What use are your 20 heavenly soul pills before me? With one sword, I can end you." With that, he drew a sword, unleashing a potent sword intent that filled the air with sharp energy. How formidable! Is this the sword immortal's might? Su Jianfeng realized how vastly inferior his own swordsmanship was compared to that of Du Fengmong, and fear crept into his heart. Du Fengmong aimed at the 20 illusory figures and unleashed a powerful strike. The blinding sword light, accompanied by a deafening sound of slicing air, swept forth, shaking even the fabric of space. Boom! 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 In a series of explosions, the 20 illusory figures were annihilated without resistance, leaving the spectators gasping in astonishment. Du Fengmong stood tall, sword pointed at Su Yang, his tone dripping with contempt as he declared, "Your heavenly soul pills have all been obliterated. What do you rely on now?" Everyone turned anxiously towards Su Yang, who remained composed, showing no sign of panic. While you may be a reincarnated sword immortal, you are merely at the transcendence realm now. If you forcibly borrow the power of an immortal, exceeding your limits will lead to your demise. You can perceive that much. You indeed possess some skill. But do you think it will take long to kill you? Du Fengmong retorted dismissively. Then let us see how long you can endure. Su Yang replied, producing another 10 heavenly soul pills. You still have more? Du Fengmong exclaimed in astonishment. 10 illusory figures appeared before Su Yang, charging at Du Fengmong. I could slay 20 with a single sword. What could these 10 possibly do to me? Du Fengmong arrogantly proclaimed, swinging his sword once more. True to his words, the 10 illusory figures were swiftly dispatched. I cannot believe you still have. Du Fengmong's words were cut short as Su Yang revealed another batch of heavenly soul pills, this time, a staggering 100. By the heavens! Du Fengmong instinctively cursed, clearly taken aback. Is this fellow acquiring heavenly soul pills in bulk? 100 illusory figures surged towards him. Du Fengmong had no choice but to confront them. However, these figures proved far more challenging than the last batch. After all, Du Fengmong was only half an immortal. Were it not for his reincarnation as a sword immortal, he might not have been able to handle them at all. By the time Du Fengmong finally vanquished the 100 illusory figures, he was left gasping for breath, exhausted. Just as he thought he had triumphed, he heard the familiar sound of figures materializing once more. Turning around, he trembled in disbelief. Another 100 illusory figures. You are cheating! Du Fengmong roared in frustration, utterly losing the poise befitting a sword immortal. If I am cheating, so be it, Su Yang boldly admitted. You! Du Fengmong's face turned a deep shade of anger. Soon, the 100 illusory figures were upon him, forcing him to fight with all his might. This battle was not only increasingly arduous but also left him wounded and exhausted, far from the invincible aura he had exuded moments before. Boom! With a final explosion. As the last illusory figure fell, Du Fengmong was drenched in sweat, his hand trembling uncontrollably around his sword, nearing his limits. I must eliminate the Zuantian zone quickly. Gathering his strength, he steeled himself, glaring at Su Yang. I am going to slay you all. Su Yang remained unfazed. Wait until you finish them first. With that, he conjured yet another 100 heavenly soul pills. By the heavens! Du Fengmong's eyes widened in horror, his body trembling. He understood the value of the heavenly soul pills all too well. Even with his former prowess as a sword immortal, he had struggled to acquire merely 10. Yet this man was frivolously discarding them as if they were mere vegetables. It was utterly monstrous. A single heavenly soul realm individual could not possibly wield such means. Furthermore, Su Yang had long recognized Du Fengmong as a reincarnated sword immortal, yet treated him with such disregard.
Could it be? Du Fengmong's thoughts raced. Was Su Yang the reincarnation of an even more formidable celestial being?
It had to be so, otherwise, there was no way to explain his seemingly unimaginable capabilities. Just as Su Yang was about to crush the 100 heavenly soul pills, Du Fengmong hastily shouted, "Wait! Wait! I acknowledge my mistakes, please, Senior, spare me."
He immediately knelt down.
Upon witnessing the scene, the crowd exhibited no significant surprise, deeming the occurrence as a matter of course. This only served to further affirm Du Fengmong's conjecture that this individual was indeed a reincarnated celestial being, as their calm demeanor indicated prior knowledge.
Du Fengmong was utterly disheartened,
lamenting his own misfortune.
"So now you realize your error? Weren't you quite arrogant just moments ago?" Su Yang mocked.
"It was my folly. As I inadvertently discovered that the Xiantian sect concealed a celestial sword. I presumed you were incapable of wielding it, thus I sought to claim it for myself.
In retrospect, that sword must surely belong to a senior, for how could a second-rate sect possess a celestial weapon?" Du Fengmong offered an apology, expressing a willingness to make amends under any condition. Upon hearing Du Fengmong's explanation, Su Yang finally comprehended why he had chosen to join the Xiantian sect.
It was clear that ill intentions had been present from the outset, which explained the negative loyalty rating. "You have but two choices, either take your own life or I shall assist you in that endeavor." Su Yang was no benevolent figure and would not easily grant mercy. "Senior, I truly recognize my mistake. Please, grant me a chance to live," Du Fengmong pleaded, bowing his head in desperation.
"I shall not repeat myself," Su Yang responded, remaining unmoved. "Do you truly intend to eradicate me?" Du Fengmong raised his head, fixing a fierce gaze upon Su Yang. "One's self-inflicted sins are inescapable," Su Yang replied coolly.
"Very well,"
Du Fengmong exclaimed, suddenly rising with a fierce expression.
"If you deny me a path to survival, then none of you shall find peace." With that, he drew a dagger and plunged it into his own heart. The crowd gasped in shock, bewildered by his actions. As Du Fengmong's blood stained the dagger, it illuminated with a crimson glow. "Before my reincarnation, I anticipated various eventualities, including encountering someone like you, thus I prepared my final gambit."
Du Fengmong roared, "With blood?"
"I summoned my sword, returning my soul to its true form." Upon uttering these words, the dagger voraciously absorbed his blood until he was left a lifeless husk. Yet, the dagger floated in mid-air, and amidst the radiant bloodlight, a new corporeal form began to coalesce. The terrifying aura emanating from it sent shivers down the spines of all present, including the three ancestors, who were gripped by fear.
"This is my true power, activated at the cost of this life. Once used, my path of swordsmanship shall be severed." Du Fengmong glared furiously at Su Yang, gritting his teeth. "Even if you are also a reincarnated celestial being, with all your tricks, you cannot rival a true immortal. I demand that all of you accompany me in death." With that proclamation, he spread his arms, releasing a torrent of sword intent, causing tangible sword energy to manifest around him. The air filled with a haunting whistle as the oppressive force bore down on everyone, nearly suffocating them. Those of weaker cultivation collapsed to the ground. Terror etched across their faces, consumed by despair. The atmosphere shifted as the crowd's calm demeanor shattered, with growing concerns taking hold. After all, he was now a genuine sword immortal. No matter how formidable Su Yang was, he could not possibly stand against such power. "Junior brother Su, you must flee. We shall hold him off." Chi Bai Xian stepped forward immediately. "Master, I am willing to protect you with my life," declared a disciple. "Uncle Su, hurry and go." The others echoed, positioning themselves in front of Su Yang, ready to sacrifice themselves. Du Fengmong laughed maliciously, "You insignificant insects cannot hope to withstand my might. You know not what you face, prepare to die." With a mere flick of his hand, waves of terrifying sword energy surged forth toward them. As the crowd attempted to defend themselves, they were struck by the realization that, before such overwhelming celestial might, they were utterly immobilized. The disparity between them and the immortal became painfully clear, filling them with despair. Just as the sword energy was about to descend, Su Yang calmly stated, "Retract your sword energy.
Du Fengmong, taken aback, laughed derisively. Who do you think you are, to command me to, before he could finish? He felt an inexplicable force envelop him, compelling him to raise his hand. Instantly, all sword energy returned to him. The crowd stood in stunned silence.
What just happened? What did you do to me? Du Fengmong exclaimed in shock.
In Su Yang's hand lay a token, the Sword Master's Order. This token contained the essence of the Sword Tao, compelling all sword cultivators before it to submit unconditionally, granting life or death at its will. Kneel, Su Yang commanded softly.
Du Fengmong's body moved against his will, and he found himself kneeling.
When he lifted his gaze again, he beheld a transformation in Su Yang's demeanor. As if he had glimpsed the profound truths of the sword path, extinguishing any flicker of resistance within him.
This feeling, could it be? Du Fengmong's eyes widened in astonishment, his voice trembling in disbelief. It cannot be. If you truly attain such a level, how could you possibly be here?
His thoughts drifted back to a prophecy spoken before his reincarnation. I have divined your fate. Should you wish to master the Sword Tao, only through reincarnation shall you succeed. In your next life, a monumental opportunity awaits you. Seize it, and you shall soar to great heights. But remember, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Should you miss it, you will face eternal damnation. Remember this well. Du Fengmong had chosen to reincarnate based on this prophecy. He should have realized that this opportunity stemmed from Su Yang. He had nearly become Su Yang's disciple before, but his earlier disdain had led to this dire predicament. Regret washed over him in waves. But alas, it was too late. Su Yang merely remarked, "End your own life." As the words fell, Du Fengmong instinctively raised his hand. He threw back his head and laughed. Ha! Old ghost. You truly calculated it perfectly. Life is but a fleeting breath. With a resounding thud, he struck his palm against his own body and collapsed. In an instant, his form transformed into a radiant bloodlight, dissipating completely, leaving only the dagger behind. Bai Shixian observed this scene and was reminded of Luo Nanshang, who had met a similar fate. Yet this time, the adversary was a powerful sword immortal, yet still unable to defy Su Yang's will. What level of power had he attained? At that moment, the dagger suddenly shattered, revealing a shadowy apparition. Chapter 73. To preserve the position of the gatekeeper, before him stood an elderly man with white hair and brows, exuding an otherworldly aura. He floated gracefully in mid-air. Letting out a gentle sigh, in the end, you failed to seize this opportunity. He then turned his gaze towards Su Yang, causing everyone to tense up. However, the old man bore no malice. Instead, he knelt down respectfully, proclaiming, "I am Gui Wuji, a junior, and I pay my respects to you, esteemed elder." Su Yang inquired, "Are you allied with him?" Gui Wuji quickly clarified, "Esteemed elder, you misunderstand. While I am acquainted with him, I merely assisted in one divination and we share no significant bond." "Then why did you leave a mark on this sword?" Su Yang pressed on. Gui Wuji explained. "When I assisted him in divination, I foresaw that in his reincarnation, he would encounter a great opportunity, which also presented a chance for me. Hence, I gifted him this sword and discreetly left a trace. It appears he has not grasped it." "And so?" Su Yang continued to inquire, with a hint of trepidation. Gui Wuji said, "I humbly wish to request your assistance, esteemed elder." "What kind of assistance?" Gui Wuji proceeded cautiously, "I wish to ask you to accept a disciple." "Accept a disciple?" Su Yang felt a stirring in his heart. Surely, one recommended by an immortal must possess remarkable qualities. Who is this individual? This matter is of great significance, and I cannot disclose it at this moment. I beg your understanding. If you do not speak, how can I accept? Gui Wuji produced an object, revealing a jade pendant intricately carved with 9 dragons, appearing lifelike. If you hold this item, it will react should the individual approach. He offered it with both hands. Su Yang did not accept it immediately. Instead, he activated the eye of the Emperor Master to inspect it. A smile crept across his face. How intriguing, this jade pendant concealed such fascinating secrets. Gui Wuji was taken aback, realizing that Su Yang discerned the pendant's hidden mysteries. The seal upon it had been obscured by celestial forces, detectable only by him. This elder was indeed extraordinary.
Gue Wuji's resolve strengthened, and he implored, I beseech you. Esteemed elder, I am willing to meet any of your demands. What can you offer me? Su Yang inquired casually. Gue Wuji appeared prepared for this moment, promptly retrieving a token.
In this realm, I once discovered a hidden domain containing a treasure of immense significance. I dared not claim it, hence I sealed it.
Only with this token can one unlock it.
I believe this treasure will surely satisfy you.
The prospect of a treasure that even an immortal dared not touch piqued Su Yang's interest.
Coupled with his Supreme Master System, which aimed to acquire disciples for strength, he found no reason to refuse. Thus, he accepted both the jade pendant and the token.
You had better not disappoint me.
Gue Wuji's heart soared with joy as he assured, rest assured, I shall not let you down.
I shall take my leave now, until we meet again. With that, his ethereal form gradually faded away. The onlookers exchanged glances,
marveling at how Su Yang not only effortlessly dealt with a formidable sword immortal but also garnered the respect of an immortal who knelt before him in plea. Their admiration for him deepened, especially among the disciples of Xiantian sect, who felt a sense of pride.
At that moment, Jin Buwan suddenly knelt down. Su Yang queried, what is the meaning of this?
Jin Buwan replied, had it not been for your assistance, esteemed elder, the Golden Sky sect would have been utterly destroyed.
I can never forget this great kindness.
I have heard that Elder Bai and Elder Su are the gatekeepers of Xiantian sect.
In gratitude, I am willing to serve as a humble assistant.
Su Jianfeng scoffed, old Jin, this is not gratitude, you simply wish to take advantage of us.
The gate is adequately guarded by Elder Bai and myself.
Bai Shixian concurred, with the two of us here, no one would dare disrupt Xiantian sect.
You should return to the Golden Sky sect.
They were unwilling to let anyone else encroach on their responsibilities, fearing it would diminish their own significance.
Nevertheless, Jin Buwan was not so easily dissuaded, invoking Qin Song's name. Esteemed elder, for the sake of our shared bonds, I ask for an opportunity. He quickly signaled to Qin Song. Out of respect for the ancestor, Qin Song reluctantly said, Master, what if we grant our ancestor a chance? Su Yang did not refuse. Nodding in agreement, then you may stay.
Jin Buwan rejoiced, thanking Su Fengzhu profusely.
He then stood up, smiling at elders Su and Bai.
I hope for your guidance moving forward.
The two elders rolled their eyes.
Jin Buwan paid them no mind and turned to the disciples of the Golden Sky sect, his demeanor growing stern. Listen well, if you tarnish the reputation of the Golden Sky sect again, you shall face the consequences.
In accordance with the ancestors' teachings,
we shall amend our ways, the disciples replied in unison.
Now return and relay my orders. Qin Huayu is to be the new sect master, overseeing the Golden Sky sect.
Anyone who disagrees shall be dealt with severely, Jin Buwan commanded.
Ancestor, will you not return with us? An elder inquired. Do you not see? I am now the gatekeeper of Xiantian sect, what purpose would it serve to return?
Jin Buwan replied sternly. The disciples exchanged bemused glances.
With 3 eminent ancestors guarding the gate of Xiantian sect, who would dare provoke this sect?
The heavens of the southern domain were surely about to shift.
Afterward, they departed, nursing their wounds.
The disciples of Xiantian sect scattered, leaving the 3 venerable ancestors to guard the mountain gate.
The 3 exchanged bewildered glances before bursting into laughter.
Bai Shixian mused, who would have imagined that we 3 would find ourselves as gatekeepers of a second-rate sect before this?
What luck Xiantian sect has found in having Master Su as an extraordinary figure.
Even a sword immortal can be vanquished with a mere word.
It is an honor to serve as his gatekeeper. Su Jianfeng, having sensed the true essence of the sword path from Su Yang, resolved to remain at Xiantian sect as a gatekeeper for life. Do you think that the other 2 old geezers will come running here if they find out? Jin Buwan speculated regarding the other 2 great sect's ancestors. Absolutely not, 3 of us are already plenty.
If they join us, it will be a fight for our positions.
Su Jianfeng immediately asserted. Bai Shixian and Jin Buwan wholeheartedly agreed, insisting that they must keep the news from the others. However,
those who had just departed would undoubtedly share today's events. Once the news reached the ears of the other 2, they might come to investigate, Bai Shixian predicted. That's simple enough. Let our three sects join forces to suppress this information and prevent anyone from learning the true state of Xintian sect, Su Jianfeng proposed.
What if Master Su discovers this? Would he be displeased? Jin Buwan expressed concern. Would you rather have those two come to seize our positions? If one day Master Su feels there are too many gatekeepers, and decides to dismiss you, would that please you? Su Jianfeng retorted. Brother Su is right. To safeguard our positions, we must take this course of action, Bai Shixian concurred.
Lai Tiancheng and Gu Qinglu, listening from the sidelines, exchanged wry smiles. The three eminent ancestors of the great sects were indeed putting in considerable effort to preserve their positions as gatekeepers. It would be hard for anyone to believe this tale. Even Su Yang, who could not have anticipated this, summoned by Ning Yue and Qin Sang before him, instructing, "Focus on your cultivation, I must embark on a journey."
Chapter 74, I am a friend of Jinshiming. Su Yang prepared to visit the secret realm mentioned by Gue Wuji.
While also intending to revisit his hometown in the mortal world, as it marked the origin of his journey into this realm, holding a special significance for him. Bai Ningyue and Qin Sung initially wished to accompany him, but Su Yang declined, urging them to focus on their cultivation, assuring them that his own progress would yield greater returns. Peak Master, allow me to accompany you, it would be beneficial to have someone care for you along the way. Su Qiaoan eagerly proposed, her face alight with anticipation. Very well, Su Yang acquiesced. Su Qiaoan rejoiced, promptly following Su Yang as they soared into the skies on their swords. This spectacle left Lu Jinming envious, realizing the inherent advantages women possessed. As they traveled, they encountered a group of individuals, whose hurried demeanor piqued their curiosity. They seemed to be from the Tianhe sect, Su Qiaoan recognized. Tianhe sect? Su Yang recalled Jinshiming. Indeed. This sect is of premier status and has some connections with the Fuyou Pavilion. The leader among them is Elder Su Mingsheng. Observing their frantic state, it appeared as though they were escaping a crisis. Could there be trouble at the Tianhe sect? Su Qiaoan questioned in confusion. At that moment, the group noticed Su Yang and his companion, and Elder Su Mingsheng paused, slightly taken aback. You are the Vice Master of Fuyou Pavilion, Su? Elder Su, what is happening? Su Qiaoan inquired. Ah. No need to mention it. Our young master, that troublemaker, has offended the Jintian Gate. The Tianhe sect is doomed to preserve our lives. We must sever ties with the sect. We must leave before the Jintian Gate descends upon us. Farewell, Su Mingsheng hastily stated, ushering his disciples away. Peak Master. Hasn't the Jintian Gate been reorganizing? How can there still be chaos? Su Qiaoan pressed. Let us investigate, Su Yang declared, directing their course towards the Tianhe sect. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Tianhe sect, a heavy atmosphere loomed. Sect Master Jin Yuhe sat upon his throne, his brow furrowed and expression grim. Jinshiming knelt at the center of the hall, gazing up defiantly. Father, are you truly going to hand me over? Jin Yuhe, with a stern countenance, reproached. Why must you offend the Jintian Gate of all people? They are notoriously overbearing, anyone who crosses them faces dire consequences. Many disciples have already fled. And if I do not surrender you, the Tianhe sect will perish alongside you. From this moment forth, I sever our father-son relationship. You are no longer a member of the Tianhe sect. Jinshiming was taken aback. Husband, this cannot be. A woman in the hall, Jinshiming's mother, He Ping, pleaded with a sorrowful expression, if you hand him over, he will surely die. Jin Yuhe retorted, he has caused a calamity of this magnitude. If we do not turn him over, shall we all perish with him? I can die in his stead. He Ping fell to her knees. Mother Jinshiming was momentarily stunned. The one who offended the Jintian Gate is he, not you. What good is your sacrifice? Jin Yuhe dismissed her. This is not your concern, return home. He is your son, can you truly be so heartless? He Ping lamented. He possesses nothing but a few means of escape. He is of no worth. I should never have allowed him to be born, bringing shame upon my face. Now he threatens to endanger the entire sect. This ungrateful child is not worth mourning, Jin Yuhe spat with disdain, leaving Jinshiming despondent. Since childhood, his father had never regarded him favorably due to his mediocre talent, never allowing him a moment of pride. Had it not been for his mother's unwavering support, he might have been cast aside long ago.
Why are you still kneeling? Are you not ashamed? Return! Jin Yuha commanded again.
He Ping cast a lingering glance at her son. Mother, I take responsibility for my actions. You need not plead for me. I am unfilial and cannot serve you any longer, please forgive me. Jin Shiming, aware of his impending doom,
bowed 3 times to his mother as a farewell.
Shiming He Ping's eyes brimmed with tears as she gently caressed his cheek, then suddenly her expression hardened.
Mother will take you away.
She grasped Jin Shiming, her other hand brandishing an escape talisman.
You dare! Jin Yuha bellowed, rushing forward. Escape! He Ping commanded, activating the talisman which glowed brilliantly, enveloping them both.
As they seemed on the verge of vanishing, Jin Yuha, in a fit of desperation, instinctively manifested a solar apparition and struck out fiercely, shattering the talisman and sending He Ping flying.
Put!
He Ping collapsed, blood spilling from her mouth.
Mother! Jin Shiming cried, rushing to support her.
Jin Yuha frowned, realizing he had struck too hard but chose to remain silent. Shiming, forgive me, your mother is powerless, He Ping struggled to utter, before closing her eyes for the last time.
Mother! Mother!
Jin Shiming wept, his heart shattered.
She is your wife, how could you lay a hand on her?
Jin Shiming glared at his father, his voice rising in anger. This is her own doing, blame her, it is all your fault, Jin Yuha retorted, his anger intensifying.
Yes. It is all my fault. Because I never lived up to your expectations, no matter how hard I tried, you would never look at me.
Even refusing to acknowledge me before others. In your eyes, only your pride matters, you are unworthy of being my father. The death of his mother unleashed a torrent of repressed emotions within Jin Shiming, erupting with years of frustration.
Unworthy child! Jin Yuha raised his hand to strike him. Strike me!
If you dare, kill me! Jin Shiming screamed defiantly. Jin Yuha, realizing he still needed Jin Shiming to appease the Jin Tian gate, reluctantly lowered his hand. He then coldly commanded, bind him and send him to the Jin Tian gate. Bound tightly, Jin Shiming was prepared for his journey to the Jin Tian gate.
Just then, a disciple rushed in breathlessly, Sect Master, they're here, they've arrived.
The atmosphere shifted instantly, tension mounting among the gathered.
Quickly, go welcome them.
Jin Yuha hastily led his disciples out of the hall, dragging Jin Shiming alone.
Upon seeing the newcomers, they were momentarily taken aback. Brother Su. Jin Shiming's expression shifted to one of confusion, why had he come? Su Yang, surprised to see Jin Shiming bound, responded, Vice Master Su. What brings you to our sect unannounced?
Recognizing Su Qiaowen, Jin Yuha furrowed his brow, noting that the visitors were not from the Jin Tian gate.
Jin Sect Master.
I heard you have offended the Jin Tian gate, and I came to see for myself, Su Qiaowen replied with a smile.
Vice Master Su is kind. This matter is solely the fault of my ungrateful son and does not concern the Tianhe sect.
I was just about to take him to the Jin Tian gate to plead for forgiveness, Jin Yuha explained, gesturing toward Jin Shiming.
He is your son. Can you truly hand him over without regard for his life? Su Yang expressed his discontent. Who are you? Jin Yuha scrutinized Su Yang, noting his mortal appearance.
Allow me to introduce myself, Su Qiaowen began, but Su Yang interjected, I am a friend of Jin Shiming, he has offended the Jin Tian gate because of me.
Chapter 75, Have you cast him out of the sect?
Upon hearing this, Jin Shiming became anxious.
He quickly denied, Brother Su, I understand your intentions to assist me. But the trouble I have caused is mine alone. How can I let you bear the burden?
While he spoke, he incessantly gestured to Su Yang, urging him to refrain from speaking out of turn. However, Su Yang remained insistent, you have offended Jin Tianmen to help me.
As friends, it is only natural that you should not shoulder this alone.
Jin Shiming was at a loss for words. How could he be so foolish as to travel all this way just to share his burdens? Initially, it would have sufficed for one to perish, but now 2 lives were at stake. As expected, upon learning that Su Yang was the true instigator, Jin Yuha became infuriated. You reckless boy! You have brought calamity upon our Tianhe sect. You must go to Jin Tianmen to atone for your sins. It was not his concern, he was merely a mortal. Jin Shiming hastily pleaded for leniency.
Silence! Jin Yuha chastised. You dare offend Jin Tianmen for the sake of a mere mortal? Such foolishness is beyond comprehension. What of mortals? Can they not be friends?
At least he is willing to share the burden with me. Jin Shiming scornfully glanced at the members of Tian's sect, unlike you all, who are so fearful of death that you cannot even compare to a single mortal.
Outrageous! How dare you compare him to us? Does he even qualify? Jin Yuha bellowed, immediately ordering, seize him.
Who dares?
Su Qiaowen stepped forth protectively.
Jin Yuha's voice turned grave. What is he to you that you would defend him so? Seeing that the Peak Master was unwilling to reveal his identity, Su Qiaowen replied, he is my friend. If you dare to harm him, you must first go through me.
Su Qiaowen, when did you become so desperate as to take an interest in a mere mortal?
Mind your words. Speak carelessly again, and I shall tear your mouth apart.
Su Qiaowen retorted fiercely.
Even Shin Fuya would not dare speak to me in such a manner.
How dare you create chaos in my Tianhe sect?
You must have a death wish. I, Su Qiaowen, am daring enough today. You may test me, she declared, seizing the opportunity to display her prowess before Su Yang. She unsheathed her weapon, manifesting a solar apparition, ready to fight fiercely.
Jin Yuha furrowed his brow, not out of fear of Su Qiaowen, but to avoid offending Fuyo Pavilion.
He urged, Su Qiaowen, he has offended Jin Tianmen. If you assist him, the repercussions will fall upon Fuyo Pavilion as well.
Consider the consequences carefully. I will protect him, regardless of Jin Tianmen. If they dare approach, let them try.
Su Qiaowen proclaimed, exuding confidence and seemingly disregarding Jin Tianmen altogether. Everyone present believed she had lost her mind for challenging such a formidable sect over a man. Jin Shiming silently admired Su Yang's charm, realizing how a mortal could inspire such loyalty from a top-tier master. How fortunate to possess such good looks, he mused.
Jin Yuha coldly stated, very well.
You have said this, do not blame me for lacking regard for Fuyo Pavilion. He commanded, Elder Yen, Elder Hu, apprehend her and turn her over to Jin Tianmen.
Yes.
The two elders promptly complied.
Just as they were about to act, a disciple shouted, look. People from Jin Tianmen are coming.
Everyone looked up to see a group approaching in the air. Among them was Yu Qi, who had lost a hand to Su Yang, now following an elder.
It was Wang Feiping, the Grand Elder of Jin Tianmen.
It was said that he presided over the law enforcement hall of Jin Tianmen, dealing with all who offended the sect. His personal arrival indicated serious business, and the members of Tianhe's sect grew anxious. Yu Qi quickly spotted Su Yang and, startled, whispered to Wang Feiping, Grand Elder.
That is the esteemed one.
Wang Feiping followed his gaze but saw nothing particularly unusual about Su Yang. However, this only added to his intrigue. He is our best hope. We must invite him back to heal our ancestors' wounds, Wang Feiping said.
Grand Elder, he is quite low-key and prefers to keep his identity hidden. Moreover,
we have offended him, so he may not agree, Yu Qi cautioned.
Wang Feiping pondered, since he appears at Tianhe's sect.
It indicates a close relationship with the young master there. We shall feign ignorance of his presence, first winning over Tianhe's sect before approaching him. Wise words, Grand Elder.
After reaching an agreement, they descended on their swords.
Jin Yuha hurriedly led his disciples to greet them. I am Jin Yuha, the sect master of Tianhe sect. And I pay my respects to the Grand Elder of Jin Tianmen.
Everyone felt a wave of tension, fearing Wang Feiping's wrath.
To their surprise, Wang Feiping supported Jin Yuha and laughed heartily. I have long heard of Tianhe sect's warm hospitality. The grand welcome from sect master Jin and his disciples truly overwhelms me. Jin Yuha was taken aback. This attitude did not seem indicative of a reprimand. Perhaps his display of courtesy had pleased Wang Feiping, leading to this unexpected friendliness? It appeared Jin Tianmen was not as overbearing as rumored.
Feeling elated, Jin Yuha responded, the honor of your visit, Grand Elder, indeed brightens our humble sect.
We must extend the most elaborate hospitality to demonstrate our respect for Jin Tianmen and for you.
Indeed, Sect Master Jin, I have always admired individuals of your character.
I feel a sense of camaraderie upon first meeting, Wang Feiping suggested.
If you would not mind, our two sects might benefit from closer ties in the future. Is what you say truly sincere, Grand Elder? Jin Yuha asked, astonished. Absolutely, as long as Sect Master Jin does not disdain Jintianmen, Wang Feipeng assured. Not at all. To forge a friendship with Jintianmen is something I could only dream of.
Then let it be settled. Jintianmen shall henceforth ally with your esteemed sect, sharing both honor and disgrace, advancing together.
That would be splendid. Jin Yuha rejoiced.
He had expected Jintianmen to come seeking retribution,
yet had unexpectedly gained their admiration and an alliance. His natural charisma was undeniable. No one would dare offend Tianhe's sect again. By the way, Sect Master Jin, might I inquire about your son? Wang Feipeng asked.
Jin Yuha's heart sank. He feared they had come to settle accounts with him, all due to this troublesome offspring. He could not allow this reckless child to ruin his hard-won connection with Jintianmen.
He pointed to Jin Shiming, saying, Grand Elder, this is my ungrateful son.
He has always been rebellious, causing trouble outside. I sincerely apologize for his offense against your esteemed sect.
Wang Feipeng, seeing Jin Shiming bound, was momentarily taken aback. Is this how you treat your son?
Oh no, it seemed he was not pleased.
Jin Yuha quickly added, Grand Elder,
I intended to bring him before your sect to apologize.
To express my sincerest regret, I have severed our father-son relationship and expelled him from the sect. You may handle him as you see fit. Wang Feipeng was astonished. You have cast him out of the sect? Chapter 76, Is the core disciple considered sincere?
Jin Yuha adopted a stance of righteous indignation, proclaiming with unwavering conviction, I have always prioritized principles over personal ties. Even my own flesh and blood, should they err,
would face my unyielding judgment without leniency.
Elder Wang, this is his own doing, do not concern yourself with me. Whether he lives or dies is entirely at your discretion.
Jin Shiming, filled with fury, retorted, to sell one's son for glory, and still speak so grandly, it disgusts me. Silence.
Jin Yuha raised his hand and struck Jin Shiming across the face. Jin Shiming glared at him, gritting his teeth, consider this slap a repayment.
From now on,
we owe each other nothing and shall have no further ties. Initially worried that this rebellious child might act out in desperation and drag both himself and the Tiansheng sect into turmoil, Jin Yuha now found his words quite agreeable. He promptly turned to Wang Feipeng, saying, Elder Wang, you have heard him, our relationship is severed. He shall bear the consequences of his actions alone.
I now relinquish him to you for your judgment.
As he spoke, he ordered his men to bring Jin Shiming before Wang Feipeng.
He then pointed toward Su Yang, adding, and also him.
He is the true instigator of your grievances with the Jintian sect, he is the one most deserving of punishment.
Yet, inexplicably, he has formed an alliance with Su Chuan of the Fuyao Pavilion,
who not only seeks to protect him but also dares to boast that your Jintian sect would not dare act recklessly in her presence.
It is utterly preposterous. You shameless wretch.
Jin Shiming exploded in anger. Elder Wang, he is but a mortal.
Your Jintian sect is a divine sect.
To engage in conflict with a mere mortal would only tarnish your dignity.
I am prepared to take full responsibility for everything. What are you to bargain with Elder Wang? Jin Yuha taunted.
Elder Wang, neither of them should be spared, otherwise, people will think the Jintian sect can be trifled with.
An example must be made to showcase the might of the divine sect. Jin Yuha, you.
Jin Shiming seethed with rage.
You have done well, Sect Master Jin. Wang Feipeng nodded slightly.
Of course, since our two sects have formed an alliance, I must consider the Jintian sect's interests, Jin Yuha replied with a smile, eager to further ingratiate himself with the Jintian sect.
Elder Wang, allow me to handle these two, so that the Jintian sect need not lift a finger. You truly spare no effort.
Very well, Wang Feipeng nodded again, appearing quite satisfied, though a cold glint flickered in his eyes. Jin Yuha remained oblivious, feeling quite pleased with himself for having secured the favor of the Jintian sect. He immediately adopted a stern demeanor, issuing orders loudly, Elder Yen, Elder Hu.
Swiftly apprehend these two. Yes. The two elders responded eagerly, sharing Jin Yuha's enthusiasm. Elder Yen even displayed a sinister smile. Su Chuan, were you not quite arrogant just now? Let us see if you can maintain that arrogance now. With that, he and Elder Hu charged toward Su Chuan.
However, at that moment, Wang Feipeng suddenly appeared behind them.
delivering 2 powerful strikes.
Caught off guard, they both spewed blood and fell lifeless to the ground, much to the shock of the Tianqing sect disciples.
Elder Wang. Why have you done this? Jin Yuhua questioned in utter bewilderment. Did I instruct you to act? Wang Feiping replied sternly. But you just. What about just now? Do you think I, Wang Feiping, am incapable, requiring your assistance?
No, we would never think such a thing, Jin Yuhua hastily waved his hands in denial. Stop your excuses, my eyes are not blind, I see everything clearly.
Wang Feiping seized the opportunity to express his outrage. You, Jin Yuhua.
I initially thought well of you and chose to ally with your Tianqing sect.
Yet you dare to look down upon my Jin Tian sect?
This alliance is hereby dissolved. Jin Yuhai gasped in shock. Elder Wang, you have truly misunderstood, I merely.
You need not say more.
Wang Feiping interrupted him sharply.
My Jin Tian sect has never been so disdained. You are the first from the southern region to do so. Jin Yuhua, you are impressive. Jin Yuhua was left utterly despondent. How could he not see through his obvious attempts to curry favor? What kind of reasoning was this, to change his demeanor so abruptly? Wang Feiping ignored him.
Shifting his gaze to Jin Shiming, who felt a knot of anxiety in his chest, fearing for his life. To his surprise, Wang Feiping personally untied him.
Jin Shiming was bewildered. Why was he not being killed?
Even more astonishingly, Wang Feiping placed a hand on his shoulder and praised him with a smile. I have always admired those who value loyalty, and you just took full responsibility to protect your friend.
Such devotion is commendable. Jin Shiming was left in a state of confusion. What was happening?
Just moments ago, Wang Feiping had praised Jin Yuhua, now he was extolling him instead.
Could it be that he had lost his mind?
Wang Feiping continued, people like you, who are so devoted to their friends, are rare these days. Therefore, now that you have severed ties with the Tianqing sect and find yourself without support, would you consider joining my Jin Tian sect, if you do not mind?
What? Jin Shiming asked in disbelief. I have offended you, yet you do not kill me? You even want me to join the Jin Tian sect? Not only was he incredulous,
but the disciples of the Tianqing sect were equally astonished. Only Su Qiaoan glanced at Su Yang with a slight smile.
Wang Feiping laughed. What offense?
It was merely a small misunderstanding.
There is nothing so grave about it.
Yu Qi promptly chimed in, Brother Jin, it was purely a misunderstanding between us.
Before we arrived,
I had already informed our Grand Elder that your readiness to stand up for your friend was admirable, and I felt deeply ashamed of my previous actions. Our Grand Elder has reprimanded me for my behavior and specifically brought me here to apologize to you. He bowed sincerely, Brother Jin, I am truly sorry, please forgive me.
Wang Feiping also inclined slightly. On behalf of the Jin Tian sect, I apologize to you.
We also extend an invitation for you to join our sect as a core disciple.
Is this real? You are apologizing to me and inviting me to join the Jin Tian sect, even offering me a position as a core disciple?
Jin Shiming stood frozen,
utterly flabbergasted.
We are not jesting. Talents like you, who are so dedicated to friendship, are sought after by my Jin Tian sect.
We cannot let you go unappreciated,
Wang Feiping stated earnestly.
Upon receiving confirmation, Jin Shiming could hardly contain his joy. Just as he was about to accept, Su Yang suddenly interjected, a core disciple. And you think that is enough to persuade him to join your Jin Tian sect? Is this truly sincerity? Chapter 77, Do not let my friend suffer. Jin Shiming was immediately alarmed.
The opportunity to join Jin Tianmen and receive a core disciple's position was indeed a tremendous fortune.
How could one harbor complaints?
If they were to incite their wrath, it would be trivial if they changed their minds, but troublesome if they sought revenge. Jin Shiming quickly apologized, Elder Wang, please do not be angered. My friend is merely a mortal and does not comprehend what being a core disciple entails.
I implore you to overlook his ignorance.
As he spoke, he hastily signaled Su Yang to apologize.
To his surprise, Wang Feiping not only refrained from reproach but wholeheartedly agreed,
saying, I believe your friend speaks the truth. Indeed, a core disciple lacks sufficient sincerity. Talents like you should hold the esteemed position of an elder in our Jin Tianmen. He discreetly glanced at Su Yang and, seeing no further objections, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
Yu Qi cooperated once more, asserting,
what the Grand Elder says is absolutely correct. only the elder position befits Brother Jin's stature.
I wholeheartedly support this. Ah? Jin Shiming was taken aback. Wang Feiping reiterated his invitation. As it happens, the position of the fourth elder has become vacant. From this moment on, you shall be the fourth elder of Jintianmen. This seems inappropriate.
Jin Shiming was acutely aware of his own capabilities, merely being recognized as a core disciple was already an elevation.
Moreover, were not the elders of the divine sect all supreme experts of the radiant sun realm?
How could he, a mere practitioner of the great profound realm, be deemed worthy?
Yet Wang Feiping insisted, in Jintianmen, the recruitment of elders prioritizes character over cultivation. Given your integrity, you are most certainly qualified, and I believe no one would dispute this. Please do not decline.
He exchanged a knowing glance with Yu Qi, who promptly bowed, declaring, Disciple Yu Qi pays respects to the fourth elder. The other disciples of Jintianmen followed suit, paying their respects to Jin Shiming.
This left Jin Shiming utterly flabbergasted. Su Yang chuckled and clasped his hands, saying, Congratulations, Brother Jin.
Jin Shiming could only manage a bitter smile. I feel as though I am in a dream.
Wang Feiping laughed heartily. This only signifies your fateful connection with Jintianmen. Elder Jin.
The disciples of Tiange sect were astonished by the surreal turn of events. Especially Jin Yue, who was acutely aware of his son's true abilities.
Was Wang Feiping blind to appoint him as an elder? However, it was too late to contest the matter. His gaze shifted to the bodies of elders Yan and Hu. Recalling Wang Feiping's earlier warning,
Jin Yue's eyes glimmered as he laughed heartily. My son, I have always believed you would rise to greatness.
Now that you are an elder of Jintianmen, I find solace in my old age. Jin Shiming's expression instantly turned cold. My becoming an elder of Jintianmen has nothing to do with you.
Jin Yue sighed, My son, we had some misunderstandings before, and your anger towards me is understandable. But no matter what, your blood flows through my veins, you are my flesh and blood.
What enmity can last through the night? Silence. Jin Shiming snapped, interrupting Jin Yue.
He glared, voicing his resentment. From childhood, you have never cared for me. When I found myself in trouble, your first reaction was to sever our father-son bond to protect your Tiange sect. My mother died saving me, struck down by your hand.
Now that I have become an elder of Jintianmen, you claim me as your son again.
Jin Yue, your shamelessness makes me feel ashamed on your behalf.
You. Jin Yue's countenance darkened with rage.
However, he forced a smile, suppressing his anger. My son, your mother's death was purely accidental, and I mourn her loss as well. I believe she wishes for our reconciliation from beyond. For her sake, please forgive your father.
Impossible.
Jin Shiming firmly refused, declaring, From the moment you killed my mother,
you have died in my heart. How dare you? You ungrateful wretch.
Jin Yue could no longer contain himself and instinctively raised his hand.
Wang Feiping immediately stepped in front of him, coldly stating, What do you intend to do to Elder Jin? Elder Wang, your sect,
being one of the 5 great sects of the southern domain, surely has stringent requirements for accepting disciples. Especially for the position of elder, he is utterly unqualified. If this were to spread, it would tarnish your sect's reputation.
I urge you to reconsider, Elder Wang. Jin Yue pleaded earnestly.
But Wang Feiping seized him by the throat.
His expression icy. When did our affairs become yours to meddle in?
Jin Yue's face contorted in pain as he barely managed to utter, I was wrong.
Spare me. Whether you are spared or not is not for you to decide. Wang Feiping turned to Jin Shiming, Elder Jin, how should we deal with him? Son. Save me. I am your father. Jin Yue hastily pleaded.
Yet Jin Shiming remained unmoved, gritting his teeth as he pronounced, I want him to accompany my mother in death.
Very well. Wang Feiping replied, swiftly breaking Jin Yue's neck. He died without comprehending the turn of events. The disciples of Tiange sect were struck with horror, kneeling and begging for mercy. Wang Feiping inquired, Elder Jin, how should we resolve their fate?
With your word,
Tiange sect will be erased from the southern domain.
Jin Shiming did not trouble them, for his ire was solely directed at Jin Yue. Besides, with Jin Yue's death,
Tiange sect would be all but extinguished. He then prepared to carry his mother's remains and return to Jintianmen with Wang Feiping. Wang Feipen cautiously suggested, Elder Zhen. Since you and your friend share such a close bond, why not invite him to visit Jintianmen? I believe that is unnecessary.
Jin Shiming was still uncertain about his forthcoming position at Jintianmen and thus hesitated to bring Su Yang back to the sect.
However,
Wang Feiping had gone to great lengths to invite the esteemed Su Yang. He asserted, as your friend, he is a distinguished guest of Jintianmen, and we will treat him with the utmost respect. Hearing this, Jin Shiming felt his worries dissipate. He turned to Su Yang, Brother Su, I still owe you a drink.
Why not join me at Jintianmen? We shall not return until we are intoxicated. I have some matters to attend to and cannot accompany you. Su Yang replied. Very well. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, come to Jintianmen to find me.
I shall assist you as best I can, Jin Shiming promised. This distressed Wang Feiping, for without securing the esteemed figure, no one could heal the injuries of the ancestor. Just as he pondered a suitable reason, Jin Shiming entered the great hall to attend to his mother's remains. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yang turned to Wang Feiping, Brother Jin is my friend. Ensure he does not suffer any indignities at Jintianmen. Wang Feiping promptly bowed respectfully, rest assured, esteemed elder. We shall take great care of Elder Jin. However, I have a humble request. Chapter 78, a decade later, I have returned you said, Su Yang remarked. Indeed, my ancestor was injured in his youth, leaving his soul in a fragile state, and no remedy could heal him. Upon hearing that you had previously cured the esteemed Master Lai of the Medicine King Valley, I,
as a junior, humbly request your aid in saving my ancestor, Wang Feiping implored. Ah, that matter.
I have already restored him, Su Yang replied.
Is it true?
Wang Feiping exclaimed, his face alight with joy.
That is splendid news.
Your grace and benevolence shall never be forgotten by Jintianmen. Should there ever be a need for our assistance, do not hesitate to ask, we shall spare no effort. Wang Feiping, entirely convinced by Su Yang's words,
promptly made his pledge.
At that moment, Yu Qi stepped forward, saying, Esteemed senior, I also wish to request your help for another. He is the young master of our sect, who was cruelly deprived of his divine bones and rendered a cripple.
Might you possess the power to heal him as well? Su Yang raised an eyebrow, do you know who is responsible for his plight?
Yu Qi replied, I am aware, this matter is tied to the Xintian sect. Our sect leader was incensed and has already led a group to confront them.
By now, they should have been annihilated. Su Yang regarded him with an impassive expression. You seem eager for the Xintian sect's destruction.
Without hesitation, Yu Qi answered, Esteemed senior, you may not be aware, but the Xintian sect has grown excessively arrogant, daring to oppose Jintianmen despite being merely a second-rate sect.
If we do not eliminate them, they may assume we are easy prey. Your reasoning is quite sound.
Su Yang acknowledged with a slight nod. Yu Qi's heart soared at receiving praise from the senior. If he could persuade Su Yang to return and heal the young master,
he might redeem himself.
He promptly knelt, pleading, Esteemed senior, our young master is benevolent, yet he has been ruthlessly crippled by the Xintian sect. Please, I beseech you,
grant him your kindness. I bow before you in earnest.
Wang Feiping observed Yu Qi's blatant falsehood with a glimmer of disdain in his eyes. Yet he chose not to expose him, for Qin Ao was the young master of Jintianmen. Although Wang Feiping disapproved of Yu Qi's actions, he could not undermine his own sect.
Your young master is benevolent?
Su Yang chuckled softly.
Indeed, esteemed senior.
Our young master possesses a kind heart, though he has a brother who is treacherous and malevolent.
This brother betrayed Jintianmen and joined the Xintian sect. Upon learning of this, our young master personally visited the Xintian sect, hoping to persuade him to return.
However, that brother showed no remorse and incited his master to cripple our young master. His master is equally shameless, were it not for his despicable methods, he would never have succeeded against our young master. Now that the Xintian sect has been destroyed by Jintianmen, it is merely poetic justice. Yu Qi distorted the truth, knowing that with the Xintian sect's demise,
there would be no evidence to contradict his claims.
His motives were clear, to bring Su Yang back to heal Qin Ao.
Little did he know,
the very person standing before him was the so-called shameless master he spoke of.
You truly care for your young master, Su Yang remarked coolly. Your praise is unwarranted.
As a disciple of Jin Tianmen, it is my duty to act thus, Yu Qi replied, elated by Su Yang's words once more. He believed this strategy would surely convince the senior. However, Su Yang's demeanor turned frosty as he instructed Su Qiaoen, dispose of him.
Understood. Su Qiaoen complied, drawing a sword. Yu Qi's expression shifted dramatically. Esteemed senior, what have I said wrong? Su Qiaoen replied on Su Yang's behalf, listen well.
This individual is the peak master of the Xiantian sect, the master of Qin Song.
What? Yu Qi gasped in shock. Su Qiaoen continued, furthermore.
Allow me to inform you that Qin Huai is dead, having been reduced to mere remnants by Qin Song's soul whipping.
As for your ancestor,
he has appointed Qin Huairou as the new leader of Jin Tianmen, while he remains at the Xiantian sect, guarding the mountain with the ancestors of the sword-bowing pavilion and the Medicine King Valley. The disciples of Jin Tianmen were left in a daze. Their leader was dead.
And their ancestor was guarding the Xiantian sect?
Even more astonishing was that this enigmatic figure before them was a peak master of the Xiantian sect.
How could this be possible? Yet, Wang Feiping held no doubts.
The mere fact that he could command someone as formidable as Su Qiaoen spoke volumes of his capabilities. Yu Qi was utterly frustrated, never expecting that the true master stood before him. He hastily pleaded for mercy, esteemed senior, I was mistaken.
Please grant me another chance. You have slandered my sect's master and sought the Xiantian sect's destruction. How could I let you go?
Su Qiaoen's eyes glinted as she drove her sword into Yu Qi's heart. At that moment, Jin Shiming emerged from the grand hall, cradling his mother's corpse.
His expression changed upon witnessing Su Qiaoen's act, and he rushed forward, asking, what has happened?
Su Yang explained, he spoke ill of me.
And Su Qiaoen could not tolerate it, so she eliminated him.
Jin Shiming's heart sank, and he immediately positioned himself in front of Su Yang, imploring Wang Feiping, elder. Though I am unaware of the specifics, Su Yang is my friend, and I am willing to bear the consequences for him. He feared that his loyalty might earn the elder's displeasure, potentially leading to his expulsion from Jin Tianmen.
To his surprise, Wang Feiping responded with indignation, Yu Qi,
taking advantage of his status as a disciple, has acted with arrogance and provocation, unworthy of being a member of Jin Tianmen.
Your friend is blameless.
Yu Qi has only received his just deserts.
Jin Shiming was taken aback, astonished by the elder's fairness and clarity in distinguishing right from wrong.
He felt a wave of relief wash over him.
Wang Feiping dared not linger, fearing he might meet a similar fate as Yu Qi,
and swiftly summoned the disciples to depart.
After bidding farewell to Su Yang and Jin Shiming, Su Qiaoen continued onward with Su Yang. 3 days later, they arrived in Jinhang City, a realm of mortals and the very place where Su Yang had first entered this world. However,
they soon discovered that a considerable number of cultivators had gathered in Jinhang City. Peak Master, while mortals may occasionally host cultivators, the sheer number here suggests something amiss.
Su Qiaoen observed.
They are likely drawn here by the secret realm, Su Yang conjectured.
Is this the secret realm mentioned by the esteemed Gui Wuji? Su Qiaoen inquired. Indeed.
According to the location he provided, it lies not far from Jinhang City, Su Yang reflected, pondering what could attract such a multitude of cultivators.
Should we venture to the secret realm first? Su Qiaoen suggested, concerned that the treasures within might be claimed by others.
There's no need to rush. This secret realm opens periodically, and there are still 2 days until it does. Besides, they lack the tokens to unlock the seals, Su Yang reassured her.
His thoughts focused on reuniting with his family. Thus, they entered an inn, drawn by the fragrant aromas.
It was the family business of Su Yang.
Standing at the entrance,
he was overwhelmed with emotion.
After a moment of reflection, he smiled softly and declared, I have returned. With that, he strode inside.
Chapter 79. Only once the bustling tavern continued to thrive, with patrons flowing in and out incessantly.
Su Yang found a secluded corner to sit. A spot once occupied by the revered Xianming.
Back then, he was merely a youth assisting in the tavern. When Xianming was unable to settle his bill, Su Yang, not wishing to impose, treated him to the meal. Thus, the bond between master and disciple was forged.
Shortly thereafter, Xianming took Su Yang to the Xiantian sect. How swiftly time had passed. Reflecting on the past, it had already been a decade. At that moment, a familiar figure caught Su Yang's eye. It was his elder brother, Su Jinyuan. A decade older than Su Yang, he had practically raised him, and now he stood in the prime of his life. "Brother!" Su Yang exclaimed, rising to greet him. "Little brother!" Su Jinyuan replied, his face lighting up with excitement. He hurried over, scrutinizing Su Yang. "You finally returned. You've grown so much." "Yes, I'm back. How are our parents?" Su Yang inquired. The expression on Su Jinyuan's face darkened. Father and mother passed away 3 years ago due to illness. Su Yang was taken aback, feeling a pang of guilt for arriving too late. "They always worried about you. Now that you're back, you should pay your respects to them," Su Jinyuan advised. Indeed, Su Yang nodded. Despite having spent only half a year with the Su family after his arrival, his parents had shown him immense love. He certainly needed to honor their memory. "Who is this?" Su Jinyuan asked, glancing at Su Qiaowen. Just as Su Yang was about to introduce her, Su Jinyuan interjected, "Could she be your sister-in-law?" Su Qiaowen nearly choked with laughter. No. You've misunderstood, brother. She is not your sister-in-law." "Then who is she?" Su Jinyuan pressed. "She is my fellow disciple," Su Yang explained. The family was aware of his relationship with Xin Ming, who had taken him to the Xintian sect, and in the eyes of mortals, cultivators were revered like deities. Upon hearing this, Su Jinyuan immediately adopted a respectful demeanor. "I apologize, esteemed cultivator, I did not mean to offend you. Please forgive me." Not at all, Su Qiaowen replied, careful to maintain her composure before Su Yang's elder brother. "My brother has been under your care all these years. If he has offended you in any way, I hope you will be lenient," Su Jinyuan added. "Not at all," Su Qiaowen thought to herself, "I wouldn't dare to be lenient." At that moment, several figures entered the tavern, all cultivators. Among them was a strikingly beautiful woman. Su Jinyuan was taken aback upon seeing her and exclaimed, "Nianizhou." This name stirred a vague familiarity in Su Yang's mind. He quickly recalled that his family had arranged a betrothal for him. And the name of his betrothed was indeed Nianizhou. However, after his arrival in this world, he had heard that his fiancée had already joined a sect. Thus, he had never met her. He never expected to encounter her upon his return. Su Yang activated his Empyrean vision to assess her. Nianizhou possessed a celestial physique and had reached the 3rd-tier starry radiance realm. Nianizhou approached briskly. "Jiao, what a coincidence. My brother just returned home," Su Jinyuan said joyfully, pointing to Su Yang. "This is my brother, Su Yang, your fiancé. The two of you returning simultaneously is indeed fate." Nianizhou scrutinized Su Yang, her elegant brows furrowing slightly as she spoke with an air of superiority. "I am now a cultivator. We inhabit entirely different worlds. Our engagement is naturally void. I have come back to resolve this matter." Su Jinyuan, hearing this, became displeased. "Jiao, the engagement was arranged by both our parents. How can it be discarded so easily? Moreover, my brother has also entered the sect. He is your equal. Do not deceive me, he bears no trace of cultivation." "He is clearly immortal," Nianizhou retorted sternly. "Why would I deceive you? If you doubt me, ask her, she is my brother's fellow disciple." Su Jinyuan pointed to Su Qiaowen. Given Nianizhou's strength, she could not discern Su Qiaowen's true nature, but the aura of cultivation was unmistakable. She hesitated and asked, "Which sect do you hail from?" Being aware of Nianizhou's status as the fiancée of the Peak Master, Su Qiaowen replied truthfully, "I am a servant from the falling sky peak of the Xintian sect." "A servant?" Nianizhou's eyes glinted with disdain. "I have heard of the Xintian sect. It is merely a second-rate sect. Since you are a servant," she glanced at Su Yang, "you must also be a servant of the Xintian sect. With such a status, how can you claim to be my equal? Do you even know the stature of my sect?" "Do enlighten me," Su Yang said. "I am a core disciple of the Tianjin sect, a renowned establishment. You should be aware of its standing," Nianizhou proclaimed proudly.
As one of the 5 great sects of the southern region, I am indeed aware of it, Su Yang nodded.
Now that you understand the disparity between us, do you still think you are worthy of me? Su Qiaoan could no longer tolerate the condescension. What does it matter if you belong to the Tianjin sect?
The foundation of my Xiantian sect is beyond your comprehension.
It is you who is unworthy. Impudent!
Nianjiao exclaimed, as a core disciple of the Tianjin sect.
How could I be unworthy of a mere servant from a second-rate sect?
You insult me and my sect, apologize at once.
Apologize to you?
Su Qiaoan scoffed dismissively. You lack the qualifications for that. This provoked dissatisfaction among Nianjiao's companions, who began to scold, your Xiantian sect is not even worthy to carry Arijiao's shoes.
Yet you dare speak to her in such a manner? Are you seeking death?
If you do not apologize, it will not only be you who suffers.
Your entire Xiantian sect will bear the consequences. Hurry and apologize.
With narrowed eyes, they assumed a threatening stance, ready to act if no apology was forthcoming. Su Jinyuan became flustered, hastily trying to mediate. Esteemed cultivators, please calm down, let us discuss this amicably.
Silence. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak here?
A disciple from Tianjin scolded sharply.
Su Jinyuan was rendered speechless, intimidated into silence.
It was Nianjiao, however,
who raised her hand, saying, "Enough. The Su and Nian families have been acquaintances for generations. I will overlook today's incident, but the engagement is non-negotiable, it must be annulled." "I agree to annul the engagement," Su Yang declared promptly.
He had no feelings for Nianjiao and had been troubled about how to dissolve the engagement. Now that she had brought it up, he could not have wished for anything more. Seeing Su Yang's readiness to agree, Nianjiao's tone softened.
"As compensation, I can grant you one favor."
She produced a token and handed it to Su Yang. "Should you encounter any trouble, present this token, and I shall assist you once. But it is strictly limited to one time, use it wisely."
To her surprise, Su Yang accepted the token and declared, "I shall use it now." Chapter 80 A grand surprise. Are you going to use it now?
Nianjiao furrowed her brows.
Since you've already spoken your mind, is there any problem with my current use? Su Yang retorted. All right, what do you wish for me to assist you with? Su Yang first posed a question.
You mentioned earlier that I am unworthy of you.
I am curious to know, what kind of man would be deemed worthy in your eyes? Without hesitation, Nianjiao replied.
I possess celestial qualities, being a child of destiny, naturally, only a divine being would be worthy of me.
What if one day you discover that I surpass this divine being? Would you then regret your choice? You surpass a divine being?
Nianjiao laughed upon hearing this.
You are merely a servant from a second-rate sect, yet you dare to claim superiority over a divine being?
The few individuals behind her echoed her laughter,
deeming his words as foolishness. There is nothing impossible in this world. I ask you again, would you regret it? Su Yang pressed on. Nianjiao, I understand that my breaking off our engagement has embarrassed you.
However, this is a world that respects the strong, you must face reality.
If you truly are that exceptional, it would only be my failure for not recognizing your true potential. But that is impossible. Accept the truth and cease your entanglement with me.
She advised with a hint of arrogance.
With your words, I am reassured, Su Yang raised his token and declared. What I request of you is to have no regrets and to sever any ties with me.
As he spoke, he tossed the token back.
You.
Nianjiao's expression soured. A true man can bend and stretch. If you could accept reality and strive to improve yourself, I might regard you with a modicum of respect.
Yet you squander the opportunity one granted you for the sake of your meager pride. Such impulsiveness will only deepen my disappointment in you. You shall achieve nothing in this lifetime. If you do not cherish this, then do as you wish. With that, she turned and walked away. Foolish woman.
She will inevitably regret this, Su Qiaoan huffed in dissatisfaction.
I never expected Nianjiao to become this way.
Brother, do not be disheartened.
There are plenty of fish in the sea. With your qualities, you shall surely find a better partner, Su Jinyuan consoled. Brother, enough about her, let us return home.
Su Yang brushed it off and followed Su Jinyuan back to their house. As they entered, a young girl hurriedly approached them. Upon seeing Su Yang, she paused momentarily.
Father? Who is he?
The girl appeared to be in her late teens, her beauty striking.
Su Yang recognized her as Su Niannian, his own niece,
who was only a few years younger than himself. When he first traversed to this realm, he was just a teenager. And she was merely a child who followed him around. He never imagined she would grow up to be so graceful and lively.
Niannian, can you not recognize him? He is your little uncle, Su Jinyuan introduced with a smile. Little uncle? Su Niannian's eyes lit up. You're back.
That's wonderful. She rushed over and embraced Su Yang, hanging onto him with sheer joy. Su Yang also smiled. Niannian, it has been a decade, I could hardly recognize you.
You have truly blossomed. Little uncle, you have also become increasingly handsome. I heard from father that you were favored by an immortal and went to cultivate with him. You must be quite formidable now, right? Su Niannian asked, her eyes twinkling with curiosity.
Moderately so, most are not my match, Su Yang replied with a light chuckle.
However,
as soon as he spoke, a cold snort echoed, how boastful, you lack even the slightest trace of cultivation yet dare to speak such words. Turning towards the sound, a man emanating an aura of celestial elegance stepped into the hall, his expression stern. A first-rate expert of the bright moon realm, Su Yang discerned at a glance.
Niannian. Who is this? Su Jinyuan asked in confusion.
Father, I forgot to introduce him.
This is Elder Zhou from the Zhini sect.
I encountered him on my travels. And he expressed a desire to take me as his disciple. So I brought him home to share this good news with you, Su Niannian explained.
Peak Master. Zhini sect is a first-rate sect, he is Elder Zhou Hua, Su Qiaoen whispered.
Ah, Elder Zhou, my apologies, Su Jinyuan quickly bowed.
You are Su Niannian's father.
I wish to take your daughter as my disciple, do you consent? Elder Zhou stood with his hands clasped behind his back, posing the question. It is a blessing for her to be favored by an immortal, if she wishes it, I have no objections. To enter the immortal realm is a dream cherished by every mortal, Su Jinyuan replied, his joy uncontainable.
Since there are no objections, I shall take your daughter with me now, Elder Zhou stated eagerly. Wait, Su Niannian interjected. Whom? Elder Zhou looked at her in puzzlement.
Elder Zhou. While I am keen to become your disciple, my little uncle has returned. He is also a cultivator, and I wish to cultivate alongside him, she said,
clinging to Su Yang's arm like she used to.
Elder Zhou frowned. He is deceiving you, he has no cultivation traces and is merely immortal.
My little uncle would never deceive me, would you, little uncle? Su Niannian looked up at Su Yang, seeking confirmation. Of course not, Su Yang nodded slightly.
At the same time, he activated his Empyrean vision and was astonished to discover that Su Niannian possessed exquisite divine bones, second only to supreme divine bones. His niece had indeed surprised him greatly. You claim to be a cultivator, then tell me, from which sect do you hail? Elder Zhou questioned coldly. The falling sky peak of the Xiantian sect, Su Yang replied.
The Xiantian sect?
Elder Zhou sneered upon hearing this.
I have heard of it.
Your sect master is Qi Bai Xian, who would still bow to me. I also heard that among your 7 peaks, there is one useless peak master, Falling Sky Peak. So it is you, it seems you are even more incompetent than the rumors suggest. Su Niannian immediately protested, you shall not speak ill of my little uncle. I speak only the truth, the reason he became peak master is sheer luck.
If you follow him in cultivation, it would be akin to ruining your future.
Elder Zhou asserted. He is my little uncle, and I want to follow him.
You speak poorly of him, I do not like you. And I refuse to be your disciple. Leave at once. Su Niannian declared, her face stern. It is a privilege that I take an interest in you. Whether you wish to follow or not is irrelevant.
Elder Zhou retorted coldly.
Why are you so domineering? I said I won't follow. Su Niannian protested.
This is not up to you, if you refuse, I shall annihilate your entire family. Elder Zhou glared menacingly.
Chapter 81, the ancestor must bow in reverence. Su Yang's expression instantly turned cold. Dare to annihilate my Su family?
You seek death. Zhou Chanhua scoffed, with you. A mere waste, how dare you boast before me?
allow me to demonstrate the chasm that lies between us.
As he spoke, he unleashed his aura, revealing a majestic lunar silhouette behind him, imposing and formidable.
Su Jinyuan and Su Nianyan trembled in fear.
Su Yang's gaze sharpened, just as he was about to act.
Su Qiaowen interjected, "Peak Master, allow me to handle this scoundrel."
Very well,
Su Yang nodded. Stepping forward, Su Qiaowen positioned herself protectively in front of Su Yang and his daughter, who finally breathed a sigh of relief. You threaten to extinguish an entire family simply because they refuse to acknowledge you as a master? Is this the true face of your Zhini sect? Su Qiaowen spoke coldly. And who might you be? Zhou Changhua inquired.
I am a mere servant disciple of the falling sky peak of the Shantian sect.
Su Qiaowen replied with a hint of pride.
She had previously introduced herself in this manner before Nianizhao, and Su Yang had shown no objection, signifying her transition from a preparatory servant to a formally recognized one. A lowly servant dares to act so brazenly before me, utterly ignorant of your station, Zhou Changhua sneered, waving his hand dismissively. He had expected to easily dispatch her, only to find her unscathed.
How could you withstand my attack? Zhou Changhua exclaimed in disbelief.
Merely a crescent moon realm, and you dare to make threats, Su Qiaowen retorted casually, unleashing an invisible strike that sent Zhou Changhua flying.
He landed on the ground, spitting blood. Who are you, truly?
Zhou Changhua asked, astonished.
As a second-rank crescent moon realm cultivator, he could easily injure those at least of 7th rank or above.
Such a formidable opponent could not possibly be a mere servant.
I have already stated, I am a servant of Falling Sky Peak. If you cannot even defeat me, how dare you mock my Peak Master, you disgraceful fool? Su Qiaowen taunted.
Zhou Changhua rose, staring intently at Su Qiaowen.
You cannot be a servant, state your name.
Listen closely, I am Su Qiaowen.
Su Qiaowen? Zhou Chanhua's expression changed, exclaiming, "You are the Vice Master of the Fuyo Pavilion." This was a top-tier expert of the Liang realm. I am no longer a disciple of the Fuyo Pavilion. I am now merely a servant of Falling Sky Peak in the Xiantian sect, Su Qiaowen reiterated.
Zhou Changhua fell silent.
A Liang realm expert had descended to serve as a mere servant in a second-rate sect. What was she thinking?
Su Qiaowen, regardless of your status at Falling Sky Peak, even though I may not be your match, you should refrain from meddling in this matter lest you attract trouble, Zhou Changhua warned.
Are you threatening me? What can your Zhini sect possibly do to me? Su Qiaowen scoffed.
I cannot contend with you, but the Zhini sect is now an affiliated sect of the Baijian Pavilion.
To be frank, members of the Baijian Pavilion are currently in Jinhang City. If you harm me, you will offend the Baijian Pavilion. Do you believe you can withstand the wrath of the divine sect? Zhou Changhua demanded. The Baijian Pavilion? Su Qiaowen was momentarily taken aback.
Now you understand the gravity of the situation, Zhou Changhua smirked coldly.
Peak Master, how should we proceed? Su Qiaowen turned to Su Yang.
For the Baijian Pavilion and Xiantian sect shared a significant rapport, with their ancestor even assisting in guarding the sect.
Zhou Changhua, thinking she was intimidated, arrogantly declared. What use is it to ask him?
Just apologize to me and promise not to interfere, and I shall let this matter slide. Su Yang had not anticipated that the Baijian Pavilion's members had also arrived in Jinhang City, evidently all drawn by the allure of the secret realm. After a moment of contemplation, he commanded, have him summon the members of the Baijian Pavilion.
Understood, Su Qiaowen replied, addressing Zhou Changhua.
Our Peak Master wishes to see the members of the Baijian Pavilion, you will summon them.
Who does he think he is to warrant a meeting with the Baijian Pavilion?
Zhou Changhua began to scoff, but before he could finish, Su Qiaowen dashed before him and seized his throat.
Do not make me repeat myself. Summon the members of the Baijian Pavilion, or you will die. Su Qiaowen's expression was icy, her grip tightening around Zhou Changhua's neck until he could barely breathe. All right. I will call them. Zhou Changhua quickly conceded.
Only then did Su Qiaowen release her hold, coldly commanding, now leave. Zhou Changhua fled in haste.
Su Nianyan clapped her hands, exclaiming, Sister, you are amazing.
Su Qiaowen smiled slightly, oh, it is nothing, my abilities are nothing compared to our Peak Master.
Really? My uncle is even more powerful than you? Su Nianyan asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement.
Indeed, in the southern domain, there is no one more formidable than him.
Su Qiaowen spoke with genuine admiration. Uncle, so you are this powerful. You must teach me, I want to be as formidable as you. Su Niannian urged eagerly.
Very well.
Su Yang replied with a smile.
Meanwhile, by a lakeside pavilion in Jinhang City, a young man sat, possessing striking features with sword-like brows and starry eyes.
At that moment,
he was playing the guqin, the enchanting melodies infused with an ethereal sword intent that stirred the hearts of listeners. Behind him stood a beautiful woman. None other than Nianni Jiao, who gazed at him with deep admiration in her eyes.
It was well known that the Baijian pavilion had two prodigious sons.
One was the young master Gu Chanye, who had recently met an untimely demise. The other was the present figure, Jin Xingyang, who was known for his humility and grace, and reportedly held the favor of their ancestor.
Had he not been so low-key, wholly devoted to the path of the sword and uninterested in fame or power?
Perhaps the future heir of the Baijian pavilion would not have been Gu Chanye. This was the man Nianni Jiao admired. Even a single hair of Su Yang could not compare. As Jin Xingyang concluded his piece, Nianni Jiao clapped her hands like a starstruck fan, exclaiming, "Sword brother!"
That was magnificent.
Jin Xingyang humbly replied, "I merely indulged in some frivolity, forgive me for my lack of skill." "Not at all, your guqin skills rival your swordsmanship. I believe that in the near future, you shall inherit your family's legacy and become the foremost sword cultivator in the southern domain," Nianni Jiao said enviously.
The foremost sword cultivator in the southern domain?
Jin Xingyang thought to himself with a bitter smile, feeling that hope was beyond his reach. He had heard from the pavilion master that a genius with a supreme sword bone had emerged from the Shen-Tian sect.
As if that were not enough.
The young man's master was the peak master of Falling Sky Peak, a figure respected even by their ancestor, an extraordinary individual indeed.
Furthermore, their ancestor,
alongside the ancestors of the other two divine sects, was guarding the Shen-Tian sect.
Even going so far as to seal off information about the Shen-Tian sect to prevent the other two divine sects from encroaching on their territory.
This demonstrated the depth of this individual's power. It was utterly impossible for him to surpass the disciple of such a master.
Noticing Jin Xingyang's troubled expression, Nianni Jiao asked,
"Sword brother, what troubles you?" Jin Xingyang snapped back to reality, saying, "Nian junior sister, do not speak carelessly. A sword genius has emerged from our southern domain. With him around, I would not dare covet the position of the foremost sword cultivator." Nianni Jiao was taken aback. "Sword brother, you jest. I have not heard of such a person in the southern domain. I would never deceive you. Although he is not yet my equal, he possesses an extraordinary master. It will not be long before he surpasses me."
"Is that so?
I heard that your master personally teaches you. Can his master possibly compare to yours?" Jin Xingyang replied seriously, "Before my master, even he must bow in reverence." Nianni Jiao was utterly astonished.
To make the foremost sword cultivator in the southern domain bow? What terrifying existence could this be? She hurriedly inquired, "Who is this person?"
Chapter 82, The Ghost Truly Cares for You as for this.
I am uncertain.
In truth, Jin Xingyang was aware, yet he had received a directive from the ancestor to never disclose the identity of the eminent person. Especially when it came to the two major sects, anyone who revealed such information would face severe punishment. How did senior brother Jian come to know these details?
Nianni Jiao inquired with curiosity.
I learned it from my ancestral master, he replied.
I see.
I long to meet this extraordinary figure.
Receiving his guidance would undoubtedly be immensely beneficial.
Nianni Jiao admired the powerful, and Jin Xingyang's words stirred a yearning within her.
Jin Xingyang too wished for the counsel of the eminent.
He had heard from Gu Qinglu that the ancestor had achieved a breakthrough in cultivation after merely listening to the eminent speak.
At such a high level, every advancement in realm was exceedingly arduous.
The fact that merely a discourse could facilitate the ancestor's breakthrough spoke volumes of the eminent's extraordinary capabilities.
Senior brother Jian,
perhaps you could persuade your ancestor to introduce us, so we might behold the eminent's grandeur, Nianni Jiao suggested.
My ancestor has stated that the eminent is quite low-key and dislikes being disturbed. A presumptuous introduction would only incite his displeasure.
Very well then.
Nianni Jiao's expression fell slightly.
In order to prevent her from probing further, Jin Xingyang shifted the conversation. By the way, I hear this is your hometown, and you have an engagement.
Did you just go to annul it?
It infuriates me. That fellow has also joined a celestial sect and boasts that I will regret it, Nianijao replied.
Her expression sour. Since he dares to say such things, he must have some confidence, right? What confidence?
He is merely a menial disciple of a second-rate sect, foolishly aspiring to compare himself to a divine son.
Is it not laughable?
Ah, this person seems rather intriguing.
Which sect does he belong to?
Jian Xingyang inquired with interest.
Seems to be from the Xiantian sect, Nianijao mused. The Xiantian sect? Jian Xingyang paused momentarily.
Yes, you are familiar with them?
Nianijao asked. I have heard of them. What is the name of this menial disciple you speak of?
Jian Xingyang feigned casual curiosity. His name is Su Yang, a menial disciple of the falling sky peak.
You wouldn't happen to know him, would you?
Jian Xingyang's heart sank. He realized that this was no mere menial disciple but indeed the eminent individual.
Nianijao had an engagement with the eminent and yet lamented the annulment.
If she were to discover the truth, her regret would be profound indeed.
How could I possibly know him? Jian Xingyang forced a smile. I knew it. How could a person like him possibly be known to senior brother Jian? You do not understand how odious he is.
I intended to compensate him kindly by promising to assist him with a task, yet he rejected me for the sake of his paltry pride. Once he realizes the harsh realities of the cultivation world, he will surely regret it.
Nianijiao's frustration was palpable.
Jian Xingyang found himself at a loss for words and could only respond vaguely, let bygones be bygones.
Nianijao nodded, I certainly will not hold it against him.
Given the disparity between us, he can only look up to me, and we shall have no further interactions. Jian Xingyang shook his head inwardly, thinking, Nianijao,
you have no idea what a monumental opportunity you have missed. At that moment, a figure approached on a flying sword. It was Zhou Changhua. Greetings, divine son of the sword.
He landed before them and bowed respectfully.
You are Elder Zhou of the True One sect? You are injured? Jian Xingyang asked, slightly surprised.
I just encountered a fiery sun realm cultivator and was unfortunately gravely wounded, Zhou Changhua replied.
Jian Xingyang furrowed his brow. The secret realm was about to open, and many powerful figures were gathering in Jinhang City.
However, your True One sect is an affiliated sect of my sword sect. Even if the opponent is a fiery sun realm cultivator, they should understand the consequences.
Did you not convey this to them? I certainly did.
But they disregarded my sword sect, Zhou Changhua said. They even boasted that they wanted you to meet them in person.
Who dares to be so arrogant?
Nianijao exclaimed in surprise.
Even the usually composed Jian Xingyang's expression hardened.
In the southern region, no one dares to look down upon my sword sect.
Do they truly believe themselves formidable simply because they are in the fiery sun realm?
If they wish for me to meet them, then I shall oblige.
Zhou Changhua's face lit up at his words. I will lead the way.
I will accompany you, senior brother, to see who is so audacious, Nianijao declared.
Very well. Jian Xingyang nodded in agreement.
He then produced a flying sword, gracefully leaping onto it.
Do you know the identity of this person?
Zhou Changhua responded, she is Su Qiaoen, the vice master of the Fuyou Pavilion, but she claims to be a menial disciple of Falling Sky Peak.
What? Jian Xingyang's legs weakened,
and he fell from the flying sword with a thud.
The two were taken aback. Senior brother, what is the matter?
Nianijao rushed to assist him.
I am fine, Jian Xingyang stammered, sweat beading on his forehead. This is akin to the flood overwhelming the Dragon King's temple. If the ancestor discovers that I sought the eminent for a confrontation, I shall be flayed alive. Damn Zhou Changhua, does he wish to bring about my demise? Senior brother, do you feel unwell? Nianijao noticed Jian Xingyang's unusual demeanor and inquired with concern. Not merely unwell, my very soul feels threatened. Jian Xingyang thought to himself. Nian Shimi. Upon reflection, this is a matter for my sword sect.
You need not accompany me, I will handle it myself.
Are you worried about causing me trouble? Thank you for your concern, senior brother.
Nian Jiao felt a surge of delight and declared, however, I have already annulled my engagement with that person.
He is of no consequence to me. Even if he were to kneel and plead for assistance from his peak master, I would not acquiesce. Rest assured, senior brother. I will undoubtedly stand by your side. Devil take your concern for me. I do not wish to be flayed by the ancestor.
Jian Xingyang felt a mixture of despair and frustration. Suddenly, he hardened his expression. I have stated that this is a matter for my sword sect. We do not require the involvement of your Tianjin sect, please show restraint.
Senior brother.
Nian Jiao was momentarily taken aback.
We are leaving. Jian Xingyang quickly took Zhou Chanhua and departed with haste.
Nian Jiao stood rooted to the spot, her brow furrowed.
Why has senior brother become so strange? Could it be he is jealous?
Her expression softened into a smile, realizing, no wonder he reacted so strongly upon hearing about the Xintian sect. It appears he has had feelings for me all along.
His desire to keep me from following must stem from wanting to confront Su Yang, this rival.
But surely he would not harm Su Yang out of anger. Although I harbor no feelings for Su Yang, our families share a long-standing friendship. The Su family once rendered kindness to the Nian family. My father only agreed to the engagement to repay that kindness.
After some contemplation,
Nian Jiao ultimately decided to visit the Su family.
Chapter 83, Attack me with all your might at this moment. Zhou Changhua, accompanied by Jian Xingyang,
arrived above the Su residence.
Jian Godchild, they are right below.
I beseech you to stand up for me, Zhou Changhua implored earnestly.
First,
tell me how you came to be at odds with them, Jian Xingyang replied, not in haste to descend, wishing to grasp the situation first.
Well,
Zhou Changhua faltered, struggling to find his words. Jian Xingyang's expression hardened as he warned, Zhou Elder, it would be wise not to withhold anything, otherwise you shall bear the consequences. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Changhua began to explain. Truth be told, I inadvertently discovered a young girl possessing an extraordinary constitution. I intended to take her as my disciple, and she had initially agreed. However, her uncle, the useless master of the falling sky peak from the Xintian sect, persuaded her to train under him with sweet words. Such a worthless individual would only ruin her. I tried to dissuade her.
But that man had Su Qiaowen severely injure me. How outrageous!
His indignation grew, painting a stark contrast to the truth. Jian Xingyang knew well that true masters usually remained low-key and never instigated disputes.
Zhou Changhua was certainly not being truthful.
This scoundrel! Had I not known the identity of the master, he would have surely caused me great harm this time, Jian Xingyang seethed inwardly, his countenance darkening.
Yet, he refrained from revealing Su Yang's identity and simply said, go meet him.
Seeing Jian Xingyang's displeased expression, Zhou Changhua mistakenly assumed that he had gained his trust,
and joyfully led Jian Xingyang down on their swords.
Meanwhile, Su Yang sat leisurely in a small courtyard, savoring tea, accompanied by Su Jinyuan and Su Nianyan.
Su Jinyuan's heart was heavy with worry, utterly devoid of any inclination to enjoy tea.
In stark contrast, Su Nianyan wore a carefree smile, seemingly unfazed by the impending storm. This tea is delightful, Su Yang remarked, taking a gentle sip and revealing a contented smile.
Brother, are you truly confident? Su Jinyuan inquired with concern. Father, didn't Sister Su say that her uncle is the most formidable master in the southern region? What is there to worry about? Su Nianyan replied dismissively. Su Jinyuan shot her an exasperated glare.
Though a mortal, he possessed a modicum of understanding. The longer one practiced cultivation, the stronger one became. He had heard tales of some immortals who had cultivated for hundreds of years, while his brother had only been away from home for a decade. How could he possibly compare to those ancient beings? It was clear his brother was merely trying to ease his worries, and only this naive girl could be so oblivious.
After pondering for a moment, Su Jinyuan suggested, Brother, perhaps you should take Nianyan and leave first. Just then, Su Qiaowen, standing behind Su Yang, interjected, Master, they have arrived.
A sudden rush of air filled the sky.
They have come so soon. Su Jinyuan looked up, his heart sinking immediately.
Su Yang activated his Imperial Master SI to assess the situation, middle grade sword bone, 10th grade Hagyue realm. This must be another godchild from the sword offering pavilion. He recalled Su Jianfeng praising this individual, requesting guidance from him. "How handsome," Su Niannian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at Jian Xingyang, only to quickly add,
"But my uncle is still more handsome."
In no time, the two descended to the ground. Zhou Chanhua immediately shouted, "This is Jian Xingyang,
the godchild of the sword offering pavilion.
I have brought him here, you still have time to apologize." Jian Xingyang raised his voice, commanding, "Kneel."
"Did you hear that? The godchild commands you to kneel. What are you waiting for?"
Zhou Changhua bellowed, striking a pose of authority. Unbeknownst to him, Jian Xingyang swiftly struck out,
causing Zhou Changhua's legs to buckle in pain, forcing him to kneel. "Godchild, what is the meaning of this?" Zhou Changhua asked in astonishment. Ignoring him,
Jian Xingyang himself knelt and respectfully addressed Su Yang. Junior Jian Xingyang pays his respects to Master Su.
Zhou Changhua was taken aback. What was happening? How could the illustrious godchild of a supreme sect bow to the master of a second-rate sect?
"I have heard Su speak of you. You surpass Gu Changye by a great deal," Su Yang casually remarked as he sipped his tea.
"Master Su, you flatter me. My ancestor has said that Master Su is a prominent figure of our time."
"It is an honor for him to serve as a guardian for Master Su at the Xiantian sect," Jian Xingyang responded with reverence.
Zhou Changhua was left utterly bewildered.
The foremost sword cultivator of the southern region, serving as a guardian for the Xiantian sect?
Was he hearing correctly? Su Yang inquired, "Aside from your sword offering pavilion, have the people from the Medicine King Valley and the Golden Sky sect arrived as well?" "The Golden Sky sect is currently undergoing internal restructuring and has not sent anyone.
As for the Medicine King Valley, Zhang Yufeng is here. If he knew Master Su was present, he would surely come to pay his respects," Jian Xingyang replied.
"Are you all here for the secret realm?" Su Yang continued. "Indeed.
It is rumored that a precious item is hidden within this secret realm, attracting many cultivators."
Jian Xingyang confirmed. "If this treasure is so rare, why not send more formidable experts?"
"Master Su, you may not be aware, but there are restrictions in this secret realm. Only cultivators below the Liang realm may enter."
Su Yang raised an eyebrow at this revelation. Did that mean he would be restricted as well? However,
since the seal of this secret realm was personally laid by Gue Wuji, and he possessed the token gifted by him, he should not be affected. Having contemplated this, Su Yang turned his attention back to Zhou Changhua. "This man sought to annihilate my entire family, how shall we deal with him?"
"What? He wishes to exterminate Master Su's entire family?"
Jian Xingyang was instantly enraged, scolding Zhou Changhua fiercely, "What did you just tell me?" Faced with the exposure of his deceit, Zhou Changhua hurriedly pleaded, "Godchild, I realize my error. Please forgive me, I assure you I shall never dare again."
"Another time?"
Jian Xingyang's expression hardened. "From this moment forth, your Zheni sect is no longer a subsidiary of the Sword Offering Pavilion, and you shall pay the price for this." With that, he raised his hand and summoned a sword.
Zhou Changhua's face turned ashen. "Godchild, please don't."
Jian Xingyang ignored him, his eyes glinting coldly as he swung the sword, delivering a fatal blow. He then knelt again, addressing Su Yang, "This man has offended you and has been dealt with. I hope Master Su can refrain from anger."
"A mere clown, why would I concern myself with him?" Su Yang waved his hand dismissively, redirecting the conversation.
"Earlier, Elder Su requested me to provide you some guidance. Since fate has brought us together here, allow me to witness your swordsmanship."
"Attack me with all your might."
Jian Xingyang, filled with delight, replied, "Thank you, Master Su. I shall not hold back." With that, he manifested a substantial moonlit shadow behind him, his sword intent surging wildly. As his sword intent peaked, Jian Xingyang tightened his grip on the sword, fixating his gaze, and unleashed a full-powered thrust towards Su Yang.
Just at that moment,
Nian Yi arrived, her face paling in shock as she cried out, "Brother Jian, don't!"
Chapter 84, "Oh, this woman is relentless." Nian Shimi? Jian Xingyang was momentarily taken aback, instinctively retracting his offensive stance.
Nian Jiao let out a sigh of relief, her sword descending gracefully as she expressed her gratitude, "Thank you,
Brother Jian, for showing mercy." "Mercy? Surely she doesn't believe I intended to kill Master Su?" Jian Xingyang couldn't help but feel amused. however, recalling the command from the ancestor. He refrained from offering an explanation and simply inquired, "Did I not instruct you not to come? Why have you followed me? Brother Jian, please do not be angry. Although he and I have annulled our engagement, his family has shown kindness to my Nian family. I have come to plead for his life on behalf of my face," Nian Yijiao earnestly requested. Just as he suspected, this misunderstanding had escalated. Jian Qingyang felt exasperated.
Nian Yijiao glanced at Zhou Chenghua's lifeless body, her brow furrowing in concern.
They had actually killed Zhou Changhua. No wonder Jian Qingyang was so desperate. This was indeed a grave misstep.
She quickly turned to Su Yang, commanding, "You must kneel and apologize to Brother Jian at once."
Su Yang raised an eyebrow. "You want me to kneel and apologize to him? I am already aware of the situation."
Nian Yijiao pointed at Su Qiaoen, declaring, "She is not merely a servant, she is Su Qiaoen, the vice leader of the Fuyo Pavilion.
No wonder you were so audacious before me. It seems she is your backing. But do you understand? Even the Fuyo Pavilion cannot provoke the Baijin Pavilion.
You had her kill Zhou Changhua. If you do not apologize to Brother Jian, I cannot protect you."
Su Yang frowned slightly, thinking this woman was rather presumptuous. "Nian Yijiao,
cease your words,"
Jian Qingyang interrupted, alarmed. "You want Master Su to kneel and apologize? Are you trying to get me killed?" Yet, Jian Qingyang was reluctant to reveal Su Yang's true identity, which only heightened his anxiety.
However, Nian Yijiao misinterpreted his frustration and attempted to soothe him. "Brother Jian, indeed they are at fault this time. I will ensure they apologize to you and provide appropriate compensation until you are satisfied." With that, she glared at Su Yang, urging,
"Hurry and kneel to apologize. Do you wish to live?"
Su Yang replied nonchalantly, "You may ask him if he dares to accept my apology."
"Nian Yijiao," she exclaimed sharply, "can you not suppress your pitiful pride? Do you even comprehend the significance of the Baijin Pavilion? Not only your Zhuantiangong, but the entire Fuyo Pavilion could be easily obliterated. Do you understand?"
Su Nian retorted, "Nian Yijiao, I have tolerated you for long enough.
Since you have broken off your engagement with my uncle, why meddle further? Besides,
my uncle is the most formidable person in the entire southern region, and the Brother Jian you speak of must bow before him."
Nian Yijiao, incensed, shot back, "Su Yang, is this how you deceive your niece?"
"My uncle has not deceived me. If you doubt it, ask him."
Su Nian pointed at Jian Qingyang. Jian Qingyang felt utterly vexed. If he admitted it, it would expose Master Su's identity. Would the ancestor not flay his skin alive? Just as he was at a loss. Su Yang interjected, "Nian Yijiao, did we not agree to sever all ties? Have you forgotten? Do you think I wish to be here?"
"I came to help you out of gratitude for the kindness your Su family once showed my Nian family," Nian Yijiao retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Su Qiaoen.
"Otherwise, a man like you who relies on women does not merit a second glance from me. Mind your tongue." Su Qiaoen snapped coldly. "Have I spoken incorrectly? If you had no interest in him, would the esteemed vice leader of the Fuyo Pavilion willingly assist him? Now I understand why he so readily agreed to the annulment.
He had already sought your favor." Initially, Nian Yijiao felt a pang of guilt. Now, she regarded Su Yang with even more disdain.
A dog cannot spit out ivory. Suddenly, Su Qiaoen lunged forward, delivering a sharp slap across Nian Yijiao's face. "You dare strike me?" Nian Yijiao seethed with fury. "Do not merely strike you. Should you speak out of turn again, I will kill you." Su Qiaoen responded icily,
feeling the murderous intent radiating from her. Nian Yijiao felt a chill run down her spine, yet her anger only intensified, her beautiful face turning an ashen shade.
"You will regret this." She then addressed Jian Qingyang.
"Brother Jian, I shall not involve myself further."
"Who the hell needs your involvement?" Jian Qingyang wished fervently to silence Nian Yijiao. Yet, she continued, approaching him with a lowered voice, "Brother Jian, I know you are very angry, but Su Qiaoen is at the Liang realm. We are no match for her. It would be wise for us to leave." "Leave? Not a chance.
Had you not interfered, I would have already received guidance from Master Su."
Jian Qingyang's expression hardened. "You must go."
"Brother Jian, do not act impulsively, you are not her opponent," Nian Yijiao urged gently.
I said leave. Jian Xingyang snapped impatiently. Brother Jian. Get lost. He bellowed in anger.
Nian Jiao furrowed her brows, deducing that Jian Xingyang wished to avoid entangling her further.
Yet, how could she abandon him and leave alone?
Resolutely, she declared, Brother Jian, I am willing to remain by your side, come what may.
Oh, the torment. This woman is truly unyielding.
Jian Xingyang could no longer endure it. He pointed his sword at Nian Jiao. I shall say this once more, leave immediately.
Otherwise, do not expect me to show you mercy.
To his surprise, Nian Jiao was not angered but rather moved. His apparent ruthlessness in not wanting to implicate her was what endeared him to her. This was the man she admired.
Responsible and steadfast, unlike Su Yong, who merely hid behind women.
Very well, I shall take my leave, Nian Jiao acquiesced, taking to her sword and departing.
Aware that she could not persuade Jian Xingyang otherwise, she resolved to seek help.
Brother Jian, await me, I will ensure your safety.
With a sigh of relief, Jian Xingyang remarked, Master Su.
Your decision to annul the engagement was indeed wise.
Su Yang replied, it seems she holds quite a fascination for you. Jian Xingyang hastily responded, Master Su, do not jest. I am but an unworthy junior.
Su Nian scoffed, a woman so self-important as her, whoever marries her will surely face misfortune.
Uncle, in the future,
be discerning in your choice of women, do not let such a woman become my aunt.
Enough of her, continue, Su Yang urged, prompting Jian Xingyang to renew his attack.
Meanwhile, after Nian Jiao departed, she soared beyond Jinhang City, arriving at a mountain peak where a congregation of cultivators had gathered.
Representatives from the Baijin Pavilion, Yaowang Valley, and Tianjing sect were present.
These three esteemed sects had not only sent their most promising disciples but also a Liang realm expert to ensure the safety of their juniors.
Among them, the head of the Jijiantang from Baijin Pavilion, Zhao Wenjian, the head of the Tianyatang from Yaowang Valley, Su Tsanghai,
and the head of the Zhuzhentang from Tianjing sect, Sun Shizhen, sat together, engaged in lively conversation, exuding camaraderie. At that moment, Sun Shizhen suddenly inquired. I heard previously that your two sects have had some disputes with the Xuantiangong over a matter, is that true? Chapter 85, simply displeased with your disciple Zhao Wenjian and Su Tsanghai exchanged glances.
Su Tsanghai chuckled and denied, Brother Sun, our sects have always maintained a good relationship.
Where did you hear such rumors? Sun Shizhen replied, I learned it by chance. It is said that Xuantianzong has obtained a treasure from an ancient secret realm. And not only did your two sects fall out over the secret realm, but dozens of sects were also annihilated.
It seems even Jintianmen was implicated.
Purely fictitious. You believe such hearsay, Brother Sun?
Zhao Wenjian laughed. Seeing you two at such ease, I naturally do not believe it. However, I have received another piece of news.
Sun Shizhen turned to Su Tsanghai. I heard your valley master has recovered from his injuries, treated by a mysterious expert? Su Tsanghai replied nonchalantly, that is indeed the case.
But this expert is very enigmatic.
I am unaware of his identity, and the valley master has not disclosed any information.
Is that so?
Sun Shizhen displayed a hint of skepticism.
What do you imply? Do you think I would deceive you?
Su Tsanghai retorted, somewhat displeased.
Ah, Brother Su, do not take offense. I am merely curious.
After all, it is quite unusual for such a mysterious figure to appear in our southern region. If we fail to ascertain his identity and inadvertently offend him, it could lead to trouble. Zhao Wenjian waved his hand, reassuringly stating, rest assured, Brother Sunday.
That expert operates discreetly and is unlikely to attract trouble.
That is true. The southern region is neither too large nor too small. It is difficult to encounter such an expert, let alone offend him, unless we are exceedingly unfortunate. As Sun Shizhen finished speaking, Nian Jiao arrived, flying in on her sword.
Appearing flustered. Disciple pays respects to master.
Nian Jiao respectfully bowed to Sun Shizhen.
Sun Shizhen smiled and inquired, have you resolved your marriage issue?
My marriage has been settled. But I am now faced with a troublesome matter, Nian Jiao replied.
What trouble? Sun Shizhen asked. This matter concerns the Baijin Pavilion.
Nian Jiao glanced at Zhao Wenjian.
Concerning us?
Please, enlighten me, Zhao Wenjian said with curiosity.
This is a long story.
I implore Hall Master Zhao to visit the Su family promptly to rescue Brother Jian.
Qing Yang is in trouble? Zhao Wenjian's expression grew tense.
Vice Master Su Qiaowen of Fuyo Pavilion has killed Elder Zhou of Zhini sect.
And now Brother Jian seeks revenge for Elder Zhou. However, Su Qiaowen is at the Liryang realm.
I advised Brother Jian to refrain from acting impulsively.
But he would not listen and even drove me away.
Hall Master Zhao, you must hurry, I fear for Brother Jian's safety, Niani Zhou said quickly.
Zhao Wenjian was taken aback. Su Qiaowen is now a servant at Falling Sky Peak and is under Master Su's command. How could Qing Yang seek revenge on her? Did he drive you away? Could it be? Master Su has arrived. Zhao Wenjian hurriedly inquired, who is Su Qiaowen with?
To my shame,
I am unsure how she has become entangled with my former fiancé,
a servant at Falling Sky Peak of Zuantianzone. For him, Su Qiaowen has dared to offend the Bai Jin Pavilion, and I nearly lost my life at her hands. Niani Zhao revealed, her anger flaring.
How outrageous! Su Qiaowen has become reckless, daring to act against you? Sun Qizhan's expression darkened. Zhao Wenjian and Su Songhai shared a knowing glance, both convinced. That person must be Master Su.
Only he could instigate such audacity in Su Qiaowen. Who would have thought he had also arrived? Even more surprising is that the person Niani Zhao wishes to break her engagement with is Master Su. She surely does not know his true identity, otherwise she would not dare to sever the engagement. What a pity for such a promising opportunity. Brother Zhao, there is no time to lose.
We must confront Su Qiaowen and settle this matter, Sun Qizhan insisted eagerly.
Unexpectedly, Zhao Wenjian remained calm and waved his hand.
Brother Sun, remain composed.
I believe Qing Yang can resolve this matter, there is no need for us to intervene. If we go, it would only reveal that Master Su is the enigmatic expert.
Should our ancestor find out, I would certainly be doomed.
Brother Zhao, although Jian Qingyang is talented in the sword arts, he is still at the Haoyue realm. One level below Su Qiaowen. I fear he may not be able to handle it, Sun Qizhan expressed concern. I have faith that there will be no issue. Brother Sun need not worry.
Has he perhaps broken through to the Liryang realm?
Perhaps.
If Qing Yan were to receive guidance from Master Su, he might well have advanced.
Zhao Wenjian felt a surge of anticipation. Sun Qizhan, however, found this reasoning perplexing. Breaking through is one matter, not breaking through is another.
What do you mean by perhaps?
Senior Zhao, I can assure you that Brother Jian has not yet broken through. You should hurry and check on him, he is truly in danger, Niani Zhao urged urgently. Even if he has not broken through, it is no concern of yours.
Why are you so worried?
Zhao Wenjian, having learned of Niani Zhao's broken engagement with Master Su,
remarked curtly.
This displeased Sun Qizhan, who scolded, my disciple is merely concerned, why do you not appreciate her intentions?
Brother Sun, I must say, your disciple is merely a nuisance.
She will inevitably bring trouble to your Tianzhang sect. It would be wise to expel her from the sect, Zhao Wenjian argued.
How outrageous! Zhao Wenjian, are you being unreasonable? Do you think my Tianjing sect is easy to bully?
Sun Qizhan shouted angrily.
Am I being unreasonable?
Su brother,
do you think I am correct?
I believe your words are still too lenient. If she were my disciple, I would not only expel her from the sect, but I would also strip her of her cultivation. The two men exchanged barbs, inciting Sun Qizhan's fury.
You are crossing the line.
Niani Zhao could no longer contain herself.
Senior Zhao, Senior Su, have I offended you in any way?
Zhao Wenjian replied nonchalantly, I have already stated, I am simply displeased with you.
Su Songhai added.
Brother Zhao and I share a similar sentiment, I too find your face exceedingly irksome. Niani Zhao felt deeply aggrieved.
Is my appearance truly so detestable? Very well, Zhao Wenjian. Su Songhai, you are clearly intent on clashing with my Tianjing sect. I shall remember this grievance, Sun Qizhan declared coldly.
We shall take our leave. With that, he stormed away. At last, they have been driven off, Zhao Wenjian chuckled. I wonder if Sun Qizhan would faint if he knew the expert he mentioned was the one his disciple wished to break her engagement with, Su Songhai teased. Let us not concern ourselves with them, we must pay our respects to Master Su without delay. Indeed, we must not be negligent.
The two promptly led their disciples toward the Su family. Chapter 86. The esteemed master is nearby. Meanwhile, after leaving, Sun Shizhen felt increasingly uneasy. Although he had not forged a deep bond with the two individuals, they were all members of the divine sect, and one would expect a semblance of decorum to be upheld. Yet, they had openly disparaged his disciple without any regard, which was utterly illogical. He could not help but inquire, "Yijiao, are you certain you did not offend them?"
"Master, they are all esteemed seniors of the divine sect."
"How could I possibly offend them?" Yijiao replied, feeling quite vexed.
Throughout her life, her appearance and demeanor had garnered admiration wherever she went. Yet today marked the first time she faced such disdain, particularly from two seniors of the sect.
If word of this spread, where would her dignity lie? Could it be that you inadvertently transgressed against them in some way?
Reflect carefully, Sun Shizhen suggested.
Absolutely not.
I merely returned to annul an engagement. I have done nothing else and have had no conflict with their disciples, Yijiao recalled.
Then it is indeed perplexing. Could it simply be that they hold a disdain for your status as my disciple?
Sun Shizhen mused, scrutinizing Yijiao to the point of making her uncomfortable.
Master, you don't think my appearance is the issue, do you?
Yijiao asked, feeling disheartened. Of course not, it is they who lack discernment.
By the way, you mentioned being bullied by Su Qiaoan?
Sun Shizhen shifted the topic. Yes, somehow she has entangled herself with my former fiancé, and in her fury, she struck me.
Yijiao recounted, still feeling the sting on her face, brimming with indignation. How dare she strike you? That is an affront to our Tianjin sect. Sun Shizhen's expression darkened, his pent-up frustration surfacing. Come, let us seek her out and settle this matter.
With that, he stormed off towards the Su residence.
At that moment, within the Su residence's courtyard, Jian Qingyang sat cross-legged, seemingly deep in contemplation after receiving guidance from Su Yang. Meanwhile, Su Yang was in the ancestral hall, paying respects to his parents.
Kneeling on the mat, he bowed 3 times, his expression somber as he gazed at the spirit tablets. Father, mother, forgive me for returning late.
I could not accompany you on your journey.
Do not feel too guilty, from the moment you chose the path of immortality, your parents were prepared for this.
Su Jinyuan comforted, placing a hand on Su Yang's shoulder.
Brother, I wish to be alone for a while, Su Yang replied.
Very well, Su Jinyuan responded,
leading a few others out of the hall.
Outside, Su Qiaoan stood guard.
Before long, she sensed a group of cultivators approaching on swords and reported, Peak Master. The people from the Sword Worship Pavilion and the Medicine King Valley have arrived, they seem to be here to pay their respects.
Pay them no mind. Su Yang replied casually, continuing to honor his parents.
In the skies above the Su residence, Zhao Wenjian and Su Canghai hurriedly arrived with their disciples,
immediately spotting Jian Qingyang in the courtyard.
Qingyang is attempting to break through to the sunlit realm, Zhao Wenjian exclaimed with delight. He must have received guidance from Peak Master Su. Congratulations, Zhao, your sect is about to gain another first-rate master in the sunlit realm. Su Canghai offered his congratulations. Zhao Wenjian laughed heartily, his spirits lifted. Soon, they descended into the courtyard, forming a protective circle around Jian Qingyang. As for Su Yang, he remained inside, and none dared to intrude. After a while, Sun Shizhen and the others also arrived, hovering above the Su residence. Noticing the 2 esteemed members of the divine sect present, he snorted disdainfully. Zhao Wenjian keeps claiming Qingyang can handle it, yet here he is, proving otherwise. Seeing Jian Qingyang unharmed, Yijiao quietly breathed a sigh of relief.
Master, they must have already dealt with Su Qiaoan. Offending the Sword Worship Pavilion, she surely cannot survive.
Sun Shizhen was unsurprised.
Yijiao arched an eyebrow, convinced that Su Yang would likely meet a similar fate.
She had warned him before, but he had not listened, he deserved it. Jian Qingyang has advanced so rapidly to the sunlit realm, Sun Shizhen observed, astonished. After all, Brother Jian is a genius of the sword, Yijiao remarked, a hint of admiration in her eyes.
He truly is the man I have chosen. At that moment, Jian Qingyang suddenly furrowed his brow, a look of anguish crossing his face. Not good.
Zhao Wenjian shouted. Qing Yang is too eager, he is about to fail. It is more than mere failure. It seems he is on the brink of going astray, Su Sanhai noted, sensing the danger. Qing Yang, stop immediately, Zhao Wenjian urged. In his current state, Jian Xingyang could neither halt nor retreat. He was faced with either a successful breakthrough or the peril of losing control. Su Sanhai's tone grew grave. What should we do? Zhao Wenjian was frantic. The consequences of losing control were dire. Su Sanhai was equally at a loss. Master, Brother Jian is about to lose control. You must help him, Yi Jiao implored, equally anxious. Yet, in such a situation, no one could assist him, he could only rely on himself. However, given his condition, the odds of a successful breakthrough seemed negligible. Suddenly, Jian Xingyang coughed up blood, his aura becoming chaotic. Xingyang! Zhao Wenjian called out. Jian Xingyang did not respond. His body trembled slightly. Curse it! It is all my fault for being too impatient, I should have been steadier. Yet, it was too late for regrets. He felt immense frustration at his predicament. What a pity, the sword worship pavilion is about to lose a sword genius, Sun Shizhen lamented. Brother Jian. Yi Jiao's brows knitted tightly. Was the man she had finally set her sights on destined to fall? Just then, a resounding voice echoed, each word imbued with profound wisdom, penetrating Jian Xingyang's ears. Instantly, he felt enlightened, his furrowed brow relaxing, and his aura began to stabilize. Peak Master Su has intervened. Zhao Wenjian exclaimed with joy. I seem to have gained insight as well, this is the essence of the Tao. Su Sanhai exclaimed, both astonished and thrilled. The others, too, benefited and hurriedly sat down to listen. Master, which revered master is imparting wisdom? It sounds so profound, Yi Jiao exclaimed in surprise. It must be that esteemed master, indeed. He is nearby. Everyone, let us descend and listen to the master's teachings, Sun Shizhen urged. Excitement coursing through him as he led his disciples down to the courtyard to join Zhao Wenjian and the others. However, after only a few words, Jian Xingyang suddenly opened his eyes wide, a brilliant light igniting within, and a faint sun-like silhouette manifested behind him. He had finally succeeded in his breakthrough, officially becoming a first-rate master in the sunlit realm. Su Yang ceased his teaching, and the crowd internally lamented, wishing he had continued just a bit longer. Perhaps they too could have achieved a breakthrough. Kneeling on the ground, Jian Xingyang bowed towards the ancestral hall of the Su family, gratefully expressing, Junior thanks Peak Master Su. Yi Jiao was momentarily taken aback. Peak Master? Could it be? Chapter 87, Master, disciple no longer wishes to live. What am I imagining? Aside from Su Yang, who fortuitously became a mere servant disciple in a second-rate sect, the Su family possesses no other cultivators. Moreover, how could someone capable of articulating profound truths possibly belong to the Su family? Nian Jiao dismissed this absurd conjecture. Xingyang, congratulations on your breakthrough. Our sword-bowing pavilion has gained another practitioner of the fierce sun realm, ha ha. Zhao Wenjian laughed heartily, his joy evident. To my shame. Had it not been for Master Su's timely intervention, I would have likely fallen into madness, Jian Xingyang said with a bitter smile. The Master Su you speak of. Is he the enigmatic figure of great prowess? Is he from the Su family? Sun Shizhen inquired eagerly. Jian Xingyang suddenly realized that members of the Tianjin sect were present, and inwardly cursed his carelessness for nearly revealing Master Su's identity. Fortunately, Nian Jiao came to his aid, replying, Master, you misunderstand. I am acquainted with everyone from the Su family, and aside from Su Yang, the servant disciple, they are merely sharing the same surname. Jian Xingyang quickly added. Junior sister Nian is indeed exceptionally astute. Nian Jiao smiled happily, thanking Jian Xixiang for the compliment and congratulating him on receiving the favor of a great master. Successfully advancing to the fierce sun realm. Only then did Sun Shizhen dismiss his doubts, asking, Jian Shizizi, could you introduce me to this great master? Senior son. The great master does not appreciate being disturbed. Without his permission, I cannot introduce you, Jian Xingyang refused. I have overstepped, Sun Shizhen acknowledged. Zhao Wenjian promptly shifted the topic, asking, what brings you here? Su Qiaowen bullied my disciple. I intended to settle the score with her but found you had already taken action, Sun Shizhen explained. Zhao Wenjian furrowed his brow, interpreting this as a belief that they had dealt with Su Qiaowen. These two master and disciple truly seemed to court disaster.
Jian Shixiang.
Seeing you unharmed brings me comfort. Niani Jiao gazed at Jian Xingyang with affection. Learning that they had come to confront Master Su, Jian Xingyang felt a surge of disdain. This foolish woman, oblivious to danger, should keep her distance from me.
Just as Jian Xingyang was about to speak, Su Yang and Su Qiaowen approached.
Quite lively here.
Su Yang smiled lightly.
Why are you still here?
Nian Yijiao frowned. This is my home, why should I not be here? You, on the other hand,
have intruded upon my residence without my consent.
We have already annulled our engagement, must you continue to entangle yourself with me?
Su Yang replied with displeasure.
Entangle you? Su Yang, who gave you such confidence?
Allow me to clarify, even if all men were to perish, I would not pursue you.
Moreover, I have someone I admire.
He is 1,000 times superior to you, Niani Jiao scoffed.
1,000 times superior? Su Yang chuckled, unperturbed. I am quite curious about this individual's identity.
Niani Jiao stepped before Jian Xingyang, proudly declaring. My Shixiang is not only the divine son of the sword-bowing pavilion but has also just broken through to the fierce sun realm, receiving guidance from a great master. In comparison, you are like dust to the heavens. Upon hearing this, members of both the sword-bowing pavilion and the Medicine King Valley exchanged peculiar glances. Jian Xingyang was instantly alarmed. This woman must be unhinged, persistently attempting to expose me. He quickly exclaimed, Niani Jiao, do not speak recklessly.
Niani Jiao retorted, Jian Shixiang. Please stop pretending, I already know your feelings for me. My feelings for you?
Jian Xingyang was taken aback, thinking, I have no such intentions toward you.
Indeed. If you did not care for me, why did you earlier attempt to distance me? Your concern has moved me.
Today, let us open our hearts. So he may understand that the man I admire is beyond your reach.
This is outrageous. Jian Xingyang felt an overwhelming urge to weep. The reason I distanced you was to protect Master Su's identity. What kind of twisted logic leads you to believe I have affections for you? Jian Xingyang. Do you have feelings for her?
Zhao Wenjian asked, his tone stern. Jian Xingyang was about to explain but was preempted by Niani Jiao, who interjected, Senior Zhao. I do not understand your prejudice against me, but Jian Shixiang and I share mutual feelings. Though you are the hall master of the sword-bowing pavilion, you have no right to interfere in our affairs.
Enough. Jian Xingyang could no longer contain his fury. Jian Shixiang, do not be angry. Even if we do not receive his approval, we still smack.
Without allowing Niani Jiao to finish, Jian Xingyang raised his hand and struck her.
Jian Shixiang. Why did you hit me?
Niani Jiao was bewildered.
If you continue, you will lead me to ruin. I have never harbored any feelings for you. Do not slander my name.
No, that cannot be, you are deceiving me. Niani Jiao shook her head, unwilling to believe it. I must have been blind to have considered you, you foolish woman. If your mind is clouded, seek treatment for it, Jian Xingyang scolded, his face filled with disdain. So, it was she who was overly sentimental. I thought as much. How could Jian Shixiang possibly be interested in such a woman?
How embarrassing.
I would be too ashamed to face anyone.
Laughter erupted from the crowd.
Niani Jiao finally realized how ridiculous she appeared and furiously shouted, Do not laugh.
Do not laugh.
You have the audacity to disdain others, yet you are no different from being despised yourself.
Truly, the wheel of karma turns, who can escape its grasp? Su Qiaowen mocked loudly.
You Niani Jiao, infuriated, spat out a mouthful of blood.
Disciple.
Sun Shizhen exclaimed, rushing to support her.
Master, I do not wish to live.
Niani Jiao lamented, having never felt such humiliation. She rolled her eyes and fainted.
This is intolerable. I shall avenge you. Sun Shizhen glared at Su Qiaowen.
His eyes filled with murderous intent.
I will make you pay.
With that, he charged towards Su Qiaowen. However, Zhao Wenjian and Su Xinghai positioned themselves in front of him.
What do you mean by this?
Sun Shizhen demanded solemnly.
I have warned you, your disciple is a calamity. Now is the time to expel her from the sect.
It is not too late, Zhao Wenjin urged.
You continuously malign my disciple, do you take the Tianjin sect for fools?
Sun Shizhen shouted in anger.
We are here to save you.
I will kill her, step aside. Sun Shizhen refused to listen.
And if we do not?
Su Songhai scoffed. Are you both resolute in your support for her?
Sun Shizhen's expression darkened. Is it not clear? You are crossing the line. Allow me to experience your skills today.
Sun Shizhen, now enraged, prepared to confront them despite the odds. At that moment, however, Su Yung suddenly spoke, let the two of you step aside.
Chapter 88, please.
Master Su, uphold justice. Upon hearing this, the two individuals discreetly stepped aside. Sun Shizhen, still oblivious to the situation, glared angrily at Su Qiaoan, exclaiming, for this pretty boy.
You have provoked my Tianjin sect. I want you both dead.
As he spoke, a shadow of the sun manifested behind him, and with a fierce intent.
He struck out with a palm.
As a 6th-grade Blazing Sun realm practitioner, he believed that Su Qiaoan would undoubtedly be unable to withstand his wrath.
However, to his astonishment, Su Qiaoan did not move. Instead, a teasing smile curved upon his lips. With a casual flick of his hand, Sun Shizhen's attack was instantly rendered null,
sending him hurtling backward, where he spat blood and sustained grave injuries.
Master!
The disciples of Tianjin sect gasped in horror.
Sun Shizhen stared incredulously at Su Yang,
bewildered that he could be so severely injured by a single move.
Form the array.
The disciples, not having time to ponder further, immediately arranged themselves to establish a killing formation. This sect was adept at formations, and soon 7 members set up a 7-kill formation, filling the courtyard with an overwhelming aura of lethal intent directed at Su Yang.
Stop!
Sun Shizhen urgently cautioned, but it was too late.
Before Su Yang could act, Jian Xingyang coldly declared, you seek death.
With a sharp whistle, a sword song echoed as Jian Xingyang pointed a finger, and a flying sword, under his command, left a trail of afterimages in the air, returning to his hand in the blink of an eye. The 7 disciples of Tianjin sect remained frozen in their positions, stunned. The next moment, their throats were simultaneously marred, blood gushed forth, and they collapsed lifelessly to the ground.
Jian Xingyang, you dare to kill my Tianjin sect disciples? Do you wish to sever ties with us? Sun Shizhen bellowed. And what if I do? Jian Xingyang replied with icy indifference, positioning his sword against Sun Shizhen's neck. Master Su, how shall we proceed? Master Su? Sun Shizhen's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be?
At this point, they ceased to conceal the truth. With Zhao Wenjin stating, Sun Shizhen, he is the master of the falling sky peak of the Tian sect. The profound principles you just heard originated from him, someone you cannot provoke.
What did you say? Sun Shizhen exclaimed in disbelief. But my disciple said he was merely a menial disciple.
Zhao Wenjin scoffed, I warned you long ago that your disciple would bring calamity upon you.
You chose not to believe me.
The onlookers